Chapter 1. The most challenging elementary school questions in history. In Jiangnan City, at Mingzhu Primary School, 6th grade Chinese language examination. The examination hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. One could hear a pin drop. The stillness was unsettling. A multitude of adorable elementary students, the flowers of our nation, stared blankly at the language test papers in their hands, utterly bewildered. Is this truly a test intended for elementary school students? Their tiny heads were filled with immense questions. At this moment, the hearts of all the students crumbled. The language test was simply unfathomably difficult. The first question, based on the preceding hints, write the corresponding idioms in the parentheses. 9 inches plus 1 inch. Form 5 sentences. 0, 0, 0, 0. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All the students who encountered this question were utterly dumbfounded. 100,000 heads of bewilderment surged through their minds, then swiftly dissipated. What on earth are these questions? Oh dear, it is simply too difficult. They were merely elementary students, completely at a loss. In this moment, all the students in the examination hall felt their spirits collapse. Although the first question was exceedingly challenging, there were a few resilient individuals who turned their attention to the subsequent questions. They believed the following questions would not be as daunting. However, there was no reprieve. Upon glimpsing the subsequent questions, silence enveloped them once more. For the entire language test was filled with such maddening inquiries. The second question, please fill in the appropriate characters in the brackets to form 4 complete phrases. Dragon, 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 dragon. The third question, please compose 7 sentences with different contexts using the following 8 characters. Mountain, small, on, eat, cat, mouse, slope. Requirement. All 8 characters must be included in each sentence, with neither more nor less. Example. The small cat is eating a mouse on the slope. The little cat is on the mountain slope eating a mouse. The fourth question. The fifth question. The sixth question. Each query was absurdly challenging. Yet, these questions did not exceed the syllabus. They were all idioms learned from primary textbooks. However, they simply could not respond. It's too difficult. Oh no, the students silently wept. Among them were a few who refused to succumb to despair and flipped to the final essay question. They could not answer the previous questions. Surely, they could still write the essay? Regardless of its quality, writing something would earn them points. Yet, upon reading the essay prompt, their despair deepened. Essay prompt. The score of an essay is determined by the grading teacher. The time a grading teacher spends on evaluating an essay rarely exceeds 10 seconds. They glance over it perfunctorily and hastily assign a score. What are your thoughts on this phenomenon? Please write an essay of no less than 300 words based on this perspective. Any genre is acceptable, except poetry. How could this be the essay prompt? Upon encountering the topic, a chubby little boy could no longer contain his emotions and burst into tears in the examination hall. His sobs acted as a catalyst, igniting a wave of emotion among the other students. One after another, the budding flowers of our nation wept uncontrollably. Wow, is this truly a topic meant for us? But I am merely an elementary student. This is too unfair. Wow, which deranged individual concocted such a language exam topic? The atmosphere was thick with despair, as countless students shed tears of frustration. How could such a cruel language examination exist? The intention behind the essay prompt was to encourage them to critique the grading teachers. But did they dare voice their discontent? It is crucial to remember that the essays would be assessed by those very teachers. If they dared to insult the grading teachers within their essays, the resulting scores would be predictable. Yet, to refrain from criticism would lead to a deviation from the prompt. This was an inescapable deadlock. The prompt was utterly absurd. Silence. The proctor's authoritative gaze swept across the room. The cacophony of sobs fell silent in an instant. In that vast examination hall, only the fragile silhouettes of the elementary students trembled under the weight of this devilish topic. 2 hours later, the examination concluded. The students, weeping, rushed out of the hall in a torrent of tears. The entire Mingzhu Elementary School was filled with exclamations of outrage. What the hell? Who on earth devised this twisted language exam? It was too difficult, too outrageous, absolutely insane. I couldn't answer a single question. Wah, I'm crying. Who could possibly solve this? The The scene called for a dramatic score, with snowflakes fluttering and the north wind howling. Soon, the language exam questions from Mingzhu Elementary School spread across the internet. Countless netizens were left astounded. Haha, is this really a topic for elementary school language class? What the hell is a kitten eating a mouse on a hillside? Am dying of laughter. Forgive me, but I must have attended a fake elementary school. Have the exams for elementary students become this difficult? How embarrassing. I, a 30-year-old, couldn't tackle these questions. Who isn't struggling? The person who created this exam must have some issues. Unless one has suffered a cerebral thrombosis for 10 years, they wouldn't concoct such questions. A chorus of denunciations flooded in. Everyone was vehemently criticizing the creator of this language exam. Hundreds of experts and professors emerged, condemning the authors of these language questions with fervor. This outcry garnered substantial support from numerous parents. We demand that Mingzhu Elementary School disclose the identity of the language exam creator. Such a question setter is a disgrace to teaching ethics, seeking to draw attention. Dear, I suggest you find a different teacher. Even as a researcher in the Chinese language, I couldn't answer all these questions. What purpose do they serve in an elementary exam? Incompetent teachers leading children astray. If this issue isn't resolved, I will transfer my child to another school. Mingzhu Elementary School is supposed to be a prestigious institution in Jiangnan City. How could such a shameless question setter exist? In that moment, countless parents were incensed. Complaint calls echoed like a tempest in the boardroom. Chapter 2. Serving the Board of Trustees is an honor for Tingshi. Incredible, indeed. Rest assured, our school will handle this matter appropriately, came the voice from the boardroom. A woman of exquisite elegance and breathtaking beauty was on the phone, responding to a stream of complaints from parents. Occasionally, she stole glances at the handsome young man lounging in the executive chair. His eyes were clear, his features well-defined. With a face sculpted to perfection, his chiseled jawline and profound gaze were enigmatic. Though he appeared somewhat carefree, the glimmer in his eyes commanded respect. After addressing numerous complaints, Yi Tingshi finally exhaled deeply. A glance at the young man, who was leisurely sipping tea and seemingly indifferent, brought her spirits down. Heavens! Is there no justice in this world? The true culprit remained unscathed, while she bore the brunt of the complaints for an entire afternoon. What's the matter? Do you feel wronged? The handsome young man seemed to sense her frustration and smiled. Yi Tingshi quickly shook her head, forcing a smile. You jest, esteemed trustee. It is truly an honor to serve you. These words were spoken through gritted teeth. Indeed, you possess great awareness, he teased. Yi Tingshi nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. The young man, named Qin Yi, was the current trustee of Mingzhu Primary School. The infamous and perplexing language exam that had baffled the entire internet was crafted by him. Yi Tingshi worked as an art teacher at the school. Earlier that day, she had been idly scrolling through Douyin during work hours when she was unexpectedly summoned to the boardroom for overtime. Her sole task was to manage the complaint calls. Moreover, she was also expected to fetch tea for this young trustee. A true plight of a working individual. Throughout the afternoon, she lost count of how many complaint calls she had handled. All these calls were complaints about the language exams questions. Alas, the parents were unaware that these questions were not created by the teachers but were devised by trustee Qin Yi. As an ordinary art teacher, Yi Tingshi dared not antagonize the esteemed trustee. Despite her multitude of grievances, she dared not reveal a hint of them. The workplace is not a battleground. It is a realm of human relationships. Go on, I will not forget your contributions. You shall have a share in the year-end bonus. Qin Yi remarked with a light chuckle as he set down his teacup. Upon hearing this, Yi Tingxi's face brightened. A wave of relief washed over her. Her joy stemmed not from the prospect of a bonus, but from the realization that she could finally leave. She could return home, recline in her chair, and indulge in Douyin. However, just as she stepped out, a light voice floated behind her. Take the phone with you, lest another complaint call disturbs me. Yi Tingshi halted, turned back, and felt her lips twitch slightly. Yi Tingshi? How shameless! Utterly outrageous! How could there exist such a heartless person in this world? It was clearly his mess, yet she was left to endure the fallout. She had initially planned to scroll through Douyin and binge-watch shows that evening. However, that plan was now entirely thwarted. Glancing at Yi Tingshi, who stood frozen at the door, Qin Yi smiled and remarked, No need to thank me. Just go. Yi Qingxi. In despair, Yi Qingxi let out a mournful wail. What kind of person is this? Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly took the wireless Wi-Fi phone with her. Her expression was dark, her cheeks puffed in frustration. How infuriating! After Yi Qingxi departed, Qin Yi turned his attention to his system. Host, Qin Yi, system level. Level 1, grievance value. 914, lottery function. Each lottery draw consumes 1,000 grievance points. Not bad. The grievance value is almost at 1,000, Qin Yi remarked with a smile. His system thrived on accumulating the grievances of others to gain strength. Thanks to a hellishly difficult Chinese exam he had recently administered, Qin Yi had accrued a considerable amount of grievance points from elementary students over the past couple of days. However, once the grievance value reached 914, it stagnated, seemingly stuck. It appears I must take matters into my own hands to surpass the 1,000 grievance threshold. With this thought in mind, Qin Yi dialed a number. Hello, Principal Li. It's me, Qin Yi. I would like to experience the feeling of being a teacher. Please arrange a class for me. The following day, early in the morning, whispers began to circulate at Mingzhu Primary School. Hey, have you heard? The school director is going to teach us personally. Is that for real? Absolutely true. It's happening in class 6-3. Wow, that's amazing. I want to audit the class. The usually enigmatic school director was making his first appearance, causing quite a stir at Mingzhu Primary School. In class 6-3, the classroom was silent. The elementary students, filled with curiosity, craned their necks to peer out the window. He's here. The school director has arrived. The class leader, a chubby boy, shouted, prompting everyone to sit up straight and await Qin Yi's entrance. As the dapper Qin Yi walked in, the class leader led the way, standing up and announcing, "Stand up. Good day, director." The students bowed in unison with clear, resonant voices. Qin Yi smiled and nodded. Indeed, these are the flowers of our nation, delightful seedlings. Hello, students. I am Qin Yi, and I will be teaching this mathematics class, Qin Yi said with a smile. However, his next statement left all the students dumbfounded. It's a pleasure to meet you all to celebrate. I have prepared exercise books for each of you. As exercise books, thick as bricks, were carried in by several school workers, utter silence ensued. Everyone was stupefied. The elementary students collectively stared blankly. Is this what you call an exercise book? Does your exercise book weigh as much as a brick? Ding, grievance from elementary students 1. Ding, grievance from elementary students 3. Ding, grievance from elementary students 6. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yi amassed several grievance points, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Look at that, it's already here. To expedite the collection of grievance points, Qin Yi seized the opportunity and wrote a devilishly difficult problem on the blackboard with chalk. How can one draw a regular 17 gon using only a compass and a straight edge without markings? As soon as the question was posed, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The elementary students were on the verge of tears. How could it be? They were merely children, yet they were expected to grapple with such complex mathematical conundrums. Oh, how unfair! The young scholars wept in silence. In a bid to escape this veritable hell on earth, a clever student feigned a pained expression, clutched his stomach, and raised his hand, exclaiming, "Principal, I have a stomach ache." Upon hearing this, Qin Yi, standing at the podium, bestowed a benevolent smile. A stomach ache? Is it serious? Perhaps you should go to the hospital for an foredrip. The clever student felt a surge of joy, wiping away his tears in gratitude, and eagerly nodded, "Yes, yes, yes." Then I shall take my leave, Principal. With a gait that suggested he had forgotten his roots, he strode towards the classroom door, basking in the admiration of his peers. Just then, however, Qin Yi called out to him, "Wait a moment, which hand do you usually use for the foredrip?" A sense of foreboding crept into the clever student's heart. He swallowed hard and hesitated before responding, "The left." "Left hand. Then take your workbook with you, and remember to solve the problems while you receive the fore," Qin Yi said with an earnest smile. The entire class of elementary students looked on in bewilderment. Chapter 3, Ding. The grievances from the elementary students 1 Ding. The grievances from the class representative Kobayashi 10. What the? Qin Yi's gaze momentarily paused, as he registered the influx of 10 grievance points. This Kobayashi certainly possesses some hidden depths. Meanwhile, Kobayashi remained in a state of bewilderment, his expression blank. At this moment, his mind had completely shut down. Are you a devil? Little one, do you have countless questions? Woe is me. Principal, I suddenly feel that my stomach no longer hurts. After a painful struggle, class representative Kobayashi clutched his belly, indicating he could endure the class. Seeing Kobayashi return to his seat, Chin-Yi displayed a smile of satisfaction. Look at these kids. They are truly dedicated to their studies, even attending class while unwell. A true model student. Classmates, you should learn from Kobayashi. He exemplifies what a good student of the new era should be. Chin-Yi publicly praised him. Upon hearing this, Kobayashi's face lit up with delight. What a thrill! The sensation of being praised by the principal, basking in the attention of his peers, was exhilarating for Kobayashi. However, this devilish Chin-Yi delivered a blow with his next words that left him dumbfounded. As a role model, one must lead by example. Thus, the next problem shall be solved by Kobayashi. A wave of laughter erupted. Pitying eyes turned toward Kobayashi. Tears of despair welled up in Kobayashi's eyes. He was furious. Why did he trust the words of this unscrupulous principal? Soon, this second mathematics problem was written on the board by Chin-Yi. The problem was straightforward. Please use basic mathematics to calculate the distance between the Earth and the Sun. This question was indeed within the syllabus. Over 3,000 years ago, ancient scholars calculated the Earth-Sun distance using basic mathematics. The ancient mathematical text, Zhou by Xuanjing, recorded the method for this calculation. This was merely a remnant of the mathematical inquiries of our ancestors. After completing the problem, Chin-Yi turned to Kobayashi with a benevolent smile. This question is exceedingly simple. I trust it will not trouble you. Please come up and solve it. Kobayashi stumbled, nearly falling over. Simple? You dare call such a math problem simple? You must be gravely mistaken. Standing before the blackboard, Kobayashi was at a loss. He stared blankly at the problem on calculating the distance to the sun. Countless questions swirling in his mind. He wept silently, lamenting, Why? He was merely a child. Why must he confront such devilish examination questions? The classroom fell silent, leaving only Kobayashi's slender figure on the stage. He seethed with resentment. Ding! The grievances from class representative Kobayashi 20. A full 20 grievance points were credited, causing Chin-Yi to glance at Kobayashi with curiosity. The grievances contributed solely by Kobayashi were nearly equivalent to those of the entire class combined. What a veritable human grievance, ATM. Chin-Yi resolved to stoke the flames further. Are you unable to solve this problem? Very well. I shall assist you by modifying the question to reduce its difficulty. Chin-Yi said, displaying utmost consideration. Kobayashi rejoiced at this, nodding vigorously. The principal truly understands the needs of us elementary students. Soon, Chin-Yi seized a piece of chalk and began to alter the problem. In merely a minute, the question was revised to, please use basic mathematics to calculate the distance between the Earth and the Moon. Indeed, Chin-Yi had merely changed 2 words, replacing sun with moon. Now, the question appeared significantly simpler. Go ahead and solve it, Chin-Yi said with genuine warmth. Kobayashi, the entire class. Kobayashi's lips twitched slightly. Had the question become simpler? It seemed. It indeed had. The distance between the Earth and the Moon was certainly much less than that to the Sun. From this perspective, Chin-Yi was not entirely incorrect. The question had indeed become simpler. However, he still had no idea how to solve it. Woe is me. This cursed, devilish question. Kobayashi stood at the lectern, weeping silently. Ding! The grievances from class representative Kobayashi 10. Another grievance point was credited. Chin-Yi was elated. As he saw the grievance point surpass 1,000, he felt compelled to extract even more. Observing the group of gleeful elementary students in the audience, Chin-Yi smiled. Fellow classmates, do not remain idle. Let us all tackle this question together in our notebooks. Ding! The grievances from class leader Xiaopeng 1. Ding! The grievances from discipline committee member Xiaoqiang 2. Ding! The grievances from language representative Xiaomei 1. In the blink of an eye, several grievance points were credited once more. Chin-Yi was overjoyed. Watching Kobayashi, who was wiping away tears, he felt a pang of sympathy. He was just a child. How could he endure such unjust treatment? The kind-hearted Chin-Yi patted Kobayashi's shoulder, offering comforting words. All right, no need to cry. If you must weep, do so while solving the problem. Qin Ye's tone was sincere and compassionate. What a considerate principal. Who else but Qin Yi could be so nurturing? Kobayashi, I curse you and your entire family. How infuriating. Woe is me. Tears brimmed in Kobayashi's eyes. In Qin Ye's view, those were tears of gratitude, expressing appreciation for the challenges he had set. Today's students are far too understanding. Ding. The grievances from Kobayashi 20. Subsequently, Qin Yi began to elucidate how to calculate the distance between the Earth and the Sun. Thus, the class swiftly passed. When the bell rang, signaling the end of class, as Qin Yi stepped out of the classroom, the elementary students erupted in tears. Woe is me. This is too much. How could there be such an unscrupulous principal and such perverse, devilish examination questions? Curse it, how infuriating. I hate it. Is a principal a devil? I truly wish to take down that fellow. Qin Yi, I curse you and your entire family. As the elementary students wiped their tears in despair, they muttered curses. At that moment, all 52 sixth graders in Class 3 were engulfed in sorrow, wailing and hopelessness. The passing teachers and students of Mingzhu Primary School glanced at one another, bewildered. Teachers. Students. Yet, upon seeing the densely written mathematical formulas on the blackboard, they all instantly understood. What the heck? Oh my. What in the world? The three expressions of confusion. At that moment, everyone observed a moment of silence for the sixth graders of Class 3. Such a tragic fate. Chapter 4. The First System Lottery. Purple Reward Lottery. Lottery. In the office of the school board, Qin Yi eagerly opened the system lottery page. Before him appeared a translucent light blue lottery wheel. To his dismay, over 90% of the wheel's sections read, "Thank you for your patronage." What is this? The odds of winning seemed terribly dismal. Qin Yi couldn't help but scoff. At that moment, he recalled a certain middle-aged man with a cheerful smile and glasses, along with a particular penguin. Could this lottery system be produced by that penguin? Complaints aside, the lottery must commence. Let's begin. Qin Yi activated the system lottery. Ding! The lottery has commenced, deducting 1,000 resentment points from a host. Qin Yi watched as his resentment points were reduced by 1,000, leaving him with only 26 points. In exchange, the lottery will spun wildly. After 10 seconds, it gradually came to a halt. At this moment, Qin Ye's heart raced. Then, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations. The host has won a purple reward. Warm mecha. Vigne se guze momenta di froze. What is this? A purple reward? Looking at the system's introduction, he realized that aside from thank you for your patronage, the lottery rewards were categorized into 4 precious levels: gold, purple, blue, and green, ranked from highest to lowest. The prize he had just received was indeed the second highest, a purple reward. Ding! The reward has been issued to the system space. Please check it. After attempting to enter the system space, Qin Yi was greeted by the sight of a towering, awe-inspiring steel mecha, standing over 40 meters tall. This war mecha loomed like a small mountain. The mecha was entirely silver, accented by touches of cold black, creating a striking color scheme. All around it gleamed an array of weapons: 26 electromagnetic cannon muzzles and 12 high-energy cannon ports, not to mention 2 two-dimensional foil strike devices. The dark energy cannon ports flickered with cold light. Qin Yi turned to the system's description. Nebula X-60 War Mecha, a military product from an unknown civilization deep in the cosmos, born as a weapon of war. After reading the description, Qin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. This war mecha was not even of earthly origin, but from an extraterrestrial civilization. Incredible, indeed. He marveled at the thought of the uproar this colossal entity would cause if it were to be revealed on Earth. And this was merely a purple reward. Above the purple rewards lay even more precious golden rewards. Contemplating this, Qin Ye's breath quickened. If the purple reward was this formidable, how powerful could the golden rewards be? Each 1,000 resentment points allowed him to draw once. Heaven knows what astonishing items he would acquire in the future. It seemed imperative to gather more resentment points. Resolute, Qin Yi pondered how to expedite the acquisition of resentment points. The first idea that sprang to mind was to pose questions that would provoke exasperation. His exam questions would not only educate the students, but also yield resentment. A double-edged sword. With so many adorable elementary students at Mingzhu Primary School, harvesting resentment points would be a breeze. Yet this was still insufficient. He needed even more resentment points. With this thought, Qingyi opened the computer in his office and casually clicked on a highly ranked translation website. He opted for paid English-Chinese translation services. After uploading the content to be translated, a dedicated translator would convert the Chinese text into English. The fee was 50 yuan per 100 words. Subsequently, Qingyi uploaded a particularly convoluted piece of classical Chinese literature, brimming with complexity. Upon selecting the payment option, Qingyi happily paid the 50 yuan. Now, all that was left was to await the arrival of his resentment points. Pray for the translator's mental fortitude. Meanwhile, at the office of the Chinese language department at Mingzhu Primary School, the teachers were tallying the results of the recent Chinese exam. After compiling the results, they were all left in shock. What? These scores? Surely, we Haven team miscalculated? The scores are devastatingly low. In such a large school with so many students, not a single one scored above 80. Perhaps we should recount? Several seasoned teachers gasped in disbelief. This is too harsh. The Chinese exam was scored at 100. Yet every participating student had floundered. The sight was horrendous. All that could be seen were glaringly red single-digit scores. Forget passing. Achieving 40 points was considered a high score. It must be noted that Mingzhu Primary School ranks among the top 5 schools in Jiangnan City, boasting numerous gifted students and top scholars. Yet this time, the highest score was merely 75. Not a single student scored above 80 in Chinese. Such dismal scores left the language teachers astounded, an experience unlike any other. That afternoon, the monthly exam results were announced. When the elementary students discovered their Chinese scores, they were utterly stunned. What? These scores are appallingly low. Scores of 20, 30, 40, and even zeros. Those scoring 40 or 50 could still rank among the top. Was this a joke? The students, upon learning their results, wore expressions of utter despair, as if they had just been dealt a heavy blow. Their hearts were filled with desolation. A shameless school board member. I abhor this. Who could possibly answer these questions? Woe is me. I only scored 30, but I am a top student. Enough. 30 is quite respectable. I only managed 20-something. The students huddled together, condemning the question setter. Qingyi. At that moment, Qingyi, like a ghostly specter, quietly approached from behind. What are you discussing? Qingyi smiled. Upon seeing him arrive, the previously lively atmosphere fell into a sudden hush. The school board member is here. Oh no, you scared me. How do you walk so silently? The students turned pale. They had just been whispering disparaging remarks about Qingyi when he appeared unexpectedly. What are you discussing just now? Qingyi inquired, his smile genuine. The students, now desperate to save themselves, put on a performance of pleading innocence. Oh, we were just praising your handsomeness. Indeed, you are truly too handsome, distinguished, and charming. Your beauty shines like the sun, illuminating the entire Mingzhu Primary School. In the realm of handsomeness, you occupy a significant portion, leaving the world owing you a debt. The student spoke with unfeigned sincerity. Their earnest performance rivaled that of an Oscar-winning actor. This flattery left Qingyi feeling quite pleased. Reciprocation is a cherished virtue in Chinese culture. Thus, the kind-hearted Qingyi returned the compliment. You all have excellent taste. The entire group of students. How shameless. Are you praising us? Or are you merely extolling yourself? Chapter 5. The despair of father and daughter. Nightfall descends, adorned with twinkling stars and a gentle breeze. The dancing notes seem to leap forth from the hazy moonlight, intoxicating those who behold them. Yi Qingxi concludes her labors of the day. Her black stilettos clicking softly as she carries a white handbag, returning to her abode. Her cascading golden waves of hair drape casually over her shoulders. Beneath her elegantly arched brows lie a pair of enchanting eyes, shimmering like brilliant stars. Dad, I'm home, she calls softly upon entering. Yet, this evening proves to be unlike any other. The warm embrace of her father's smile, typically awaiting her return, is conspicuously absent. A flicker of doubt crosses her mind. Could it be that her father is not at home? However, She quickly dismisses this notion. For a single pair of slippers remains on the shoe rack, indicating that someone is indeed present. With her mother away on business, it can only be her father. With curiosity piqued, Yi Qingxi tiptoes towards her father's bedroom, eager to discover what he might be engaged in. As she reaches the door, she freezes in disbelief. Covering her mouth in shock, she witnesses an unexpected scene. Her father, a balding middle-aged man, is furiously muttering to himself while perusing a classical Chinese dictionary. Damn it! Are today's youth truly this heartless? Who in their right mind translates classical Chinese into English? Yi Dezai, her father, is engulfed in a torrent of frustration. A seasoned English teacher at the National High School of Jiangnan City, he supplements his income by translating documents online during his spare time. However, today, he finds himself grappling with a particularly vexing task, an incomprehensible piece of classical Chinese text. For the sake of earning a mere 50 yuan, he has spent the entire afternoon poring over the dictionary, nearly foaming at the mouth in exasperation. Though he has pondered the possibility of rescinding this assignment, he is bound by a personal pride that forbids him from compromising his flawless completion record, a matter he has maintained over the years. Suddenly aware of her presence, Yi Dezai turns to find his daughter regarding him with a bemused expression. His face reddens in embarrassment. He has always presented himself as a paragon of decorum before his children. Yet here he is, caught in a moment of uncharacteristic candor. "Dad, let me explain," he stammers, near tears. Yi Qingxi, with a teasing smile, interjects, "No need to explain, Dad. I understand everything." Yi Dezai, "You understand what exactly?" Meanwhile, in a luxurious estate elsewhere in Jiangnan City, Qin Yi reclines comfortably in bed, engrossed in a book. A notification chimes, 25 points of resentment from Yi Dezai. A slight smirk graces Qin Yi's lips. If his deductions are correct, Yi Dezai is indeed the translator responsible for the classical text he submitted. Since 2 o'clock that afternoon, he has steadily accrued resentment points from this beleaguered teacher, who has unwittingly gifted him over 80 points, a veritable treasure trove. Thus, Qin Yi memorizes the names of these two individuals, Xiaolin and Yi Dezai, both of whom are veritable human ATMs. The following morning, Qin Yi sets out to deliver warmth to the students of Mingzhu Primary School. Examination day has arrived. This time, students will face assessments in Chinese, mathematics, English, morality, and science, all 5 subjects, with questions crafted by none other than Qin Yi himself. "Not again. Another exam," trembles the voice of a 6th grade student, their eyes wide with trepidation. The previous Chinese exam had left deep psychological scars, and now the specter of another examination looms ominously. Gulping nervously, the class monitor, a chubby boy, swallows hard, his pale face betraying his anxiety. "I heard the questions were set by the school director," whimpers the mathematics representative, Xiaolin, on the verge of tears. "Will we even survive this?" Despair hangs thick in the air as the students silently weep. Mingzhu Primary School ranks among the top 5 prestigious institutions in Jiangnan, and each student here would shine as a star in any other setting. Yet, even the brightest students find it hard to endure such torment. As Qin Yi enters, clad in white casual attire and exuding an air of benevolence, a chill runs down the spines of the students. "I have returned. This time, I shall personally oversee your examination," he announces with an innocuous smile, met only by a suffocating silence. The expressions of the students darken, their thoughts echoing in unison. "Who would welcome you? Curse that Qin Yi, the Demon King." Another wave of resentment points floods in. 2, 3, 5. Qin Yi beams at the delightful harvest of grievances. The chubby class monitor raises a hand, a hint of concern in his voice. "Director, the questions won't be too difficult, will they?" "Not at all. How could I, Qin Yi, ever pose a challenge to my students? I am the most considerate director," he exclaims with grandiosity. The monitor's expression falters. "But the last Chinese exam." Yet Qin Yi cuts him off. "Trust me, I am a most considerate director." At the utterance of this phrase, panic ripples through the students. Last time he said those very words, it marked the beginning of their tears. Chapter 6. There exists a malady known as Qin Yi phobia. Clearing his throat, Qin Yi decided to abandon the topic. He tossed the exam papers onto the desk and announced to the class, "A few representatives, please distribute the papers. The examination commences." Soon, the mathematics papers were in the hands of each young student. Upon encountering the first question, the pupils were utterly bewildered. The first multiple-choice question posed, using 8 instances of the numeral 8, how many different combinations can be formed using addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division to arrive at the sum of 1,000? A. Yes, there are 2 solutions. B. No. C. Yes, but only one solution. D. All of the above are incorrect. The children's faces turned pale. What on earth is this? They utterly failed to comprehend the question. Woe is me. This is far too difficult. Noticing the students' inactivity, Qin Yi kindly prompted, "Hurry and begin. The questions are exceedingly simple." Shaolin, Xiaopang. All the students. Are you a demon? Their expressions were ashen. Damn it, Qin Yi. How could you do this to us? This is blatant bullying. How can you possibly claim this is simple? In their hearts, they cursed Qin Yi profusely, yet they dared not voice their thoughts. All right, commence your work. Feel free to submit your papers early. Qin Yi smiled. He surveyed the classroom and then leisurely occupied himself with his phone on the podium, while the students below endured an endless torment of answering questions. Difficult, exceedingly difficult. The madness of this examination was overwhelming. Yet, the questions were well within the curriculum. They were derived from their textbooks, but the students simply could not solve them. This is utterly absurd. Typically, a math paper is structured sequentially from beginning to end. However, Qin Yi's paper required students to sift through a plethora of devilishly difficult questions to find those they could solve. As a mathematical representative of Class 6-3, Xiao Ning trembled as he clutched the maddening exam paper, wishing he could tear it to shreds. At this moment, Xiao Ning internally wailed in despair. The malevolent principal. I curse you. A similar scene unfolded in other classrooms. Teachers observed with sympathetic gazes as students ground their teeth in despair and wept openly. Even the top scholars in the class were mercilessly tormented by these devilish questions. Oh, it's impossible. I feel like I could perish. I wish to shred this torturous paper. The students ground their teeth in anger, their faces turning a deep shade of purple. Under the weight of Qin Yi's monstrous exam, the young students trembled. The sounds of sobbing persisted for hours. At long last, the morning mathematics examination concluded. Numerous math teachers gathered to discuss the exam paper. After reviewing the questions, even they began to question their own intelligence. Good heavens! They were math teachers, yet some questions stumped them for a considerable time. How could this be? This is utterly outrageous. It feels as though these questions were designed for extraterrestrials. My word, I am beginning to doubt my very existence. Am I truly a math teacher? The principal is indeed formidable. This exam is a true testament to skill. Strangely enough, aside from the immense difficulty, the quality of the questions was superb. It truly is challenging. I have pondered over the final fill-in-the-blank question for an hour. I know. Allow me to guide you. First this, then that, and you shall arrive at the answer. Have you grasped it? I feel utterly defeated. Thank you so much. As a math teacher, tears of sorrow flowed down my cheeks upon facing this exam. If we are in such dire straits, what must the children be enduring? At that moment, the math teachers observed a minute of silence for the elementary students throughout the school. After the mathematics examination, Qin Yi became infamous at Mingzhu Primary School. The exam paper demon, the embodiment of malevolence, the unrivaled champion of test creation, the tyrant of the principal's office. The name of Qin Yi spread across the school, becoming the nightmare of the students. The culmination of science is mathematics, and the pinnacle of mathematics is Qin Yi. Qin Yi, I am invincible in this realm. Should you manage to solve any question, I concede defeat. A veritable scourge upon the students. A relentless tormentor. Oh, the despair. This cursed, devilish exam. Amidst the cacophony of wails and lamentations, the examination pressed on. In the afternoon at 2 o'clock, just 5 minutes before the language examination commenced, Qin Yi made his entrance once more. He arrived with the language exam papers, wearing a benevolent smile. Upon seeing Qin Yi, the students of grade 6-3 gasped in horror. Their faces drained of color. Oh no, he is back. Yes, back again. I cannot endure this any longer. What sins did I commit in my past life to be tormented by these devilish questions in this one? Oh, how I despise this. The students wept in despair, each wiping their tears with expressions of agony. This is utterly unfair. How could such a demonic principle exist? Bang, bang, bang. Class leader Xiao Pang thudded his head against the desk. Seeing this, Qingyi immediately intervened to stop such self-destructive behavior. Stop it. How can you do this to yourself? Qingyi, setting an example, admonished, your body and skin are gifts from your parents. How can you harm yourself? Xiao Pang wailed in despair. Calm down. Once you finish the exam, then you may engage in self-harm. Qingyi stated with righteous firmness. What if you damage the desk? How will you complete the exam then? Xiao Pang. Are you a demon? The class leader, Xiao Pang, wept bitterly in despair. There exists a phobia known as Qingyi phobia. In comparison to enduring the torment of Qingyi's devilish exam, he would prefer a good beating. The insanity of those questions left an indelible scar on his tender psyche. Alas, do not cry. The questions for this language exam are quite simple. Qingyi offered a word of comfort. Is that true? Xiao Pang asked skeptically. False. Qingyi replied with an expression of false sincerity, appearing harmless. Xiao Pang. Ding. From class leader Xiao Pang, Resentment 15. Chapter 7. The Examination. Another examination. The despairing elementary students, the examination commenced, and the young scholars began to tackle the questions. Though they had mentally prepared themselves in advance, the moment they laid eyes on the problems, despair washed over them. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Not a single pen was moving. The first question was bewildering. Old Li went to Old Wang's house to find Old Lu, who said, Old Zhu was deceived by Old Zhang to sneak into Old Zhao's house to steal the wages that Old Zhou had left in Old Wu's cabinet, which Old Zhang had lent to Old Yu to give to Old Gua. The inquiries were, how many culprits are there, and who are they? What is the relationship between Old Li and Old Gua? What is the connection between Old Zhu and Old Yu? The elementary students were aghast. What on earth is this madness? Merely gazing at the first question rendered their spirits utterly crushed. These adorable children, the nation's blossoms, turned pale, their lips quivering, their minds screaming in disbelief. What kind of question is this? Faced with such a devilishly difficult exam, not a single student wore a normal expression. Class representative Xiao Lin was ashen. The monitor Xiao Pang gasped in horror. Math representative Xiao Ning slapped his forehead in disbelief, while the language representative appeared utterly dazed. The most unfortunate was English representative Xiao Mei, whose trembling hand clutched her pen. In a vast examination hall, not a single student bore a normal demeanor. It was too difficult. This was beyond comprehension. The young scholars were on the verge of collapse. Forget solving the problems. Just confronting these questions almost made them faint from despair. Sweat dripped from their brows as they desperately attempted to find answers. Yet the number of questions they could actually solve was scant. This was outrageous. Qingyi, you scoundrel, the shameless school director. You've unleashed these torturous questions upon my tender psyche. Amidst the intermittent sounds of sobbing, time slipped away rapidly. 2 hours later, the examination concluded. Stop writing, Qingyi announced with a smile from the podium. However, the response was a cacophony of wails. Wah, I haven't finished yet. Let me write a few more words, please. I'm going insane. These questions are too hard. Wah. As a student who consistently scored above 97 in language, I find myself wishing for death in the face of these questions. Wah, I can't do any of this. The elementary students wept in despair. Are the questions truly difficult? With a devilish smile, Qingyi surveyed the class. With a hint of sarcasm, he asked students, please tell me loudly, were the questions difficult this time? At that moment, Qingyi's expression was sincere and filled with concern, akin to a considerate school director who cares for his students. Under Qingyi's imposing presence, the students weakly lifted their heads, their voices filled with sorrow, lamenting, Wah, not at all difficult. Really, not difficult at all. Their voices echoed like a fat dog being beaten, suffused with endless despair. Damn you, Qingyi. Do you not know how challenging these questions are? Not difficult? Not difficult, you say? The students could only silently weep, their frustration unvoiced. Well, if it's not difficult, that's good, Cheney remarked as he collected the papers, adding before leaving, since the questions were not difficult this time, I shall make them more challenging next time. The room fell into an eerie silence. The quiet was chilling. Ding, 10 from the students' grievances. Ding, 15 from the students' grievances. Ding, 20 from the students' grievances. Another wave of resentment harvested. A total of 45 points of grievance value instantly credited to him. Satisfied, Cheney left class 6-3. As he stepped out of the classroom, the sorrowful cries filled the air. Damn it, Cheney, you beast. Please be a decent person. I'm going insane. What are these ridiculous questions? Who can possibly solve them? The shameless school director. You scoundrel. I'm just an elementary student. Why must I endure this torment? Wah! The young scholars wept bitterly, tears streaming down their faces. In that moment, their hearts were filled with despair. This examination had utterly devastated them. Following this were examinations in English, ethics, and science, which lasted 2 full days. The elementary students were thoroughly beleaguered. The same formula, the same ordeal. English exam question. Using 17 English words, compose 4 sentences in different contexts. Ethics exam question. A madman has tied 5 innocent people to a train track, and an out-of-control train is hurtling toward them. Fortunately, you can pull a lever to divert the train onto another track. However, there's a child passing by on that track. If you pull the lever, the child will be crushed. Will you pull the lever? Science exam question. What is the brain? Most people's immediate response is, the brain is the most important organ of the human body. However, upon reflection, it is chilling to consider that this answer is provided by the brain itself. Question. If the brain is you, then what are you? One hellishly difficult question after another tormented the students of Mingzhu Elementary. An examination that left the students utterly defeated. The diabolical school director. These questions are exceedingly difficult. Wah! I wish to die. Is this really elementary school material? I'm sickened. This is madness. Outrageous. I'm going to fail this time. I'm in tears. I'm a top student. Though the elementary students suffered immensely, Cheney reveled in their plight. In the school director's office, Cheney leisurely watched a show while enjoying the delightful notifications from the system. Ding, 10 from a student's grievances. Ding, 20 from a student's grievances. Ding, 30 from a student's grievances. After 2 days of examination trials, his grievance points had surged beyond 2,000. During this time, Cheney had won the lottery twice, but regrettably, it ended with a simple, thank you for participating. The system's odds of winning were terribly low. Yet, Cheney was unperturbed, as he was on the verge of amassing another 1,000 grievance points for a 3rd lottery draw. Just then, he heard a commotion downstairs. Rising to the window, he saw several reporters interviewing students at the school. A female reporter held out a microphone and asked, "Hello, what are your thoughts on this examination?" The elementary student sobbed. "Wah, I hate it. I truly hate it." The female reporter. The reporter then interviewed a teacher at the school. "Hello, teacher. I heard that the questions for this exam were quite difficult. Is that true?" A sycophantic teacher waved his hands dismissively. "Not at all. The questions were excellent. The school director is truly a genius at crafting questions." The female reporter. Shortly thereafter, this segment of the interview went viral online, accompanied by the examination questions. The video became an instant sensation. Title: Despairing Elementary Students. Chapter 8. Trending on social media. Mingzhu Primary School's extraordinary questions before long. The topic surrounding Mingzhu Primary School surged into the top 10 of Weibo's trending list. Extraordinary questions at Mingzhu Primary School. Thousands of young students brought to tears. Demonically difficult exam questions go viral. Who is the mastermind behind these infernal questions? Upon encountering the maddeningly perplexing exam questions, netizens were left utterly astonished. What? Are these truly questions for elementary school students? I'm already on my knees. You all may proceed. Not again. Another round from Mingzhu Primary School? Oh dear. I suddenly feel that if I were to repeat elementary school now, I might not even graduate. The current crop of students is indeed terrifying. A wave of shock and discussion ensued, while parents expressed their outrage. Shameless. This is the second time such questions have been posed. I have already reported it to the Education Bureau. What a disgraceful question setter. Rumor has it that the questions were devised by a school board member. Even school board members ought not to behave in such a manner. What purpose do these questions serve? Every child is their parent's hope, and such actions are tantamount to leading them astray. Report 1. I have created a parent group. Let us gather on Sunday and demand an explanation from Mingzhu Primary School. Count me in. I will join too. Unbeknownst to them, a storm targeting Qin Yi was on the horizon. The initial confrontation between the exam question overlord and the parents was about to unfold in Jiangnan City, within a luxurious villa nestled in the city center. Qin Yi leisurely alighted from a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. This was his home. Qin Yi's family circumstances were quite favorable. His parents, both successful billionaires, were perpetually engrossed in their business endeavors. Throughout the year, Qin Yi seldom saw his parents due to their relentless schedules. Most of the time, the vast villa was occupied solely by him and his younger sister, Qin Xiaoyu. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Upon returning home, Qin Yi noticed his sister sprawled on the sofa, her face flushed like a teapot. Hearing her brother's call, Qin Xiaoyu weakly murmured, "Brother, I have a fever. I feel awful. Have you taken any medicine?" Qin Yi inquired as he fetched a blanket to cover her. "Not yet, brother," Qin Xiaoyu replied. "Perfect. I shall prepare a dose for you." Qin Yi flashed a devilish smile. Qin Xiaoyu was taken aback. "Prepare medicine? Brother, are you serious?" "Don't worry, I am quite the expert," Qin Yi declared with utmost confidence. As he spoke, he strolled into the kitchen. Moments later, he returned with a glass of dark liquid. "Isn't this cola?" Qin Xiaoyu frowned. Qin Yi smiled and clarified, No, you are mistaken. This is not cola. This is my specially crafted remedy." Qin Xiaoyu. Cautiously, she took a small sip from the glass. "This is clearly cola." She pouted, shooting an indignant look at Qin Yi. Realizing he had been exposed, Qin Yi did not bother to deny it. With a sincere smile, he admitted, "Indeed, it is cola. However, after years of research, I have discovered that cola is the finest medicine for curing fevers." Qin Xiaoyu inhaled deeply, casting a peculiar glance at her brother. "And how did you arrive at this conclusion?" Qin Yi leaned back, pride evident in his tone. "Based on my extensive observations over the years, no one has ever died from drinking cola. According to quantum mechanics and S.C. Char-Dinger's theory, as long as you are alive, there is hope for recovery. Thus, cola can cure all ailments." Qin Xiaoyu. She was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of twisted logic is this? Ding. 50 from Qin Xiaoyu's resentment. With 50 points of resentment credited, Qin Yi exclaimed in delight. "As expected of my sister. How generous. Just a little annoyance, and I gained 50 points of resentment? Incredible." At that moment, Qin Yi joyously realized that his resentment points had exceeded 1,000. Thanks to the parents of the students, he had accumulated quite a sum. "Xiaoyu, here are the fever-reducing pills, 3 at a time." Qin Yi no longer teased her and poured her a glass of water, ensuring she took her medicine. "Brother, you truly care for me." Of course. After taking her medicine, Qin Xiaoyu soon felt drowsy and went to sleep. Qin Yi returned to his room, ready for his next lottery draw. This marked Qin Yi's fourth system lottery. His first draw yielded a purple reward, a war mech. The second and third draws simply thanked him for participating. He hoped this time to avoid another thank you for your patronage. Life and death are inconsequential. Let us do this. Qin Yi commanded with a smile. System, commence the lottery. Ding. The lottery commenced, deducting 1,000 resentment points from the host. The spinning wheel began to whirl wildly. Seconds passed, and after 10 seconds, the wheel came to a halt. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received a green reward, 50 writing talent. Upon seeing the result, Qin Yi was left in a state of bewilderment. He was uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Elated that he hadn't drawn another thank you, he was disheartened by the apparent uselessness of the reward. Among the 4 levels of rewards, gold, purple, blue, and green, the green was the least desirable. Well, it's better than nothing, right? Qin Yi reassured himself. However, he soon discovered that this skill might be a divine boon for him. It is well known that Qin Yi's system necessitates the collection of resentment points. The writing skill would enable him to pen novels, harvesting resentment points from readers. If he were to compose an exceedingly toxic book, filled with betrayal, infidelity, and emotional torment. As long as Qin Yi crafted a narrative that encompassed all these dark elements, how could he not reap a bounty of resentment points? Without hesitation, he opened his bedroom computer and began typing fervently. Hours later, Qin Yi surveyed the densely packed document, nodding in satisfaction. In just over 4 hours, he had written 20,000 words, a staggering pace. He titled his toxic book, The Invincible Immortal Sovereign of Do Per. Do not inquire why the title included Do Per. It was merely to ride the coattails of its popularity. Would anyone read it otherwise? Of course, Qin Yi's work bore no legitimate relation to Do Per. It was solely a ploy to capitalize on its fame. Subsequently, Qin Yi sought out a novel platform, selecting a site with astonishing traffic, Tomato Novel. He then found a cover online and uploaded his novel. Title: The Invincible Immortal Sovereign of Do Per. Pen name: Mountain Saint. Upload date: April 3rd, 2021. After completing the upload, Qin Yi entered a lengthy period of anticipation. He was uncertain whether his toxic narrative would yield any resentment points. Yet, it soon became evident that something was amiss. Chapter 9. Are you out of your mind? You call this a masterpiece? At this moment, in the dormitory of Mingzhu Primary School, the class monitor, Xiao Peng, was nestled under his covers, clandestinely indulging in a novel. Sleep? Apologies, but such an essential endeavor must certainly be reserved for the daylight hours within the classroom. As a diligent student, the mere thought of missing a teacher's lecture would likely rob him of a restful night. Finally free from the torment of those wretched examination questions, he could afford a moment of leisure with a book. Xiao Peng swiped through his phone screen, seeking a new read. In no time, he stumbled upon an eye-catching title in the newly added section: The Invincible Celestial Sovereign of Do Per. Wait, is this a fanfiction of Do Per? Let me take a look. He clicked on the book. As an ardent fan of Do Per, he relished the prospect of reading its fanfictions. Reclining on his dormitory bed, he began to read the novel on his phone. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes later, Xiao Peng had devoured over 20,000 words of the invincible celestial sovereign of Do Per. What followed was an overwhelming surge of fury. Damn it, what trash is this? Xiao Peng felt as though he might bleed from his eyes. Despite its title, this book had no relation to Do Per whatsoever. It narrated the tale of a celestial king who was humiliated in another world. There were themes of betrayal, forced submission, and the protagonist being belittled by the antagonist. Every conceivable plot device that could be deemed toxic was present. If there were a ranking for the most toxic novels online, this book would undoubtedly reign supreme. It was absurd, utterly absurd. What kind of garbage is this? Foolishness. I can't believe this. Xiao Peng was seething with rage. Let us not even mention the plot's beginning. A once great celestial sovereign returns home only to discover his wife in an affair with another man. Upon realizing his betrayal, the protagonist does not seek vengeance. Instead, he stands outside, serenading with Phoenix, seeking Phoenix for entertainment. This is not merely toxic. It is akin to arsenic. Fuming, Xiao Peng opened the comment section of the invincible celestial sovereign of Do Per, ready to compose a scathing review. However, upon entering the comments, he found it had already been overwhelmed. A reader named Yuyo had given the book a 1-star rating and commented, "I'm nauseated. Late at night, this book has repulsed me. Author, are you out of your mind?" The protagonist's wife is violated by the antagonist, and he does not seek revenge, but instead plays the flute for amusement. You have truly shown me a grand display. Another reader, Panda, also rated it 1 star and wrote, I deeply thank the author of this book. Thank you for curing my years of nearsightedness, because I can't see anymore. If you enjoy stories about Liu Bei, do not miss this book. After reading it, you will realize there exists such dazzling literary flair. After reading this book, you will understand what it means to have an immersive experience of betrayal. Reader Xiao Bai, who enjoys novels, rated the book 1 star and commented, "True warriors dare to take on love. On the vast grassland, greenery flourishes. Ask the moon above, why does it glow with a green light? Because that is the depth of love. Love is a light, and its greenness makes your heart race." Reader Mie Tian Bawang rated it 1 star and remarked, "Do you know why I give 1 star? Other books get 1 star because they deserve it. I give this 1 star because that is the minimum possible. If negative stars were an option, I would give it negative 999. This is utterly ridiculous. Reader Shinny and Shuji rated it 5 stars and commented, "Seeing so many 1-star ratings for this book, I felt compelled to disagree. Is this book truly that toxic? As a fan of Minotaurs, I find this book to be a masterpiece." Pro tip: when reading this book, immerse yourself in the role of the antagonist who betrayed the protagonist. That way it becomes enjoyable. In no time, the invincible celestial sovereign of Do amassed hundreds of ratings, with 99 being 1-star reviews. The negative feedback poured in like a deluge. Late at night, numerous readers who had stumbled upon this book were so infuriated that they had to get out of bed and run around the block 10 times to cool down. It was infuriating. How could such a foolish book exist? Meanwhile, at Chinye's home, notifications chimed incessantly in his ears. Reader's resentment 15. Reader's resentment 13. Reader's resentment 17. The system's prompts continuously echoed around him. In a short span, he amassed 400 to 500 points of resentment. Qin Yi was astonished. What was going on? He had only released the book a few hours ago and had garnered so much resentment. This was faster than bullying a primary school student. Qin Yi felt as if he had unlocked the door to a new world. He chuckled to himself, thinking that by tomorrow, he would likely have enough points for another lottery draw. As it was getting late, he decided to sleep. For the next day, he must deliver warmth to those primary school students. With a grin, he turned off the lights and drifted off to sleep. On the other hand, while Qin Yi slept soundly, the readers poisoned by the invincible celestial sovereign of Dopa, who were foaming at the mouth, found it impossible to rest. The tomato novel forum had descended into chaos. Those who had inadvertently read the invincible celestial sovereign of Dopa were voicing their outrage. How could there be such a toxic book? Late at night, reading this nearly resulted in their demise. I accidentally clicked on this book and read the first 10,000 words. It nearly blinded me. I am now blind. This book is a remedy for nearsightedness. Dear friends, do not listen to the nonsense. Go read this book for an incredible experience. Upon reading this comment, others who knew the truth eagerly agreed. Yes, yes. This book is indeed a masterpiece, simply splendid. Indeed, this book brought me to tears. It was so moving that even I, a decade-old bookworm, wept. This the invincible celestial sovereign of Dopa offers an unparalleled reading experience. Brothers, hurry and read it. A horde of old readers, intent on mischief, forcibly recommended it, deceiving unsuspecting newcomers into reading the book. Upon reading, they were utterly devastated. How could you all be such frauds? Are you out of your mind? You dare call this a masterpiece? This book made me so angry that I got up in the middle of the night and punished my cat. The cat, what have I done wrong? You have done nothing even remotely related to this. What nonsense is this book? A cacophony of wails ensued. Meanwhile, Chinya's points of resentment continued to surge. Chapter 10, what is this? Winning hearts with virtue, the customer service at Tomato Company was idly passing the time. At such a late hour, who would dare to call customer support? Yet at that moment, the phone rang. The customer service representative was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? At this late hour, someone is actually calling? She quickly answered the phone. Hello, this is Tomato Novel Network. How may I assist you? Her sweet voice was soothing, yet the caller was unappreciative. On the other end, a disgruntled man shouted, Damn it, refund me. What kind of ridiculous novel is this? It's driving me insane. I am a Tomato member, and I demand the immediate removal of the invincible immortal sovereign. If not, I will uninstall the app. The man's barrage of threats left the customer service representative bewildered. She genuinely could not comprehend the situation. However, with her strong professional demeanor, she managed to calm him down after a lengthy conversation. Dear user, we will verify the issue you've reported. Please await a follow-up call, she reassured him. After a while, she finally hung up, letting out a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, her respite was short-lived as the phone rang again moments later. Over the course of the next hour, she received 7 or 8 similar complaint calls. The complaints echoed with a striking similarity. Remove it. Take down this book at once. How could such a foolish book even exist? Is your platform out of its mind? You must be joking. Hurry up and remove it, or I will cease my payments. The chorus of grievances was relentless and harrowing. What kind of book could incite such widespread outrage? Amidst her shock, the customer service representative's curiosity was piqued. That night, hundreds, even thousands, of readers have been left fuming after encountering Qin Yi's the invincible immortal sovereign, spitting expletives in their fury. Such a catastrophic response brought tears to their eyes. As the night faded away, dawn broke. The golden rays of the morning sun painted the horizon. Qin Yi awoke from the grand bed of his 2,000-square-foot mansion. The life of the affluent, it seemed, was starkly simple and monotonous. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 10 o'clock. He discovered he was late for work. However, it mattered little. After all, he was a school director, the highest authority within the institution. During his typical work hours, he usually spent his time watching television or indulging in dramas, occasionally pondering how to craft questions to warm the hearts of the elementary students. Having already missed the start of the day, he felt no urgency. Qin Yi leisurely completed his morning routine. After a few minutes, he donned his suit and ambled out of his room. He prepared himself a modest breakfast, a glass of milk, several slices of toasted bread, half a steak, and a fried egg. He devoured the meal in a few bites, letting out a satisfying belch. Having filled his stomach, it was time to head to school and spread some warmth to the students. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him. As an elder brother, he ought to prepare lunch for Qin Xiaoyu, showing concern for his sister. Thus, he took a moment to whip up a simple meal for her. Imagine her reaction upon returning home from school to find a lovingly prepared lunch waiting for her on the table. She would surely be deeply touched. Qin Yi reveled in this thought. The lunch he prepared for Qin Xiaoyu was quite simple. 1 slice of lemon, a bitter gourd, a piece of ginger, and a bowl of leftover rice from the previous day. Behold, such a heartwarming lunch, albeit modest. Furthermore, he thoughtfully left a little note. Sister, eat up, love you. While with a cheeky grin, he chuckled to himself. Having completed his tasks, Qin Yi gathered his belongings and set out. He decided to ride his motorcycle to school, opting for a change from his usual driving routine. 10 minutes later, as he rode past a prison housing the most heinous criminals, an audacious idea sprang into his mind. He halted his motorcycle and, from behind the prison bars, began to serenade the inmates. Aside. He belted out a rendition of anxiety, his voice reaching a fever pitch, soaring into the heavens. The heart-wrenching high notes could make men weep and women's hearts shatter. The piercing sound captured the attention of the prisoners, shattering their tranquility. They sprang to their feet, brandishing bricks, hurling curses. What the hell? Who is singing? Who the hell is crazy enough to disturb us? Don't they know whose territory this is? Which audacious brat dared to interrupt our sunbathing? Damn it, it infuriates me. Whoever that fool is, they better not let me catch them. With fierce expressions, the rugged criminals searched for the source of the disturbance, their teeth clenched in rage, wishing to silence the singer once and for all. Yet by that time, Qin Yi had long vanished from sight. Ding! 10 from the prisoner's ire. Ding! 20 from the prisoner's ire. Ding! 30 from the prisoner's ire. What is this? This is what one might call winning hearts with virtue. Qin Yi, through his song, brought a moment of warmth to those hardened souls. Such is the essence of love in this world. Chapter 11. Remain calm and light a cigarette. Qin Yi rode his motorcycle along the road, gradually approaching the school. Just a few hundred meters away, in a narrow alley, an eccentric young man, adorned with tattoos, suddenly appeared, heading straight towards him. Qin Yi instinctively slowed down, intending to steer past him. However, the seemingly reckless youth, with an air of mischief, staggered directly into the path of Qin Yi's motorcycle. Ah! The young man cried out in agony. Qin Yi was taken aback. What the hell? My motorcycle hasn't even touched you, and you're already howling? His expression darkened. If this person wasn't simply blind, he was undoubtedly attempting to extort money. Encountering such a scheme, Qin Yi remained unfazed. He leisurely parked his motorcycle by the roadside and approached the young man. Injured? He inquired with a smile. The young man lay on the ground, clutching his thigh, wearing a pained expression. Ah, it hurts. You hit me, and you're in big trouble now. Qin Yi lit a cigarette, unfazed, and gazed at the young man. Where does it hurt? Are you blind? Can't you see I'm holding my leg? The young man retorted. It's not my leg that's hurting. Is it my back instead? Ding! A notification echoed in Qin Yi's ears. 10 from the young man's resentment. Qin Yi chuckled. This young man, so full of energy, could have been working hard, but chose the path of extortion instead. He flicked his cigarette, but to the ground, and advanced with a mischievous grin. "What are you doing? What do you want?" The young man began to panic, sensing foreboding. Cheney crouched down, revealing a devilish smile. "I'll help you set your bones." "Don't. No." "Ah." A sickening crack echoed. It was the sound of a bone breaking as Cheney deliberately fractured the young man's left leg. Of course, bones could be reset and would heal with time. Cheney aimed to teach this extortionist a lesson, ensuring he would think twice before engaging in such antics again. Otherwise, without consequences, he would continue to target others. "Ah, it hurts." The young man screamed in agony. Fortunately, the alley was deserted, or else passers-by would surely have gathered to witness the commotion. "How does that feel? Better?" Cheney asked with an earnest smile. The young man, writhing in pain, cursed. "You're finished. If I don't bankrupt you today, consider me defeated." His face darkened, as if he wished to devour Cheney whole. Cheney remained calm, pulling out a check from his pocket. "All right, name your price." "How much?" He eyed the young man with a playful smirk. The young man's eyes darted around, calculating. 10,000, he declared, knowing it was a substantial sum for him. Typically, he would extort around 700 or 800, and on rare occasions, a few thousand from a particularly naive target. 10,000 would be a first for him. After stating his price, he cast a scornful glance at Cheney, as if to say, "Do you really have that kind of money?" However, Cheney's expression remained unchanged, as if the figure of 10,000 was trivial, akin to mere pocket change. With a swift motion, Cheney wrote a figure on the check and tossed it aside, coldly declaring, "This is 20,000. No need for change." The young man was left utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Trembling, he picked up the check, his eyes scanning the details. The words Huaxia Construction Bank stood out prominently, followed by the date and the issuer's name. The amount was clear. Was this truly 20,000? His voice quivered as he spoke. As a person from the lower strata, it was his first encounter with a check. Although he couldn't discern its authenticity, the meticulous details, including the date and issuing bank, suggested it was legitimate. Could it be that he had encountered a wealthy heir? Upon noticing the BMW logo on Cheney's motorcycle, he couldn't help but examine him more closely. "I must have stumbled upon a rich second generation," he thought, convinced the check was real. But then doubt crept in. Wait, he had asked for 10,000. Why was the other party offering him 20? Before he could dwell on it further, another crack echoed. Cheney had deliberately fractured the young man's other leg to ensure he ceased his extortionist ways. "Ah, it hurts. Ah." The young man screamed in torment. "I'll take you on," he threatened, but Cheney was already preparing to leave. "Goodbye. 20,000 should cover your treatment. If I see you attempting to extort anyone again, I will deal with you once more," Cheney said coldly. He detested such individuals, young and capable, yet resorting to extortion instead of earning an honest living. While laboring at construction sites was arduous, the earnings were far more honorable than gaining wealth through deceit. The young man seethed with anger, nearly choking on his rage. His eyes filled with deep resentment and fury. Ding! 100 from the young man's resentment. A single influx of 100 points caused Cheney to momentarily pause. It was his first time receiving such a high amount in one go. Clearly, the resentment gained from confrontation was limitless. He mused about how he should continue to challenge his students, offering them warmth in the future. Ignoring the young man once more, Cheney mounted his motorcycle and sped away. Of course, before leaving, he had already called for medical assistance for the young man. 10 minutes later, Cheney finally arrived at Mingzhu Primary School. Upon entering, he observed a somber atmosphere. Every student wore a gloomy expression, and the teachers appeared equally troubled, as if burdened by some unseen worry. What had transpired? As he surveyed the perplexing scene, a familiar figure caught his eye, dressed in a lilac dress. The enchanting Yi Qingxi approached him, exuding a delightful fragrance. Her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her delicate features, coupled with captivating clear eyes, formed a picture of ethereal beauty. As the students and teachers passed by, they averted their gaze, blushing at the sight of Yi Qingxi. Her beauty was the kind that rendered every man momentarily spellbound. However, Qin Yi was an exception. The moment he spoke, he left the stunning teacher, Yi Qingxi, utterly bewildered. Chapter 12. Is this wicked school director attempting to manipulate me? Are you in such a hurry, as if rushing to be reborn? Qin Yi smiled. Yi Qingxi. Ding! Yi Qingshi's resentment 10. With the influx of resentment, Qin Ye's smile deepened, and his gaze towards Yi Qingshi softened. Yi Qingshi shot him a glare and hurriedly exclaimed, "Director, something serious has happened." Qin Yi waved his hand, interrupting her. "Let us discuss it in the office." Yi Qingshi paused for a few seconds, then, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Why must we talk in the office?" As she spoke, she took a few steps back, her demeanor defensive. Could it be that this wicked director intends to exploit me? However, Qin Yi's next words nearly made her spit out her soda. He looked at her, as if she were a fool, and said, "Because it's cold outside." Yi Qingshi. Ding! Yi Qingshi's resentment 22. In the director's office, Qin Yi leisurely brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for Yi Qingshi. Still flustered, she turned away and stubbornly declared, "No, I won't drink it." "Oh," Qin Yi responded nonchalantly, then poured the tea onto a nearby potted plant, saying, "I didn't intend for you to drink it. I was merely watering the flowers." You. Yi Qingshi was incensed. Her stunning face flushed like a boiling kettle, and steam seemed to emanate from her head. Qin Yi glanced sideways, astonished. Could it be that she was truly fuming? Ding! Yi Qingshi's resentment 55. Qin Yi smiled, refilling her cup with tea, and chuckled, "I was just teasing you. How could someone as kind as I be so thoughtless as to deny you tea?" Hearing this, Yi Qingshi's anger subsided somewhat. "Humph, foul director. Have you finally realized your mistakes?" She thought triumphantly as she lifted the cup and took a small sip. Instantly, her expression soured. "Why is this tea cold?" she hoarsely inquired, sensing an ominous foreboding. And indeed, Qin Ye's reply did not disappoint her. "It's actually tea I brewed days ago and forgot to drink," he said with a sincere smile. Yi Qingshi. Ding! Yi Qingshi's resentment 40. Observing Yi Qingshi's clenched teeth and her frustration, Qin Yi felt an overwhelming urge for a fitting background score. Invincible. How lonely it is. Invincible. How empty it is. Is there anyone else? I ask, is there anyone else? You. What about me? Yi Qingshi bit her lip, nearly losing her composure. Suppressing her rage, she lamented, "You truly are our esteemed director." Qin Yi nodded. "Indeed, continue speaking. Speak more if you can." Yi Qingshi. "Oh, shameless. How can there be such a shameless person in this world?" Ding! Yi Qingshi's resentment 55. As Yi Qingshi appeared on the verge of an explosion, Qin Yi hastily cleared his throat to change the subject. "By the way, what is it you wanted to discuss?" he asked curiously. Today at Mingzhu Primary School, both the students and the teachers seemed unusually anxious. He was eager to understand what could have caused such concern. Once the matter was broached, Yi Qingshi finally composed herself and reported, "Director, something serious has happened. The date for the joint examination of the 9 cities has been moved up." Upon hearing this, Qin Yi frowned slightly. The joint examination of the 9 cities is the most important examination prior to the transition from elementary to middle school for students across 9 cities in Su Province. In Jiangnan City, being among the top 5 in Mingzhu Primary School is considered commendable. Yet, when compared to the hundreds of schools in the other 8 cities during the joint examination, Mingzhu Primary School's performance ranked beyond the top 20. Therefore, the pressure on Mingzhu was considerable. However, what puzzled Qin Yi was that the joint examination was always held in mid-April, merely 2 weeks away. Why was it being moved up this year? He turned to Yi Qingshi and asked, "Wasn't the joint examination typically held in mid-April? Why is it being moved this year?" Yi Qingshi shared the hearsay she had heard. "I heard it's due to educational reforms in Su Province, aiming to reduce the academic burden on elementary students and to allow them to start summer vacation earlier." Qin Yi replied with a peculiar tone, "So, because of the early vacation, the elementary transition exam is also moved up, and so is the joint examination?" Ye vingi no dit kuteri. Qin Yi's lips twitched slightly. What on earth was happening? Students were supposed to have a structured review period, but now, with the examination date moved up, all plans were thrown into disarray. When is the joint examination being held now? Vinye inuited. Yi Qingshi responded softly, "Tomorrow." Vinye? Good heavens. This has thrown him completely off balance. The joint examination, originally set for 2 weeks later, was suddenly scheduled for tomorrow. No wonder he had noticed the anxious expressions on the students and teachers today. It was because the joint examination was imminent. Sigh. If only I could draft the exam questions for the joint examination. Vinya Sikit. Yi Qingxi, upon hearing this, felt lightheaded, nearly fainting. Given his nature, if he were the one to create the questions, the joint examination would likely devolve into a contest of misfortune. Should I inform the Education Bureau that I will handle the questions for this examination? Vinya pondered it. He was not merely speaking whimsically. He indeed had some connections with the Education Bureau. Yi Qingxi doused his enthusiasm with cold water, rolling her eyes. I say, esteemed director, with the exam tomorrow. Can you really create the questions in time? Don't the exam papers need to be printed in advance? As Qin Yi considered this, he realized that Yi Qingxi was right. Indeed, there was no way to prepare the papers in time for the joint examination. However, he was not overly concerned. After all, if he missed the joint examination, there would still be the transition exams, midterms, and college entrance exams to contend with. He would take his time. Eventually, the great exam question master would conquer all of China. All right, you may leave now. I wish to play some games, Qin Yi said, reclining with his legs on the desk and waving at Yi Qingxi. His demeanor was utterly infuriating, as if disdain were etched upon his face. Ding, Yi Qingxi's resentment, ombish. After Yi Qingxi exited, Qin Yi leisurely opened his computer, preparing for an intense and thrilling gaming session. But to his surprise, he discovered an email in his QQ inbox. What is this? Curious, Qin Yi clicked on the email. Chapter 13, The Golden Legend. The first lottery draw yields gold. Her aunt passed away, leaving her a fortune of billions. He hurried to the city. Qin Yi read the contents of the email. It turned out that this email contained the English translation of a classical Chinese text he had worked on a couple of days ago on a translation platform. The translator had sent the translated English version to his email. The original text was, Yi's aunt has passed away, leaving behind a fortune. He went to the city, intending to consult a doctor about her aunt's illness. Qin Yi never imagined that someone could actually translate it into English. Impressive. This translator is truly talented, Qin Yi remarked. Little did he know, the classical text was translated by Yi Qingxi's father. In order to translate this homophonic classical text, Yi Dahai had spent 2 days poring over classical Chinese dictionaries, nearly exhausting himself in the process. Qin Yi pondered that this translator had provided him with quite a significant amount of resentment value over the past few days, accumulating to several hundred. He couldn't let go of this source of wealth. Thus, in his unrelenting pursuit, Qin Yi placed another order. Translation content, gluttonous and contentious, meandering and winding. Sipping tea in old age, gluttonous acne, hesitating and hasty. 1,000 characters omitted here. Translation type, Chinese to English. Manual translation order time, 11:35 payment method. QR code payment I refuse to believe you can translate this again. Qin Yi displayed a shameless grin. When it comes to being unreasonable, who can surpass Qin Yi? By the way, how did the book I wrote last night turn out? Qin Yi suddenly remembered the novel he had penned yesterday. No, it was not merely a novel. It should be called a toxic scripture. Anyone who reads it is bound to be poisoned. Why do I have so much resentment value? Qin Yi glanced at the system panel, surprised. A large number was glaring back at him. 4,236. Over 4,000 resentment points. Qin Yi was astonished. Is writing novels really this promising? While others earn royalties from writing, Qin Yi earns resentment points. It seems my book must have become a hit. Delighted, Qin Yi logged into the author's backend to check the book's statistics. Upon seeing the data, he was taken aback. The author's backend displayed a message. Dear author, upon our review, we find your work to be exceptionally poor. Please go and harm other websites. Thank you, Qin Yi. Ding. From Qin Yi, 99 resentment points. Upon hearing this system notification, the corners of Qin Yi's mouth twitched in anger. What nonsense! You wretched system. He never expected that one day he would receive his own resentment points. What on earth is this? He couldn't believe that such a day would come for him. Meanwhile, in the examination question-setting group for the joint entrance exam in Jiushi City, several math teachers were reviewing the exam questions. Upon seeing the questions, they all turned pale. Hesitant to speak, Professor Wei, are these questions too difficult? One teacher timidly inquired. Indeed, they are still elementary students. Can they truly solve these questions? Another teacher added, sweating profusely, his lips trembling. The teacher's gazes converged on a spot. It was a simple young man, holding a bun in one hand and a bottle of water in the other. This young man, Wei Dongyi, was a question-setting expert specially invited from the capital by the Jiangsu Provincial Education Bureau. He was an assistant professor at Peking University and a researcher in the differential equations department. In the mathematical community, he was known as Peking University's Wei God. He had achieved perfect scores and gold medals in 2 international mathematical Olympiads. This time, he was tasked with setting the math questions for the Jiaoshu City joint entrance exam. Shouldn't the questions be manageable? Wei God chuckled, saying, "These questions are all ones I solved in elementary school." The teachers? Upon hearing this, the teachers nearly bowed down in reverence. You are a genius, a big shot, but the elementary students they teach are not. Are you truly certain you want to set such difficult questions? Looking at the teacher's stiff expressions, Wei God set down his water bottle and slowly said, "Isn't the purpose of the exam to select outstanding students? If we continuously lower the difficulty, what is the point of the examination?" The teachers pondered and fell into silence. It was already too late to change the questions. The exam was set to take place tomorrow. "Sigh, good luck to those students." A middle-aged teacher looked out the window, lamenting. The other teachers empathized, saying, "These questions are simply torturous. Some of these problems took me, a math teacher, several hours to solve. Those students are doomed." Professor Wei's questions remind me of the fear I once felt under the weight of mathematics. Such difficulty is utterly despairing. While some teachers expressed sympathy for the elementary students, others showed wicked smiles, relishing the students' impending struggles. Ha ha ha! I can't wait to see the expressions on the students' faces when they see these questions tomorrow. Ha ha! This is too funny. Mr. Yang and Mr. Zhao, you are truly wicked. Laughter echoed in the question-setting group office. The crucial joint entrance exam for over 100,000 elementary students in Jiangsu province was about to commence. At Mingzhu Elementary School, in the boardroom, Qin Yi was intensely engaged in a thrilling lottery draw. For chances to draw, may the deities bless me. Let me draw gold. Qin Yi clasped his hands together, praying to the heavens. As a staunch atheist, this was his first time believing in such ethereal notions. Draw. Qin Yi activated the lottery wheel. The wheel began to spin wildly. The lottery commenced. 10 seconds later, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn. Thank you for your patronage. Please try again next time. Devious staved blankly. Damn it, let's go again. Devious spot. Launching himself into another attempt. The wheel spun once more. 10 seconds later, the system notification chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn. Thank you for your patronage. Please try again next time. Xinye. 2 consecutive draws of thank you for your patronage. Qin Yi began to panic. What the heck? This is toxic. Qin Yi said fiercely. I don't believe it. Let us try again. He initiated the 3rd draw. Heaven above, earth below, Queen Mother, Taishang Lao Jun, Jade Emperor Buddha. Bless me with gold. Please do not let it be. Thank you for your patronage again. Qin Yi chanted a myriad of divine names. Unfortunately, his prayers went unanswered. Ding. Congratulations, host. Indeed, it was the familiar formula, the familiar flavor. Once again, thank you for your patronage. Qin Yi's mouth twitched. Ding. From Qin Yi. 99 resentment points. Already feeling miserable, Qin Yi was further stabbed by the system's notification. Damn it. When will this wretched system notification be silenced? Qin Yi's frustration reached its peak. 3 draws in a row, and all he received was thank you for your patronage. 3,000 resentment points down the drain. Only 1 draw remains. Qin Yi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, with a firm resolve, he decided to take the plunge and activate his final opportunity for a draw. System, grant me a chance for gold, he proclaimed, offering up a decade of Qin Xiaoyu's life in exchange for a single golden reward. Qin Yi confidently presented Qin Xiaoyu, asserting that a brother who does not exploit his sister cannot be deemed a good brother. It seemed as though the system had heeded his words. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light enveloped the entire lottery wheel. That golden radiance was resplendent, dazzling, noble, and mysterious. In Qin Yi's eyes, it magnified continually, shimmering with a magnificent glow. Gulp. Qin Yi swallowed hard, his heart racing. That was a golden reward. Chapter 14. Interviewing for a teaching position. Are you a devil? Ah, Xiaoyu, I am truly sorry. As Qin Yi witnessed his prophecy materialize before his eyes, he found himself momentarily stunned. This is astonishingly accurate. In Jiangnan City, at the Foreign Language School, a prestigious institution renowned across Su Province, towering ancient trees cast their shade over the lush greenery. With a formidable faculty and picturesque campus, it possesses every virtue, save for one. Its exorbitant tuition fees deterred a multitude of underprivileged students. To enroll here, one must not only excel academically, but also possess considerable wealth. Qin Xiaoyu is among the fortunate few, celebrated as the school's belle. At 12:10 p.m., the school day concluded, and students began to file out. Luxury vehicles lined the streets, with chauffeurs awaiting their charges. The traffic outside flowed smoothly, a testament to order amidst the hustle and bustle, save for one solitary figure. She walked home alone, clad in a light blue uniform paired with a black pleated skirt, a sweet smile gracing her face. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and innocence, her enchanting charm rendering the world around her dull in comparison. This was Qin Xiaoyu. School was out, and she could indulge in a delightful nap. With her small backpack slung over her shoulder, she frolicked along the path home, disliking the presence of outsiders. The Qin family had never employed a driver, maid, or servant, allowing Xiaoyu to return home unaccompanied. The journey was brief, merely a 10-minute walk. Her thoughts wandered to her troublesome older brother. For some reason, she couldn't shake the image of that shameless, cunning individual. As she mused, Xiaoyu arrived home and pushed the door open. Slipping into her slippers and clutching a stuffed doll, she was about to collapse onto the sofa when her gaze landed on something on the dining table. Oh, a note. Picking it up, she read aloud. Sister, eat quickly. Love you. Why did my brother prepare a heartfelt lunch for me? A wave of warmth washed over her heart. Oof. Her brother still knew how to care for his sister, she thought smugly. Curious, she leaned closer to see what delectable treats he had left for her. However, upon inspecting the lunch Qin Yi had prepared, she was utterly flabbergasted. A slice of lemon? Who in their right mind would eat a lemon? A bitter gourd? Even more absurd. Who would eat it raw? And ginger? Surely no girl would enjoy eating raw ginger. The only consolation was a bowl of fried rice. Though it was already cold, at least it was edible. Wait, this fried rice, it appears to be yesterday's leftovers? Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression frozen in shock. Meanwhile, at Mingzhu Primary School, in the office of the board of directors, an influx of resentment from Qin Xiaoyu materialized, tallying a significant amount. Yet, Qin Yi remained indifferent, engrossed in examining the golden reward from a recent lottery draw. Golden talent. Lucky star talent description. Equipping this talent will slightly enhance the host's luck, and whenever the host draws, thank you for your patronage. It will automatically convert into skill points for the host to allocate freely. Skill points? With this talent, future lotteries would guarantee skill points? Xinye pondered it, realizing the profound implications of the lucky star talent. Understanding the mechanics of this extraordinary talent, he could only exclaim, how remarkable! This ability was indeed revolutionary, altering his lottery dynamics entirely. No longer would he need to fret over drawing worthless prizes. After all, in future lotteries, the minimum would be skill points. He opened the panel for the Lucky Star skill allocation. Host, Qin Yi available attributes for allocation. Mathematics, physics, piano, culinary skills, charm, acting, combat, and over 10,000 other categories. Current skill points available. 0 incredible. If this trend continues, I might become invincible. Qin Yi blinked in astonishment. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Come in, he called. A rotund, oily man entered, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. Qin Yi recognized him as a director from the school. What can I do for you? Qin Yi asked calmly. The plump director, his jowls quivering, replied, Board member. You arranged for us to recruit teachers some time ago, and a few graduates from normal universities have applied. Today is the interview day. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi's spirit soared. Quick, lead me there. Interviewing teachers? This was a splendid opportunity to accrue more resentment points. There's no need to trouble the board member. You can remain seated. I shall summon them for their interviews, the obsequious director assured him. 5 minutes later, a group of 7 graduates stood outside Qinya's office, their nerves palpable. Among them were 3 men and 4 women. Given that Mingzhu Primary School ranked among the top 5 in Jiangnan City, the competition was fierce, and the acceptance rate for teaching positions was dismally low. Form a line as you enter, and remember to maintain a respectful demeanor. The director instructed the candidates. The board member is seated inside. The interviewees nodded obediently, assuring him, "Rest assured, director, we will be respectful." "Thank you, director, I will go in first," said the first candidate, a strikingly attractive female graduate. Upon entering the office, she was greeted by the sight of Qinyi seated in a swivel chair. "So, this is the board member? He looks so young," she thought, momentarily taken aback. In her mind, board members were typically middle-aged and unkempt. "Hello, board member. I am by Ruo Han, and this is my resume," she said, unable to meet his gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed as she respectfully extended her resume toward him. Chapter 15. The Insane Interview, utterly challenging by Ruhan, a 22-year-old female graduate of Jiangbei Normal University, found herself under the scrutinizing gaze of Qin Yi as he calmly reviewed her resume. Jiangbei Normal was merely an ordinary second-tier institution, and her credentials paled in comparison to the multitude of applicants vying for positions at Mingzhu Primary School. Bai Ruhan, overwhelmed with anxiety, stammered, I. Silence, please. I shall pose a few questions, and you must respond swiftly," Qin Yi instructed with a smile. Bai Ruhan nodded, her expression tense. "What is your surname?" "Bai." "What is Li Bai's surname?" "Li." "What is Li Bai's father's surname?" "Li." "What is Li Bai's son's surname?" "Li." "What is Li Bai's grandfather's surname?" "Li." Qin Yi's pace quickened with each question, and he followed up with, "What is your surname?" In a moment of confusion, Bai Ruhan blurted out, "Li." Qin Yi erupted into laughter, the sound akin to a pig's grunt. Bai Ruhan covered her mouth in disbelief. "How did I fall into this trap?" "Ding!" Bai Ruhan's resentment 5. With a grin still upon his face, Qin Yi continued the interview. "Why did you choose Mingzhu Primary School?" Bai Ruhan, appearing somewhat foolish, pondered for a moment before responding softly, "Because other schools don't want me." Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. "Well, that reason is indeed valid." As he perused her resume, he inquired, "It states here that you have 2 years of work experience, yet you graduated only a year ago. How does that work?" Bai Ruhan lowered her head, feeling wronged over time. Qin Yi nearly fainted. This answer was, without a doubt, accurate. 1 year of work, supplemented by 2 years of overtime. A beleaguered worker indeed. "All right then," Qin Yi asked, "who do you think is the most just person in the world?" Bai Ruhan thought for a moment and replied, "It must be Doraemon." "Why?" Qin Yi questioned, puzzled. Bai Ruhan beamed, "Because he often stretches out his round hand." Qin Yi collapsed once more. "Good heavens. That answer is also correct. You have passed the interview. Please come to work tomorrow." Qin Yi smiled. "Really? Did I truly pass the interview?" Bai Ruhan's mouth gaped in astonishment, still processing the news. Qin Yi waved his hand. "Go on now. Don't delay my next interview." "Next?" He called out to the hallway. "Oh yay, I passed the interview." Bai Ruhan joyfully skipped out of the office. Shortly thereafter, the second candidate entered. This was a scholarly-looking gentleman with a hint of arrogance about him. Qin Yi glanced at his resume. Li Chong, male, 24 years old, a master's degree from Columbia University. A returnee from overseas. No wonder he wore an air of superiority. Qin Yi addressed the overconfident young man. "I shall not be too harsh. I will ask you 2 questions. If you answer correctly, you shall pass the interview." 2 questions? Not a problem, even if it were 200. The overseas returnee scoffed. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi revealed a devilish smile. He relished such unwarranted confidence in youth. He intended to let this man experience the harshness of reality. "I ask you, who is the fastest runner in Asia?" Qin Yi queried. Without hesitation, the returnee responded, "Su Shun, he is the fastest sprinter in Asia." Qin Yi chuckled before posing the second question. "Then who is the second fastest in Asia?" The returnee was left dumbfounded, staring blankly at Qin Yi, his mind racing with confusion. Who the hell is the second fastest? This question, he realized, was one that 999 of people would likely never consider. After all, People only remember the first place, not the second. The corners of the returnee's mouth twitched as he clenched his teeth. I don't know. I'm withdrawing my application. Embarrassed, he fled in disgrace. Ding. Likiang esa razamin 50. As the interviews continued, one after another, candidates faced Qin Ye's merciless questioning. How can a person weighing 65 kilograms carry two 5-kilogram balls across a bridge that can hold only 74 kilograms? If two unevenly distributed incense sticks burn for 1 hour, how can you measure 15 minutes? With two empty water jugs of 5 liters and 6 liters, how can you obtain exactly 3 liters of water while ensuring both jugs contain water? Each question tortured these highly educated individuals, leaving them questioning their very existence. What kind of absurd interview is this? These questions are incredibly difficult. Despair washed over the candidates' faces as they realized they were utterly stumped. Qin Ye's resentment points surged. Ding! From candidate number 3's resentment 33. Ding! From candidate number 4's resentment 25. Ding! From candidate number 5's resentment 19. In the blink of an eye, he amassed 100 points of resentment. Vigne a Devious simile. At that moment, the system notification chimed once again. Ding! From High's resentment 188. Qin Ye was taken aback by this figure. What the hell? 188 resentment points? That shatters my previous record for a single transaction. What had transpired? An earthquake? Let us rewind time to 5 minutes prior. In Jiangnan City, at a public ordinary high school, in the English Teaching Research Group office. Hai, having just completed his English class, prepared to take on a few translation gigs for extra income. Life is not easy at my age. I still have to take on side jobs, he sighed. In midlife, the pressure of existence weighed heavily. With aging parents and young children, daily expenses amounted to a significant sum. Fortunately, his daughter was doing well, teaching at Mingzhu Primary School, earning a salary much higher than his own. After all, Mingzhu Primary was a private institution backed by wealthy sponsors, making their compensation incomparable to that of his mediocre school. As he spoke, Hai opened his computer and logged onto his translation account. When he glanced at a particularly outrageous translation order, he lost all composure. What on earth are these characters? I don't recognize a single one. Staring at the screen, his face turned ashen, his eyes narrowed, and he trembled in disbelief. At that moment, a single thought consumed him. What the hell? How am I supposed to translate this document? You try translating it. Hai felt darkness closing in on him, nearly fainting from the overwhelming frustration. Ding. Yedai se resentment you 6 Chapter 16. At this moment, the entire nation mourns for the elementary students. In su provincia. At various elementary schools, the students display anxious expressions, their faces etched with worry. Oh no, the exam is tomorrow. How sudden. I wonder how difficult the questions will be. I feel so panicked. How could the joint examination of the 9 cities be moved up? Alas, the pressure is immense. I should hurry and review. At this moment, a rumor unexpectedly surfaced in the Su Province Elementary Student Forum. The source of the mathematics exam for this joint examination is Wei Shun from Peking University. What? All the elementary students who saw this news in the forum were dumbfounded. Wei Shun, the monk from Peking University, a math prodigy with 2 perfect scores in the Olympiad? How could he be the one setting the questions? The students were utterly stunned. If Wei Shun is setting the questions, one can only imagine the difficulty level. It must be extraordinarily challenging. The news spread rapidly, transforming from whispers to a torrent, reaching every school in Su Province in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing this news, the students set to take the joint examination were nearly brought to tears. In Jiangnan City, at Hongji Elementary School, students exclaimed, "What is happening? Wei Shun is setting the questions? I'm doomed. It's Wei Shun. Who on earth can solve his problems? Oh no, this is terrible. How can I possibly take this exam? I'm finished. My math scores are surely going to plummet." In Yangzhou City, at the Provincial Experimental Elementary School, a student asked the teacher, "Is it true that Wei Shun is the one setting the math questions for tomorrow's joint examination?" The teacher confirmed, "Yes, I've heard this too. The buzz is that the math exam will be exceedingly difficult. Alas, you must rely on your own fortitude for tomorrow's test." Upon hearing this, A chill ran down the spines of the students, their backs drenched in cold sweat. In Shaoxing City, at Chuyang Elementary School, the principal was addressing the students for the final motivation before the exam. Students, tomorrow's mathematics questions will be challenging, as you may have heard. Standing on the playground's platform, the principal spoke through a loudspeaker. Below, the sound of sobbing filled the air. How can we possibly tackle questions from Wei Shen? We are merely elementary students. What will we do for tomorrow's exam? The principal sighed and comforted them. Do not despair, for if mathematics proves difficult, there are other subjects. You must approach this joint examination with 150% effort. If you encounter questions you cannot solve, skip them and focus on those you can. At this juncture, a naive student raised a hand and asked, "Principal, why must we strive for a good ranking?" The class teacher promptly punched the oblivious student, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? Without a good ranking, where does the principal's bonus come from?" This statement plunged the room into silence. The unfortunate student, disheartened, muttered under his breath, "What the heck?" It dawned on them that they were merely tools to secure rewards. As a renowned mathematical genius from Peking University, Wei Dongyi's involvement in setting the questions for the Su Province joint examination quickly trended on Weibo. News reports flooded the internet, capturing attention with headlines like, "Wei Shen from Peking University to set the mathematics exam for Su Province's joint examination." Su Province faces the most challenging examination in history. Students interviewed and found in tears. In this swift information age, the news of Wei Shen setting the questions became widely known. At just 16, Wei Shen had triumphed at the 49th International Mathematical Olympiad, defeating over 500 top scholars from various countries with his extraordinary intellect, achieving a perfect score and securing the gold medal. Such a life seems almost extraordinary. Shortly after, some netizens unearthed videos of Wei Shen's lectures at Peking University. In the footage, a modestly dressed young man with unkempt hair shyly taught a group of elite students advanced mathematical concepts, differential equations, pre-estimation methods, theories of flow stability, solutions for incompressible fluid stability. These topics left the national audience astounded. What? No way. Can they really solve questions set by such a genius? At this moment, the entire nation mourned for the elementary students of Su Province for a minute. In stark contrast to the chaos in other schools, Mingzhu Elementary School remained tranquil and serene. The students there reacted to the news of Wei Shen setting the questions with a calm demeanor, even showing a hint of disdain. Wei Shen's questions are difficult. They scoffed, believing that nothing could rival the challenging problems set by their own principal. The teachers at Mingzhu Elementary were unusually excited. "We're ready. If Professor Wei sets the questions, we're not worried at all. After enduring our principal's devilishly difficult exams, what does Wei Shen's challenge mean? This time, we will surely triumph." The day passed in peaceful anticipation, and soon it was the morning of the exam. The thin morning mist enveloped the campus. Early in the day, Qin stood the school gate, bidding farewell to the students with a bright smile and encouraging gestures. "Keep going. When you feel you might not do well on this exam, don't lose hope. For at least, your judgment is still correct." Upon hearing this, the students fainted from despair. "Oh no, how wicked is this principal?" With resentful gazes, the students made their way to the exam venue. Typically, such large-scale examinations are held outside of one's own school to prevent cheating. Likewise, students from other schools would come to take the exam at Mingzhu Elementary. Chapter 17, Help. Mingzhu Primary School is out of control. At 9:40 a.m., in the 9 major cities of Su Province, hundreds of examination venues housed tens of thousands of elementary school students, all sitting in perfect alignment, poised for the impending challenge. The crucial joint examination for the transition from elementary to junior high was about to commence. As the announcement reverberated through the loudspeakers, the examination officially began. The first subject, Chinese language. One by one, the students grasped their pens and bowed their heads to tackle the questions. However, after a brief period, beads of cold sweat began to form on their foreheads. The questions appeared to be rather challenging. Although the Chinese examination paper was not crafted by the renowned Wei Shen, it had indeed been prepared by a seasoned examination expert, and the difficulty level was significant. if the questions they usually practiced had a difficulty coefficient of 0. 7. This joint examination paper's difficulty coefficient was approximately 0.35. The lower the coefficient, the more challenging the questions. Thus, the sudden increase in difficulty left them grappling for answers. Meanwhile, the students of Mingzhu Primary School, upon seeing the Chinese paper, were instantly bombarded with countless question marks in their minds. Is this truly the examination paper for the joint exam? Just this? It seemed overwhelmingly simple. After enduring 2 rounds of devilishly difficult questions from Qinyi, the students of Mingzhu Primary School found the joint exam questions astonishingly easy. How could questions be this simple? In comparison to Qin Ye's fiendish trials, these questions felt like mere gifts. It was like a person accustomed to high-proof liquor suddenly being offered a cup of sake. What is this? Can this even be considered alcohol? Can such a thing intoxicate anyone? In a similar vein, the students of Mingzhu Primary School felt, can this even be called a question? It is simply too simplistic. The stark contrast left them doubting. Is this really the examination paper for the joint exam? I could solve these questions with my eyes closed. Having become accustomed to Qin Ye's daunting challenges, the students were now exhilarated, fervently scribbling down answers. Question 1. Question 2. Question 3. In no time, they completed the paper. After finishing, they glanced around at their peers, still furiously writing, and an overwhelming void of emptiness engulfed them. If it weren't for the examination, they might have burst into song. How empty it is to be invincible. How lonely it is to be invincible. The joint examination questions? Just this? Is it over? They finished with a mere flick of the wrist. The questions set by the school S board were far more engaging. This joint examination was simply tedious. The students of Mingzhu Primary School yawned, silently deriding the Chinese examination paper in their hearts. 2 hours later, the Chinese examination came to a close. A stark contrast emerged between the students of Mingzhu Primary School and their peers from other schools. One side basked in triumph, while the other languished in despair. With a swagger, the students of Mingzhu Primary School handed in their papers, strutting about as if they were kings. Finally, it's over. I finished ages ago and have been dozing for the last half hour. It was too easy. Brothers, I'm confident I'll score 95. 95? That's nothing. With questions this simple, if you don't get a perfect score, it's just pathetic. They laughed heartily. Is this really the joint examination? Just this? Ha. It's so easy that I believe I might score full marks. In stark contrast, the students of other schools looked dejected, faces drawn in despair. Wah. The Chinese questions were so difficult. I couldn't solve several of them. How could this happen? Wasn't had said that only math would be hard. Oh heavens! If the Chinese questions are this tough, what will tomorrow's math be like? What should I do? I'm going to fail the Chinese exam. Amidst the lamentations. During the break following the examination at Hongji Primary School in Jiangnan City, a group of students from various schools gathered. At that moment, the class leader, a chubby boy, stood with hands on hips, boasting before a crowd of students from other schools. The questions were so simple. I finished them all in a breeze. The surrounding students exchanged incredulous glances, their faces painted in disbelief. Looking at the cocky demeanor of the chubby boy, they felt a surge of resentment. Damn it. It was easy for you, not for us. The same scene unfolded across various examination venues in Jiangnan City. Students of Mingzhu Primary School exclaimed, "Is this the difficulty of the joint examination? This is hilarious. If I don't score a perfect 100, I'll consider myself trash." It was so simple. I completed the paper in half the allotted time. Honestly, such simple questions, and you all couldn't solve them? What is wrong with your brains? The students of Mingzhu Primary School were flaunting their accomplishments in examination halls, their arrogance inciting ire among their peers, who could hardly contain their frustration. Why is there such a stark disparity among individuals? When one person claims the questions are easy, others may attribute it to their brilliance. However, when dozens or even hundreds echo the same sentiment, doubts about their own abilities begin to surface. More chilling, however, was a realization that most of those declaring the questions easy hailed from a singular, extraordinary institution, Mingzhu Primary School. Students from other schools wore expressions of shock and confusion. When did Mingzhu Primary School become this formidable? I'm going mad. I encountered students from Mingzhu Primary School in my examination hall. They finished their papers in mere minutes and then dozed off at their desks. How terrifying. Is Mingzhu Primary School a gathering place for academic elites? Wailing in frustration, they lamented. After the exam, they kept saying how simple it was. I just want to hit them. These insufferable Mingzhu Primary School students. Jealousy is tearing me apart. A stark divide emerged, one side reveling in arrogance, while the other bore the weight of disappointment and envy. It was a day marked by extremes. Heaven for some, hell for others. On this day, during the joint examination across the 9 cities of Su Province, the students of Mingzhu Primary School, having endured the trials of Qin Ye's devilish questions, went into a frenzy at the examination venues. It was a moment of overwhelming dominance. Chapter 18, the primary school students wept bitterly, their cries echoing through the air. Following the Chinese language examination, the English test loomed ominously. In the afternoon, as the students of Jiangnan City faced their English papers, tears brimmed in their eyes. The average candidates, upon seeing the English questions, lamented, "Oh no, this is far too difficult. I can't answer any of it." In stark contrast, the students from Mingzhu Primary School, upon encountering the same questions, exclaimed, "What on earth? These are such trivial questions. I can finish them in a heartbeat." After the exam, the ordinary students expressed their anxiety. "Guys, I'm really worried. I feel like even scoring 60 is going to be a struggle." Meanwhile, the Mingzhu Primary School candidates despondently muttered, "Brothers, I'm in tears. I just checked my answers and got one wrong. A perfect score is out of reach." As the English examination concluded, teachers from other schools reassured their students, "Don't be disheartened by your results. The questions had a bit of difficulty, and it's normal not to perform well." However, the teachers from Mingzhu Primary School reacted differently. "You could only score 99? You're useless. Can't even achieve a perfect score? What good are you?" On this day, tens of thousands of primary school students in Jiangnan City found their morale shattered by the Mingzhu students. Meanwhile, as the school buzzed with activity, Qin enjoyed a hot pot meal outside. The hot pot restaurant at the school entrance was impeccably clean. The sign boasted, "We guarantee fresh ingredients. The oil is pressed in-house. The pigs are raised on our farm, and the vegetables are grown by us." Satisfied with such honest advertising, Qin nodded approvingly. It was rare to find such a conscientious hot pot establishment these days. When it came time to settle the bill, Qin extravagantly pulled out $200 bills and, mimicking a domineering CEO, declared, "Keep the change." The restaurant owner, bewildered, thought to himself, "Is this person perhaps a fool?" Just as Qin turned to leave, the owner suddenly called out, "Wait, this money seems to be counterfeit." Unfazed, Qin pointed to the sign and retorted, "The vegetables are homegrown, and the money I'm giving you is printed at home. Is there a problem? It's perfectly reasonable." The restaurant owner was left dumbfounded. Subsequently, Qin was chased down the street by the irate owner wielding a broom. After the owner finally returned, panting, to the restaurant, he discovered that Qin had left $200 bills on the table. It turned out, Qin had placed the real money there beforehand and was merely playing a prank with the fake bills. After his meal, Qin returned to the school. As a board member, he took a moment to inspect the premises. Upon observing the students diligently studying, a smile of satisfaction spread across his face. Look at these industrious students, so dedicated to their studies. However, as Qin casually walked into a classroom to encourage a balance between work and relaxation, he found the students engrossed in a film. It was a comedy, The Richest Man in Shihong City. His expression darkened instantly. "What on earth? There's an exam tomorrow, and you're watching movies?" As Qin entered, the students shrank back, fear evident on their faces. The teacher in charge of the film took a deep breath, prepared to speak, but was interrupted by Qin. "No need to explain, I understand." The teacher and students stared at him in confusion, thinking, what does he understand? Qin stepped onto the stage, sighed dramatically, and sincerely addressed the class. "I know the pressure you're under with tomorrow's math exam. Therefore, I won't blame you for watching a movie tonight." "Really?" The students' faces lit up with emotion. Their perception of the board member shifted. He seemed so warm and considerate, like the sun illuminating their path forward. "Board member, you're so kind. "You're our sunshine," they exclaimed. However, Qin Yi revealed a devilish smile. As a sincere grin appeared, the room fell silent. The students' expressions shifted to one of wariness. Based on their understanding of Qin Yi, they knew that such a demeanor often heralded trouble. True to form, the next moment, Qin Yi turned off the movie. "Don't be alarmed. As a board member, I truly cherish you all." The atmosphere grew tense, and the students exchanged fearful glances, trembling in their seats. Clearing his throat, Qin Yi continued, "Since your movie was the richest man in Shihong City, I shall pose a question to test your knowledge." Upon hearing this, the students' faces contorted into expressions of dread. Another exam question. This can't be good, they thought. Qin Yi presented a challenging problem. In The Richest Man in Shihong City, Wang Duyu unexpectedly receives 10 billion, but must spend it within a month. If we assume he spends $2 on the first day, 4 on the second, 8 on the third, and 16 on the fourth, following this pattern, can he spend all 10 billion within a month? As soon as he finished, the students eagerly responded, "Does it even need to be asked? Absolutely not. Spending just a few dollars a day. How could he possibly exhaust 10 billion? Indeed, the question seems trivial." They agreed. Hearing their naive answers, Qin Yi smiled and revealed, "The correct answer is yes." Amidst their incredulous stares, he elaborated, "This is a mathematical problem. The first day is 2. The second day is 2 squared. The third day is 2 cubed. Following this pattern, on the 30th day, it would be 2 raised to the 30th power, which equals 1,073, 741, 824, or approximately 7 billion. After this revelation, the students were left in stunned silence. "Oh no, how difficult. What a trickster. Who said it was easy?" they lamented. Their confidence shattered. The once self-assured students now slumped over their desks, sobbing uncontrollably. The scene was heartbreaking, a sight no one could bear to witness. The students wept, their tears cascading down like rain. Ding! 14 from the students' grievances. Ding! 17 from the students' grievances. Ding! 20 from the students' grievances. As another wave of grievance points rolled in, Qin Yi beamed with a benevolent smile. "These truly are good kids." Chapter 19. The interview with the reporter, what to do when the students are too arrogant. Alas, those detestable devilish school board members. The elementary school children huddled together, weeping profusely, their faces etched with sorrow. Qin Yi, witnessing their distress, felt a pang of compassion. After all, they were but children. How could they endure such mistreatment? Thus, the benevolent Qin Yi, with a gentle smile, posed another question on the blackboard. "Come, let us delve into the second problem." This was a challenging mathematical logic puzzle. There were 2 doors, one leading to life, the other to death. In front of each door stood a guard. One spoke only the truth, while the other spoke only lies. You could ask only one guard a single question. How could you discern which door was which? As soon as this formidable logic problem was presented, a little girl in the front row burst into tears. "Woo, I can't do it." Her sobs were heart-wrenching, evoking deep sympathy. Hearing her distress, Qin Yi sighed, his heart swelling with empathy. Now, do not cry," he said, pulling a tissue from his pocket and gently wiping her tears. The warmth of his gesture was overwhelming. How affectionate. The school board member was truly a heartwarming figure. The other students were moved to tears by this scene. However, in the next moment, Qin Yi patted the little girl's head and, in the softest tone, uttered the most merciless words. "Once you've finished crying, hurry up and come to the front to solve the problem." The little girl stared in disbelief. "Hurry up and solve it. Solve it. Aya!" She wailed even more loudly, her eyes filled with fear as she gazed at Qin Yi. "Woo-woo. This devilish school board member. Though handsome, he is more terrifying than a demon in her eyes." The other elementary students, witnessing this, lowered their heads, too afraid to speak. Each of their faces turned pale, filled with despair. The classroom fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the girl's sobs. At that moment, the school bell rang. Ding ding. Upon hearing the bell, the students felt a wave of relief wash over them. "Woo, finally school is out. Farewell, school board member." They cheered joyfully, their earlier tears forgotten, as they marched out of the classroom with carefree steps. Once all the students had departed, Qin Yi sincerely sighed, "They are all good children." Then, The unfeeling Qin Yi quietly took up his pen and began to alter the class schedule. What? 2 physical education classes in a week? Remove them. All gone. 2 music classes? No way. They must be replaced with math. And what 2 art classes? Those must surely be swapped for language classes. I am truly a good school board member, tirelessly concerned for these children. Qin Yi silently commended himself. Nearby, the female teacher, overhearing his remarks, wore a peculiar expression. A good school board member. There truly is none better than you. Suddenly, she stumbled, accidentally twisting her ankle. Qin Yi hurried to assist her, though his method of support was somewhat questionable. School board member. The teacher's face flushed. Qin Yi remained calm, his expression unchanged, and politely inquired, "Did you hurt yourself?" "No, not at all," the teacher replied softly. "Well, that's good," Qin Yi said, releasing his grip. Thud. The teacher fell immediately. Her expression was one of confusion and innocence. "What on earth? Are you a demon? At least wait until I stand up before letting go." Ding. 20 resentment from the female teacher. "Goodbye," Qin Yi said nonchalantly as he departed, leaving the teacher bewildered and alone in the wind. That evening, Qin Yi returned home to find Qin Xiaoyu sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in television. Clad in an adorable pink bear pajama set, she exuded a charming playfulness. Her graceful figure was hardly concealed by the garment. "Brother, you're back." Upon seeing Qin Yi, Qin Xiaoyu beamed with joy. Qin Yi glanced at the dining table, now devoid of food. Even the bitter melon had been half devoured. A pang of sorrow struck him. His silly sister had likely not eaten yet. "Xiaoyu, are you hungry?" Qin Yi asked with a smile. "Starving." Qin Xiaoyu blinked, her voice sweetly coaxing. "Brother, are you going to make me something delicious?" Qin Yi shook his head. Xiaoyu was taken aback, asking, "Huh? What does that mean?" With hands on his hips, Qin Yi confidently declared, "I meant to tell you. I'm not hungry. I had hot pot tonight and am quite full." His smile was genuine, yet each word struck like a dagger to Qin Xiaoyu's heart. But before she could muster her anger, Qin Yi dashed away. "Good night." With a resounding bang, he closed the door. Outside, Qin Xiaoyu ground her teeth in frustration. "You wretched brother. Come out. I promise I won't hit you." But Qin Yi was unperturbed, leisurely turning off the lights and settling down for the night. Ding. 30 resentment from Qin Xiaoyu. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was the day of the final subject of the citywide examination, mathematics. In the moments leading up to the exam, teachers across various institutions in Su province reiterated, "Students, prioritize the problems you can solve. Do not squander time on those you cannot." The difficulty of this mathematics test is likely to be substantial. Maintain your composure. Tackle the easy problems first. Do not mix up the order. You can do it. Meanwhile, at Mingzhu Elementary School, the mood was exuberant. Mathematics is here. Charge ahead. Let's annihilate them. The little prodigy, Wei, boasted with bravado, "I'll teach you how to behave. For this mathematics exam, if I score anything less than 99, it would be a defeat. Brothers, let us go. Together, we shall vanquish them." The students of Mingzhu Elementary were all aflame with excitement, their enthusiasm palpable. Among them, the class monitor, a chubby boy, exuded an air of arrogance. His demeanor was insufferably boastful, reminiscent of a reincarnation of a celestial king. Atop the summit of numbers unrivaled in the realm. First comes the chubby lord, then the heavens. With my red pen and scrap paper, I shall slay the scholars and conquer the skies. Even if the chubby lord answers with but one hand, I remain invincible. Half an hour before the exam, outside a testing venue in Jiangnan City, reporters from various television stations were interviewing the students on the verge of entering the examination hall. "Hello, do you have confidence in this mathematics exam?" a reporter inquired. Microphone extended. The interviewed students, facing the camera, wore grim expressions, shaking their heads despondently. "Not at all. Not a shred of certainty. Absolument impossible. Those are problems set by Wei. Given how difficult the language and English exams were, I can hardly fathom the level of difficulty in mathematics." Their responses were remarkably uniform until 2 buses, carrying the students of Mingzhu Elementary, rolled up. Over 100 students poured from the buses, and with their arrival, the reporters finally encountered a dramatically different outcome. Chapter 20. The joint examination of 9 cities comes to a close, leaving netizens terrified. Hello. May I ask if you have confidence in this mathematics examination? The reporter extended the microphone. A student from Mingzhu Primary School, hands on hips and exuding arrogance, retorted, "What? Are you asking if I can achieve a perfect score? Isn't that a redundant question? If I score anything less than 99, it would be a loss for me." The television reporter was taken aback, his mouth twitching slightly. What on earth is this? It was completely irrelevant to the question posed. Who asked you about a perfect score? I inquired about your confidence. Frustrated, the reporter sought another interviewee. Hello, may I ask? Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Another student from Mingzhu Primary School gestured for silence and whispered, "Don't say any more, I understand." The reporter was bewildered. What do you understand? I haven't even finished my question. The student, flipping his stylish hair, confidently proclaimed, "Rest assured, in this mathematics examination, I will show mercy and not exert my full strength." The reporter blinked in confusion. Why? With utmost seriousness, the student replied, "Because I fear that if I unleash my full potential and score a perfect mark, it would tarnish Wei Shen's reputation." The reporter was left speechless, contemplating whether to award the student an imaginary accolade. Does Wei Shen really need your consideration? What on earth? Has everyone from Mingzhu Primary School grown up eating crabs? They all seem to strut around with such audacity. Observing the student's unorthodox demeanor, the television reporter turned to interview a teacher, thinking, surely, the teacher will be more grounded. He handed the microphone to a male teacher from Mingzhu Primary School and asked, "Hello, teacher, how confident do you think your students are for this exam?" With a dismissive smile, the teacher raised 5 fingers. "Do you mean you have 50% confidence?" The reporter inquired. "No." The teacher, with his hands clasped behind his back, turned away, leaving an air of aloofness, and declared in a voice as desolate as snow, "It is invincible." The reporter could hardly articulate a coherent response. These individuals from Mingzhu Primary School, both students and teachers, exuded an overwhelming sense of arrogance. Do they not realize that these questions are set by Wei Shen? How can they disregard them so casually? The interview concluded. If all goes as expected, this segment will air on Jiangnan City Television's news program that evening. Half an hour later, as the candidates sat nervously in the examination hall, the final session of the joint examination of 9 cities, the mathematics test, officially commenced. The proctor began distributing the exam papers. As the examination started, the students began to answer questions, with the announcement echoing through the loudspeakers. All the primary school students simultaneously picked up their pens and gazed at the paper. Upon reading the first question, they were all stunned. Question 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 98, 99? A. 45, 40B. 46, 50C. 48, 40D. 49, 50. This was merely the first question. Yet it befuddled many primary school students. They stared at the lengthy calculation. The vast amount of computation from 1 to 99 sent shivers down the spines of numerous students. Some even resorted to pen and scrap paper, adding numbers one by one. Conversely, the students from Mingzhu Primary School displayed smug smiles. What? Is this all? It's too simple. They swiftly calculated the answer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 98, 99, 199, 298, 49, 51, 5100, 49, 50, 49, 50. The answer is D. Do not ask how they computed so quickly. Just attribute it to the prowess of their school's administration. Consider the rigorous exercises they routinely tackle. Monday, calculating the distance between the Earth and the Sun. Tuesday, determining the trajectory of a planet 345, 165, 650 light-years away. Wednesday, estimating the collapse speed of a massless singularity in a black hole after 100,000 years. Thursday, compared to the outrageous questions posed by Qin Yi. The questions from this joint examination felt like child's play. If we were to assess the difficulty level on a scale from 0 to 1, where a lower score indicates greater difficulty, the ordinary students typically face questions with a difficulty rating of 0. 7. The language and English sections of the joint examination would likely score around 0. 35, while the mathematics paper's difficulty would be a mere 0. 03. In contrast, Qinya's questions would score an unfathomable 0. 00000000001. The disparity in difficulty is not merely 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Having endured the rigorous trials set by Qin Yi, how could they be daunted by these substantially easier questions? To illustrate, prior to the joint examination, they were wrestling with Qin Yi's questions as if battling ferocious beasts. Now, they were suddenly told that their opponents were merely little rabbits. How could they not dominate? The students from Mingzhu Primary School, their eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, began to feverishly attack the questions. On the contrary, the other candidates felt like the victims. Oh no, I can't solve any of these. The difficulty of the questions was utterly tormenting. Faced with such perverse challenges, among the 80,000 students from the 9 major cities of Su Province, only a handful of top scholars managed to survive. As time ticked away, the loudspeakers announced, "The examination has concluded. Candidates, please cease writing." Amidst a cacophony of wails and lamentations, this mathematics test drew to a close. Crying, cursing, and howling echoed throughout the examination hall. Damn Wei Shun. These questions are far too difficult. Is this really a test for primary school students? It's too cruel. I couldn't solve a single question. I'm better off. I managed to solve one. This is insane. I'm in tears. I anticipated the questions would be tough, but not to this extent. This mathematics examination is doomed. The atmosphere was rife with despair and heartbreak. As soon as the examination concluded, discussions regarding the mathematics test skyrocketed in popularity on Weibo. The headlines were increasingly eye-catching. Su Province's joint examination concludes. Exclusive exposure of mathematics questions. Wei Shun's questions defied difficulty. 80,000 students left in tears. Wei Shun, the unrivaled maestro of examination questions primary students post-exam. Wei Shun, I curse you. Hellishly difficult exam. The students of Su Province are truly struggling. Primary students, please, be humane. Su Province's joint examination concludes. 80,000 students condemn Wei Shun. Su Province's mathematics questions spark nationwide controversy. One after another, netizens, intrigued, clicked to view the mathematics questions circulating online. Upon seeing them, they were all left aghast. Is this truly a question from a primary school examination? Netizens are rubbing their eyes in disbelief, struggling to accept the questions before them. Chapter 21, Brothers. I kneel in respect. First multiple choice question. A bottle of soda costs 1 yuan, and 2 empty bottles can be exchanged for 1 full bottle. Each bottle has a 5 probability of winning another bottle. Assuming you have 20 yuan, what is the maximum number of bottles you could potentially drink? A. 35 bottles. B. 38 bottles. C. 48 bottles. D. Infinite bottles. Fill in the blank question. In the following, fill in the arithmetic symbols of addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division, so that the results of the 4 equations are equal, excluding 0 and 1. 3, 3, 3, 3, 5, 5, 5, 5, 4, 4, 4, 4, 6, 6, 6, 6. Calculation question. There are 30 types of feed and 5 white mice. It is known that 1 type of feed is poisonous and will cause death within a week after consumption. Please design a feeding method to determine which type of feed is toxic after 1 week. A series of bizarre mathematical problems dazzled everyone. Is this really an elementary school question? Goodness, are elementary students already this formidable? Brothers, I kneel in respect first. May you seek your own fortune. Having knelt firmly, I shall never again look down upon elementary students. Truly, Wei Shun, this question is indeed quite challenging. The elementary students in Su Province are really suffering. Let's sympathize with them a bit. I apologize. I may have attended a fake elementary school. This is the first time I feel that my intelligence quotient has been rubbed to the ground by elementary students. A wave of astonishment swept across the internet as this math problem confounded all. After the joint examination in the 9 cities, Yangzhou City, Provincial Experimental Primary School. As a leader in the education sector of Su Province, the Provincial Experimental Primary School has consecutively held the first place in the provincial joint examination for 3 years. In the entire Su Province, the Provincial Experimental Primary School stands as a giant with no rivals. Today, in the Mathematics Research Group office of the Provincial Experimental Primary School, the atmosphere is unusually eerie. The mathematics teachers of the provincial experimental primary school, after reviewing the joint examination questions, fell into silence. One by one, they exchanged glances, speechless. After a considerable time, a youthful teacher broke the silence. Teacher Lee, can you solve the 10th question? The young teacher humbly sought advice from a bald, seasoned teacher. The bald teacher's face turned awkward as he replied hesitantly, I have yet to figure out the solution to this problem. What? Even you, Teacher Lee, cannot solve this question? The young teacher's eyes widened in disbelief. It is known that this bald male teacher has taught mathematics for over 20 years. At that moment, everyone finally understood the value of this mathematics exam. This is not merely difficult. It is utterly deranged. During the midday dismissal time, a middle-aged man was inquiring about his son's examination results. Xiao Yi, how did you perform in a mathematics exam this morning? The son remained silent for a moment before responding with a choked voice. Well, I will definitely fail. I could only solve 4 or 5 questions on the entire paper. The middle-aged man's gaze froze, incredulous as he exclaimed, How can this be? You are the top student in your class. Aren't you always scoring full marks in mathematics? With a sigh, the son replied, Alas, don't mention it. It's all that wretched Wei Shen's fault. His questions were simply too difficult. The middle-aged man, stunned, inquired further. Then what do you think your score will be? The son hesitated before weakly responding, maybe around 30-something points. The middle-aged man's lips twitched. 30-something points. And the full score is 100. Seeing that his father was still dissatisfied, the son rolled his eyes and retorted, Dad, you should be grateful. I can still manage 30 points. Others might not even score 10. The father, frowning, scolded, How can you be so complacent? You usually score full marks in mathematics. The son gazed at the overcast sky and whispered, I score full marks because the question setter's name is not Wei Dongyi. Such similar dialogues occurred across various locations in Su Province. All elementary students who participated in the 9-city joint examination were utterly overwhelmed by this mathematics paper. With tears of frustration, they vented their anger online. Shameless Wei Shun, I hate you. I really want to kill him. The questions were so difficult. Do you know how hopeless I felt at that moment? Whoa, it's just too outrageous. Truly despicable. From today on, we elementary students will not coexist with Wei Shun. I want to die. This cruel question is terrifying. Is there a group sending blades to Wei Shen? I want to take him down. I am crying. I might only score in the teens this time. This infuriates me. Count me in for sending blades. Elementary students were gnashing their teeth in fury, filled with indignation. What kind of enmity do they hold against Wei Shun? Why such relentless pursuit? Yet what stung more was, at 8 p.m., Jiangnan City television station aired some interview footage. The content was precisely about the mathematics examination of the 9-city joint examination. The screen showed a reporter holding a microphone, inquiring of the examinees who had just completed the math test about their feelings. The responses from other examinees were all, Oh, it's so difficult. I can't do it at all. Terrified, anxious, trembling. However, at Mingzhu Primary School, a different scene unfolded. Trash. I could do it with my eyes closed. Finished in 20 minutes. A piece of cake. The moment I submitted my paper, I knew I was destined to be the top of the province. Boring. I finished in 2 or 3 moves. It was too easy. The students of Mingzhu Primary School expressed that it was far too simple. They even wished to tackle another paper. All the elementary students who saw this television interview were left dumbfounded. They clenched their teeth and spat out 3 words. Mom sells criticism. They were brought to tears over a single paper. While these Mingzhu Primary School students found it insufficient and wanted more. What the heck is this? The students from other schools turned green with rage. On the other side, Mingzhu Primary School, Board of Directors' office. Qin Yu was working on a mathematics exam paper for the joint examination. He glanced at the first question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 98, 99. A, 45, 40B. 46, 50C. 48, 40D. 49, 50. After reviewing the first question, Qin Yu was speechless. It was simply too easy. He had 7 or 8 methods to solve this question. Sigh, how could it be so simple? The question set by Wei Shun shouldn't be of this caliber. Qin Yi sighed. Of course, he understood that this question was designed for elementary students, so it couldn't exceed their syllabus and had to utilize elementary knowledge. Nonetheless, he felt somewhat disappointed. After all, he held high expectations for Wei Shun. Qin Yi sighed again and continued to review the other questions. The second question, the third question, the fourth question. In no time, Qin Yi completed all the questions. He glanced at the time on his watch. It took 8 minutes, an average of 20 seconds per question. He had essentially arrived at the answers with a mere glance. Do not inquire as to why Qin Yi is so remarkable. He was once heralded as a prodigy at the illustrious Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where he became the youngest master in the mathematics department. The reason he did not pursue a doctorate was his belief that mathematics lacked intrigue. Thus, he returned home early to inherit the family business. After all, with such wealth at his disposal, was there truly a need to delve into the complexities of mathematics? It was at this moment that the system's notification sound unexpectedly resonated. Chapter 22, Achievement Unlocked. Target, God of Killing Ding. Congratulations to the host for accumulating over 10,000 resentment points, thereby achieving the title, Rising Resentment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward for achieving, Rising Resentment, a special aura, favor from the Education Bureau. Upon hearing this notification, Qin Yi smiled. It turned out that he had unlocked a system achievement and received a system reward. It seems that there are more ways to earn system rewards than just through lotteries. However, he was unsure of how difficult it would be to unlock these achievements. Qin Yi could not help but open the system's achievement panel. To his astonishment, there were over 2,000 achievements yet to be unlocked. Overnight wealth, achievement requirement. Accumulate over 1,000 resentment points in a single transaction. Notorious, achievement requirement. Accumulate resentment from over 4 million people towards a host. God of Killing, achievement requirement. Defeat Wei Shun head-on in a major competition. Resentment magnet, achievement requirement. Accumulate resentment points from Qin Xiaoyu for 30 consecutive days. One achievement after another left Qin Yi dazzled. So many achievements? He gasped in disbelief. Indeed, fulfilling the requirements for these achievements was no easy feat yet. With each achievement unlocked, a corresponding system reward awaited. This was far more benevolent than mere lotteries. Qin Yi glanced at the reward for achieving, Rising Resentment. Special Aura, favor from the Education Bureau Aura effect. As a rising star of the educational field, your unique charisma has garnered unanimous favor from the leadership. Though the meaning of this was still unclear, it certainly sounded impressive. Qin Yi inhaled deeply. As night fell, the elementary school students emerged from Mingzhu Primary School with carefree strides. They cheered with exuberance, loudly expressing their excitement. Oh yeah, it's vacation time. Hee hee. Even though the holiday is only 2 days long, it feels amazing. Ziz is easy. I'm going to play Honor of Kings during the break. Puffed. You're going to drag your teammates down again. Indeed, the elementary school students were on their break. The unified holiday for Su Province followed the conclusion of the joint examination in GeoCity. This had been a long-standing tradition. Watching the adorable students depart, Qin Yi wore a sincere smile and mused, "They're all good kids." He then quietly opened the WeChat group and sent a message. All teachers, do not be idle during the holiday. Conduct an hour of online classes for the students each day. Once the message was sent, Qin Yi soon received 400 to 500 resentment points. Ding. Resentment from Teacher Li 18. Ding. Resentment from Teacher Wang 21. Ding. Resentment from Teacher Zhao 30. Seeing the teachers so compliant, contributing resentment points, Qin Yi revealed a shameless grin. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxi responded in the WeChat group with a smug emoji wearing sunglasses. She could hardly contain her laughter. All the teachers were working overtime for online classes, while she, as the art teacher, had miraculously escaped this fate. Noticing Yi Qingxi's delight, Qin Yi tagged her. Art teacher Yi Qingxi, almost forgot about you. Art, music, and PE teachers. You'll stay at school for cleaning during the holiday. Yi Qingxi. Music teacher. PE teachers. The music and PE teachers were on the verge of tears. This unexpected turn of events was too sudden. What was supposed to be a pleasant holiday had turned into an obligation of cleaning. The teachers were distraught, each one secretly blaming Yi Qingxi. Why did you have to say anything? and they were not shy about expressing their resentment. Ding. Resentment from the music teacher, 33. Ding. Resentment from the PE teacher, 35. Ding. Resentment from Yi Qingxi, 66. Another wave of resentment points flowed in. Vignes similait contentedly. He comfortably tidied up his belongings and headed home to enjoy his holiday. Upon returning home, it was already past 8 in the evening. The luxurious Mercedes G-Class slowly rolled into the Villa-S courtyard. As Qin Yi stepped out of the car, he noticed a peculiar addition to the yard. It was a groundhog, or a prairie dog, measuring about 30 centimeters in length. With its grayish-yellow fur and rotund body, it had a short and broad head, a stout neck, and tiny ears. At that moment, it lay on the ground, clumsily peering at Qin Yi with its bean-sized eyes. No way. When did a prairie dog appear in my yard? Qin Yi's lips twitched as he quickly considered a possibility. Could this prairie dog have been bought by Qin Xiaoyu from the pet market? After all, prairie dogs have an adorably clumsy appearance, which girls tend to find irresistible. The thought sent a shiver down Qin Yi's spine. Qin Xiaoyu, come out this instant, he shouted, his sharp voice breaking the night's tranquility. Qin Xiaoyu, wearing a pair of bear-themed slippers, hurriedly emerged with a pleasing smile on her face. Hey, brother, you're back. Qin Yi pointed at the prairie dog in the yard and inquired, now, tell me what this is all about? This. Please listen to me. Qin Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes, attempting to charm her way out of the situation. Qin Yi was not swayed. You need to get rid of it. We cannot keep pets at home. Come on, brother, don't act cute. It won't work. Boo-hoo, brother. If you don't love me anymore, I'm not your little cotton-padded jacket anymore. Woo-woo. Xinye. After a lengthy negotiation, Qin Xiaoyu agreed to wash dishes for a year in exchange for Qin Yi's consent to keep the prairie dog. In the yard, Qin Yi brought some vegetables to feed the prairie dog. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The prairie dog clumsily munched on the vegetables, looking utterly adorable. Speaking of which, this prairie dog seemed to lack a name. Glancing at the prairie dog gnawing on corn, Qin Yi pondered. Since you're so plump, I shall call you Little Slim. Little Slim, Little Slim. Qin Yi smiled. Prairie dog. Ding. Resentment from the prairie dog 5. When a notification chimed, Qin Yi was taken aback. What the heck? This system can even harvest resentment points from animals? To test whether he had merely imagined it, Qin Yi promptly struck the prairie dog with a light punch. The prairie dog looked bewildered, its tiny eyes shimmering with unshed tears as it gazed up at Qin Yi. Ding. Resentment from the prairie dog 10. The notification rang out again, and Qin Yi's eyes lit up. He seemed to have stumbled upon a new world of confrontation. Chapter 23. The first day of vacation with Qin Xiaoyu. As Qin Yi was preparing to feed the groundhog some mustard, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly appeared behind him like a specter. Brother, what are you doing? She squinted, examining him like a detective. Qin Yi hastily ceased his questionable activity, attempting to conceal his intentions. Nothing much, he stammered, declaring a strategic retreat from his plan to torment the groundhog. In the living room, Qin Yi and Qin Xiaoyu sat on the sofa, engaged in casual conversation. Brother, how should I spend this vacation? Qin Xiaoyu rested her chin on her hands, deep in thought. Taken aback by her query, Qin Yi responded in surprise. What? You all have a break too? With a cheerful smile, Qin Xiaoyu replied, Yes, our school has given us 2 days off. And the reason? Xinye fronit. You're not elementary school students, and you didn't take the joint examination in Jiushi. What gives you the right to have a vacation? Qin Xiaoyu chuckled. That's because our teachers went to grade the exams for this joint examination, so we get the time off. Qin Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Her reasoning seemed sound. How infuriating. So what are your plans for these 2 days off? He asked. After a moment's contemplation, her eyes sparkling with excitement, she proposed. How about a vacation at the beach? Sun, sand, blue skies, and white clouds. Just thinking about it feels delightful. Would you agree, brother? Of course not. Qin Yi replied with genuine sincerity. Pouting in frustration, Qin Xiaoyu retorted, If you disagree, then why did you ask me? I merely inquired. I never said I would agree. Vignetissit. Besides, I already have plans for the vacation. Really? Qin Xiaoyu's eyes twinkled with anticipation. What are they? Tell me, brother. Vigne similait mysteriously. You'll find out tomorrow. The next day arrived. When Qin Xiaoyu was brought by Qin Yi to the site of a marathon, she was stunned. Observing the imminent commencement of a marathon, her eyes darted between the event and the seemingly harmless Qin Yi, her mouth twitching in disbelief. "Brother, is this your plan?" With a grin, Qin Yi replied, "Hee hee. A vacation spent running is a great way to exercise." Qin Xiaoyu was speechless. Poor Qin Xiaoyu, deceived by Qin Yi, found herself participating in a marathon. This marathon was a long-distance running event, covering over 40 kilometers. Shortly after, the race commenced. The loudspeaker announced, "The 14th Marathon of Su Province is about to begin. All participants, please take your positions. Ready, go." With the sound of the referee's whistle, the race officially began. At the starting line, a throng of over 1,000 participants surged forward, resembling a swarm of locusts. "Run, Xiaoyu!" Qin Yi shouted, leading the charge. Like a cheetah, he surged ahead with astonishing speed, quickly reaching the front of the pack. His speed was so remarkable it could be described in 4 words: swift as the wind. Why was Qin Yi able to run so fast? The night before, he had won 2 lucky draws, activating his innate talent and accumulating 10 skill points, all of which he invested in his physical constitution. As he raced ahead, far surpassing all competitors, onlookers along the route were left in awe. The viewers in the marathon's live broadcast were equally astonished, their comments flooding in, "Wow, how can that person run so fast? Good heavens, does he have 4 legs? If he participates in the Olympics, he'd surely take a medal." The audience was astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even more absurdly, the young man at the front of the pack occasionally glanced back, taunting the other competitors. "Oh dear, you're all running so slowly." Hearing this, the other participants were incensed, shouting, "How arrogant! Let us catch up to him. This is intolerable. Accelerate, everyone. Charge forward and show him our prowess." Quickly, the competitors began to quicken their pace, running faster than rabbits in their attempt to overtake Qin Yi. Among the crowd, Qin Xiaoyu, clad in athletic wear, ran unperturbed in the middle of the pack. "Oof, you foolish brother," she scoffed. "I'll see what you do when you exhaust your energy." Despite Qin Yi's current lead, she remained skeptical of him, for a marathon was a long race, and exhausting oneself from the start was a fool's errand. "I'll conserve my strength and pass you when you tire out," she thought, clenching her delicate fists in determination. However, 20 minutes later, Qin Xiaoyu realized she had underestimated him. Qin Yi remained far ahead of everyone else. In contrast, those who had attempted to catch up were now gasping for breath, their pace significantly reduced. The competitors were left speechless, gritting their teeth in frustration. How can he still have so much energy? We've been running for over 20 minutes, and he shows no signs of fatigue. Meanwhile, the viewers were equally astonished, as the young man displayed no signs of exhaustion. In fact, his speed seemed to increase. Who is this person? This is ridiculous. He has been running without even breaking a sweat. Just then, Qin Yi performed an astonishing maneuver that left everyone dumbfounded. He turned around and began running back. This unexpected action left spectators in shock. "Wait, can you run backward in a marathon? What is he doing?" Comments erupted in the live stream. "PS breaking the rules. Look, PS running back. Wait, isn't there a rule against running backward?" Someone pointed out. Actually, there doesn't seem to be one. As viewers contemplated this, they soon discovered the reason behind Qin Yi's actions. He returned to the main group, assuming the role of a pacer, while cheerfully encouraging the other competitors. "Did you all skip breakfast? Why are you running so slowly? Come on, pick up the pace. Even a turtle could outrun you. Keep pushing. You'll catch up to me in no time." This display of camaraderie instantly raised the tension among the participants. The contestants have gathered their grievances with fervor. What kind of person could be so shameless and devoid of integrity? How could one engage in such actions? Ding! The resentment from marathon participants 47. Ding! The resentment from marathon participants 63. Ding! The resentment from marathon participants 71. A wave of discontent is harvested, and Qin Yi is grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile, the contestants are seething with anger, their faces turning a shade of green from indignation. Qin Yi's unscrupulous antics have left the viewers in the live stream utterly bewildered. Chapter 24. How outrageous! Are you a devil? Ha ha ha! This is absolutely hilarious. The mockery is so clever. Just look at those competitors. their faces turning green with rage. How can such shamelessness exist? Yet, I find it amusing. Observe the expressions of these participants. They must be furious. I can't contain my laughter. It's causing me physical discomfort. This is too entertaining. In the live streaming room of the marathon, viewers erupted in laughter. Many were jumping with joy, nearly fainting from laughter. All because Qin Ye's antics were simply too cruel. How can someone be so shameless? Mocking other competitors while running a marathon? How has he survived this long without being confronted? At the marathon venue, the fiery-tempered young competitors were incensed by Qin Ye's taunts, each one screaming in frustration. They pushed themselves to accelerate, desperate to catch up to him and give him a beating. Damn it, stand still. If you have the guts, don't run. Don't let me catch you. I want to smash you. A group of competitors was determined to chase after Qin Yi while he maintained his calm. Keeping a distance of 10 meters, he led the pack, occasionally teasing those behind him. Are you all born in the year of the rabbit? Do you know why? Have you heard the story of the tortoise and the hare? You rabbits are slower than the tortoise. The competitors were infuriated by his hurtful, yet humorous remarks. Cursing in frustration. How despicable. You're so shameless. They gasped, I can't run anymore, brothers. This is too unfair. We can't catch up. What was even more cunning was how Qin Yi skillfully controlled the distance, keeping it consistently around 10 meters. This seemingly short distance gave everyone the illusion that they could easily catch up. Yet, whenever they accelerated, he matched their pace. When they slowed down, he did too, perpetually remaining just out of reach. The competitors were on the verge of a heart attack from Qin Yi's shameless behavior. How infuriating. That 10-meter gap felt like an insurmountable chasm, utterly unattainable. Thus, under the frustrated gazes of the competitors, Qin Yi led the pack, leaving them all in disbelief. The viewers in the live stream were astounded by the bizarre spectacle. The striking figure in the white shirt, leading the race, would occasionally glance back, hurling clever jabs at the other participants, all without a single curse word. This peculiar competition continued for over an hour. After an hour, many competitors had already dropped out, a significant number due to the psychological toll inflicted by Qin Ye's antics. They exhausted their energy in a futile attempt to catch him. Qin Xiaoyu, too, had long since fallen behind, utterly spent. As an untrained girl, she found a marathon far too demanding. Sitting exhausted by the track, she gazed at the distant figure of Qin Yi, who was far ahead. Despair washed over her. How can my brother run so fast? She lamented, feeling her composure falter. She recalled that he rarely exercised. How could he possess such stamina? Over an hour had passed, and he showed no signs of slowing down. This was utterly absurd. Suddenly, as Qin Yi led the way, he sensed Qin Xiaoyu's resentment directed at him. Ding! Resentment from Qin Xiaoyu. 66. Upon receiving this, he momentarily faltered, unintentionally slowing down. The competitors behind him noticed this and excitedly surged forward. Brothers, he is slowing down. He is out of energy. Finally, he can't keep up. Charge! Don't let him be arrogant. Let us go. The competitors surged ahead like arrows, moving swiftly and purposefully. Sweat poured down their faces, soaking the concrete track beneath them. They gritted their teeth, running desperately under the blazing sun. The effort contorted their faces against the air resistance, creating a comical scene. Yet, the prospect of catching up to that annoying figure made it all worthwhile. Even the viewers watching the marathon live were on edge, holding their breath as they focused intently on the screen. They're about to overtake him. This is intense. Just as the competitors were about to surpass Qin Yi, he suddenly accelerated. His unexpected burst of speed left the competitors fuming. What the hell? How does he still have energy? Does he have 4 legs? How can he be so tireless? I am genuinely impressed. Who said he was out of gas? At that moment, Qin Yi committed an even more outrageous act. He slowly turned around, facing the competitors, and then began to run backward. The sight left the other competitors speechless, their frustration boiling over. What the hell? Running backward? Are you mocking us? Ah, how infuriating. Are you a devil? They shouted in exasperation. I can't take it anymore. My patience is wearing thin. This is a marathon. Are you here to insult us? The competitors felt utterly humiliated, trapped in a state of utter frustration. Qin Yi's behavior seemed to taunt them. Keep going. Even if I run backward, you still can't catch me. Meanwhile, The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at this absurd scene. This is too funny. Is that you, Shioa? Truly remarkable. Even the old ladies by the roadside can't compete with your skills. Just look at those competitors' faces. They look as if they've eaten something foul. Ha ha ha. The mockery is severe, yet the humor is undeniable. The marathon continued amidst the chaos. As Qin Yi ran backwards, he glanced at the competitors pursuing him and mockingly remarked, "Alas, my brothers, you are lagging behind. Not quite up to par, are you? Shall I slow down a bit to accommodate you? Or perhaps I could hop along on one leg?" With that, Qin Yi lifted one leg, continuing to bound along the track on the other. The marathon runners were left in utter disbelief. Are you some sort of devil? Chapter 25. A calamity once in a millennium, witnessing Qin Yi leap ahead using only one leg. The other competitors felt as if their dignity was being ruthlessly ground into the earth. Their sentiments could be encapsulated in 4 exasperated words. What the hell? This is a marathon. You're hopping along on one leg? Who are you insulting? Stop right there, you scoundrel. I'll make you pay for this. A chorus of curses erupted behind Qin Yi, fueling his resentment meter to new heights. In his benevolence, Qin Yi decided to press on, taunting the competitors with a wave of unrelenting banter. Tralala, can't catch me. Can you? Really? I'm on one leg, and you still can't outrun me? Oh dear, how pathetic you all are. This merciless teasing sent the athletes into a frenzy, their faces contorted with rage. Why must there be such a bane among us? This is truly maddening. We've never encountered such humiliation in our lives. Their frustration was palpable, as they chased yet remained unable to catch up, their insults falling flat against the absurdity of the situation. Ding. 33 resentment from marathon competitors. Ding. 44 resentment from marathon competitors. Ding. 55 resentment from marathon competitors. Qin Yi moved through the course like a merciless reaper, harvesting the competitors' ire. He escalated his antics, throwing riddles at them. Why do the stars shine? Why do fish have only 7 seconds of memory? I have 5 apples. If you eat one, why are there still 3 left? Why? The audience in the marathon livestream was inundated with question marks, a flurry of confusion filling the chat. At the race itself, the competitors trailing behind Qin Yi were left utterly baffled. What on earth is this? Are you a walking encyclopedia of questions? Finally, one competitor could no longer contain himself. As he ran, he pleaded with Qin Yi, his voice tinged with desperation. Brother, I beg you, just stop talking, okay? Upon hearing this, others in the pack began to concede as well. Yes, we're begging you. Please, just be quiet. If you keep this up, we'll lose our minds. We signed up for a marathon, not a trivia contest. Their faces were etched with helplessness, lamenting their ill fate in encountering such a tormentor. Seeing the competitors relent, Qin Yi couldn't help but smile. Do you think I'm handsome? He asked, joyfully leading the charge. The marathon runners twitched at the corners of their mouths. After a moment of awkward silence, they begrudgingly replied, Handsome, absolutely handsome. Even as a man, I'm utterly captivated by your devilishly good looks. With your exquisite features and ethereal aura, you are the fairest in the land. In their desperation, the competitors resorted to flattery, realizing they had no other choice but to acquiesce. Listening to their compliments, Qin Yi hummed contentedly. One competitor quickly interjected, We called you handsome. So can you be quiet now? Qin Yi flashed a mischievous smile, innocent yet devilish. Of course not. The competitors were taken aback. Are you out of your mind? If you can't be quiet, why do we even say you're handsome? Qin Yi replied earnestly, Because. I wanted to hear it. Ding. 99 resentment from marathon competitors. Thus, 2 hours later, this marathon, one filled with despair for all participants, finally reached its climax at the finish line. It's over. We're nearly there. Let us sprint to the finish, brothers. The competitors noticed Qin Yi slowing down, clearly exhausted after leading for over 3 hours. As the finish line neared, they seized their chance, accelerating past him one by one, achieving their long-desired goal. I'm the champion. I've won. I'm second. The runner-up. What a thrill. I'm 7th in the top 10. A wave of competitors crossed the finish line, celebrating their triumph with joyous embraces. Meanwhile, Qin Yi lagged behind, finishing in a disappointing position. As the early finishers prepared to boast to Qin Yi, They were met with a stunning announcement from the judges. You all violated the rules. Your results are invalid. The competitors were bewildered, their faces falling as they protested. What? Violated? Don't scare us. When did we break the rules? Are you sure you're not mistaken? We were among the first to finish. One athlete pointed at Qin Yi, exclaiming, We followed him the entire way. There are cameras to prove it. Where did we go wrong? The judge scoffed. Following him is the problem. He broke the rules himself. Pointing at Qin Yi, the judge pulled up the race footage. See? He was running backward, not paying attention, and missed 10 kilometers. Since you all followed him, your results are invalid. Silence enveloped the crowd, followed by an uproar of indignation. Unbelievable. The audacity. I'll have my revenge. In that moment, the competitors' hearts were filled with a storm of frustration, each one wishing to unleash their wrath upon Qin Yi. Chapter 26. The gaze of a person desiring to inflict harm cannot be concealed upon witnessing the athletes disqualified due to Qin Yi's antics. The viewers in the marathon live stream erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Oops. Forgive me. I couldn't help but snort like a pig. Ha ha. Just look at those innocent yet resentful gazes from the participants. Athlete. The gaze of someone wanting to harm another is impossible to hide. I'm new here. Should I laugh first or finish the process before laughing? Marathon, a spectacle of pride, this extreme act is a grand pitfall. I can't hold it in any longer. Let me laugh a little more. At the marathon venue, the clever Qin Yi sensed something amiss and hastily attempted to escape. No joke. If I don't leave now, I fear those athletes will truly beat me to the ground. He fled, prioritizing his own safety. Those athletes, whose results were nullified by Qin Yi, noticed his escape and one shouted, Brothers, look, that guy is trying to run. Upon hearing this, the enraged participants could not contain themselves. They immediately gave chase. Brothers, don't let him get away. Capture him and give him a good beating. Hurry, hurry. He is almost out of sight. I want to kill him. Ah. Qin Yi. Thus, dozens of burly men pursued Qin Yi through 4 or 5 streets. Fortunately, he managed to weave through some alleys, successfully shaking them off. Otherwise, the formidable exam overlord would have surely been defeated today. 10 minutes later, in a narrow alley, Qin Yi wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness I run fast. Otherwise, I would have found myself in serious trouble and received a thorough beating. Though nearly assaulted, it was all worthwhile. After this marathon, Qin Yi amassed a considerable amount of resentment points. He had truly struck gold. I wonder where Xiao Yu is now. Let me give her a call. Muttering to himself, Qin Yi dialed Qin Xiao Yu. Sis, where are you? I'm at Wanda Plaza, brother. There's so much delicious food here wait for me. I'll come find you. After hanging up, Qin Yi casually hailed a taxi, heading straight to Wanda Plaza. The taxi driver was a warm-hearted uncle. Not long after Qin Yi entered the vehicle, the driver asked, Young man, do you like music? Qin Yi casually replied, Sure. Just a few seconds after uttering those words, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait a minute. This taxi is a low-end Santana, lacking even a central display screen. How can it play music? Is it from a phone? Soon, he discovered the answer. The taxi driver, while driving, began to sing. The river flows eastward. The stars in the sky align with the Big Dipper. Hey, the Big Dipper. A bowl of wine between life and death. Let's go whenever we want. The coarse and enchanting voice sent shivers down Qin Yi's spine. Qin Yi? Indeed, Qin Yi was utterly flabbergasted. He never anticipated that there could exist someone more shameless than himself. Truly a walking human CD player. Thus, the taxi driver serenaded him the entire journey, while Qin Yi covered his ears, enduring the performance. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination, Wanda Plaza. As Qin Yi exited the car, he was taken aback when the driver called out, Pay up. Did you forget? This reminder made Qin Yi smack his forehead, chuckling, Right. I almost forgot. He extended his hand to signal the driver to receive payment. The driver, visibly exasperated, reminded him, I meant you owe me for the fare. Don't you need to pay me? Of course. Qin Yi replied with a smile, We each tally our own. How do we calculate that? The driver inquired, puzzled. Qin Yi pointed to his ears. You see, I endured your singing the entire way. And now I need to visit the hospital for an ear cleaning. That will cost 200. The fare is 50, so if we add it up, you still owe me 150. Qin Yi maintained a serious demeanor. Driver? Ding, 50 resentment points from the taxi driver. In the end, Qin Yi did pay the fare, even adding an extra 50, just to tease the driver a bit. At Wanda Plaza, outside a shopping mall, Qin Yi met up with Qin Xiaoyu. Brother he. Upon seeing Qin Yi, Qin Xiaoyu rushed to him. Qin Yi raised a hand to block her approach. Hey, keep your distance. Qin Xiaoyu looked at him, perplexed. Why? Qin Yi scoffed. Because low intelligence is contagious. Qin Xiaoyu. Ding. 15 resentment points from Qin Xiaoyu. Hearing this sound, Qin Yi finally smiled. Today's task of teasing my sister. 10-1 brother. I'm hungry. Qin Xiaoyu clung to one of Qin Yi's arms, looking quite pitiful. Her remark reminded Qin Yi that he too felt a bit hungry. After running a marathon all day, his energy was indeed depleted. Let us go eat, Qin Yi suggested. Yay, let us go, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. Food enthusiasts, food spirits. To dine is to be above all. 5 minutes later, Qin Yi and Qin Xiaoyu arrived at a nearby Chinese restaurant in Wanda Plaza. The establishment boasted a pleasant ambience, accompanied by melodious violin music. Upon entering, a courteous waitress bowed and said, Sir, please, this way. After being seated, the beautiful waitress presented the menu. Hello, sir, here is our menu. Please let me know if you need anything. Qin Yi glanced at the menu. The prices here are rather steep. On average, one would need to spend around 700 to 800. However, Qin Yi paid little heed to this. With his wealth, he ordered a plethora of dishes. Having money allows one to indulge freely. Sis, I want this sweet and sour fish. And this mango pudding. He. And this. This and this. Qin Xiaoyu, the foodie, gazed at the tempting dishes on the menu, her eyes sparkling as she ordered numerous items. After tallying up the total, it amounted to over 2,000. Seeing the substantial order placed by the siblings, the waitress became even more courteous. With a smile, she inquired, Hello, sir, would you like to request a song? Any song you like can be played for all the diners to enjoy. This song requesting service is not uncommon in upscale restaurants. However, it typically caters only to customers who meet a certain spending threshold. If one were to enter and only spend a couple hundred, it would be surprising not to be asked to leave. No, thank you. Qin Yi shook his head, declining the waitress's offer. After all, a person as low-key as he would never engage in such ostentatious behavior. Very well, sir. If you need anything, just call for me. The waitress bowed slightly and respectfully withdrew. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyu let out a shriek. Ah, brother, look quickly. Chapter 27. Is there another brother as kind as me? Following Qin Xiaoyu's gaze, Qin Yi turned to see a watch with a green dial resting on a nearby chair. Whose watch could this be? Curious, Qin Yi picked up the watch and examined it closely. To his astonishment, it was a Rolex. Such a timepiece could fetch several thousand in the second-hand market. If Qin Yi's intuition served him right, this watch must belong to the previous customer who dined here. Brother, this watch is a Rolex. We could be in for a windfall, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she realized the watch's value. Although the Qin family was affluent, their parents enforced strict discipline, and Qin Xiaoyu rarely received much pocket money. Finding such an expensive watch was a stroke of fortune, and her delight was palpable. Seeing Qin Xiaoyu's unrestrained enthusiasm, Qin Yi gently tapped her on the head. Xiaoyu, have you forgotten how our parents taught us when we were young? With a serious demeanor befitting an elder brother, Qin Yi began to impart a lesson. What should we do when we find something on the road? Have you completely forgotten? I am truly disappointed. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with tears of regret. Indeed, their parents had instilled in her the importance of returning lost items to their rightful owners. In her moment of excitement, she had completely disregarded this principle. At that moment, as she looked at Qin Yi, her admiration for him deepened, mingled with guilt and self-reproach. Brother, you truly are remarkable. In the face of such a precious Rolex, Xiaoyu felt a pang of greed. Yet her brother remained utterly unaffected by it. This highlighted the stark difference in their moral character. She realized that compared to Qin Yi, she fell woefully short. Brother, I was wrong. Qin Xiaoyu wiped her tears, resolved to emulate Qin Yi and become a person of integrity, one who would not keep lost items. Waiter, come here. Under Qin Xiaoyu's admiring gaze, Qin Yi called for a restaurant staff member. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? The waitress inquired warmly. Qin Yi held up the Rolex and explained the situation. I found this watch in your restaurant. The waitress smiled, responding with poise, "Very well, sir. We will help you locate the owner and return the watch." Hearing this, Chinya's expression darkened. Return it? He had found this watch through his own efforts. Why should he return it? No, no, I believe you misunderstand, he said, taking a deliberate glance at the waitress. I did not come to return the watch to the owner. The waitress paused, taken aback for a moment. She blinked in confusion and cautiously asked then, "What do you wish to do?" Chinyi revealed a mischievous grin. "I recall you mentioned that your restaurant allows customers to request songs." "Yes, indeed, sir," the waitress replied, still puzzled. With a sincere smile and a tone of satisfaction, Chinyi said, "Please play by Shuang to reflect my current mood." The waitress was flabbergasted. "Sir, that might not be appropriate." This was utterly outrageous. Not only did he refuse to return the lost item, but he also wanted to celebrate with a song. The waitress felt a mix of disbelief and frustration. Qin Xiaoyu was equally astonished. Compared to Chinyi, she felt her own goodness was almost embarrassing. While she merely contemplated keeping the found watch, her brother went so far as to request a celebratory song. The disparity between them was glaring and quite shameless. Ding. The waitress's resentment increased by 44. Ding. Qin Xiaoyu's resentment increased by 66. Ultimately, the waitress, unable to resist Qin Ye's insistence, begrudgingly played the song. "This feels so delightful. So delightful. This feels so delightful. Feel so delightful. Delightful, delightful." The catchy tune reverberated throughout the restaurant, leaving diners exchanging bewildered glances. Their expressions a mix of incredulity. What on earth? Who is playing this song? I can't believe I have to listen to this while dining. This restaurant is toxic. I'm never coming back. Complaints filled the air. Meanwhile, Chinya's resentment score steadily climbed. Ding. From the restaurant patrons, resentment increased by 15. Ding. Resentment increased by 26. Ding. Resentment increased by 37. Before long, Chinya's resentment score surpassed 2,000. In just one day, he had amassed such a significant amount of resentment. He silently commended himself. 45 minutes later, after a satisfying meal, Chinyi and Qin Xiaoyu exited the restaurant, only to find a crowd gathered at Wanda Plaza. Dozens of vegetarians were protesting, holding signs depicting the horrors of slaughterhouses, with slogans urging, "Refuse meat, start with me." Every mouthful of meat comes from a living being. The dramatic messages caught the attention of many, stirring emotions. This vegetarian organization, known as PETA, had made its way from abroad. Chinyi scoffed at the spectacle, disapproving of the adoption of foreign ideologies. He had nothing against vegetarianism. If one wished to eat vegetarian, that was their choice and no one would interfere. However, insisting that others follow suit was simply unreasonable. What others chose to eat was not their concern. Chinyi turned to Qin Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, wait here for a moment." She obediently nodded. "Okay." Chinyi then made his way to a nearby fast food restaurant to purchase a fried chicken leg. He approached the group of vegetarians parading in the square, a large drumstick in hand, wearing a smile. Chapter 28, Step Aside. I am about to show off upon witnessing Qin Ye's demeanor. Qin Xiaoyu urgently tugged at his sleeve, her voice laced with concern. "Brother, have you lost your mind? Doing this, you'll get beaten up." At her words, Qin halted, contemplating her statement. Indeed, the likelihood of facing violence while devouring a chicken leg in front of vegetarian protesters was exceptionally high. After a moment of reflection, he handed the chicken leg to Qin Xiaoyu with a smile, saying, "Then you go ahead." Qin Xiaoyu was taken aback, her thoughts racing. "Are you even being polite? You cowardly brother. You fear being hit, so you push me forward? How outrageous!" Seeing that Qin Xiaoyu hesitated to step forward, Qin Yi encouraged her, "Hurry, don't worry. If anything happens, I will be there." With wide, innocent eyes, Qin Xiaoyu meekly asked, "Brother, what if I get beaten? Will you save me?" Qin Yi chuckled, his tone sincere. "Of course, you're my dear sister." A warm feeling surged in Qin Xiaoyu's heart. Truly, he was a good brother. Yet, his next words shattered her composure. "But if you get hit, I, Qin Yi, will be the first to run." Qin Xiaoyu. As snowflakes danced and the northern wind howled, the world appeared desolate. In that moment, Qin Xiaoyu deeply comprehended the perilous nature of society. Ding. From Qin Xiaoyu. Resentment 66. There once existed a question on Jihu. Who is the most pretentious person you have encountered? The responses to this query were abundant, predominantly revolving around flaunting wealth, purchasing cars, and acquiring homes. Yet, compared to the current Qin Xiaoyu, those individuals seemed utterly trivial. What does it mean to exhibit pretentiousness to the extreme? It is akin to consuming a chicken leg in front of vegetarian protesters. What does that equate to? It is comparable to storming into a church and smashing the statue of Jesus, or to brazenly seducing a man's wife in his presence. It signifies a collapse of faith, an affront to dignity and respect. Such audacity is utterly intolerable. What is the greatest humiliation for a strict vegetarian? It is to witness someone voraciously consuming meat right before their eyes, smacking their lips with each bite. Currently, Qin Xiaoyu was engaged in such an act. In the square, piercing glares akin to daggers were aimed at her. If looks could kill, she would have been slaughtered 1,000 times over by the vegetarians. Truth be told, Qin Xiaoyu felt a flicker of panic. However, that apprehension quickly dissipated as she spotted a throng of uniformed police officers approaching. Clearly, the vegetarian protesters had attracted the attention of passers-by who alerted the authorities. With the police present, Qin Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of security. Do you dare to strike me in front of the police? Thus, emboldened, she shamelessly continued to devour the chicken leg, relishing each bite and audibly smacking her lips. The vegetarian protesters were seething with rage, some hot-headed individuals even contemplating confrontation, but were restrained by their companions. Surrounding onlookers were left in astonishment, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Incredible. So audacious. This young lady appears innocent, yet she is so bold. The vegetarians, flushed with anger, wore expressions that spoke of their frustration. The murderous intent in their eyes was palpable, even from a distance. At this moment, each bite Qin Xiaoyu took was like a dagger plunged into the hearts of the vegetarians. Seeing Qin Xiaoyu revel in her display of bravado, Qin felt a twinge of envy. Damn, you're showing off without me? In a moment of impulse, Qin dashed into a nearby shop selling crispy roasted suckling pigs and purchased an entire pig. Step aside, I am about to show off. Holding the roasted pig high, he maneuvered through the crowd. The onlookers were left wide-eyed in disbelief. What they initially thought was impressive, Qin Xiaoyu eating a chicken leg, paled in comparison to this brother, who boldly flaunted an entire pig. Goodness, how despicable, how wicked. The aroma. Qin unabashedly stood before the vegetarians, tearing into the roasted pig with a crunch. While Qin Xiaoyu stood by, utterly dumbfounded, she silently gave him a thumbs up. You truly are something else. Compared to you, I am far too kind-hearted. Suddenly, one of the vegetarians shouted in outrage. Did you not see us promoting vegetarian culture? You just stand there eating? Qin glanced at the speaker, unfazed, and replied with a calm smile. Yes, you make a good point. I almost forgot. I can also eat while sitting. With that, he found a stone stool nearby, plopped down, and resumed his crispy feast. The vegetarians stood there, bewildered. Ding! From the vegetarians, resentment 188, with nearly 200 points of resentment accumulated. It was evident how deeply the vegetarians loathed Qin at this moment. Damn it! I am going to teach him a lesson. Don't hold me back. I will give this fool a proper thrashing. As tensions escalated, the other vegetarian protesters could no longer restrain themselves. They rolled up their sleeves and shed their outer garments, ready for a confrontation with Qin. Just as they were about to strike, Qin dramatically collapsed to the ground, crying out, assault in public. I am in so much pain. I can't get up. The vegetarians were collectively taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances as they questioned their reality. Are you for real? Just as the vegetarians were poised to deliver their punishment, the police arrived. Stop! What are you all doing? Assaulting someone in public? A group of officers brandished their batons, encircling the protesting vegetarians. With faces filled with despair, the vegetarians hurriedly attempted to explain, it's a misunderstanding. We didn't lay a finger on him. He just fell down by himself. Officer, you must see the truth. Hearing their frantic explanation, a middle-aged officer turned to Qin Xiaoyu, asking gently, Little sister, are they telling the truth? The officer regarded her kindly, assuming that children do not lie. Embracing her role, Qin Xiaoyu feigned sorrow, wiping her tears while pointing an accusatory finger at the vegetarians. Officer, it was them. They are the ones who knocked my brother down. They're all bad people. Woo-woo. All the vegetarian protesters. I express my utmost indignation. Chapter 29. The astonishment of the grading teacher's officer. Please listen to me. They are a gang. Several vegetarian protesters hurriedly explained, "You cannot trust what this little girl says. Just ask the bystanders around us if we have committed any violence. Indeed, we are innocent. We are wrong beyond measure." They insisted. "Just ask and you will see." The officers turned their inquisitive gazes towards the surrounding pedestrians. One bystander stepped forward, declaring with conviction, "They definitely assaulted. I witnessed it myself. It was brutal. I saw it too. The scene was utterly horrific. Yes, that's correct. These individuals are truly wicked. They must be apprehended. I can testify. They did indeed strike. Can't you see this young man still lying on the ground?" A chorus of denunciation echoed around them, relentless and unyielding. You all. The vegetarian protesters were utterly dumbfounded, their minds racing with a cacophony of curses. They were enraged to the point of spitting blood. What does it mean to point at a deer and call a horse? What does it mean to invert black and white? Today, they were experiencing it firsthand. These people were brazenly fabricating lies before their very eyes. Unbeknownst to the protesters, the onlookers had long harbored disdain for them. Day in and day out, they brandished placards and shouted through loudspeakers, propagating foreign vegetarian ideologies. The bystanders had already been irritated by these demonstrators, and now they had seized the opportunity to strike back. Thus, they conspired with Cheney to deliver a decisive blow. With the crowd's accusations, the vegetarian protesters found themselves utterly speechless. At this moment, not only were the vegetarian demonstrators despairing, but the students of Mingzhu Elementary School were also engulfed in hopelessness. At this very moment, in the online forum for elementary school students in Sioux Province, a flurry of posts appeared. "Anyone up for gaming? We're missing one. Come join us. I'm bored during the holidays. Any good novels to recommend? By the way, where did you all go for the holidays? I went to Disneyland. It was so much fun. I went to nearby Suzhou and Hangzhou. That was nice too." The elementary students were buzzing about their holiday adventures. Yet the students from Mingzhu Elementary were conspicuously absent, as if they had vanished from the face of the earth. Not a single post from them could be found. This absence piqued the curiosity of students from other schools. "Hey, why aren't there any posts from Mingzhu Elementary? It's as if they've suddenly disappeared. Not one has been seen all day. During the joint examination, they were all so pretentious, and now they're gone? How strange." A student from another school, who was privy to the truth, finally revealed, "Brothers, I just found out that the Mingzhu Elementary students are absent from the forum because they're all attending online classes." Upon hearing this news, the other elementary students were left speechless. What the heck? How can they be so competitive? We agreed to enjoy our holidays together, and yet they secretly went to online classes. Seriously, they are still studying during the break. This is just too much. Realization dawned upon them. It was no wonder the students of Mingzhu Elementary were so formidable. They were all incredibly diligent. Tears of frustration streamed down the faces of the elementary students. This is utterly exhausting. The competition is relentless. In a residential building in Jiangnan City, the class monitor, Xiao Lin, was attending online classes with tears in her eyes. Staring at the screen filled with maddening exam questions, she wept bitterly. This is absurd. Who on earth wants to attend online classes during the holidays? This is outrageous. Xiao Lin seethed with indignation, her teeth grinding in fury. At this moment, thousands of students like Xiao Lin were experiencing the same torment. While everyone else reveled in their holiday, they were stuck in online classes. Their resentment was palpable, and it wasn't just the students who were despairing. The teachers were equally despondent. Did they wish to work during the holidays? Absolutely not. They would much rather be lounging in bed, scrolling through TikTok. This is shameless. Those despicable school board members. It's infuriating. The teachers sighed collectively. Whether students or teachers, all were engulfed in despair. Yet at this moment, another group was also steeped in hopelessness. The grading teachers of the joint examination. In the mathematics grading group of the joint examination, the teachers were painstakingly grading the papers. It was an agonizing ordeal. 15 points, 17 points, 23 points. As they graded one paper after another, the scores were dismal. 80% of the students scored below 30 points, while 15% of the high achievers fluctuated between 30 and 40 points. Only about 5% of the top scholars managed to score above 40 points, with a select few exceptional students barely surpassing 50. Such scores were simply outrageous. The full score was 100, and scoring over 50 was still failing. The grading process was monotonous, tedious, and excruciating. Zhao, how is it looking on your end? Don't even mention it. The highest score is only 54. Not a single passing grade. And you, Li? I'm faring even worse. While there is a high score of 69, the rest are mostly in the 20s and 30s. Upon hearing of the 60-plus score, the other teachers were astonished and began discussing. What? Someone scored 69? That's nearly 70. Which school produced such a math prodigy? It seems to be from the Provincial Experimental Elementary School. Ah, that makes sense. The Provincial Experimental Elementary School has been the top school in the province for 3 consecutive years. The grading teachers sighed in admiration. Just then, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the corner of the room. Goodness! Quick, come look at this paper. A male teacher with gold-rimmed glasses, drenched in sweat, held up a paper, shouting loudly. The other grading teachers turned their gazes toward him. Chapter 30, Oracle Bone Script Examination Responses. Are they human or ghostly? What paper is that? Let me see. Is it yet another high score? I wish to see it too. Let me have a look. Let's all take a gander. The teachers, unable to suppress their curiosity, crowded around to observe the examination paper. Upon glancing at it, they were all rendered speechless. The first question, correct. The second, correct. The third, correct. The fourth. The fifth. The sixth. Every single question was answered correctly, save for the last one. Witnessing such an astonishing accuracy, each teacher stood with mouths agape, astonished. Who is this prodigy from which school? This is outrageous. He answered every question correctly except for the last one. Am I dreaming? When did such an exceptional student emerge in Sioux Province? This individual is undoubtedly a gem. With proper nurturing, they could become the next academic genius. As the teachers exchanged incredulous remarks, their eyes filled with disbelief as they examined the paper. Who in the world is this? Which institution produced such a scholar? Driven by curiosity, they turned their gaze to the name inscribed on the paper. To their astonishment, it boldly read, Mingzhu Primary School. This paper is from Mingzhu Primary School. When did they become so formidable? It cannot be. This is not from the Provincial Experimental Primary School. Could it be that Mingzhu Primary School is rising in prominence in this joint examination of the 9 cities? The teachers exchanged glances, each reflecting their shock. At that moment, an elderly teacher sighed, shaking his head, lamenting, alas, what a pity. If only he had also answered the final question correctly. It could have been a legendary perfect score in this joint examination. Upon hearing this, the other teachers nodded in agreement. Indeed, what a shame. So close to a perfect score is truly unfortunate. However, we cannot fault him for not answering. The final question in this mathematics test was indeed challenging. Just then, the bespectacled teacher who had first discovered the paper glanced at the others with a complex expression and remarked, "Are you sure you got the last question wrong? Perhaps you should take a closer look." Upon hearing this, the other teachers rubbed their eyes and scrutinized the paper again. What they saw left them utterly astounded. Good grief. After a few moments, a male teacher exclaimed with exasperation. The other teachers wore peculiar expressions, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, a middle-aged female teacher sighed. This student is something else. The other teachers chuckled bitterly. He clearly knows how to solve the last question. Yet he deliberately chose to withhold a point. How brazen. What kind of student behaves this way? If he were in my class, I would surely give him a good thrashing. It is infuriating. Each teacher trembled with frustration. The reason was simple. The student's thought process and calculations for the last question were flawless. Yet, at the final step, when it required only a simple addition or subtraction to arrive at the final answer, the student inexplicably ceased writing. Unbelievable. How utterly infuriating. You answered everything correctly, and yet at the last moment, you chose to stop writing? How utterly arrogant. What was even more audacious was the message the student inscribed at the bottom of the paper. If I achieve a perfect score this time, there will be no room for improvement next time. Therefore, please grant me a score of 99. Thank you. Upon reading this note, the teachers' faces flushed with indignation. How audacious. The rationale for deliberately not completing the last question was that a perfect score would leave no room for growth. The teachers were left speechless. They had never encountered such an audacious student in their lives. However, after their initial frustration, they were met with an overwhelming chill. They felt a shiver down their spines. When a student dares to leave such a statement under their paper, what does that signify? It indicates 100% confidence in their own abilities. In the tense and oppressive atmosphere of the examination hall, having completed the questions, the student was already aware they could score 99. What kind of extraordinary student is this? What sort of extraordinary school could cultivate such an exceptional student? Just as the teachers were preparing to further discuss this paper, another teacher stood up, anxiously exclaiming, "This is unbelievable. Come quickly and look at this paper. It is utterly outrageous." The other teachers paused for a few seconds, then rushed over, eager to see. "Is there yet another high-scoring paper? Hurry, let me see. No pushing, one at a time. Hey, who stepped on my foot?" While examining this second paper, the teachers harbored some trepidation. They feared it might be another case of a student who scored 99 while neglecting a perfect score. However, they soon calmed down, for this paper was indeed a perfect score. Every answer correct. Yet, despite the perfect score, the teachers could not rejoice. The calculations were accompanied by Arabic numerals and basic arithmetic symbols, but every other character was replaced with Oracle bone script. Oracle bone script. These teachers, tasked with grading a mathematics paper, were now required to decipher Oracle bone script. This was simply absurd. Were it not for the fact that the final calculated results were correct, they would have been utterly incapable of determining the accuracy of this paper. The teachers' lips twitched, and they muttered in frustration, "Which school produced this prodigious student? This is beyond comprehension. This is a mathematics exam, and yet he chose to answer using Oracle bone script?" Today's students are utterly audacious. With curiosity piqued, the teachers examined the name inscribed on the paper once more. To their dismay, it was yet again the familiar 4 characters, Mingzhu Primary School. Upon seeing this name, the teachers nearly fainted from disbelief. This was truly excessive. The students from Mingzhu Primary School were far too audacious. Did they grow up eating crabs, strutting about with such arrogance? Team leader, how should we grade this paper? A young female teacher, caught between laughter and tears, asked the head of the grading committee. The leader, visibly shaken, frowned and gritted his teeth, awarded him full marks. The calculations he provided in Arabic numerals are all correct. If we do not grant him a perfect score, the public will accuse us of bias in grading. A few years back, there was a case where someone used Oracle bone script to answer questions and made the news, gaining admission to Sichuan University as an exception. There's a precedent for this. Let's give him full marks. As these words were spoken, an eerie silence enveloped the room. When the teachers found themselves in such a pitiful predicament, they were left utterly speechless. How infuriating! Chapter 31. This rain is born from the sky, dies on the earth. And the journey in between is life. Stacks of examination papers were graded, revealing their rightful scores. However, the drab atmosphere did not persist for long. Soon, the teachers responsible for marking the papers stumbled upon a rather alarming discovery. They frequently encountered exceptionally high-scoring scripts. "I found a paper with 89 points. It's from Mingzhu Primary School," exclaimed one teacher. "I just graded a paper with 92 points, also from Mingzhu Primary." Another chimed in. "Mine is even more impressive, 96 points. Again from Mingzhu Primary." Gasps of astonishment echoed at intervals as they uncovered papers scoring over 80, 90, and even perfect scores. All these remarkable scripts hailed from the same institution, Mingzhu Primary School. The results left the teachers in utter shock, their scalps tingling, rendering them speechless. Mingzhu Primary School. The name echoed in their minds like a spell. Every time they discovered a high-scoring paper, the signature almost invariably read, Mingzhu Primary School. What sort of academic haven was this? A female teacher from another school set down her paper and sighed with envy. "This is incredible." Her sentiment was echoed by her colleagues, who lamented, "This is astonishing." Most high scores are from Mingzhu Primary. The current joint examination was indeed a game-changer for Mingzhu Primary, potentially ending the undefeated legend of the provincial experimental primary school. What is it that makes these students from Mingzhu Primary so extraordinary? One teacher pondered aloud. The The group lapsed into silence, for they too could not fathom the answer. In the Chinese language grading group of the joint examination, an eerie quiet enveloped the room, contrasting sharply with the fervent discussions in the mathematics group. The teachers grading the essays from Mingzhu Primary furrowed their brows, their scalps tingling from the brilliance displayed. Unlike mathematics, where answers are singular and can be easily judged, language examinations often lack standardized answers. Take the essay, for instance. Each student presents a unique perspective on the same theme. The essay prompt for this joint examination was simply rain. An ordinary topic, indeed. Rain is a common phenomenon in daily life. How many months pass without a couple of rainy days? Naturally, the students approached the task with enthusiasm, crafting essays that praised rain's beauty, celebrated its contributions to harvests, or wove touching tales of familial bonds inspired by rain. While these conventional essays might not score exceptionally high, they would not fall too low either. In essence, they were quite formulaic. However, upon encountering the essays from Mingzhu Primary, the teachers found themselves struck by 4 words, astoundingly impressive. The students' compositions were entirely unorthodox, deviating sharply from their peers' works. Some essays sent shivers down the teachers' spines, evoking goosebumps. One particular essay titled Rain began with, "This rain is born from sky, dies on the earth. The journey in between is life." This opening line completely captivated the grading teacher, who could remain unaffected by such profound musings on rain. While other students were content to write about the beauty of rain or its bountiful harvests, the students from Mingzhu Primary transcended several levels of sophistication, delivering a philosophical treatise on the essence of rain and life itself. The contrast was stark. One group wrote about the mundane aspects of rain, while another delved into existential philosophy. Truly, without comparison, one could not appreciate the depth of this writing. This was not merely an essay about rain. It was a meditation on life, death, and philosophical contemplation. Had it not been for the maximum score of 30 points, the teachers might have considered awarding one student a staggering 120 points. Was Mingzhu Primary School a realm of genius? Their students could elevate a simple composition about rain to philosophical heights. This rain is born from the sky, dies on the earth, and the journey in between is life. It is no exaggeration to claim that this single line surpassed anything the grading teachers had encountered throughout their lives by 1,000-fold. Astounding. How remarkable. Could this truly be the work of an elementary school student? A child barely in their teens, contemplating the philosophy of life and death inspired by rain? In that moment, the middle-aged teacher grading this essay felt a flush of embarrassment. At over 50 years of age, he realized he had yet to grasp the profundity of life as thoroughly as this young student. Having witnessed countless rains throughout his life, he had never pondered the philosophy entwined with it. Even more astonishingly, there was not just one, but several essays of such brilliance from Mingzhu Primary. Another essay on rain proclaimed, "Rain does not fall continuously. It comes and goes with the seasons. Yet one thing remains certain. Rain is never absent." Every page of history bears witness to the presence of rain. This rain mirrors our Chinese civilization. Through dynastic changes and historical transformations, it has persisted without fail. 5,000 years ago, we faced floods alongside the Egyptians. 4,000 years ago, we crafted bronze tools like the Babylonians. 3,000 years ago, we pondered philosophy alongside the Greeks. 2,000 years ago, we waged war like the Romans. 1,000 years ago, we thrived alongside the Arabs. And now, we stand in competition with the peoples of the Americas. Over 5 millennia of historical evolution, we have never been absent, just like rain. We have always played on the world's chessboard, engaging in battles with ever-changing opponents. Rain embodies resilience and presence, coexisting with heaven and earth, sharing light with the sun and moon. This is the true essence of rain, a glorious tribute to our great civilization. This soul-stirring essay ignited a fervor within the grading teachers, sending shivers down their spines. While other students remained confined to mundane narratives about rain, the students from Mingzhu Primary stood atop the historical continuum, chronicling the fortunes of Chinese civilization. What sheer brilliance! What audacity! After reading the essays from Mingzhu Primary, the teachers found themselves unable to engage with the compositions of other students. Without comparison, there could be no understanding of the disparity. The essays from other schools were utterly powerless in the face of such mastery. Could this truly be the work of elementary school students? As the grading teachers contemplated these exquisite, eloquently crafted essays, they fell into deep reflection. Chapter 32. One essay on life and death. One on national fortune. As this teacher immersed himself in a magnificent and breathtaking essay, a young male teacher, recently joined the grading team, called out to him excitedly, "Mr. Lee, you must see this essay. It is truly remarkable." "Is that so? Let me have a look." Mr. Lee turned around, took the Chinese test paper from the young teacher, and glanced at the essay. Upon reading it, his brow furrowed tightly, and it remained so. What kind of rubbish is this? Mr. Lee's heart was filled with an endless disdain. At that moment, he even contemplated tearing the paper to shreds. It was simply an eyesore. This essay, penned by a student from Hongji Primary School, recounted an experience on a rainy day when the candidate shared an umbrella with his father on their way home. Upon arriving, he noticed his father's shoulder was soaked. It turned out that his father had tilted the umbrella to shield him from the rain. The essay concluded with the candidate exclaiming, "Father's love is truly great." Was this essay well written? To be fair, it was quite decent. It used rain as a motif to express paternal love, with fluid prose and delicate emotions. This already surpassed 95% of the students. However, with the exemplary works from Mingzhu Primary School as a benchmark, Mr. Lee found himself lacking enthusiasm when revisiting this composition. How could one describe this feeling? It was akin to savoring a sumptuous dish one moment, only to be served something utterly distasteful the next. The essay from Hongji Primary School, when compared to those from Mingzhu Primary School, lacked not in style but in perspective. What were the two essays from Mingzhu Primary School about? One dealt with the themes of life and death, while the other addressed national fortune. In the face of life and death and the fate of a nation, writing about familial affection or paternal love seemed incredibly trivial. In light of 5,000 years of Chinese history, what did personal sentiments mean? Too narrow. The perspective is too limited. Emery silently lamented. Yet at that moment, the young male teacher continued to gaze at him with eager anticipation, resembling a student awaiting praise from a teacher. The young teacher urged, "So what do you think? This essay is quite good, right?" After a moment of silence, Mr. Lee, unable to bear discouraging the young teacher, remarked pointedly, "This student might have grown up in a burrow." His implication was clear. The essay was too rustic. However, the young teacher seemed oblivious to the underlying message. Blinking in excitement, "I understand. Mr. Lee, you mean this essay is grounded like a groundhog, simple and unadorned, resonating with life?" Mr. Lee's lips twitched slightly at this absurd interpretation. He asked, "Did you score full marks in reading comprehension during your school days?" The young teacher, momentarily taken aback, responded joyfully, "Oh, how did you know I excelled in reading comprehension?" I could tell. Mr. Lee silently commended him. After a moment's thought, he added, "Well, is indeed fitting for you." Mr. Lee felt he could not be the only one subjected to the eyesore of this essay from Hongji Primary School. As the saying goes, if my friend perishes, I shall not survive. Therefore, he suggested to the still self-satisfied young teacher, "I believe such an excellent essay should be appreciated by more than just the two of us. Why not share it with the other teachers?" With a smile, Mr. Lee's balding head gleamed with wisdom. Upon hearing this, the young teacher eagerly agreed, Yes, you're right, Mr. Lee. I will take this essay to share with the others right now. Great writing deserves collective appreciation." Encouragingly, Mr. Lee patted the young teacher's shoulder, saying, "Go ahead, young man. I believe in you." Thus, the young teacher began to roam the grading team, fervently promoting this essay from Hongji Primary School. "Mr. Tang, look at this essay. It is truly splendid. Mr. Wang, I've discovered an exceptionally well-written essay. Let me share it with you. Mr. Du, this essay is absolutely phenomenal." The young teacher's enthusiastic endorsements left the other teachers in a state of confusion. "Are you blind? What kind of rubbish is this that you dare to call good?" Consequently, Mr. Tang presented an essay from Mingzhu Primary School, which spoke of studying for the rise of China. In the midst of the storm of this century, we must inherit the will of our ancestors. The revival of our motherland is our unyielding duty. Even if the path ahead is fraught with difficulties, we shall persist with unwavering resolve. What was being celebrated here? The valiant souls of modern history who bravely sacrificed themselves for the revival of China. The intention, the grandeur. The national enterprise depicted in this essay far surpassed any themes of familial affection or paternal love by 1,000-fold. Mr. Wang also presented an essay from Mingzhu Primary School, which discussed cosmic civilization and the rise and fall of humanity. In this vast universe, humanity is as insignificant as a raindrop. Yet, a single raindrop can fill the sea. A beam of light can endure eternally. All that cannot defeat me only serves to make me stronger. In this essay, the student from Mingzhu Primary School likened humanity to a minuscule raindrop in the cosmos, dialectically exploring the mysteries of the universe, the future of humanity, the end of time, and the meaning of life. The brilliance of this composition was striking. While others were busy writing about sentimental, familial ties, the students from Mingzhu Primary School boldly ventured into the realms of cosmic civilization, the future of humanity, the end of time. This spanned hundreds of dimensions, delivering a masterful blow to mediocrity. In the face of cosmic civilization and the rise and fall of humanity, to write about familial affection or paternal love was utterly trivial. The perspective, the elegance, the depth, all obliterated in an instant, when the breathtaking essays from Mingzhu Primary School were thrust before the young teacher. He picked them up and read through them. His mind exploded with confusion, leaving him utterly paralyzed. He stood there, dumbfounded, gazing vacantly at the essays before him. His mind blank. What? Is this really the work of elementary school students? I haven't read much. Don't deceive me. Chapter 33. On Pretentiousness. I only bow to Mingzhu Primary School, observing the despondent demeanor of the young male teacher. A middle-aged educator nearby couldn't help but offer a word of comfort. Do not lose heart. Exceptional compositions like this are rare. The majority of essays tend to be rather mediocre. The young teacher, with a sound resembling a whimper, clung to this reassurance as if it were a lifeline, asking, "Is that true?" The older teacher smiled and replied, "Of course not." As he spoke, he produced another essay from Mingzhu Primary School, titled Rain. The essay read, "Before the rain, 3,000 years pass. Looking back at the mortal realm, I choose not to be an immortal, only for her, to grasp the ebb and flow of life. Life is finite, while rain knows no bounds. How many heavens are traversed in a rain cycle? If the heavens have feelings, they too grow old. In the boundless sea of rain, we labor as boats. Endless rain, boundless thoughts, looking back at the mortal realm. I choose not to be an immortal." The entire composition, exceeding 300 words, was rich in literary flair and exquisite artistry. Holding this brilliant and ostentatious piece, the young male teacher's mind was inundated with a barrage of questions. Was this truly an essay, or merely a display of literary prowess? How outrageous! The students of Mingzhu Primary School were excessively pretentious. To ask them to write elementary school essays felt like a gross injustice. During the joint examination in the 9th city, the English grading team was astounded in a manner incomparable to the mathematics instructors. The Chinese language teachers were left feeling a sense of tingling discomfort, while the English teachers were enraged, trembling with indignation, their faces contorted in disbelief. As they graded the English papers, they discovered that the students from Mingzhu Primary School had a penchant for scribbling nonsensical verses on their tests. One such paper featured a rather audacious couplet. "I am a citizen of the 9 provinces. I do not study foreign languages. Failing English signifies my patriotism." Upon encountering such a poem, how could the grading teachers not be incensed? This was an English examination. What was the meaning of writing such a verse on the paper? If one does not wish to learn English, they should refrain from taking the exam. Just as the grading teachers prepared to impart a stern lesson upon this student, they were left flabbergasted. The first question, correct. The second question, correct. The third question, correct. The entire English paper boasted perfect answers. What on earth was this? Was this what they meant by not learning foreign languages? The grading teacher's face turned a shade of green with frustration. These students from Mingzhu Primary School were truly insufferably pretentious. They verbally declared their disinterest in foreign languages while achieving full marks on their English papers. What is this called? A dazzling display of 360-degree pretentiousness. These students had taken the art of pretentiousness to an unparalleled level. Even more audacious was another English paper from Mingzhu Primary School, which bore the note, "Well, the English questions are so difficult. I can't do any of them." Upon reading this message, one might assume this was a struggling student. The grading teacher shared this sentiment as well, but upon grading the paper, to their astonishment, 99 points. The grading teacher was left kneeling before the student. "So, when you claimed you couldn't do it, did you mean you couldn't do just one question? The rest you could manage with ease?" The grading teacher was tempted to kindly inquire, "Are you out of your mind?" For ordinary students, tackling an English paper was a mental drain. For the students of Mingzhu Primary School, it was a mere formality. The grading teacher affectionately greeted their mothers with a few kind words of concern. Additionally, some irritable instructors extended their greetings to the student's entire ancestry with fervor. In Jiangnan City, within a luxurious villa, when Qin Yi and Qin Xiaoyu returned home, it was already past 9 in the evening. "Alas, I am so full from today's feast," Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed cheerfully, savoring her ice cream. Girls should consume less ice cream. It is not good for the stomach. With that, Qin Yi snatched the ice cream from Qin Xiaoyu's hand and tossed it into the trash. He then unwrapped another ice cream for himself. Witnessing this, Qin Xiaoyu fumed. "Didn't you just say it's bad for the stomach? Why can you eat it? And I cannot. I'm not a girl." Vinyisimidet. Ping. From Qin Xiaoyu, resentment 20. Qin Yi ruffled Qin Xiaoyu's hair, saying, "All right, I want to argue with you. I must return to devise some questions." With that, he strolled into the villa's courtyard. Suddenly, he halted, frozen in place. "Hey, brother, why aren't you moving?" Qin Xiaoyu inquired, peering curiously. Upon seeing his expression, she too was taken aback. On the ground lay a cat's lifeless body, and the culprit, hiding in the corner, wore an innocent expression. A groundhog. During their absence, this creature had killed a cat. "Brother, that cat seems to belong to the elderly neighbor, doesn't he?" Qin Xiaoyu blinked in astonishment. "Seems so." Qin Yi wiped his brow. The two exchanged glances, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. After a moment of silence, Qin Xiaoyu suggested, "Brother, how about we have braised groundhog for dinner tonight? Steam would work too." Horrified by such a cruel proposal, Qin Yi promptly and resolutely rejected. "Xiaoyu, how can you be so ruthless? That is a living being. You wish to consume it?" Qin Xiaoyu pouted. "Humph, then what you propose?" Qin Yi composed himself, stating seriously, "I believe sweet and sour would be the better choice. Let's prepare sweet and sour groundhog." Qin Xiaoyu. Groundhog. Ping. From Qin Xiaoyu, resentment 25. Ignoring the bewildered expressions of both the girl and the groundhog, Qin Yi pondered how to erase the trace of the cat. If memory served him correctly, the cat belonging to the neighbor was a purebred ragdoll with a lineage worth a small fortune. Now it had fallen victim to the groundhog. Would the neighbor demand compensation? Qin Yi felt uncertain. After some contemplation, he decided it would be prudent to consult a professional lawyer in such a scenario. Conveniently, a lawyer named Luo was among his WeChat contacts. Qin Yi retrieved his phone and messaged lawyer Luo. After a brief wait, his phone vibrated. Ding, ding, ding. Upon opening the message, he found lawyer Luo's response. Qin Yi quickly engaged in a conversation with him via WeChat. "Qin Yi, are you there?" Lawyer Luo. Dog emoji, lawyer Luo. "Yes, what is up?" Qin Yi, "It's about my groundhog. It killed a cat." Lawyer Luo. "Just a cat. It's not a big deal." Qin Yi, "But that's a purebred ragdoll worth 7 to 8,000. Smile, lawyer Luo. "Qin Yi, my groundhog killed that cat. What should I do?" "They want to demand compensation. Will they?" Lawyer Luo. "What do you mean your groundhog?" "That's a wild groundhog. You know what I mean?" Upon reading this reply, Qin Yi's eyes lit up. Wow, incredible. Truly, the legal mind is sharp. In an instant, he felt a wave of clarity wash over him. "The wild groundhog that bit the cat to death has nothing to do with me, Qin." Shortly thereafter, a message from lawyer Luo appeared on WeChat. prompting Qin Yi to engage in conversation once more. Lawyer Luo, 200 yuan? Thank you. Qin Yi, what 200 yuan? Are we not having a normal conversation? Lawyer Luo? Lawyer Luo, are you not intending to pay me for legal consultation? Lawyer Luo, if you put it that way, I might just get excited. Lawyer Luo, speak up. Where are you? Lawyer Luo, hurry up and send the money. Lawyer Luo, picture. The other party has enabled friend verification. You are not yet friends with them. Please send a friend verification request, and once they accept, you may chat. Ding. From Lawyer Luo, an aura of resentment 99. Chapter 34. The emblem of Huaxia's 5,000 years, reduced to scrap metal by the Qing dynasty outside the courtyard. Qin Yi dug a pit with a shovel to bury the deceased cat. Alas, dear kitten, may you be reborn as a panda in your next life, living blissfully without a care. If you seek vengeance in the afterlife, do find that groundhog. As he spoke, Qin Yi delivered a light punch to the groundhog beside him. You rascal, should you cause me trouble again, I shall roast you. The groundhog squeaked in response. Indeed, Qin Yi felt quite helpless. The neighbor's cat had strayed into his yard to provoke the groundhog, resulting in its unfortunate demise. Animals possess territorial instincts, a fact Qin Yi could not alter. Just after he buried the cat, Qin Xiaoyu anxiously called out, Brother, look, the elderly neighbor is coming. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qin Yi gazed outside. Not far off, an elderly lady, leaning on an exquisite yellow pearwood cane, her hair graying and adorned with reading glasses, was slowly making her way toward them. Qin Yi and his sister were not particularly fond of this neighbor. They found her to be excessively sharp-tongued, often boasting about her illustrious ancestry. The lady, named Aizen Jiaqin, was a Manchu and a descendant of the Qing royal family. Her ancestors had held significant power, lending her family a certain grandeur. After the fall of the Qing dynasty, she moved with her elders from the capital to this southern city, where they settled. Although her family's fortune had waned, the remnants of their wealth allowed her a life of luxury. She dined on the finest Buddha jumps over the wall, drank the purest spring water, and had servants attending to her every need, even sitting on chairs crafted from precious yellow pearwood. In essence, she demanded to maintain an air of superiority, living as if she were still of royal descent. Qin Yi could only think, the Qing has fallen. How could she still be so arrogant? Does she truly believe herself to be the Empress Dowager? Xiaoyu, have you seen my cat? It is a royal cat, raised by the Aizen family. The elderly lady began, inadvertently flaunting her noble lineage. Qin Yi and Qin Xiaoyu exchanged glances, their lips curling in disdain. Xiaoyu? Who do you think you're addressing? That sounds like the way eunuchs address people in the palace, he mused. Well, we haven't seen it. Please leave. Qin Xiaoyu replied curtly. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady furrowed her brow, preparing to retaliate. However, Qin Yi interjected, delivering a light reprimand to his sister. How dare you speak to an elder like that? Do you not understand the virtue of respecting your elders? Have you forgotten what your teachers taught you? His words were imbued with righteousness, and if there were an award for virtuous gentlemen, Qin Yi would surely be a contender. The elderly lady looked on with an appreciative expression, thinking, Xiao Yi understands the importance of respecting his elders, unlike that sharp-tongued Xiaoyu. Brother, you hit me. Qin Xiaoyu whimpered, tears brimming in her eyes. Pointing at the elderly lady, she protested, Brother, what is so special about her Aizen surname? Why must you show her such respect? The elderly lady, indignant at this remark, retorted with a sharp tongue, Aizen is the royal family of the Qing dynasty, the most esteemed surname in this land. Do you understand, little girl? Qin Yi quickly intervened. Calm down, elder. Xiaoyu is indeed a bit ignorant of the significance of the Aizen name. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady's demeanor softened somewhat, and she replied with a smile. Xiao Yi, you have discerning eyes. Qin Yi began to elaborate. In my view, throughout the 5 millennia of Huaxia history, among the 24 dynasties, the Qing was the most formidable and remarkable. Indeed, Xiao Yi continued, the elderly lady encouraged, her heart swelling with pride at such flattery. Xinye, maintaining a sincere tone, declared, Our illustrious Huaxia, the unparalleled sovereign for 5,000 years, was reduced to scrap metal by the Qing. How could it not be formidable? The Qing accomplished what no other dynasty had achieved. Long live the Qing, he proclaimed, sarcasm dripping from his words. The elderly lady was left speechless, as was Qin Xiaoyu, who silently gave her brother a thumbs up. Brother, you truly are something else. Meanwhile, the elderly lady trembled in fury, her hands shaking as she clutched her cane, clearly agitated. Xiao Yi, you are truly remarkable, she seethed through gritted teeth. However, she did not wish to prolong the confrontation and redirected her inquiry. I shall ask you once more, have you seen my cat? With a haughty tone, she inquired once more. This time, Qin Xiaoyu remained silent, her gaze shifting to Qin Yi, eager to see how he would respond. After all, the elderly lady's cat was still buried outside in the yard. As a paragon of decorum, Qin Yi would not stoop to rudeness. He stepped forward, bowing slightly, and spoke with utmost politeness. To answer you, esteemed elder, simply exit the community, proceed 2 streets, turn left, cross 3 traffic lights, then turn right, walk 40 steps, and continue straight for 500 meters to arrive at Zhengxing Street. The elderly lady, eager, asked, is my cat there? Qin Yi shook his head, replying no. Then why should I go there? She queried, perplexed. Because there are people, and you may inquire further, he said with a genuine smile. The elderly lady was left dumbfounded, as were Qin Xiaoyu and the groundhog. Qin Xiaoyu, in shock, found herself at a loss for words, realizing that in the realm of wit, she could not compete with her brother. Truly, you have outdone yourself. Chapter 35. The Enchantress Yi Qingxi and the Gentleman Qin Junziding. A surge of negative energy from the irate elderly neighbor. 88. Upon hearing the system notification, Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. He glanced at the trembling old woman before him and thought to himself, this is bad. After all, she is quite advanced in age. If she were to suffer a heart attack and perish right at his doorstep, it would certainly be a predicament. Thus, he hurriedly grasped Qin Xiaoyu's hand and dashed indoors, exclaiming, Xiaoyu, we must leave at once. Qin Xiaoyu, taken aback, asked in confusion why. Qin Yi, casting a glance at the elderly lady, uttered a heart-wrenching remark, because our status is too humble to engage in conversation with the esteemed Eisen Joro surname. The elderly lady responded with a look of disbelief. As the saying goes, good fortune often comes in pairs. Consequently, the elderly woman bestowed upon Qin Yi another wave of negative energy. Ding! From the irate neighbor. 55. Back at home, after a brief wash-up, Qin Yi and Qin Xiaoyu retreated to their respective rooms for rest. Having spent an entire day outdoors, they were indeed fatigued. For Qin Yi, this marked the first day of a delightful vacation. However, for the students and teachers of Mingzhu Primary School, it was the despairing onset of their holiday. Who on earth holds supplementary classes during vacation? This is utterly outrageous. As night swiftly passed, dawn broke, painting the eastern sky with hues of pale light, gradually illuminating the earth. Morning had arrived. Early that day, a piercing roar echoed through Qin Yi's household. Qin Xiaoyu, have you been pilfering my chocolate again? Qin Yi questioned, his expression dark. Realizing her misdeeds had been discovered, Qin Xiaoyu immediately employed her signature tactic, the adorable act. Hee. Dear brother, what's the big deal if I just had a few pieces of chocolate? Qin Yi sighed, fine, I shall let it slide this time. He waved his hand dismissively and said to Qin Xiaoyu, today, I must attend to important matters, so amuse yourself. Qin Xiaoyu blinked her eyes in curiosity. What important matters? Of course, I must prepare exam questions. Qin Yi replied with a smile, reflecting, I truly am a benevolent school board member, even during breaks. I do not forget to provide my students with examination challenges, offering them warmth. In this scorching summer, only my exam questions can offer these students a semblance of coolness. Witnessing Qin Yi's shamelessness, Qin Xiaoyu gave him a thumbs up. Indeed, you are remarkable, dear brother. Subsequently, Qin Yi and Qin Xiaoyu commenced their respective activities. Qin Xiaoyu settled in the living room to watch television, while Qin Yi retreated to his room to contemplate the formulation of questions. Initially, he was enthusiastic, diligently researching how to create the exam. However, after a while, boredom began to creep in. He felt the urge to scroll through Douyin. Resist. I must resist. Qin Yi chastised himself resolutely. I've already played all day yesterday. It is time to focus on crafting questions to provide warmth for the students. 2 minutes later, Qin Yi, in all honesty, picked up his phone. Just a brief scroll through Douyin won't hinder my question preparation. I shall indulge for 10 minutes. Merely 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Vinya iklamet, dam. This video is hilarious. I can't stop laughing. No more. Just a bit longer. Half an hour. After that, I will definitely get to work on the questions. And so, Qin Yi continued to scroll through Douyin. Half an hour later, there's still time. I'll scroll a bit longer. Just one more hour. An hour later, I guarantee this will be the last hour I scroll. I will not procrastinate. Another hour passed. It's only noon. Still early, just one last hour. Hour after hour slipped away swiftly. Before long, night had fallen. Qin Yi stood on the balcony, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the pitch-black sky, lost in contemplation. How could time pass so quickly? Promised to prepare questions. Yet he had spent the entire day scrolling through Douyin. Brother, how are the questions coming along today? Qin Xiaoyu inquired, holding a bowl of millet porridge, sipping as she questioned. Qin Yi, with a dark expression, remained silent, his lips twitching slightly. Once, a sincere exam paper lay before him, yet he failed to cherish it. Only in its absence did he realize his regret. Nothing is more painful in the world than this. If heaven granted him a second chance, he would utter 4 words to that exam paper. Did you buy it? Douyin is truly addictive. Excessive scrolling leads to obsession. Qin Yi sighed, and once again his body honestly reached for his phone, resuming his scrolling. The first item that caught his eye was a video posted just 10 minutes ago. The national football team suffers a dismal defeat to Vietnam, missing the World Cup. Upon reading this news, Qin Yi felt a pang of dismay in his heart. He then opened the comments section. As expected, the comments overflowed with disdain. What a useless bunch. Can't even beat Vietnam. Damn it. Disappointed. Year after year, do you care for us fans? The state of the national football team, despondent, giving up on treatment, self-destructive, devoid of dreams, a desolate landscape. I'm not a hater, nor do I wish to criticize the national team. But how can these players perform well while flaunting their bellies? China has 2 sports where the outcomes are indisputable. Table tennis is the world champion, while football ranks at the very bottom. Low emotional intelligence. Useless. High emotional intelligence. Thanking the national team for providing a cathartic outlet for the masses, contributing to social stability and unity. Observing these malicious comments, Qin Yi sighed. How could this be? How could they all disparage the national football team like this? Is it their fault for losing? No. The losses stem from the prowess of their opponents. Can they be blamed for that? Realizing this, Qin Yi felt compelled to voice his support for the national team, to stand for justice. Hence, he opened WeChat and posted 2 moments in support of the national team. In Jiangnan City, in a modest residential building, Yi Qingxi reclined on the sofa, watching television. Her long, golden waves cascaded casually over her shoulders, her fair visage adorned with delicate makeup. The thin fabric of her attire did little to conceal her alluring curves. Elegant, yet undeniably seductive. Sensual, yet retaining an air of innocence. It is no exaggeration to say that this woman is the epitome of a femme fatale. After watching television for a while, Yi Qingxi felt a twinge of fatigue. She took out her phone and opened WeChat Moments, eager to see what others have been posting. After all, women enjoy gossiping. However, within moments, she suffered 1,000 points of emotional damage. Her moments were flooded with displays of affection. Today, I received a gift from Mr. Jiang. I am overjoyed, wishing for a lifetime together. Thank you, Brother Chun, for the 520 red envelope. I have received your heartfelt gesture. Love you. Spent the day at the beach with my senior, making fruit salad together. Happiness is having you by my side. A continuous stream of romantic posts left Yi Qingxi feeling utterly overwhelmed. From the depths of singlehood, a poignant pang struck Yi Qingxi's heart, for she had never experienced the sweetness of romance. Despite the numerous suitors who had professed their affections, she had turned them all down, feeling no spark of attraction towards any of them. Sigh. Will the delightful experience of love finally come my way? Yi Yingidamentet. At that moment, the image of the somewhat dashing, yet cunningly devious Qin Yi unexpectedly flashed through her mind. Impossible. How could I possibly like him? Yi Qingxi hastily shook her head in denial, yet she remained oblivious to the telltale blush that had crept onto her cheeks. Just then, beep beep beep, Yi Qingxi's WeChat moments refreshed with new updates. Eagerly, she glanced at her screen. Oh, the school director had posted, and there were 2 updates. Curiosity piqued. Yi Qingxi delicately tapped her fair little finger to open the first post. Chapter 36. The school year begins. The exam overlord Qin Yi returns every time Yi Qingxi opened Douyin and saw half of the comments berating the national football team. She felt a surge of indignation. She wanted to say, upon encountering the lengthy ellipsis, an ominous premonition rose within her. Swiftly, she scrolled down to the end of the post, and the outcome did not disappoint her. I want to say, do the rest of you lack a keyboard? Huh. Ye Vingi chucked it softly. Amused by Qin Ye's post. The school board member truly was mischievous and cunning. Next, Yi Qingxi clicked on Qin Ye's second post. Unsurprisingly, it was yet another familiar series of dots. In truth, the previous post was just a jest. Honestly, I strongly urge everyone to stop criticizing the national football team. Otherwise, with so many of you hurling insults, I can't keep up with all the likes. Smile. Yi Qingxi huffed, feeling that Qin Ye had gone too far. How could he disparage the national team like this? Yet, she quietly liked both of his posts. As long as you mock the national team, we are destined to be good friends. In a luxurious villa, in the living room, Qin Xiaoyu asked Qin Yi, Brother, I don't understand football and have never watched a match. Is it really that outrageous for the national team to lose to Vietnam? Qin Yi pondered for a moment and smiled. Let me put it this way, losing to Vietnam is akin to Guo Jingming winning against peak Michael Jordan on the basketball court. Ma Baohua triumphing over Bruce Lee from the 1950s in a boxing ring. 5-year-old PD outrunning Su Bingtian, who clocked in at 9.88 seconds on the track. In summary, it's one word, absurd. Absurd, absurd to the point of being ludicrous. Qin Xiaoyu shook her head, her large, innocent eyes blinking. But absurd is just 2 words, right? Hearing Qin Xiaoyu argue back, Qin Yi playfully punched her, then asked again, Now, how many words is that? Qin Xiaoyu whimpered 1. Qin Yi smiled with satisfaction. What is this called? This is called winning by virtue. As the sage said, to fight. Is it to use bricks? It is not appropriate to be reckless, to strike indiscriminately. If it doesn't work, then what? Right hand or left hand, use a brick. I, Qin Yi, am following the virtue of a sage. I truly am a gentleman of both virtue and integrity. Qin Yi silently gave himself a thumbs up. Nightfall. The eve of the new school year, all the elementary school students wore frowns. In the Su Province Elementary School Forum. School start tomorrow. Sigh. I haven't played enough. The holiday is too short. When will we have another vacation? I love holidays. I don't want to go to school tomorrow, boo-hoo. By the way, who would blow up the school so we can have another holiday? Observing the students on the forum lamenting the brevity of the holiday. Class leader Xiaopeng shed tears of regret. Damn it, you all complain about a short holiday. The students of Mingzhu Primary School didn't even have a holiday. They were forced to endure 2 days of online classes. Damn. Meanwhile, on the eve of the school year, parents were also taking action. In a certain WeChat group chat, Mingzhu Primary School Parent Rights Protection Group, parents were discussing tomorrow's plans. All parents, let's go to Mingzhu Primary School together to defend our rights tomorrow. All right, with so many parents, are we afraid of a mere school board member? We must demand an explanation. We send our children to Mingzhu Primary School in hopes they can excel, not to tackle those devilishly difficult exam questions. What purpose do such hellish questions serve? They are completely misleading our children. Enough said. Tomorrow we'll take action, with hundreds of parents standing at the school gate. I guarantee that the board member will be terrified. A storm targeting Qin Yi was about to ensue. The first confrontation between the exam overlord and the parents was about to unfold. In Su Province, the Education Bureau, Director Liu gazed at the freshly compiled results of the 9-city joint examination, lost in thought. When did Mingzhu Primary School become so formidable? Director Liu's eyes were filled with complexity. If memory served him correctly, last year, Mingzhu Primary School ranked over 20 in the 9-city examination. And this time, when the results are released tomorrow, I'm sure all the schools in Su province will be equally astonished. Director Liu slowly set down his teacup, reflecting on this. The night of surging undercurrents swiftly passed. The next day, early in the morning, Qin Yi rose with great zeal. He dressed in a very formal outfit. The luxurious fabric exuded a sense of quality, tailored perfectly to him by a top designer, making him appear dignified and exuding the aura of a noble scion. Observing Qin Ye's formal attire, Qin Xiaoyu curiously asked, "Brother, why are you dressed so formally today?" Qin Yi glanced at her and replied leisurely, "Because there are groundhogs outside." Qin Xiaoyu patted her head, asking innocently, "How does the presence of groundhogs outside relate to what you wear?" Qin Yi looked at her with a bemused expression and smiled. "What I wear is none of your concern." Qin Xiaoyu. Winky face. A perfect retort. Qin Xiaoyu's face flushed with indignation. She felt she could write an autobiography titled, "How a Cute Girl Was Driven Mad by Her Brother." "All right, I'm off to work." Qin Yi gently ruffled Qin Xiaoyu's hair and said kindly. Qin Xiaoyu turned her face away, protesting, "Stinky brother. Don't mess with my hair, it stunts growth." "Oh, is that so?" Qin Yi then proceeded to ruffle her hair several more times. Surprisingly, it felt quite nice, albeit requiring him to bend down because she was too short. Each word pierced Qin Xiaoyu's heart. On the way to school, Qin Yi chose to take the bus. He wanted to flaunt his expensive suit worth tens of thousands. Qin Yi had devised a plan. Once he boarded the bus, he would stand there, ensuring that all the passengers would be left speechless, their jaws agape in astonishment. Surely, someone would inquire about the price of his suit. He would then casually fold his arms and nonchalantly announce a figure. How glorious it would be to show off. Those passengers would definitely be filled with envy and resentment, contributing their admiration to him. Sigh, I truly am a little genius at showing off. Qin Yi mused just as he prepared to board the bus. However, the driver stopped him. The driver, with a peculiar expression, looked at him and said, "Young man, I've driven a bus for decades and have seen people use counterfeit coins, game tokens, and even beer caps. But what on earth does it mean to throw in a digestive tablet?" Chapter 37. I just wanted to supplement its calcium. Is that wrong? Upon hearing those words, Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Was he really being accused of inserting digestive tablets into the fare box? Such a shameless act was beyond him. Hastily, he turned around to find a rather unsavory-looking man behind him, who was now shamefully lowering his head. Qin Yi let out a sigh of relief. It was not he who was being chastised, but rather the lewd individual behind him. Witnessing the man's unscrupulousness, using digestive tablets as substitutes for coins to board the bus, Qin Yi's sense of justice flared. He sternly admonished the offender. "Young man, you are quite audacious. How could you attempt to board the bus with digestive tablets? Haven't your parents taught you the value of honesty?" The reprimanded man, fully aware of his wrongdoing, hung his head in silence. The bus driver, observing Qin Yi's bold stand for justice, regarded him with admiration. The driver thought to himself, indeed, there are still young people with a sound moral compass in this era. However, in the next moment, Qin Yi, having just scolded the lewd man, confidently pulled out a bottle of calcium tablets, pouring out two and tossing them into the fare box. The driver, the lewd man, the other passengers on the bus. Are you kidding me? Using digestive tablets is unacceptable, but calcium tablets are fine? The driver furrowed his brow, his anger rising. Unfazed, Qin Yi smiled and explained, "The bus runs every day. Surely it gets tired? I merely wish to supplement its calcium. Is that wrong?" The driver trembled with rage. Ding! 44 from the bus driver's grievances. The lewd man gave a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. When it comes to shamelessness, you take the crown. Subsequently, both Qin Yi and the lewd man were unceremoniously ejected from bus. Yet, Qin Yi remained unperturbed. Without a bus, there were still shared bicycles nearby. He took out his phone and scanned a yellow bike. To his surprise, a red envelope popped up. Upon opening the envelope, he found a message. "Dear shared bicycle user, congratulations. You have won a 5 yuan discount coupon for Lamborghini." Qin Yi's mouth twitched slightly. "Ah, splendid. A 5 yuan coupon for Lamborghini. How generous of you. As if I were in dire need of your 5 yuan discount to purchase a Lamborghini." Ding! 5 from Qin Yi's grievances. At that moment, he realized he had forged an enmity with the shared bicycle service. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not forget a grievance. Qin Yi promptly dialed the customer service hotline. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, sir. This is the shared bicycle customer service hotline. How may I assist you? Hearing the inquiry from the customer service representative, Qin Yi replied with a smile. Earlier, when I scanned the yellow bike, I received a 5 yuan discount coupon for Lamborghini. He briefly explained the situation. Before long, the representative on the other end responded, Sir, first of all, congratulations on winning the Lamborghini 5 yuan discount coupon. You may redeem it at the designated Lamborghini dealership for the discount. The representative rambled on, but Qin Yi interrupted. I'm not inquiring about how to use this coupon. The representative hesitated before cautiously asking, Then, sir, what would you like to know? I wish to ask, after purchasing a Lamborghini with this coupon, will it affect my ability to drive a Ferrari with one hand? The representative? Ding. 33 from the shared bicycle customer service grievances. Seeing the grievances accumulate, Qin Yi pressed on. By the way, I have another question. The representative, almost in tears, responded, Sir, please go ahead. With a beaming smile, Qin Yi recounted, just a moment ago, while I was scanning the shared bicycle, I suddenly realized my Ferrari key was missing. So, I hurriedly slipped on my 50,000 yuan AJ shoes and searched beneath my Rolls Royce. In the process, I accidentally knocked several diamonds off my Patek Philippe watch, so I rushed back home to my Thompson Riviera residence and used Hermes glue to reattach them. All right, I'm done. What shall we discuss now? The representative's expression was one of utter disbelief. Winky face. Ding. 55 from the shared bicycle customer service grievances. At that moment, the representative felt genuinely hurt. She wished to say to the person on the other end, Are you calling for customer service or just to flaunt your wealth? Amidst her frustration, Qin Yi's voice chimed in again. By the way, let me ask you another question. The representative, now resigned, replied, Go ahead. She had given up. If you wish to show off, so be it. However, Qin Yi's next inquiry was unexpectedly serious. If we were to ride the subway together and the metal detector went off, do you know why? The exam question master, Qin Yi, posed a devilish riddle to the customer service representative. After a moment of hesitation, she swallowed hard and replied, Because you are carrying metal? Incorrect. Dismissing her answer, the representative, on the verge of tears, said, Then I don't know. Qin Yi huffed and revealed the answer. Because I possess a will of steel. The representative? After a brief pause, she weakly asked, And what about me? Is it also because I have a will of steel? No. Qin Yi smiled. It's because you're a foolish iron. The representative? Ding. 77 from a shared bicycle customer service grievances. Having harvested a considerable amount of grievances, Qin Yi ended the call. He mounted the shared bicycle and rode off, smiling towards Mingzhu Primary School. Qin Yi, the master of exam questions, have returned. Meanwhile, at Mingzhu Primary School, a crowd had gathered at the entrance. Hundreds of parents, filled with anger, brandished signs as they protested at the school. Chapter 38. The parents were reduced to tears by Qin Yi unethical school board members, ruining the youth. Bring out the board member Qin Yi. We wish to discuss matters with him. We entrusted our children to Mingzhu Primary School with the hope of nurturing their talents, not to subject them to devilish examinations. My child is destined for Tsinghua. Can you bear the responsibility for hindering their path? Come out. Qin Yi, we demand an explanation. The parents were filled with righteous indignation, and one might think their wives had been wronged by Qin Yi. Passers-by on the street were drawn to the commotion, stopping to witness the spectacle. Before long, the entrance of Mingzhu Primary School was swarming with people, shoulder to shoulder, a veritable sea of bodies. The momentum was overwhelming and relentless. Had it not been for the vigilant school guards, the parents might have stormed the gates. Inside the school, the elementary students were also aware of the uproar outside. They too wished to join the fray, but were confined to their classrooms, restless with curiosity. Many students believed that the formidable Qin Yi, the master of difficult questions, would soon face dire consequences. Hey, parents, rally together and take down the great demon, thought the class monitor, a chubby boy, with glee. Suddenly, a piece of chalk struck his plump face. It turned out that he had been daydreaming in class, and the teacher had caught him. "Chubby, come up here and solve this problem," the middle-aged teacher commanded sternly. The boy was on the verge of tears, lamenting his fate. When Qin arrived at the school, it was precisely 9 in the morning. Observing the throng of parents clamoring at the entrance, he could not suppress his delight. Was this not a bounty of grievances presented to him? He parked a shared bicycle nearby and approached the agitated parents with an air of calm. The school guard, upon noticing Qin Ye's arrival, promptly saluted. "Good day, board member." "Well done, young man. Keep it up," Qin Ye encouraged, patting the guard on the shoulder. The guard's heart swelled with excitement, feeling the warmth of Qin Ye's approachable demeanor, treating all with equality, regardless of their station. As Qin Ye approached, the parents converged around him, each brimming with indignation, their collective fury reminiscent of a formidable alliance preparing to storm the heights of a stronghold. The atmosphere was charged, yet Qin Ye remained unperturbed. He cast a cold glance at the assembled parents and spoke in a detached tone. "I am aware of your intentions. If you believe I am hindering your children's future, allow me to pose 3 questions. Should you still feel that I am at fault after that, I shall have nothing further to say." Upon hearing this, the parents exchanged glances, silence enveloping them for a moment. Then a leading parent scoffed. "Go ahead, ask your questions." The others shared expressions of derision, eager to see what Qin Ye would inquire. "Very well." Qin Ye stepped forward, exuding a chillingly proud aura, and asked, "My first question, between a student who studies basic arithmetic and one who delves into advanced calculus, which is the more intelligent? Which possesses greater intellectual capacity?" At this question, the parents fell silent. They hesitated, stepping back. Observing their reluctance to respond, Qin Ye's voice grew colder as he demanded, "Answer me." The parents remained mute. The answer to this question so evident that it required no contemplation. The calculus student was undoubtedly the more intelligent. Yet they could not voice this truth, succumbing to silence. With a sharp gaze, Qin Ye posed his second question. "My second question, which student, one who tackles simple problems daily, or one who confronts exceptionally challenging ones? Possessi superior resilience? Which is better equipped to withstand pressure? If both were to venture into the world and face adversity, who would remain steadfast and resolute?" Silence reigned once more. The parents exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Their faces turned pale, their arguments rendered impotent, left speechless. The answer was equally clear. The latter student would be more resilient and composed. As the saying goes, a towering tree cannot grow in a greenhouse without experiencing storms. How can one see a rainbow? As the parents remained mute, Qin Ye shook his head, his expression, demeanor, and gaze all conveying a singular message. "Forgive me, but I'm not targeting anyone. Rather, I find all present to be lacking." Having been silenced by his inquiries, the parents felt their pride wounded. A fierce-looking parent, darkened by frustration, retorted, "You are merely obfuscating the issue. We demand results, not discussions of intelligence or resilience." With this proclamation, the other parents seized upon this lifeline, rallying in agreement, their voices rising in unison. "Indeed, we sent our children to your school to excel academically and rise to prominence. Exam results are paramount. Your talk of intelligence and psychological resilience is mere abstraction. As a parent, I value results above all else. Empty words mean nothing if scores are poor." In that moment, chaos erupted, the scene devolving into a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace. Qin Ye remained silent, observing the parents with keen interest. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As he withheld his words, the parents gradually quieted down. "Have you said enough?" A mocking smile graced Qin Ye's lips. "Do you not seek results? I would like to pose my third question. Do these challenging problems truly impact students' exam scores? Perhaps it would be prudent to await the results of the upcoming citywide examination before reaching any conclusions." With a confident smile, Qin Ye relished the moment. These parents had unwittingly invited him to challenge them. No one understood better than he how well the students of Mingzhu Primary School would perform in the impending examination. The instant he glimpsed the examination questions, he knew. This time, success was assured. Chapter 39. The results are announced. Mingzhu Primary School claims the top spot. Well, let us wait for the results of the joint examination before drawing any conclusions. I refuse to believe you can overturn this situation. Just wait. It's only an hour, and we can endure that. If the results are unsatisfactory, do not blame us for turning hostile. The parents of hundreds of students voiced their opinions, making fierce declarations. Qinyi remained silent, observing coldly. He was certain that after today, at least half of these unruly parents would find their children expelled from the school. Such foolish parents were not worth the effort for Mingzhu Primary School to educate. As for the remaining parents, their fate depended on their attitudes. Only those who displayed sincere remorse might be granted a chance to continue their children's education at the school. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as hundreds waited in silence for the announcement of the results from the joint examination across the 9 cities. Not only was Mingzhu Primary School awaiting the results, but also various elementary schools throughout Su Province. The principals were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, nervously awaiting the outcome. Having granted us a favorable ranking for Chaoyang Primary School, the principal of Chaoyang Primary School silently prayed. The rankings from this joint examination directly influenced his bonuses. Schools fall into 2 categories, public and private. Chaoyang Primary School belonged to the former, relying entirely on funding from the Education Bureau. However, the Bureau wouldn't allocate funds without reason. Thus, the results of the joint examination were of utmost importance. Schools ranked higher received more generous bonuses. Mingzhu Primary School, on the other hand, was a private institution backed by the wealth of the Qin family. The teachers at Mingzhu earned salaries several times greater than their counterparts at other schools, inciting envy among many. In Yangzhou, at the Provincial Experimental Primary School, Principal Sun quietly lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. Unlike the other principals who were fraught with anxiety, he remained utterly composed. The Provincial Experimental Primary School had maintained the top rank in Su Province for 3 consecutive years. A saying could aptly describe the situation: so invincible that there are no rivals. Their only competition was themselves, constantly striving to surpass their own records. Principal Sun sipped tea leisurely at his computer, awaiting the refreshing of the results on the official examination site. An hour later, the moment of revelation arrived. Alas, life can be as lonely as snow. It was yet another day of invincibility. With a sigh, he clicked to check the results, only to find himself frozen in disbelief. There was no anticipated joy, merely shock. Principal Sun sat motionless before his screen, akin to a statue, eyes glued to the display. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, gripping his hair in disbelief. "This is insane. How can this be possible?" On the screen, the results revealed that Mingzhu Primary School had astonishingly claimed the top position with an overwhelming score. First place, Mingzhu Primary School, Jiangnan City, average score, 247. 3. Second place, Provincial Experimental Primary School, Yangzhou City, average score, 186. 9. Third place, Chaoyang Primary School, Shaoxing City, average score, 159. 4. Fourth place, Yucai Primary School, Wuxi City, average score, 156. 7. Fifth place, Hongji Primary School, Jiangnan City, average score, 148. To this score sheet, encompassing hundreds of schools across 9 cities in Su Province, was shocking enough to send chills down one's spine. Mingzhu Primary School had surged to the top with a staggering 60-point lead over the second place. Stunned, Principal Sun's face turned ashen, his pupils dull with disbelief. At the entrance of Mingzhu Primary School, when the results were announced, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Parents stared in shock at their mobile screens. The revealed scores made their minds go blank. First, Mingzhu Primary School had astonishingly ranked first in the entire province. What an extraordinary achievement. How could this be? Parents exchanged incredulous glances, questioning the accuracy of the scores. How could Mingzhu Primary School be so formidable? Silence reigned, an eerie stillness enveloping the scene as all parents gazed at Qinyi. Was this young school director employing some sort of sorcery? How else could he achieve such results? Qinyi's indifferent gaze swept across the assembly. Those who met his eyes were filled with shame, their heads bowed in embarrassment. They could not face him, their cheeks burning with humiliation. This sudden turn of events left them feeling utterly defeated, their ears ringing with the echoes of their earlier bravado. You only see the devilish examination questions I designed for your children, yet fail to recognize how such challenges foster their independent thinking. Chinese calm words pierce the hearts of the parents like daggers. The brain is malleable. It becomes sharper with use, not duller. I have bestowed upon these children the spirit of resilience in the face of adversity, a lifelong treasure of wisdom. Yet in your eyes, I have become the villain who misleads the youth, jeopardizing their futures. Very well. Chinye's cold voice resonated throughout the venue. After today, you may take your children and withdraw them from Mingzhu Primary School. We have no need for your short-sightedness here. At this declaration, a wave of despair washed over the parents, many on the verge of tears. Please don't. Director Chin, I beg you, do not expel my child. I implore you. My child is our only hope. Allow my child to stay at Mingzhu Primary School, and I will kneel before you. Director, please calm your anger. We were merely momentarily foolish. Forgive us. We were wrong. A chorus of desperate pleas filled the air. For each parent, their child was their lifeblood. Mingzhu Primary School was now the most prestigious institution in Su Province, and who wouldn't want their child to continue their education there? An hour ago, these parents had been brimming with arrogance. Now, they were humbled, humiliated. The slap of reality came so swiftly that even onlookers were left astonished. What a remarkable turn of events. In just 1 hour, the narrative had flipped completely. Such drama could not even be scripted. On this day, the results of the joint examination were announced. Mingzhu Primary School triumphed, claiming the top spot in Su Province. The educational community of Su Province was shaken to its core. A moment of fame, and the world took notice. Chapter 40. The essays have gone viral. A sensation domestically and internationally the moment the results of the joint examination for 9 cities were uploaded to the teachers' group chat of the Provincial Experimental Primary School. A profound silence enveloped the entire conversation. After a brief pause, the eruption of disbelief was akin to a volcanic explosion. A flurry of incredulous messages illuminated the chat. How can this be? We are not in first place. Has Mingzhu Primary School consumed some magical elixir? Their average score surpasses ours by over 60 points? No way. Today isn't April Fool's Day, is it? Someone pinch me. This score cannot be real. We are finished. The era of our Provincial Experimental Primary School is drawing to a close. Shock, uproar, and disbelief prevailed. The teachers of the Provincial Experimental Primary School felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. Such absurdity in results. Meanwhile, schools across the 9 major cities in Su Province, numbering in the hundreds, were frantically sharing this astonishing score report. Everyone was stunned. How on earth did Mingzhu Primary School achieve such high scores? An average of 247? Are the students their celestial beings? How could they score so well on such difficult questions? Incredible. This is downright toxic. I am utterly devastated. This is purely demoralizing. Why are they so exceptional? The entire educational community in Su Province was dazzled by the extraordinary results from Mingzhu Primary School. The atmosphere was electrifying. Within just 1 day, Mingzhu Primary School had become a household name within the educational sector of Su Province, rising to prominence with overwhelming force. Moreover, the school gained international recognition, not solely due to its examination results, but also because of the remarkably talented and breathtaking essays produced by its students. For the general public, the examination scores were of little consequence. It was akin to someone mentioning which province or school topped the charts. One would respond indifferently. Oh, whether one ranked first or last in the province held no relevance to them. However, essays were an entirely different matter. Historically, the essays that gained widespread attention during college entrance examinations were those that achieved full marks. A well-crafted piece can genuinely resonate with the human spirit. Why have so many classic Chinese literary works endured through the ages? It is due to the power of words. A splendid essay can evoke profound emotions from deep within. The essays about rain from Mingzhu Primary School were no exception. Once these imaginative and eloquent compositions were shared online, the nation was left astounded. Rain is born from the heavens and meets its end in the earth. The journey in between mirrors life itself, coexisting with nature and sharing the brilliance of the sun and moon. This is the true essence of rain. How magnificent is our great China. The revival of our motherland is our unyielding duty. Even if the road is fraught with obstacles and heavy rain turns the path to mud, we shall persevere without regret. If heaven possesses feelings, it too shall grow old. The sea of rain stretches infinitely, filled with hardship. 3,000 years before the rain falls, we reflect on the mortal realm and choose not to become immortals. These astonishing essays left readers in awe, dazzling the eyes of the entire nation. The online community erupted with excitement. Voices of astonishment echoed. Is this truly the work of elementary school students? Do not frighten me. Have elementary school essays reached this level of sophistication? Is Mingzhu Primary School destined for greatness? You asked us to write about rain, and we received reflections on life and death, on national fortune, on cosmic civilization, on the rise and fall of humanity. I am utterly humbled. This is undoubtedly the most formidable collection of essays by elementary school students in history. Unanimous admiration. The writing is so exquisite that it moves me to tears. The essays from Mingzhu Primary School were translated into English by some netizens and shared on international platforms, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. When foreigners encountered these compositions, they were equally astonished. Oh my goodness, these phrases have brought me to tears. Oh God, I am utterly enamored with these beautiful sentences. It is hard to believe that these were penned by elementary school students from China. Praise be to China. It is a wondrous Eastern nation. Rain is born from the heavens and meets its end in the earth. Such brilliance in writing, I absolutely adore it. Much love. The children of China are truly remarkable. Unbeknownst to many, the essays from Mingzhu Primary School had gone viral, almost overnight, from America to Europe and across the entire Western world. Major media outlets were fervently sharing these compositions, igniting discussions both domestically and internationally. Numerous foreign media outlets reported on this phenomenon. The New York Times proclaimed, recently, a group of genius prodigies from China have stunned the world with their beautiful essays. The Global Herald stated, applause for the incredible nation from the East. The London News remarked, essays from Chinese elementary school students have made it to the top 3 on Twitter's trending list. Reports from foreign media continued to pour in, and the world was captivated by the prowess of Chinese elementary school students. This day was destined to be unforgettable, leaving foreign friends in sheer astonishment. Within China, media coverage was relentless. The trending topics on Weibo included, Mingzhu Primary School essays go viral worldwide. Mingzhu Primary School and Mingzhu Primary School essays astonish both domestic and international audiences. Weibo's trending list was dominated. Douyin's trending list was topped. Headlines across the nation were entirely occupied by Mingzhu Primary School. This outcome was entirely unexpected for everyone. The reason Mingzhu Primary School achieved such fame was not merely due to their extraordinary scores, but rather because of those elementary school essays. The primary reason for this phenomenon was simply encapsulated in 3 words, the element of surprise. Had these magnificent and grand essays emerged from the hands of an esteemed literary figure, they would not have garnered such attention. People might have simply remarked, impressive. However, the fact that these essays were crafted by elementary school students, that was almost unfathomable. Have today's elementary students reached such a level of sophistication? Must one employ such exquisite and philosophically rich language for a simple essay? Truly remarkable. As discussions raged across the internet, state media also joined the fray. The People's Daily published a Weibo post reporting on the matter, lavishly praising the students. This report, like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, sent ripples surging through the nation. A tempest of excitement swept the country. Everyone was left in awe. Chapter 41. It is not the weak and ignorant who defeat humanity, but arrogance, the strength of the youth, equates to the strength of the nation. Recently, the examination essay from Mingzhu Primary School in Jiangnan City has gained remarkable attention for its poetic beauty, captivating audiences both domestically and internationally. It has garnered unanimous acclaim in the global arena. We sincerely hope that more such talented individuals emerge from China, like the students of Mingzhu Primary School. showcasing the spirit that youth should embody and promoting the allure of traditional Chinese culture. A commentary by the People's Daily received an astonishing 4 million likes within just 2 hours of publication. The comments below were rife with excitement. Haha, official media has taken notice. Mingzhu Primary School has truly become a sensation. How can I enroll my child in Mingzhu Primary School? Same question. I wish to know too. You jest. Is it truly that easy to enter Mingzhu Primary School? Dear, I suggest you wash up and have sweet dreams. Everything is possible in dreams. A fervent atmosphere engulfed the crowd. Yet, everyone understood one undeniable truth. Mingzhu Primary School is subtly positioning itself as the foremost primary school in China. Naturally, this title will be adamantly contested by other esteemed institutions. To claim the title of the best primary school in China, one must first consult renowned schools such as the Renmin University Affiliated Primary School, Peking University Affiliated Primary School, Tsinghua University Affiliated Primary School, and Huanggang Primary School. It is foreseeable that despite the spotlight currently shining on Mingzhu Primary School, a confrontation with these traditional powerhouses is inevitable, one that will determine supremacy and victory. In Jiangnan City, surrounded by a throng of parents from other schools, Qin Yi found himself at the center of attention. Each parent exhibited utmost humility, their expressions adorned with sycophantic smiles. Esteemed board member, I implore you, grant mercy just this once. Allow my child to transfer here. Truly, I beseech you. You're a living bodhisattva. Please do us this kindness. I come from a humble background and possess little education. If you can secure a place for my child, I would do anything. The air was thick with the sounds of desperate pleas, as parents bowed and nodded, their demeanor exuding extreme subservience, almost to the point of kneeling before Qin Yi. In fact, had Qin Yi commanded them to kneel, they would likely have complied without hesitation. Everything was for the sake of their children, in their pursuit of better educational resources to ensure their offspring's success from the outset. These parents were willing to go to great lengths. Qin Yi felt a profound sense of conflict. He understood the heartfelt intentions of these parents, their struggles resonating deeply with him. He too desired to accept these children, yet the capacity of Mingzhu Primary School was inherently limited. It could not accommodate such a vast number of students. In recent days, following the official media's commendation, the school's email had been inundated with over 100,000 transfer applications daily from across the nation. At this moment in China, no parent wished for anything less than their child attending Mingzhu Primary School. The honor was unparalleled for any child fortunate enough to be enrolled at Mingzhu Primary School. Their parents would undoubtedly become the center of attention at social gatherings. Conversations among relatives would invariably revolve around one topic: whose child excelled academically. Should anyone dare mention that their child was studying at Mingzhu Primary School during a dinner party, they would surely be met with envious and jealous gazes. Unbeknownst to many, Mingzhu Primary School had transformed into a golden emblem, gleaming with prestige. Dear uncles and aunts, I too wish to accept your children. Qin Yi sighed as he addressed the pleading parents before him. However, our current enrollment exceeds capacity. Upon hearing this, the parents' faces fell, revealing their disappointment. One parent, noticeably ostentatious, adorned with gold chains, boisterously declared, "Board member Qin, name your price. Whatever it takes to allow my child to study here." Qin Yi chuckled at the audacity of this brash parent. It was the first time he encountered someone flaunting wealth in his presence. It was no exaggeration to say that in all of Jiangnan City, fewer than 10 individuals possessed greater wealth than him, and he had not yet crossed paths with this particular ostentatious parent. With a dismissive snort, the wealthy parent insisted, "Just state your figure, board member Qin. If money can solve it, then it is not a problem." "Very well." Qin Yi nodded, smiling as he quoted a figure, 10 billion. The ostentatious parent. The other parents present? In that moment, the wealthy parent wished he could slap himself in the face. What compelled him to boast so foolishly? Now, he found himself in an awkward predicament. "Haha, board member Qin, I was merely jesting. Consider it nothing more than a fleeting thought." The wealthy parent quickly backtracked, realizing he had no such sum of 10 billion. Yet Qin Yi feigned ignorance, retrieving his phone to display a payment code, his smile genuine as he inquired. Alipay or WeChat. Bank transfer works too. The wealthy parent. Winky face. Having extricated himself from the throngs of desperate parents, Qingyi strolled alone through the school campus, observing the students strutting about with an air of arrogance. A frown creased his brow. These students, with their haughty expressions and inflated egos, all conveyed a singular message. They had become complacent. This was not a harbinger of good fortune. History has shown that when individuals begin to exhibit arrogance and hubris, they often tread the path toward downfall. Recently, the students have been lauded excessively by various media outlets and netizens across China, likely leading them to forget their modesty. They may be under the impression that they are invincible, untouchable in their literary prowess. As the ancients wisely stated, arrogant soldiers are destined for defeat. In the words of Lu Cixin in the Three-Body Problem, what defeats humanity is not the weak or the ignorant, but arrogance. Vignese Guzehardinit. His mind racing with concern. With foresight, he recognized the severity of the situation. This atmosphere of arrogance and inflated egos at Mingzhu Primary School must be curtailed immediately. Otherwise, it would inevitably lead to dire consequences, spiraling out of control. By the time the repercussions manifested, it would be far too late. Resolute, Qingyi called the school's broadcasting room. With a commanding voice, he ordered, "All faculty and students, assemble on the playground." Meeting. Chapter 42. Despair. The most challenging essay topic in history. Urgent announcement. All faculty and students, please gather immediately on the playground. The loudspeaker echoed 3 times, resonating throughout every corner of Mingzhu Primary School. The young students, who had been playing during recess, exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion. What could this possibly mean? Were they to convene for a faculty-student meeting? Amidst the sea of puzzled faces, everyone made their way to the playground. 15 minutes later, everyone had assembled, awaiting the appearance of Qingyi. The crowd buzzed with whispers. "Do you think the principal has summoned us for an important announcement? I bet it's to commend us. After all, we performed exceptionally well in the recent joint examination. I feel the same way. I can't wait to see what rewards the principal has in store for us." "Shoo, be quiet. The principal is coming." In an instant, the playful chatter on the playground ceased, plunging the area into silence. On the stage, Qingyi approached with measured steps, his gaze as calm as a placid lake. There was no sign of joy, anger, sorrow, or worry. No one could decipher his thoughts. Standing tall, he surveyed the thousands of students below him, projecting an aura of tranquility that was almost intimidating. Those who met his eyes felt an involuntary seriousness wash over them, his calm yet authoritative demeanor sending shivers down their spines. In this moment, even Yi Qingxi, the art teacher standing among the crowd, was momentarily entranced. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at Qingyi, her heart churning with tumultuous waves. Was this truly the principal she knew? In her memory, Qingyi had always been a bit unscrupulous and mischievous. This was the first time she witnessed such a commanding presence from him. His tranquil gaze was sharp as a sword, exuding a chilling detachment. What has happened? Who could possibly have angered the principal? Ye Vingi pondered it, recognizing that Qingyi's current demeanor was certainly not without reason. Curiosity gnawed at her. Who dared provoke Qingyi, the infamous king of exam questions, whose reputation for ruthlessness was known throughout Jiangnan? Soon enough, the answer would reveal itself. From the stage, Qingyi spoke indifferently, his voice resonating across the playground. "Do you consider yourself strong? Do you believe your essays are unparalleled, unmatched by anyone else?" How laughable. As these words escaped his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. The oppressive atmosphere hung heavily over the playground, enveloping the 196 elementary students below. Being students of Mingzhu Primary School, none of them were fools. Although young, each was astute enough to grasp the underlying meaning of Qingyi's words. His implication was clear. You think you are formidable? In truth, you are not. Such a statement was an affront to their pride. In that moment, the silence became palpable. The vast playground, spacious enough to accommodate several football fields, was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The air was thick with tension, oppressive, violent, and fierce. Not a single student dared to utter a word, yet all raised their heads defiantly, their eyes brimming with determination and resolve, fixated on Qin Yi. Their expressions conveyed a singular message: defiance. Indeed, they refused to accept this. How dare Qin Yi dismiss their accomplishments? Their essays had garnered national recognition, receiving accolades from internet users around the globe. Their work had graced the pages of the New York Times, topped the trending charts on Weibo, and adorned the cover of the national daily. With such widespread praise, how could Qin Yi choose to negate their efforts? They had earned the admiration of the world. Yet, why could they not elicit even a word of acknowledgement from him? They were indignant. With fierce determination, they regarded Qin Yi with defiance. Noticing the expressions of the students, Qin Yi merely smirked in silence. Defiance? Arrogance? Belief in their unmatched prowess in essay writing? Excellent. Qin Yi relished this enigmatic confidence. Surely, this was an opportunity for him to collect their grievances. It was evident that they had become so inflated with pride that they had lost sight of their true identities. I know you all refuse to accept this. You believe your essay writing skills are unparalleled. So let us make a wager. We will hold a simulated essay test, and I shall provide the topic. If even one of you can produce an essay as remarkable as the one from the recent joint examination, I, Qin Yi, will grant you all a month-long holiday. As his words echoed throughout the playground, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. The principal promised a month off? Come on, everyone, shall we take the bet? There are over 4,000 of us. Surely one of us can write an excellent essay. The students' eyes gleamed with fervor. Who among them could resist the allure of a holiday? While they understood that Qin Yi was likely confident in his challenge, they also recognized their own strength in numbers. No matter how difficult the topic, surely at least a few prodigies among them could produce extraordinary essays. Their chances of success remain high. Observing the eager faces of the students, Qin Yi smiled. Excellent. He snapped his fingers, and 2 staff members brought forth a lengthy challenge document. Qin Yi addressed the students below, speaking slowly. Those willing to accept the challenge, please sign the document. But be warned, should you lose, you must set aside your foolish pride and recognize the long journey ahead toward becoming true scholars. Qin Yi's words were earnest and heartfelt, yet the students, still riding high on their confidence, remained unconcerned. Lose? How could we possibly lose? Principal, you are destined to fail. Our essays have already been featured in the national daily. What do we have to fear? With a rallying cry of excitement, they rallied together. Charge! Today is the day of reckoning. We shall overthrow the king of exam questions. We are invincible. Clearly, they have become entirely overconfident. They have forgotten the fear that once accompanied Qin Yi's devilish exam questions. Today, he would allow them to experience the harsh realities of life once more, so they could truly understand the meaning of despair. Chapter 43, Yi Qingxi, When Celestials Clash. How dare I intervene? Come on, my brothers. Fear not. With so many of us, can we not take on a single person? Regardless, I have signed this challenge. You are free to do as you wish. I too have signed. Whoever backs down is a coward. Rest assured, this wager is ours to win. The elementary students, brimming with confidence, formed a long line, each inscribing their names upon the challenge document. Several hours later, 4,196 elementary students had boldly affixed their signatures to the challenge. Not a single one showed signs of retreat. They believed that Qin Yi had wounded their pride. They were already so formidable. How could Qin Yi look down upon them? With determined expressions, they gazed defiantly at Qin Yi. They were resolute in proving themselves. This was the first time these elementary students had dared to confront the formidable Qin Yi directly. This battle was pivotal for their collective dignity. Victory was imperative. Defeat was not an option. Moreover, they were confident in their triumph. How could over 4,000 of them, who had excelled in the 9-city joint examination, possibly lose to Qin Yi? They faced but one adversary. How could they possibly falter? Yi Qingxi stepped forward. From the elevated platform, Qin Yi's commanding voice echoed. All eyes in the audience turned sharply towards Yi Qingxi. Yi Qingxi appeared dazed, utterly bewildered. What was happening? What did this have to do with her? She had merely been a bystander, Yet here she was, ensnared in this predicament. Oh dear! Yi Qingxi felt utterly despondent. What business did a humble art teacher have in the clash between the mighty Qin Yi and the elementary students? When celestials fight, how could she dare to intervene? However, in the presence of such overwhelming authority, Yi Qingxi did not dare to resist Qin Ye's words. With a heavy heart, she ascended the platform. "Principal, why have you summoned me?" Yi Qingxi inquired softly, her cheeks flushed and her head bowed. Silence. Without warning, Qin Yi seized her wrist and pulled her closer. Yi Qingxi's cheeks flushed kurimson. Before she could comprehend the situation, Qin Yi bit into her delicate finger. A trickle of crimson emerged. Qin Yi turned towards Yi Qingxi and asked, "Does it hurt?" Yi Qingxi furrowed her brows and rolled her eyes. "Of course it hurts. Vin ye simidet. And it is as it should be. Ye zingi." The entire assembly of teachers and students. What on earth was the principal doing? Why could they not comprehend this? Soon, clarity dawned upon them. Qin Yi pressed Yi Qingxi's finger onto the challenge document, leaving a vivid crimson imprint. At that moment, the entire audience felt a wave of relief. So it was merely for the fingerprint. No wonder the principal had bitten into Yi Qingxi's finger. While the onlookers were relieved, Yi Qingxi felt a sense of frustration. With a quivering voice, she lamented, "Why not bite your own hand? Isn't that just stating the obvious? Vigne retortet unrepentant. Ye vingi." All students, all teachers. A wave of fainting swept through the crowd. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxi was on the verge of tears. "You were afraid of pain, so you bit my hand? What kind of person are you? How utterly inconsiderate." Cough, cough, do not mind the details. Qin Yi waved his hand grandly, declaring, "Everyone, return to your classrooms. The simulated essay test commences. Moments latte." The students and teachers on the playground dispersed like a receding tide, returning to their respective classrooms. In the classroom, the elementary students gripped their pens, their spirits soaring, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the essay test. 40 minutes later, the essay topics were distributed to each classroom. With a rustling sound, the essay papers were handed out, marking the official start of the simulated essay test. My friends, let's do this. Rest assured, this time my essay shall be nothing short of spectacular. I shall employ my entire lexicon to craft a remarkable piece. Among the world's talents, I, Nie Xiaolin, shall claim the lion's share. I have resolved it. No matter the topic, with my grandiloquence, I shall surely astound. The elementary students' eyes sparkled with excitement as they prepared to pen a magnificent essay of thousands of words. However, to their utter shock, upon seeing the essay prompt, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Essay topic: when an ancient criminal is beheaded, does the head feel as though the body has fallen, or does the body feel as though the head has fallen? Please articulate a clear, reasoned essay based on this perspective. All genres are permitted, except poetry. Essay requirements: do not speak in generalities. Provide sufficient evidence to support your viewpoint. All the students who laid eyes on this essay topic were instantly overwhelmed with confusion, their minds racing with exclamations of disbelief. What the heck? The once boastful students now stood in shock, staring blankly at their essay papers. Is this even a topic for an essay? Does the head feel the body has fallen? Or does the body feel the head has fallen? How on earth am I supposed to know the answer to that? To discover the answer, I'd have to ask those who have been beheaded. But wait, if the head is gone, how do I even ask? Oh no, this is absurd. How am I supposed to write this essay? At this moment, the elementary students felt utterly lost. Their minds were blank. They deeply sensed the cruelty of the world. With tears welling in their eyes, they exchanged glances in the classroom. Yet, not a single one dared to put pen to paper. Oh no, I was wrong. I should not have been so arrogant. Who could possibly write this essay? This topic is toxic. How on earth do I write this? I can't take it anymore. I want to behead myself to experience the feeling. Damn it, that wretched principal. Who could possibly write such a topic? In that moment, every student at Mingzhu Elementary School was filled with regret. They realized their folly. They should never have boasted in front of Qin Yi. Now, they would face the consequences. They had been so arrogant, proclaiming their intent to craft breathtaking masterpieces. Yet now, they could not even pen a single word. Faced with such a twisted essay prompt, how could they write? What could they possibly write? Should they first behead themselves to understand the sensation? Oh no, this essay topic is simply brutal. In the principal's office, Qin Yi reclined leisurely in his chair, savoring his tea, utterly unconcerned about the outcome of the simulated essay test. Beside him, Yi Qingxi, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Principal, are you not worried about losing?" Qin Yi, with legs crossed and eyes comfortably closed, smirked mockingly. Lose? Lose my head? Who could possibly craft a perfect essay based on this topic? What ist? By the way, esteemed board member, what are the odds of winning this wager with the students? Yi Qingxi inquired once more. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yi opened his eyes and sat up straight. After pondering for a moment, he raised a single finger towards Yi Qingxi. She blinked in confusion and asked, "Is it merely a 10% chance of success?" "No," Qin Yi replied as he stood from his seat, clasping his hands behind his back. With a faint smile, he remarked, "There isn't a single capable contender among them." Yi Qingxi. Chapter 44. Astonishing. Shaolin is actually a hidden academic prodigy. Gazing out at the scenery beyond the window, Qin Yi sighed wistfully. How lonely it is to be invincible. Perhaps only Wei Shun could compel him to unleash his full prowess in crafting questions. These students were, after all, too feeble. Observing Qin Yi's ostentation, Yi Qingxi nodded repeatedly, hardly daring to breathe, lest she disturb his grand display. For this individual bore an exceptionally vengeful spirit. Through prolonged acquaintance, Yi Qingxi had gleaned some insight into Qin Yi's character. Low emotional intelligence, petty-minded, holding grudges, high emotional intelligence, clad in fine garments, galloping with fervor, relishing in the ebb and flow of life. After his showboating, Qin Yi felt a refreshing sense of clarity. With a smile, he handed Yi Qingxi a new essay prompt, instructing, "This is the second essay topic. Please take it to the school's printing room and make 4,500 copies." Yi Qingxi expressed her confusion, inquiring, "Director, haven't you already issued an essay topic once? Why another?" Hearing such a naive question from Yi Qingxi, Qin Yi looked at her and sighed. "You do not understand." Qin Yi resumed his display of superiority. Standing before the window with hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the sky, speaking with calm assurance. "You see only the second tier while I stand on the fifth. As for why I have you print the essays, you will understand tomorrow." Yi Qingxi, this showmanship is infuriating. What nonsense is this about second and fifth tiers? Are you referencing the theory of Milfy? Yi Qingxi ground her teeth in frustration. Ding. Yi Qingxi's resentment 44. 6th grade class 3. The classroom was enveloped in silence. Faced with this hellishly difficult essay prompt, not a single elementary student dared to put pen to paper. Yet, there was one exception. In the vast classroom, only the study committee member, Shaolin, was fervently writing away. The sound of his pen scratching against the paper was enough to evoke a sense of discomfort among the onlookers. The entire class of elementary students stared in astonishment at Shaolin. At this moment, Shaolin was the most distinguished among them. All the students were baffled as to how Shaolin could write so fervently on such a challenging essay topic. Was he under some sort of enchantment? At that moment, the mindset of the entire class crumbled. They gaped at Shaolin, who was fervently composing his essay. A multitude of questions surged through their minds. They simply could not comprehend. Why? They recalled that Shaolin's Chinese grades were mediocre. How could he suddenly become so formidable? While none of them could articulate a single word on the essay prompt, he was writing with unrestrained passion, as if the words flowed like a mighty river. Ceaseless and relentless. Could it be that this is the true prowess of the study committee member? I understand now. Shaolin is the hidden academic genius. He must have been feigning mediocrity all along, merely playing a role for our amusement. Class leader Xiao Peng slapped his forehead and whispered to the surrounding students, "How infuriating. We have all been deceived by him." Upon hearing this, the other students nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. It must be true. Who would have thought that this is the real Shaolin? A deceiver. To think he is actually a genius, merely pretending to be a slacker to toy with us? What a deep scheme. What a cunning plan. We were all duped by his false facade. The elementary students were filled with righteous indignation. A sense of betrayal washed over them. The most disheartening revelation is that a companion you spend every day with is a slacker, failing exams consistently, and you empathize with him. Yet, even worse is discovering that he is actually an academic genius, merely pretending to be a slacker for your amusement. How infuriating. This is outrageous. Tears of despair streamed down the faces of the elementary students. Why must I always be the one hurt? 2 hours later, dinkling, the school bell rang. This signified the end of the essay simulation test. Time is up. Begin submitting your papers. Everyone stood as the teacher at the podium began to collect the papers. One by one, the essays were handed in. However, all the papers were blank. Indeed, not a single word had been inscribed. Faced with such a monstrous essay prompt, what difference did it make whether they wrote or not? Yet there was one exception. That being the study committee member, Xiaolin. When class leader, Xiao Pang stole a glance at Xiaolin's paper. He was astounded to find it densely packed with text. What the heck? You wrote so much? Xiao Pang's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked. Suddenly, all eyes in the classroom were drawn to Xiaolin. Then, Xiaolin flipped his paper over, showcasing it before everyone. In that instant, the entire class of elementary students was utterly stunned. They trembled, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. 4. Xiaolin's essay was filled to the brim. Even the back of the paper was covered. What on earth is happening? While we couldn't muster a single word, you not only filled the front, but also the back of the paper. This profusion of words, at least 2,000, I would wager. You were assigned a 300-word essay, yet you wrote over 2,000 words? And on such a challenging topic. Goodness, you must be under some spell. At that moment, the entire class of elementary students suffered a devastating blow. Just as Xiao Pang was about to approach and see what Xiaolin had written, the teacher had already collected Xiaolin's essay. This is unbelievable. Upon seeing the densely written essay from Xiaolin, the teacher was equally taken aback. Everyone else submitted blank papers, yet you filled the back of the paper as well? Impressive. Student with a herniated disc. Please take a seat. You are already quite remarkable. After the elementary students submitted their papers, they all returned home in tears. Dismissal, which should have been a joyous event, was overshadowed by gloom. All the students were in despair, wiping their tears. Wah. The essay prompt issued by the director was just too difficult. I couldn't write anything at all. How infuriating. I, a proud academic achiever of Class 6, could not write a single word. Did anyone manage to write anything? I'm so anxious. We can't let the director win. They lamented. I don't know if anyone wrote anything, but our class submitted all blank papers. Sigh. Our class too, no one could write this essay. Just then, the class leader Xiao Pang shouted, I know who wrote it. At this proclamation, all the elementary students were taken aback. They clamored, quick, who wrote it? Tell us. Which genius managed to write the essay? Let me pay my respects. Amazing. Our school truly has some extraordinary talents. Just a humble inquiry, genius. Do you need any leg accessories? A wave of shock and commotion ensued, accompanied by admiration. At that moment, Xiao Pang pointed to Xiaolin, who was mingling with the crowd, and shouted, brothers and sisters, it's him. I saw this guy write over 2,000 words for his essay. As soon as the words were uttered, a collective gasp echoed through the room. What? How on earth could you have penned over 2,000 words on such a topic? Exclaimed one incredulous voice. Are you perhaps a manifestation of the literary deity? A myriad of eyes, glowing with envy, converged upon Xiaolin. In that moment, tears threatened to spill from his eyes. He harbored a deep resentment toward Xiao Pang. Are you out of your mind? There's no need to incite such animosity. Half an hour later, the composition papers from various classes were delivered to the office of the school board. Cheney procured a large cardboard box and filled it with these essays before placing it in his vehicle. Subsequently, he drove home, for his task for the evening was to evaluate these compositions. It would soon be revealed what skills these elementary students possessed. After he finished grading the essays that night, all will be made clear. Chapter 45. Posing questions? Indeed, a display of virtue. In the city of Jiangnan, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class glided gracefully into a residential enclave. As Qin Yi drove past a neighboring house, he spotted the elderly lady of the household nestled in a rocking chair in her garden, cradling a bright orange cat and basking in the beauty of the evening twilight. At that moment, Qin Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness!" Just days prior, she had lost a ragdoll cat, and now she had acquired an orange one. Noticing Qin Yi's car, the elderly lady called out to him, "Little Yi, may I pose a question to you?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yi halted his vehicle and turned his inquiring gaze towards her. The lady gently stroked the orange cat in her arms and smiled. "Dear little Yi, how might I enhance my aura so that others can immediately recognize me as a distinguished descendant of the Eisen-Joro lineage?" Qin Yi's face twitched slightly. Just as he had anticipated, she was indeed one to perpetually flaunt her Eisen-Joro heritage. However, respecting one's elders is a cherished virtue in Chinese culture, and he felt compelled to respond earnestly to her inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, he noticed the few remaining teeth in her mouth and suggested, "Perhaps you could consider getting a gold tooth?" The suggestion piqued the elderly lady's interest, and she cheerfully inquired, "Would a gold tooth make me appear more distinguished?" To which Qin Yi shook his head, replying, "Not at all." The lady furrowed her brow, visibly displeased. "If it won tea, then why should I bother?" Because Qin Yi smiled sincerely, maintaining a serious demeanor. "If you have a gold tooth, when you boast, it won't be so easy for your words to fall flat." The elderly lady's expression turned to one of bewilderment. With that, Qin Yi returned home, his car rolling into the driveway. As he stepped out, he spotted a groundhog nibbling on a carrot in the yard. He approached and lifted the creature, glaring at it while gesturing toward the elderly lady's house. "Listen here, you little rascal. If you dare to harm the neighbor's cat again, I shall roast you." The groundhog squeaked defiantly, seeming to resist Qin Yi's threats. "Oh, so you dare to disobey?" Qin Yi's expression hardened. Though he was a kind-hearted and honest gentleman, he would never resort to violence against a non-compliant pet. Thus, he chose to employ virtue instead. With a smile, he posed a series of riddles to the groundhog. "What are the steps to putting a giraffe in a refrigerator?" The groundhog squeaked in confusion. "What do zombies despise doing the most?" More squeaks followed. "How much money should one carry out during a typhoon?" The squeaks intensified. "Among the digits 1 to 9, which is the hardest worker and which is the laziest?" The groundhog's expression conveyed its realization of the world's harshness. Had it the ability to speak, it would surely have lamented, "Oh, you wicked being, you refuse to partake in even the slightest human endeavor." Later, Qin Yi retrieved a box containing examination papers from his car. Upon entering the living room, he found his sister, Qin Xiaoyu, engrossed in a television show. "Sister, are you hungry?" he inquired with a warm smile and brotherly affection. Qin Xiaoyu retreated a few steps, suspicion etched on her face. "You're not up to something again, are you smelly brother?" "Oh, I see. You must be planning to tell me you're not hungry and have already eaten," she asserted, convinced she understood his intentions. However, this time, Qin Yi was genuine, devoid of ulterior motives. He approached her with genuine concern. "Sister, please take a seat. I will prepare a delicious meal for you." Qin Xiaoyu took another few steps back, wary of his sudden kindness. Her history with her brother had taught her that such behavior often concealed mischief. Yet, it seemed Qin Yi had no hidden agenda this evening. 30 minutes later, he emerged from the kitchen, perspiring but triumphant, bearing a lavish seafood feast, complete with king crab, Boston lobster, and abalone, her favorite delicacies. He placed the sumptuous spread before her, even tying a napkin around her neck with utmost care. His gentle actions and affectionate gaze depicting him as a truly caring brother. Witnessing this unexpected tenderness, Qin Xiaoyu felt a surge of trepidation. "Brother, you haven't poisoned the food, have you? You wouldn't want to kill me, would you?" Seeing her disbelief, Qin Yi promptly picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. Relieved, Qin Xiaoyu proceeded to devour a king crab, savoring each bite. 15 minutes later, she patted her full belly, satisfied, and her gaze toward Qin Yi shifted entirely. Perhaps my brother has had a change of heart? Has he finally decided to be a kind and considerate sibling?" Tears of gratitude welled in her eyes as she realized her previous misjudgments. "Are you full?" he asked. "Yes, indeed. Just as she felt comfortable, Qin Yi suddenly asked, "Sister, is your life resilient?" Qin Xiaoyu hesitated, replying softly, "I suppose so." A mischievous smile crossed Qin Yi's face. "Well then, that is good to know. I must be off to attend to my matters. Rest well." He retreated to his room, leaving Qin Xiaoyu bewildered. What could her brother's remark possibly mean? Inside his room, Qin Yi set aside the examination papers, opting to engage in a more pressing matter before proceeding with grading. It had been ages since he last participated in a lottery. With a smile, he examined the 3,912 points of resentment accumulated in his system, sufficient for 3 draws. "System," he declared, opening the lottery wheel with a calm demeanor. "I offer 5 years of Qin Xiaoyu's lifespan in exchange for another chance at a golden draw. Is that agreeable? A brother who does not deceive his sister cannot be considered a good brother. I, Qin Yi, am indeed an honest and virtuous brother." Qin Yi let out a sigh, then proceeded to initiate the lottery. Let the games begin. He promptly expended all 3,000 points of resentment in a thrilling triple draw. The lottery wheel commenced its frenzied rotation. After a 15-second interval, the wheel came to a halt. 3 radiant beams of light burst forth from the wheel. Qin Yi was utterly astonished. Chapter 46, Abundance of Show-Offs This Year Blue. Green, green. Qin Yi immediately recognized the colors of the 3 beams of light. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. For a fleeting moment, he had thought 3 golds had appeared, which would mean sending Qin Xiaoyu away. But since that was not the case, all was well. It had startled him quite a bit. Since no gold had appeared this time, "I shall lend you a portion of my lifespan again next time," Qin Yi murmured to himself. At this moment, one might wonder what would happen if Qin Yi exhausted Qin Xiaoyu's lifespan. To this query, Qin Yi merely chuckled, responding with 7 words. "Borrow another 500 years from heaven. Once the 500 years are up, I shall borrow another 500, as long as I remain audacious. I can achieve immortality. Hiv, hiv, hiv. Let me see what the rewards are." Qin Yi directed his gaze upward. The 3 rewards were a blue talent, a BGM music box, and mosaic sunglasses. He examined the descriptions of the 3 rewards. Language proficiency talent description. As a linguistic prodigy, you are fluent in 7 languages and can seamlessly switch between them. BGM music box item description. A music box containing hundreds of BGM tracks, capable of playing background music anytime and anywhere to enhance the atmosphere and complement your flair. Mosaic sunglasses item description. A pair of ordinary mosaic sunglasses, which, while somewhat stylish, possess no special functions. After reviewing these 3 rewards, Qin Yi silently commended them. They were tailor-made tools for his flamboyance, truly a triumvirate of show-off essentials. Next time he flaunts, he will first play the background music "How Lonely is Invincibility" don the mosaic sunglasses, step forward, and seamlessly switch between 7 languages. What a display of bravado that would be. The resentment points will surely flow in like water. "I am indeed a genius." Qin Yi quietly praised his whimsical thoughts. Once the rewards were drawn, Qin Yi commenced the formal task of grading essays. He retrieved a large box filled with essay papers and began his evaluation. One by one, he selected papers. Out of over 4,000 essays, 90% of the students submitted blank papers. 7% wrote a few scant sentences. Only 3% managed to meet the required word count. However, upon skimming through the essays, Qin Yi found them all to be nonsensical, clearly written merely to meet the word count. The thoughts were muddled, and the arguments unclear. Utter nonsense. It was not until Qin Yi encountered Xiaolin's essay that he was taken aback. The paper was densely packed with at least 2,000 words. To be honest, upon first seeing the sheer volume, Qin Yi felt a flutter of unease. He thought, no way, could anyone truly have written this essay? But upon closer inspection, his heart settled. As it turned out, Xiaolin had written a self-criticism letter. The content was as follows. "Woe is me. Esteemed principal, we were wrong. We should not have attempted to show off before you. You are like the sun in the sky, radiating brilliance and warmth. We committed a grave, ideological error, inflating our egos to the point of believing ourselves invincible. Yet, before you, we shall forever remain the lesser beings. Your power, your charm, Your examination questions will always leave us in awe. If being handsome is a crime, then you're already guilty beyond measure. I am aware that we have committed such sins that merit 1,000 deaths, torn to shreds, unworthy of life. Yet we also know the magnanimous and kind-hearted you would never resort to corporal punishment. How merciful you are! How magnificent! The tears of gratitude I shed could fill the entire Kaidan basin. My exhilarated spirit could soar beyond the earth, standing shoulder to shoulder with the moon. My determination to reform exceeds that of Kwang Hong, who once borrowed light through a wall. I sincerely wish to convey to you, we recognize our mistakes. Even if we were to pour out the waters of the entire Pacific Ocean, it would not extinguish the flames of my admiration for you. Xiaolin's self-criticism was a lengthy piece, with half the content dedicated to praising Qin Yi. After reading it, Qin Yi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Xiaolin, please have a seat. Qin Yi had thought himself quite perceptive, standing on the 5th floor, only to realize that Xiaolin was operating from the stratosphere. While other elementary students struggled to figure out how to write an essay, Xiaolin directly composed a self-criticism letter. What is this called? This is called divine foresight. At the moment Xiaolin saw the essay prompt, he knew their elementary school was destined to lose. Thus, he bypassed the process of losing entirely and wrote a self-criticism letter. To this, Qin Yi could only exclaim, "You truly are remarkable. Abundant show-offs this year. Even the finest flowers cannot compare to your brilliance." Xiaolin's self-criticism was indeed exceptionally well written, especially that line, "If being handsome is a crime, then you're already guilty beyond measure." That sentence truly struck a chord with Qin Yi. Reflecting on this, Qin Yi left a note on Xiaolin's essay. "Well written. Write another 20,000 words. Submit it to my office on Monday." Qin Yi smiled sincerely. He was indeed a considerate and attentive principal. Qin Yi commended himself. The time for show-offs swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, it was the following morning. A blazing red sun rose gradually from the east, casting warm rays across the earth. As Qin Yi stepped out of his room, he discovered Qin Xiaoyu dragging a 2-meter-long prop sword, preparing to head to school. "What on earth? Where did you get that sword?" Qin Yi exclaimed, startled, gazing at Qin Xiaoyu in confusion. With a silly grin, Qin Xiaoyu explained, "Hee, stinky brother. I bought this prop sword online for a school play." As she spoke, she handed the sword to Qin Yi. Taking the 2-meter-long prop sword, Qin Yi waved it a few times, feeling its lightweight. Indeed, it was a prop sword, expertly crafted to appear realistic. "This is great. Let me borrow it for a couple of days," Qin Yi said cheerfully. Qin Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, huffed, and replied, "You can borrow it, but you must return it in a few days. We need it for our school play. Rest assured, I will definitely return it." Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, responding earnestly, "After all, I, Qin Yi, am a man of integrity, always returning what I borrow." Qin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, internally speechless. Look at how he speaks. Even a sage would shed tears. There is truly no one more shameless than you, stinky brother. Ignoring Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Yi loaded the prop sword and the essay papers onto the vehicle. Off to school. Soon he could flaunt again. Hiv. Chapter 47, The Outlaw. A call from Lawyer Luo at 9 in the morning. The assembly at Mingzhu Primary School was in full swing. Beneath the high platform of the playground, a throng of over 4,000 teachers and students gathered in orderly lines. At this moment, the young students clutched their composition papers, their eyes brimming with tears. They had failed. Not a single student had triumphed over the formidable exam questions. They were filled with resentment. The composition prompt devised by Qin Yi was simply too arduous. If one's head were severed, would the head feel the body falling, or would the body feel the head's loss? Who could possibly articulate such an essay? It was utterly diabolical. For a fleeting moment, they believed they must have obliterated the galaxy in a past life to deserve encountering the tyrant of exam questions, Qin Yi. In this one, such a misfortune, it would take them a lifetime to erase the deep-seated pain inflicted upon their souls. Witnessing the heartbroken students weeping below, Qin Yi felt a pang of compassion. They were all good children. With a sigh, he quietly activated his BGM music box, playing an upbeat tune in hopes of soothing the fragile hearts of the young ones. Men cry. Crying is not a sin. Experience the long-lost taste of tears. Even the rain can be a beauty. Why not seize this opportunity to weep heartily the lively melody of men? Crying is not a sin resonated throughout the playground via the loudspeakers. The students were momentarily stunned. They exchanged bewildered glances, frozen in place, unable to cry or laugh. In the midst of such a joyous melody, who could still manage to weep? A chorus of frustration erupted. The school's principal was truly inconsiderate. This was simply outrageous. Observing the students' furious expressions, Cheney turned off the music and picked up the microphone, smiling as he addressed them. Although you lost this time, do you still feel unconvinced? Upon hearing this, the students wiped their tears and voiced their grievances loudly. I refuse to accept this. The essay prompt you provided was utterly impossible to write about. How can we write about something we haven't experienced, like being decapitated? If you have the ability, principal, change the topic and let us retake the exam. I promise we will slay it. Many students expressed their dissatisfaction, yearning for another chance to challenge the formidable Cheney. He had anticipated their response, having prepared 2 sets of composition prompts in advance. At that moment, Yi Qingxi looked on in shock, her expression akin to encountering a ghost. She stared at Qin Yi, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. How could one possess such a prodigious intellect to predict this scenario just yesterday? Qin Yi had indeed not lied. While everyone else saw only the 2nd tier, he stood on the 5th. Unknown to Yi Qingxi, there was another individual sharing that elevated perspective, class monitor Shaolin. Qin Yi had foreseen the students' dissatisfaction, preparing 2 sets of composition prompts accordingly. Shaolin, anticipating the outcome of any contest, had meticulously prepared the self-reflection letters in advance. This was the essence of mastery, striking decisively. Since you are all dissatisfied, I shall grant you another opportunity, Qin Yi declared with a confident smile. However, if you lose again, you must acknowledge your shortcomings and temper your arrogance. Everything was within his control. Having sensed their defiance, he was ready to use another devilish prompt to ensure their submission. As the students clamored for a familiar topic, Qin Yi chuckled, glancing at his Rolex with assurance. Rest assured, this time the essay prompt will be something you all recognize. Even if you have not encountered it yourself, it is something you have undoubtedly heard discussed frequently. It will be a theme with which all are acquainted. Xinye. Guarantee it with the noble character of your teacher, Ms. Yi. Yi Qingxi, who had been spectating from the sidelines, gasped in disbelief. How had she become entangled in this? What business did a mere art teacher have in the battle between Qin Yi and the students? Before she could collect her thoughts, Qin Yi waved his hand, commanding, "Everyone, return to the classroom and commence the 2nd mock composition exam." With that, the assembly concluded, and thousands of teachers and students dispersed like a tide. Each young face radiated determination. They refused to believe they would be defeated by Qin Yi again. In the crowd, class monitor Xiao Peng rallied the other students, shouting, "Come on, everyone, let us go." With fists raised, he exuded a fighting spirit. "There is no obstacle we cannot overcome." Nearby, an English teacher chimed in with a smile. "Only the exam questions are undefeated." Xiao Peng and the students around him were left utterly perplexed. 5 minutes later, in the principal's office, Qin Yi strolled leisurely, preparing to brew himself a pot of tea when suddenly his phone rang. Surprised, he noted that few knew his number. Most who did were close relatives or friends. Who could it be? With curiosity piqued, he glanced at the screen. To his astonishment, the caller ID read, "Lawyer Luo." What on earth? Why would Lawyer Luo be calling him? After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yi decided to answer the call. Chapter 48, yielding the seat to the big shot. "So you are the hidden big shot. Good morning, Lawyer Luo," Qin Yi greeted as he answered the call. However, on the other end, Lawyer Luo immediately inquired with a serious tone, "Qin Yi, I must ask you, are we friends?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yi scoffed and replied, "What are you talking about? My esteemed Lawyer Luo? Friends? That sounds more like the plaintiff." I misspoke. I meant brothers. Whatever you need, just say it. I am more than willing to go to great lengths for my friends." Lawyer Luo retorted, "Are you not mistaken? Shouldn't it be that you stand by your friends? Why does it sound like you're saying you're willing to betray them?" Qin Yi chuckled. "Oh, let us not dwell on the details. What brings you to me today? Having known each other for several years, Qin Yi and lawyer Luo shared a reasonably good relationship. The last incident involving the gopher was merely a light-hearted exchange, and that very night, Qin Yi added the other party back on WeChat. It seemed lawyer Luo had a request, and Qin Yi did not hesitate to ask. As expected, lawyer Luo revealed his request. I have a younger brother who just returned from abroad. He graduated from the Paris School of Fine Arts with a degree in painting. I would like him to teach at your school. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. So, lawyer Luo was seeking a job for his brother. This was no trivial matter, and Qin Yi promptly assured him, "Rest assured, I will handle this." Hearing this, lawyer Luo was elated, laughing heartily. "Haha. Then I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Qin Yi replied with a smile, "No need for a meal. Instead, I have a long-standing legal question that I hope you can clarify for me." "Go ahead, as long as it pertains to the law. There is nothing I do not understand," lawyer Luo confidently declared. It was indeed true that there were few legal matters he could not grasp. After all, the notorious rogue Zhang San was not just a boast. He was genuinely impressive. There was a popular anecdote about lawyer Luo circulating online. In court, the opposing lawyer delivered an argument aiming to convict our defendant. We then introduced lawyer Luo, whose eloquent defense resulted in the opposing lawyer being sent away instead. Though merely a joke, it nonetheless showcased lawyer Luo's prowess. However, today he would encounter Qin Yi, the master of challenging legal dilemmas. With a smile, Qin Yi presented lawyer Luo with a perplexing legal conundrum. Xiao Ming follows a woman dressed in black stockings and provocatively attired late at night. When they reach a deserted alley, Xiao Ming attempts to assault her. The victim, Lu, fiercely resists and struggles. However, Xiao Ming overpowers him and corners him against the wall. Just as Xiao Ming prepares to execute his heinous act, he discovers that Lu is, in fact, a man. At this moment, Lu turns the tables and assaults Xiao Ming instead. The next day, Xiao Ming charges Lu with the crime of indecent assault against a woman. My question is, what crime has Xiao Ming committed? Does Lu also constitute a crime? Lawyer Luo was left utterly flabbergasted. What sort of devilish question is this? How on earth am I supposed to answer? At that moment, Qin Yi reveled in his friend's dismay, noting the increase in his accumulated grievance points. Realizing this, he decided that he would continue to engage lawyer Luo in legal discussions in the future. After all, he prided himself on being a law-abiding citizen who cherished learning. After hanging up with lawyer Luo, Qin Yi glanced at the time. It was getting late. The essay examination must have already commenced. Just then, a polite knock echoed from the door. "Come in," Qin Yi said with a smile, turning his gaze toward the entrance. A lovely woman wearing a pale yellow dress entered. Her demeanor cheerful. Her skin was as luminous as snow, and her eyes sparkled like clear waters. Playful and charming, she exuded a refreshing aura, reminiscent of scholarly elegance. This was Bai Ruhan, a familiar face to Qin Yi, as he had personally interviewed her during a recent recruitment drive at the school. Her remark about the world's most just figure being doorman had left a lasting impression on him. As Qin Yi observed Bai Ruhan, he noted her extraordinary beauty today. Her charm differed from that of Yi Qingxi. While Yi Qingxi's allure was regal and elegant, giving an air of unattainability, Bai Ruhan's beauty radiated playfulness and innocence, evoking a sense of warmth akin to that of a beloved older sister. Noticing Qin Yi's gaze, Bai Ruhan's complexion flushed slightly, and she shyly lowered her head. "Is there something you need?" Qin Yi inquired, taking a sip from his teacup. With a playful smile, Bai Ruhan replied, "Director, my uncle has asked you to attend the Education Bureau tomorrow for the commendation ceremony of the 9th City Joint Examination." Upon hearing this, Qin Yi nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped. "May I inquire, who is your uncle?" he asked, his face a mixture of curiosity and incredulity. Bai Ruhan cheerfully responded, "It's Lu Changshun, the director of the Education Bureau. Don't you know him, Director?" Qin Yi furrowed his brows. "But Director Lu's surname is Lu. How can he be your uncle?" Bai Ruhan blinked her adorable eyes and explained, "I follow my mother's surname. She is Bai, hence I'm also Bai." At this, Qin Yi felt an ominous premonition. He scrutinized Bai Ruhan and cautiously asked, "Might I ask who your mother is?" Bai Ruhan casually replied, "Bai Xiujuan, the second in command of Jiangnan City." Qin Yi was taken aback. So, she was a hidden offspring of the elite. After a moment of silence, he curiously inquired, "And your father?" Liu Taijun, the director of the provincial television station, Bai Ruhan stated. Qin Yi was utterly astonished. "What on earth is going on here?" He exclaimed, "And what about your maternal uncles?" "My maternal uncle is the director of the Cultural Bureau, and my second uncle is the deputy director of the Immigration Bureau, and my third uncle is—" "Stop. Enough." Qin Yi interrupted Bai Ruhan hastily. "What in the world is this? So you are the hidden big shot." He quickly rose and offered his chair to Bai Ruhan. "Please, take the director's seat. I insist." With a grin, he added, "Let me prepare you a cappuccino." "Bai Ruhan, you are indeed impressive. From this day forward, you shall be my long-lost sister." Chapter 49. The ordinary Bai Ruhan of the four great pretenders as Qin Yi offered her his seat. Bai Ruhan quickly waved her hands in astonishment, exclaiming, "Principal, you flatter me. How could I dare to take your place?" Blushing, she timidly added, "Principal, to be honest, I come from an entirely unremarkable family. Please do not tease me any more, Qin Yi." Qin Yi was momentarily bewildered. An unremarkable family, an ordinary family, ordinary goodness. Every single relative of yours holds a government position, none below the rank of department head. Is this what one calls unremarkable? Is this what one calls ordinary? Very well. This pretense is commendable. Do not attempt to feign such modesty again. Qin Yi had thought that his own prowess and posturing was unparalleled until he encountered Bai Ruhan today. He realized that indeed there are always individuals more extraordinary than oneself. He was mistaken. He would gladly bestow the title of the strongest among all pretenders upon Bai Ruhan. However, what troubled Qin Yi further was that he could not perceive the slightest hint of insincerity in Bai Ruhan's tone or demeanor. Her flushed cheeks, her humble tone, her aggrieved gaze all conveyed that the esteemed Bai Ruhan genuinely believed her family background to be ordinary. Damn it! Qin Yi felt a pang of frustration. What does this mean? It signifies that the entire world perceives me as formidable while I see myself as exceedingly weak. Indeed, Bai Ruhan is such a person. She genuinely appears to believe in her ordinary family background. To this, Qin Yi found some understanding. Given Bai Ruhan's family background, her relatives and friends are all of a similar, impressive caliber. The more one mingles with the elite, the more one tends to view oneself as ordinary. This is a reflection of naivety and ignorance of the world's struggles. "Sister, I have searched for you in vain for so many years." Qin Yi grasped Bai Ruhan's delicate arm, tears glistening in his eyes as he declared, "I am your long-lost brother, separated by different fathers and mothers." Bai Ruhan's utter bewilderment increased. To alleviate the awkwardness, Bai Ruhan swiftly changed the topic, saying, "Principal, in this recent joint examination of the 9 cities, the average score in Chinese from my class is the highest in the entire grade. You must praise me." Qin Yi responded, "Well taught. Truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruhan's face lit up with joy, radiating happiness from the praise. Yet, Qin Yi's next statement left her in shock. "Since you teach so well, I would like you to take on 2 more classes, teaching 3 classes of Chinese simultaneously." Bai Ruhan. Ding. Bai Ruhan's resentment increased by 33. Simultaneously teaching 3 classes of Chinese? Is this even a reasonable request? Even capitalists would shed tears. She receives but 1 salary, yet is expected to educate 3 times the number of students? Bai Ruhan pouted, feeling wronged, and said, "Principal, my class performed so well in the Chinese exam. Is there no reward?" "Of course there will be a reward. Vigna promptly assuriter." After all, he is a considerate principal who cares for the faculty. Bai Ruhan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Qin Yi, grinning. "What will the reward be?" With a smile, Qin Yi took out his phone and transferred the Lamborghini 5 yuan discount coupons he had accumulated from riding shared bicycles during this period. 1, 2, 3, 4. For Lamborghini 5 yuan coupons, amounting to a saving of 20 yuan. Upon seeing Qin Yi transfer the 4 coupons, Bai Ruhan was utterly dumbfounded. Ooh. Little Ruhan, do you have countless question marks in your mind? Qin Yi's actions danced on the edge of absurdity, even flamboyantly gesturing. Bai Ruhan, felt on the verge of tears. Noticing this, Qin Yi hurriedly comforted her. All right, I was just teasing you. After the essay exam concludes, I will provide you with a proper reward. Qin Yi promised, patting his chest. Bai Ruhan, as hope reignited. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, Principal, what do you estimate your chances of success in this essay exam to be? Qin Yi paused for a moment. This question seemed oddly familiar. Just yesterday, Yi Qingxi had asked him the same thing. Today, it was Bai Ruhan's turn. After pondering, Qin Yi extended 3 fingers. Huh? The principal only has a 30% chance of success? Bai Ruhan gasped, her heart sinking with worry for Qin Yi. However, the very next moment Qin Yi began to show off. He activated a music box playing the tune How Lonely is Invincibility as he slowly turned, leaving Bai Ruhan with a proud and aloof silhouette, sighing, It will be a 3-minute battle. Bai Ruhan. Ding. Bai Ruhan's resentment increased by 20. In that moment, Bai Ruhan was utterly perplexed. Just a second ago, she was worried about Qin Yi, and the next, he had rolled right over her with his antics. Oomph. The principal is truly mischievous, making me worry for him unnecessarily. At this moment, Qin Yi glanced at the Rolex he had picked up, and the time was nearly up. He walked slowly to the office door. Then with a loud bang, he flung the door open. With a snap of his fingers, he looked at his watch as the countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The instant Qin Yi reached 1, a wave of heart-wrenching sobs erupted from outside. It was the anguished cries of thousands of elementary school students. Indeed, they were all reduced to tears. At this moment, in Class 3 of the 6th grade, every student sat with tear-streaked faces, looking despondently at their essay papers. Their small faces trembled, their bodies quaked. What on earth is this devilish exam question? Essay topic, designated topic, Iron Man versus Pleasant Goat essay requirements. 1. Must include events, characters, scenes, and cause and effect. 2. Character portrayal must be vivid. No arbitrary modification allowed. 3. The fight scenes must be exciting and breathtaking. The plot must be full of twists and turns, and the content must be passionate and thrilling. 4. The essay must conclude with one side victorious. No cliffhangers permitted. 5. All genres are acceptable except poetry. This maddening essay topic drove every elementary school student to tears. Iron Man, they were familiar with. He is a superhero from Marvel. Pleasant Goat, they also recognized. He is the protagonist from the animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. These two entities were certainly not strangers to them. Even if they had not seen them, they had undoubtedly heard others mention them. Yet how could these two well-known figures suddenly be placed together? How could they possibly not recognize them? Pleasant Goat and Iron Man. Two completely unrelated entities could battle, and it would be an epic showdown. Is this some kind of insanity? At that moment, every student at Mingzhu Primary School felt their spirits shatter. They wiped their tears of despair, wishing they could stab Qin Yi with a knife. What a cruel fate. So utterly cruel. The pandas within 100 miles would surely perish from hunger, because the bamboo shoots have all been completely taken by you. How could you seize all the bamboo shoots? Chapter 50. The versatile artist Little Tweezers upon hearing the overwhelming sounds of sorrow emanating from outside. Bai Ruhan was left utterly stunned. She pondered to herself, what sort of exceedingly challenging essay prompt could bring these self-important students to tears? Surely, it must be a devilishly difficult question. Just then, Qin Ye's phone rang. Hello, this is Qin, the school director. I am Luo Nye, the brother of lawyer Luo. I have just arrived at the entrance of Mingzhu Primary School, came the voice on the other end. Qin Yi was taken aback. Was Luo Nye traveling at the speed of light? How had he have arrived so swiftly? Did he head straight to Mingzhu Primary upon returning to the country? Qin Yi responded, Please come in. I am in the director's office. If you're unsure of the way, just ask the security guard. On the other end, Luo Nye quickly replied, All right, Director Qin, I will find you right away. After hanging up Bai Ruhan, realizing someone was coming to see Qin Yi, thoughtfully remarked, Director, you should attend to your matters. After the essay exam concludes, remember my reward. Qin Yi waved his hand grandly. Rest assured, I will certainly arrange your reward. I guarantee it with little Fatty's honor. After bidding farewell to Bai Ruhan, Luo Nye soon arrived. Hello, Director. I am Luo Nye, the brother of lawyer Luo. He introduced himself, extending his hand for a shake. Vigne regi projatit, karmdi, greetings. I am the brother of the indignant Shiranui. Luonye's expression morphed into one of confusion. What is this situation? He stammered, attempting to maintain composure. Cheney scrutinized Luonye, noting his light gray shirt, disheveled hair, and the drawing board tucked under his arm. His melancholic gaze and slender demeanor clearly indicated a passionate artist. Little tweezers, I hear you are a graduate of the Paris Academy of Fine Arts? Vigne inwidit, a nickname he had picked up from an elderly neighbor. Luonye's face twitched slightly, and he protested, Director, I am Luonye, not Little Tweezers. Cheney chuckled. Very well, Little Tweezers. I am Luonye. He reiterated, exasperated. Cheney merely smiled and nodded, understood, Little Tweezers. Luonye, now utterly frustrated, thought to himself, how could a distinguished graduate of the Paris Academy be reduced to such a name? Silent despair enveloped him. Seeing this, Cheney patted his shoulder reassuringly, Little Tweezers. Do not cry. In time, you will grow accustomed to it. Luonye's expression darkened as he weakly asked, Does that mean you will stop calling me that? Cheney grinned, revealing his white teeth. No, you misunderstood. In time, you will simply become accustomed to the name. Luonye nearly fainted you. You are truly despicable. By the way, Little Tweezers, I hear you are coming to teach at our school. I have prepared 2 positions for you to choose from. Cheney raised an eyebrow, shifting to serious matters. Luonye's heart raced as he anticipated prestigious titles, perhaps a director of education, assistant to the director, or even vice principal. However, he was soon met with disappointment. Both positions are for art teachers, Cheney stated with a smile. Luonye, what? Is this some kind of joke? You wasted my time. You only have art teacher positions? Luonye trembled with anger, his vision darkening. At that moment, Cheney added, Little Tweezers, may I inquire about your professional abilities? Are you truly capable of fulfilling the role of art teacher? Our students are quite exceptional. Hearing this doubt cast upon his talents, Luonye scoffed with pride. There is no creation in this world that I, Luonye, cannot depict. If you dare name it, I shall render it. Standing with his arms crossed, he exuded an air of confidence. Cheney regarded him curiously. Are you certain you could draw anything? Absolutely. Anything at all, Luonye declared with unyielding confidence. Cheney smiled enigmatically. Very well, Little Tweezers. Allow me to present you with a challenge. Draw a light bulb freehand. Luonye, what? His expression shifted to one of dread as he stood frozen. Cheney raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Can you not produce it? Of course I can, Luonye retorted, seizing the drawing board defiantly. Watch closely, Director. 10 minutes later, having wiped the sweat from his brow, Luonye looked triumphantly at Cheney. Director, behold, I have drawn it. Cheney examined the artwork. Indeed, the light bulb sketched in black ink appeared strikingly lifelike. Cheney mused silently. Impressive. This Little Tweezers has some talent. Director, my professional abilities are not to be trifled with. Am I right? Luonye boasted, brimming with confidence. He envisioned the accolades and recognition he would receive, even dreaming of being offered the vice principal position. But alas, his dreams were dashed by another challenging query from Cheney. Now, draw for me a dazzling black, a radiant white, a vibrant purple, and a resplendent green. Vigne similet singerity. Luonye, what? Chapter 51. How to depict a beam of light beyond the speed of light. Ding. A 44 from Ron's grievances. Tears of bitterness streamed down Ron's face. Colorful black? Brilliant white? Look, is this even coherent? This is utterly toxic. Woe is me. Principal, can we possibly change the question? Ron sobbed. Cheney chuckled. Of course we can. After all, I am the principal who cares most for our teachers. Ron shed tears of gratitude. The principal is truly wonderful. Subsequently, Cheney presented him with a new exam question. How about this, Little Tweezers? Draw me a beam of light that surpasses the speed of light. Cheney's smile was sincere. Ron was once again bewildered. What on earth? Light that exceeds the speed of light? How on earth is one supposed to draw that? Principal, this is unfair. No one could possibly depict such a thing. Ron protested. Cheney remained unperturbed, having anticipated Ron's reaction. Raising an eyebrow, he smiled. What if I actually manage to draw it? What will you say then? Ron fell silent. His eyes rolled around, contemplating the gravity of the question. Light that transcends the speed of light. Could anyone truly draw such a thing? Ron was skeptical. He could not believe that Qin Yi could create something so absurd. Principal, if you can draw this light that exceeds the speed of light today, I will eat this computer screen, Ron declared emphatically, pointing at the computer screen on the desk. He believed Qin Yi was merely boasting. How could anyone possibly depict such a thing in this world? Qin Yi's response only bolstered Ron's confidence in his judgment. No way, Qin Yi replied sternly. Ron smirked disdainfully, raising his chin. Are you afraid, Principal? Qin Yi looked at him as if he were a fool and replied in a peculiar tone. Are you out of your mind? This is my computer. If you eat my computer screen, how will I use it? Ron, oh, woe is me. You make a compelling point. I find myself utterly speechless. How about this? Little tweezers, if you lose, you shall work for me without pay for half a month next month. Qin Yi proposed. This request was not overly harsh. Ron pondered for a moment before agreeing. All right, Principal, you draw. I refuse to believe this nonsense. Very well. Qin Yi took the brush and began to draw on the board. Ron watched curiously from the side. 10 minutes later, Qin Yi completed his drawing. The picture depicted a person throwing a flashlight. Principal, what does this mean? I don't understand. Ron expressed his confusion, scratching his head in bewilderment. Qin Yi calmly explained. Look at this flashlight. When it is turned on, the light it emits travels at the speed of light, right? Ron nodded, indeed. But what does this have to do with light that exceeds the speed of light? Alas, you are still too simple-minded. Qin Yi sighed, pointing at the artwork. Now, there's a person throwing the flashlight the moment it is turned on. Isn't that essentially adding an initial velocity to the speed of light? Does that not constitute light exceeding the speed of light? Of course, Qin Yi's reasoning was flawed. In reality, there is no light that surpasses the speed of light. However, these words were sufficient to bamboozle Ron, who was ignorant of physics. Ron was dumbfounded. He stood there, staring blankly at Qin Yi's drawing, his mind filled with a series of bewildering questions. What the heck? Could it be? Throwing a flashlight means light exceeds the speed of light. Your reasoning is so compelling. I find myself unable to refute it. Ron shed tears of anguish. He would lose half a month's salary. Oh, ding. 99 from Ron's grievances. Observing Ron's sorrowful state, Qin Yi patted his shoulder and consoled him. Little tweezers, do not be disheartened. It is not absolutely necessary to deduct your salary for half a month. Upon hearing this, Ron's heart ignited with hope. Principal, are you saying you won't deduct my salary? Ron inquired eagerly, his eyes glistening. Qin Yi pointed at the computer screen and smiled. How about following your original suggestion? You could eat that computer screen, Ron? Ding. 133 from Ron's grievances. Ultimately, he was left to bear the brunt. He should never have suggested eating the computer screen in the first place. Woe is me. Principal, you speak such nonsense. Just deduct my salary. Ron thumped his chest, assuring. After all, I am someone who takes great pleasure in serving the school. Enduring hardship is my admirable quality. Just give me your orders. Qin Yi looked at Ron with admiration. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Look, today's youth are so aware. Qin Yi beamed. That's wonderful. Little tweezers, coincidentally, the cleaning lady is on leave today. Why don't you go clean the school restrooms? Ron. In that moment, Ron wished to slap his own face. Why did he have to speak so foolishly? Was he not digging his own grave? This was too harsh. At that moment, Ron regretted coming to Mingzhu Primary School. Principal Qin's tongue was truly lethal. It was as if he was armed with a Gatling gun. No, it should be an Italian cannon. It was utterly merciless. One shot after another left others dumbfounded. Why are there such sharp-tongued people in this world? How has he lived this long without being beaten to a pulp? Meanwhile, on the other side, in Class 6-3, all the elementary students were racking their brains, pondering how to write the essay Iron Man versus Happy Sheep. After much contemplation, they arrived at a conclusion. This essay could be written. However, it would be utterly impossible to make it exciting and profound. If they had a few days to think about how to write this essay, perhaps they could produce a remarkable piece. However, the time for the essay simulation test was far too short. To craft an exceptionally stunning and fervent Iron Man versus Happy Sheep was nearly impossible. Realizing this, the students surrendered to the futility of their resistance. One by one, they set down their pens, gazing forlornly out the window at the gray sky. Alas, they had once again fallen victim to the formidable question master. This essay prompt was exceedingly difficult. Why must they always suffer? The elementary students silently wept. At that moment, however, there was a standout student, so remarkably different, so captivating. Indeed, it was the class representative, Xiaolin. In the vast classroom, he was the only one fervently scribbling away. This scene felt eerily familiar, because yesterday's essay exam was just like this. But today, Xiaolin was even more outrageous. To everyone's astonishment, he held a pen in each hand, swiftly writing on the essay paper with both hands simultaneously. This absurd sight left the entire class of elementary students, including the teacher at the podium, utterly dumbfounded. Writing with both hands at the same time? Could it be that you're the reincarnation of the mischievous Zhou Badong? Chapter 52. There will always be elementary students who dare to face the great Demon King brothers. My mental state has crumbled. Observing Kobayashi, who is writing with both hands simultaneously, the class leader, Xiaopeng, began to question the meaning of life. Xiaopeng racked his brain, unable to comprehend why Kobayashi was so extraordinary. Such a challenging essay topic, and yet you can write with both hands? Goodness, you truly are remarkable. Xiaopeng silently labeled Kobayashi as his lifelong rival. One day, Xiaopeng would prove himself as the strongest scholar in the class. Those who chant my true name shall witness eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. Qinyi, save me. Unbeknownst to Xiaopeng, at this moment, Kobayashi was equally despairing. A 20,000-word self-criticism. Goodness, Kobayashi had anticipated that Qinyi would triumph. But he never imagined that Qinyi would require him to write an additional 20,000 words. This exceeded all his expectations. It was unbearable. Writing 20,000 words would surely break his hands. With this thought, Kobayashi's speed in writing the self-criticism increased. Tears of sorrow streamed down his face as he wrote. The male teacher sitting at the podium looked on in utter disbelief. He was astonished. He could understand other students crying due to the difficulty of the essay topic. However, he simply could not fathom why Kobayashi was crying. You, writing with both hands. You're the only one in the class who can write this essay. And yet you weep? This is somewhat absurd. At this moment, all the elementary students gazed at Kobayashi, who was furiously writing yet shedding tears. And they felt their own mental states deteriorating. We, who cannot write essays, are not crying. Why are you crying? Ah, how infuriating. An hour later, the essay examination concluded. The elementary students submitted their papers in tears, resembling individuals who had just been thoroughly beaten, their lips trembling, faces filled with grievance. Whoa, we simply cannot write this essay. It's far too difficult. Is the principal a demon? Iron Man battling happy sheep? This is absolutely absurd. Ah, it's over. I have a foreboding that we elementary students are destined to lose again. Why must I always be the one who is sorrowful? Brothers, my heart aches. I was wrong. It is only now that I realize our success in the joint examination was not due to our prowess, but rather because the topics were exceedingly simple. Woo-woo, brothers, I shall never show off again. They finally recognized the reality. They were merely ordinary elementary students, and it was the simplicity of the joint examination questions that had elevated them to a pedestal. As the elementary students came to this realization, a young male Chinese teacher could not help but gaze skyward, murmuring, "There will always be elementary students who dare to confront the formidable aura of the great Demon King. The principal is extraordinary. The exam questions are formidable. From this day forth, Mingzhu Elementary School shall completely prostrate itself beneath the devilish questions of Qinyi. The great Demon King, the light of rice, is eternal, and Qinyi, the great Demon King, is the eternal truth." 15 minutes later, the essay papers were delivered to the principal's office. Qinyi commenced the grading. Unsurprisingly, there was once again a mountain of blank papers. However, this time, the number of blank papers was significantly fewer than in yesterday's essay test. Qinyi had been grading for a while when, by Ruhan, the formidable Bai arrived. Dressed in a pastel yellow dress and holding a bag of strawberries, she approached with a smile. "Principal, would you like to eat strawberries?" Bai Ruhan asked cutely. Qin Yi accepted the strawberries, his tone serious. Strawberries should only be eaten at noon. Bai Ruhan blinked her adorable eyes, puzzled. Why is that? Qin Yi chuckled because they will be too sweet in the morning and evening. Bai Ruhan fainted. What kind of nonsense is this? Principal, where is my reward? Bai Ruhan dragged a small chair over and sat beside Qin Yi, resting her chin on her hand, asking cutely. Qin Yi pushed a portion of the essay papers in front of her, saying, We will discuss the reward later. Since you are also a Chinese teacher, help me correct these essays. Bai Ruhan did not decline. She picked up a red pen, grinning. All right, then don't forget my reward after correcting them. With a grand gesture, Qin Yi once again pulled Xiaopeng into the fray. Rest assured, I will guarantee your reward at the cost of Xiaopeng's 30 years of singlehood. Xiaopeng, is this polite? A few hours later, with the combined efforts of Qin Yi and Bai Ruhan, over 4,000 essay papers were corrected. Of course, many of them were blank, making the process particularly swift. Upon finishing the corrections, the two exchanged glances and communicated. How about you? Do you have any high-scoring essays? None, Principal. A few are barely decent, but nothing particularly stunning. Same here. After their exchange, the standout essay among them belonged to Kobayashi, due to his writing with both hands. The handwriting was exceedingly illegible, rendering it completely incomprehensible to Qin Yi. Thus, he wrote on Kobayashi's paper, handwriting is too poor. Practice copying 20 pages of calligraphy and submit them to my office by Monday. As a result, poor Kobayashi not only had to rewrite the 20,000-word essay, but also complete 20 pages of calligraphy practice. At this moment, Bai Ruhan began to request a reward. Principal, where is my reward? Qin Yi smiled as he handed her the collected blank papers. Take these scraps of paper to the recycling station to sell for some money. That should suffice for your reward. Bai Ruhan? Does Bai Ruhan have many question marks? That's exactly right. For the question marks were thinking the same. Just then, a small black insect flew in through the window. Qin Yi hurriedly shielded Bai Ruhan. Xiao Bai Run. That insect is poisonous. Bai Ruhan, pale with fright, exclaimed, Principal, I'm scared. Let us hurry. Grasping Qin Ye's hand, she hurriedly fled the office. Bang! Only after the door was shut did Bai Ruhan let out a sigh of relief. Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, she panted, Principal, what kind of insect was that? How can it be poisonous? Qin Yi snorted, revealing a crooked smile that was his signature. That is called a Neng insect. Belonging to the order Hymenoptera, it is a voracious omnivore that often carries numerous viruses. It has existed since the Tang dynasty and could be slain in one stroke by the swordsman Li Bai. Historical records state, if the Neng insect appears, I would choose Li Bai. Bai Ruhan. Had it not been for hearing the last sentence, she might have genuinely believed Qin Ye's nonsense. Chapter 53. Following the elderly lady's path, leaving her with no way to go. Principal, you are quite mischievous. Bai Ruhan playfully tapped Qin Ye's chest with her small fist. Though it bore no harm, it was rather endearing. All right, I'm off work now. See you tomorrow. Qin Yi replied with a smile. Bai Ruhan paused for a moment and said, Principal, it seems it's not quite time to leave yet, is it? Qin Yi glanced at his Rolex, which distinctly indicated 2:37 p.m. Indeed, it was not yet time to depart. He then smiled at Bai Ruhan and inquired, Oh, right, I almost forgot. What time does Mingzhu Primary School dismiss? With her lovely face held high, Bai Ruhan gently reminded him, It's at 5 p.m. Vinya nodit in aknolit. Then adjusted the winding mechanism of his mechanical watch, setting it to 5 p.m. He then displayed the adjusted dial to Bai Ruhan. Look, what time is it now? Bai Ruhan stood there, momentarily stunned, before replying 5 o'clock. So I can leave now? Qin Yi mentally commended his own cleverness. How reasonable is that? Quite reasonable indeed. Little Bai, I'm off. Goodbye. He waved farewell to Bai Ruhan. Principal, don't forget about the Education Bureau's awards ceremony tomorrow. Bai Ruhan kindly reminded him once more. From a distance, Qin Yi called back. Rest assured, I won't miss tomorrow as prestigious gathering. I mean the awards ceremony. He affirmed his commitment to seize every opportunity for grandeur, such as the self-cultivation of a master of pomp. Moments later, Qin Yi drove his car out of Mingzhu Primary School. As he passed the gate, The newly appointed security guard, De Zhuang, stood tall and saluted, bellowing, "Good day, Principal. Safe travels." Coincidentally, De Zhuang had started on the same day as Bai Ruhan. Observing the new guard's attentiveness, Qin Yi regarded him with appreciation. He then handed De Zhuang a book, speaking solemnly, "Young man, work diligently. Here, essay book for you. If you can comprehend it fully, I guarantee a lifetime of wealth and prosperity." Upon hearing this, De Zhuang's eyes sparkled with joy. He eagerly accepted the book, bowing gratefully, "Thank you, Principal. I truly appreciate your kindness." In that moment, De Zhuang began to envision himself as a CEO, marrying a wealthy woman and ascending to the pinnacle of life. With a roar of the engine, Qin Yi sped away before De Zhuang could fully process the moment. Once Qin Yi was gone, De Zhuang eagerly looked at the book in his hands. Upon reading the title, "A Few Methods to Flirt with Wealthy Women," he was utterly dumbfounded. De Zhuang exclaimed, "What?" He felt utterly bewildered. Was this what the principal meant by mastering the book for a lifetime of luxury and wealth? It certainly sounded plausible. Yet, something felt off. In that instant, De Zhuang stood there, dazed, staring blankly at the book, feeling disheveled in the wind. Ding! From De Zhuang. A resentment score of 33. Upon hearing this notification while driving, Qin Yi wore a benevolent smile. Look at him, such a thoughtful principal concern for his staff. He unhesitatingly offered the key to financial freedom. What is this called? This is called generosity and righteousness. Qin Yi felt compelled to enter the contest for the world's top 10 philanthropists. With his earnest nature and noble character, surely he would make the list. From henceforth, please refer to him as the true philanthropist of the world, Qin the honest and good-natured Yi. Excellent. This title resonates deeply with the genuine Qin Yi. 5 minutes later, as Qin Yi drove home, he spotted a street fortune teller. The elderly man, clad in a tattered robe, had a sign that read, "Upper line, divine calculation of a universe lower line. No charge if predictions are inaccurate." Noticing Qin Yi watching him, the fortune teller stood up and, with a flourish of his hands in the air, declared, "Young man, I see that your 5 elements lack virtue." Qin Yi retorted, "Excuse me? How outrageous! To say he lacked virtue?" Qin Yi could hardly tolerate it. He had just crowned himself the title of one of the world's top philanthropists, and now he was being accused of lacking virtue? Qin Yi decided to demonstrate his virtue in a rather dramatic fashion. With that thought, he parked his car by the roadside and pulled out a 2-meter-long prop knife that had been in the car since morning. Finally, it found its purpose. "Gulme, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Please repeat," Qin Yi asked, wielding the imposing knife with a devilish grin. The fortune teller was instantly petrified. He pondered a question. What kind of ruthless person would keep such a long knife in their car? The surrounding onlookers fled in terror as Qin Yi approached with the knife. The fortune teller, nearly in tears, quickly backtracked. "Brother, you must have misheard. I meant to say your 5 elements are truly remarkable. So extraordinary. I have never encountered someone with such a good fate. Brother, you must be a celestial being, born with the aura of an emperor." The fortune teller desperately flattered Qin Yi. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow and countered, "No, I am not a celestial being. I must be the reincarnation of Newton." The fortune teller widened his eyes in confusion and asked, "Why is that?" Qin Yi smiled and replied, "Because in this life, my name is awesome." The fortune teller? Ding! From the fortune teller, a resentment score of 1. Don't question why the resentment is so low. It's because Qin Yi was still holding the knife. Half an hour later, Qin Yi returned to the villa area. As he drove past the elderly neighboress house, he was unsurprised to see that she had indeed gotten a gold tooth. Noticing Qin Yi pass by, the elderly lady eagerly began flaunting her lineage. "Xiao Yi, do you think my new—" Before she could finish, Qin Yi interjected, "Dear lady, do you think my set of pristine white teeth reflects my noble lineage as a descendant of Emperor Qin?" The neighbor was left speechless. Recognizing that Qin Yi had mimicked her tone perfectly. "What is this?" "This is called following the elderly lady's path, leaving her with no way to go. Isn't Qin Shi Huang s surnaming? How could it be Qin?" The elderly lady exclaimed in frustration. With a gentle smile, Qin Yi began to enlighten her. "My dear, perhaps you are not aware of this. The Qin surname originates from the Ying clan. When Prince Ying of Qin fell to the Han, The collateral branches adopted Qin as their family name. Thus, when I assert that I am a descendant of the first emperor of Qin, there is absolutely no error in that assertion. Is this reasonable? Indeed, it is quite reasonable. Quite a river. And then fell into the river, drowning. Chapter 54. What she raises is not a cat, but loneliness. Zaiwaizi. You truly possess the gift of eloquence, the elderly neighbor remarked, leaning heavily on her cane, her back hunched and her teeth clenched in irritation. Qin Yi mimicked her demeanor, also gritting his teeth. Madam, you are indeed quite articulate. The old woman struck the ground with her cane, exclaiming impudence. I am a descendant of the Qing imperial family. Zaiwaizi, how dare you display such rudeness? Lacking a cane, Qin Yi picked up a stone from the roadside and struck it against the ground, retorting, impudence. I am a descendant of the ancestor Dragon Emperor, madam. How dare you show such disrespect? The elderly woman fell silent, her spirit crumbling. She contemplated writing a book titled What It Feels Like to Be Hacked. Do not question why an 80-year-old woman understands what hacking entails. Years ago, she had a virtual romance with a gentleman in his 60s on a platform called Penguin. The paths she has traversed far exceed the salt consumed by the youth. Amused by her own jest, she felt a surge of happiness. Soon after, Qin Yi emerged from the trunk of his car, carrying 2 boxes of pure milk and a box of health supplements. These are for you. You must take care of your health at your age, he said with a smile as he handed the items over. The elderly woman's housekeeper hastily accepted the gifts. Xiaoizi, the old woman began, her lips moving but words escaping her. Qin Yi waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. We are old neighbors. Before she could finish her thought, he had already vanished from sight. Once Qin Yi departed, the elderly woman gazed fixedly at the 2 boxes of milk in her housekeeper's hands, her murky old eyes becoming misty. A profound warmth of human connection stirred her long-buried emotions. Throughout her life, she had amassed a fortune that many would envy. Yet she was undeniably pitiable. She was solitary and devoid of support. She could hire caregivers, but she could not purchase familial affection. This is precisely why she always sought to engage in conversation with Qin Yi whenever he passed by. She was simply yearning for companionship. What she raised was not merely a cat. She desired something to provide her with solace, even if that something was just a cat rather than a person. Upon returning home, Qin Yi glanced outside at the groundhog gnawing on an apple. Little thin, he chuckled. I have more important matters to attend to today, so I shall spare you. My task of tormenting groundhogs shall remain unfulfilled. He then entered the house, making his way directly to the kitchen. Today marked Qin Xiaoyu's birthday, and he intended to bake her a birthday cake himself. This was the very reason he had returned home early from work. Of course, he could have purchased a cake. Yet Qin Yi believed that a cake made by his own hands held greater significance. For years, he had upheld this tradition. Do you understand why? Despite Qin Ye's relentless teasing of Qin Xiaoyu, she never retaliated? It stemmed from an incident in their childhood when a few bullies in her class tormented her. Qin Yi, wielding a brick, had fought fiercely, resulting in mutual injuries. The bullies, bloodied from his blows, never dared to bother Qin Xiaoyu again. As for Qin Yi, he found himself confined to a hospital bed for a week. From that day onward, Qin Xiaoyu treated him with inexplicable kindness, always obeying his wishes. There is no event without its origins. Qin Yi felt it was his duty as an older brother to protect his sister. In his own words, my sister is to be bullied only by me. No one else may lay a finger on her. If you dare to bully my sister, I shall fight you to the end. Recalling those childhood memories, Qin Yi couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort. The days spent in that hospital bed were truly arduous, his body wrapped like a mummy, every movement excruciating. This thought led him to consider the necessity of honing his combat skills to avoid future confrontations where he might be outmatched. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Nowadays, a single phone call could summon dozens of people. If I cannot defeat you alone, can a group not prevail? This is what one might call a fair duel. You challenge me, and I shall bring forth my comrades. Truly a fair fight. Time flew by. At 5 p.m., Mingzhu Primary School dismissed its students. The children emerged from the school, tears streaming down their cheeks. Wah, I feel so defeated. I am such a failure. I have submitted blank compositions twice. Wah. Me too. The school director was right. We are truly nothing. Nothing. I have finally recognized my true abilities. From now on, I shall no longer be arrogant. The air was filled with lamentations, their tears falling like rain. If tears could be monetized, these elementary students would likely rival nations in wealth. They were genuinely distraught. Losing once to Qin Yi could be deemed an accident, but losing twice? There was no excuse to absolve their inadequacies. They had finally awakened to the reality that it was not their strength that mattered, but rather the simplicity of the essay prompt for the citywide exam. 20 minutes later, the students from Mingzhu Primary School, whose morale had been shattered by Qin Yi, began to lament online. On the Su Province Elementary School forum, a flood of posts from Mingzhu students erupted, overwhelming the platform. Brothers, I feel utterly useless. How can I be so pathetic? I was wrong. Only today did I realize I am merely a mediocre student. I will never be arrogant again. From now on, I shall study diligently and strive for improvement. Same here. I have reformed and recognized my shortcomings. Sigh, that rain-themed composition was mine. Please refrain from calling me a top student. I do not deserve it. I am so foolish. Why am I so lacking in talent? Why can't I produce an essay like Director Qin S? An avalanche of posts declaring their mediocrity left other elementary students in disbelief. All elementary students collectively thought, "You consider yourself mediocre? What does that make us? The utmost in mediocrity. Mere dust?" Chapter 55. How to Drive a Novelist Mad. I am Zazagwi. Come at me, brothers. The elementary school students in the forum have completely lost their composure. Why are there such shameless individuals in this world? These students from Mingzhu Primary School, despite achieving such high scores, still claim to be worthless. It's infuriating. It's utterly insulting. Even more ruthless is the class monitor, Xiaopeng. He changed his penguin account name to Wasted and even adopted a black avatar to match. He then posted a status saying, "From today onwards, please do not call me Fat Lord. Call me Academic Waste instead. Thank you." 10 minutes after this post, a barrage of question marks flooded the comments. Xiaopeng's friends were bewildered. They all knew Xiaopeng scored above 90 in 3 subjects during the citywide exam. Is this what you call an academic waste? And with that avatar? Come on, this is absurd. Before long, Xiaopeng received a notification from Penguin. "Dear Waste user, your status update posted at 17:35 has been reported multiple times and is now hidden. Xiaopeng." In that moment, Xiaopeng felt betrayed by the Penguin officials. "I can't believe it. I changed my name to Wasted, and you really go along with it? What the heck?" Xiaopeng's composure shattered once again. In Jiangnan City, in an ordinary residential building, Xiaolin was tearfully practicing calligraphy with his left hand while composing essays with his right, masterfully employing the technique of ambidextrous combat. Little did anyone know, at this moment, a future star of the calligraphy world was quietly rising. 20 years later, as Xiaolin became a renowned calligrapher celebrated nationwide. A reporter asked during one of his grand exhibitions, "Mr. Nie Xiaolin, what is the secret to your success?" Xiaolin gazed skyward, reminiscing about the arduous years under the merciless scrutiny of Qin Yi's devilish exam questions, and sighed. "Do you wish to know the answer? Go ahead. The answer lies within the devilish questions posed by Qin Yi." His words sparked a fervor among elementary school students nationwide. They rushed towards the formidable questions Qin Yi had devised, heralding the onset of a new era of challenging examinations. At 7:30 in the evening, in a luxurious villa, middle schooler Qin Xiaoyu returned home from school. With her small backpack, she skipped joyfully into the house. Upon entering, her eager gaze turned to Qin Yi. "Brother, it's my birthday today. Did you make me a cake?" Qin Yi patted her head, smiling. "Of course I did. After all, I am the kindest brother in the world." He Xiaoyu hurried to the kitchen to slice the cake. Moments later, she returned with 2 plates of cake. The siblings settled on the sofa and began to indulge in the sweet treat. "Brother, your cake is simply delicious," Xiaoyu exclaimed, savoring each bite and showering her brother with praise. Qin Yi graciously accepted her compliments, embodying the essence of humility that fosters progress. After finishing the cake, Qin Yi looked at Xiaoyu with a caring gaze and said gently, "Sister, over the years, I recognize that I have sometimes been in the wrong and have upset you. But please do not question my intentions as Xiaoyu pressed her small hand over Qin Ye's mouth, reassuringly saying, I understand. Brother, you love me. Qin Ye rolled his eyes, brushing her hand aside, and smiled. What are you thinking? I was going to say that. I did on purpose. Xiaoyu? Ding. From Xiaoyu, resentment 25. Daily task of teasing sister completion rate. 110. Qin Ye inquired. Xiaoyu, did mom and dad call you today on your birthday? Xiaoyu nodded obediently. They called me at noon, reminding me to study hard, and said they would visit us during the holidays. Qin Ye sighed. Mom and dad are still too busy. Xiaoyu rested her chin on her hands, asking, Stinky brother, since our family is already so wealthy, why do mom and dad have to work so hard? Qin Ye glanced at Xiaoyu, speaking with profound meaning. Xiaoyu, have you heard the saying to row against the current is to advance or retreat? Over the years, our family has offended many and disrupted numerous interests. If one day our family were to fall from grace, do you think those in power would spare us? Xiaoyu pondered, half understanding, as these matters felt too distant for her, being just a middle school student. Qin Ye did not wish to delve further into this topic. He gazed into Xiaoyu's bright eyes and asked with a smile, Sister, since it's your birthday, do you have a wish? Xiaoyu raised her fair little hand, exclaiming, Yes. Brother, I've been following a novel lately, but the author updates too slowly. Can you do something to make her update faster? Xiaoyu expressed her frustrations to Qin Ye. Hearing her wish, Qin Ye smiled confidently. Is that all? That's simple. Sister, today I will teach you effective methods for urging an author to update. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow. Brother, how will you do it? Qin Ye stood with his hands behind his back, playfully mysterious. Xiaoyu, do you believe in superpowers? Xiaoyu blinked in bewilderment. Superpowers? Xiaoyu was puzzled. How did this turn into a discussion about superpowers? Which book are you urging for updates? Qin Ye asked. Xiaoyu quickly opened her phone, switching to the novel she was following. The title, My Blind Brother. Upon seeing this title, countless question marks filled Qin Ye's mind. Is this even a book for people? Even dogs would shake their heads. Nevertheless, Qin Ye kept his promise and helped Xiaoyu urge updates for this book. He directly gifted 5,000 yuan to it. Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. Brother, is this your superpower? Indeed, the power of money. Any issues with that? Xiaoyu. Very well, no issues at all. Several hours later, the novel My Blind Brother had still not updated. This left Qin Ye rather irritated. 5,000 yuan spent, and not even a ripple created? At the very least, they should have added a chapter to acknowledge it, right? Does the king of exam questions not care about face? Thus, Qin Ye decided to employ more ruthless methods to urge updates. Xiaoyu, do you know how to drive an author mad? Qin Ye asked with a smile, looking at Xiaoyu. Chapter 56. Farewell to Wei Shun and Qin Ye's 3 Principles of Not Exploiting Brother. I understand now. Are we sending blade pieces? Qin Xiaoyu chuckled. Qin Ye, filled with exasperation, gave her a light smack on the head. Are you foolish? If you send the blade pieces, the author might sell them again. Wouldn't that make the author wealthy? After a moment's reflection, Qin Xiaoyu realized the truth in his words. Woo, brother, what should we do then? She earnestly inquired. With a mischievous grin, Qin Ye replied, leave him a scatter of low reviews. Brother, you're joking. Qin Xiaoyu was bewildered. Isn't the lowest rating 1 star? How can we give 0 stars? Qin Ye looked up at the ceiling, wearing a cheeky expression. Xiaoyu, have you ever heard of a cheat engine? Qin Xiaoyu was taken aback. Brother, you can't be serious about using a cheat engine to give this book a 0-star rating? You guessed correctly, Qin Ye smiled. Qin Xiaoyu hesitantly asked, Brother, isn't this a bit unethical? After a brief contemplation, Qin Ye admitted, you're right, it is somewhat unethical. So, why don't you handle it? Qin Ye raised an eyebrow at Qin Xiaoyu. Stinky brother, you think it's unethical, so you want me to do it? Oh, that's too much. 20 minutes later, in Jiangcheng, within a nondescript residential building, the author of My Blind Brother, Meng Meng, sat before her computer, gazing at a low review on the screen, lost in thought. She was astonished. She had seen people using cheat engines for gaming, but had never encountered someone using one for reading. Truly, this was a formidable figure. Fortunately, this generous patron had also gifted her 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan for a single low review. What a profitable exchange. Yet, as she pondered, Meng Meng began to question why this benefactor, who had lavished her with gifts, still chose to leave a negative review. Clearly, this patron must have enjoyed the book's content, hence the gifts. Therefore, the review must have been intentional. "Oh, I understand now," Meng Meng exclaimed, slapping her forehead. She realized this patron was likely a brother complex enthusiast who disliked the book's title but appreciated its content, thus creating this paradox of gifting while giving a low review. "Wow, I'm so clever." She praised her own deduction. Her reasoning was flawless. She would surely score full marks in reading comprehension. Thus, Meng Meng decided to change the book's title to My Mute Sister. The following day dawned warmly. Early in the morning, Qin Yi donned an exceptionally formal suit, his hair neatly combed and shoes polished to a shine. Noticing his formal attire, Qin Xiaoyu couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, "Brother, why are you dressed so formally today?" In response, Qin Yi smiled and recounted a tale. "Xiaoyu, once upon a time, there was an elderly woman who lived to be 100. When asked about her secret to longevity, she revealed 2 principles. First, do not meddle in others' affairs. Second, do not argue with foolish people." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyu frowned. "Brother, what nonsense is this? How do those 2 principles relate to the old woman's longevity?" Qin Yi smiled and affirmed, Yes, you're right." It dawned on Qin Xiaoyu that the second principle was precisely about not arguing with foolish individuals. Was Qin Yi implying she was foolish? Woo-woo, she lamented, feeling hurt. "All right, sister, let's get in the car. I'll take you to school." Qin Yi seated himself in the driver's seat. However, Qin Xiaoyu voiced her concern. "Brother, isn't it rush hour? Will we encounter traffic?" Realizing she had a point, Qin Yi replied, "Sister, I have a way to avoid traffic." "What is it?" Qin Xiaoyu asked eagerly. With sincerity, Qin Yi offered a rather obvious suggestion. "You can walk, and you won't hit traffic." Qin Xiaoyu. With a rev of the engine, Qin Yi drove off, leaving her behind. The drive to her school was merely 10 minutes, and he had no concern for her safety, as he had heard from their parents that since their departure abroad, they had hired bodyguards for the siblings' protection, something Qin Xiaoyu was unaware of, and Qin Yi had no intention of revealing. Such was the heartfelt concern of a brother. Alas, 5 minutes later, he found himself stuck in traffic. Staring at the congested road ahead, he pondered, is this karma arriving so swiftly? Had I known, I would have walked. An hour later, after an hour's delay, Qin Yi finally arrived at the Education Bureau. It was 9:10 a.m. Thankfully, he hadn't missed the event. As he stepped out of the car and glanced at his watch, relief washed over him. He had feared missing this prestigious gathering. Outside the Education Bureau, a crowd had gathered, comprised of high-ranking officials from various schools attending the joint examination of Jiu City. Among them, Qin Yi spotted a familiar figure, Wei Shun, Wei Dongyi, the creator of the mathematics exam. "Senior, long time no see," Wei Shun greeted with a smile, approaching Qin Yi. "Since our last encounter in Madrid, you continue to exude charm." Qin Yi chuckled and warmly shook his hand. Years ago, at the 49th International Mathematical Olympiad in Madrid, they had competed as rivals. At the age of 16, Wei Shun had won the gold medal with a perfect score, while Qin Yi had fallen just short, tying for second place with another contestant from the United States. Among geniuses, mutual respect was a given. Though Qin Yi was older, it was not inappropriate for Wei Shun to address him as senior. Wei Shun was one of the few individuals Qin Yi genuinely respected. Due to his extraordinary talent in mathematics, many prestigious universities abroad had extended invitations to him. Rumor had it that Harvard even bent its long-standing regulations to entice him to study there. Yet, this humble sage from Peking University chose to remain in China, tirelessly working to advance the nation's mathematical progress. Though Qin Yi was unscrupulous, there were 3 types of individuals he would never exploit. First, soldiers and their families who protect the homeland. Second, talented researchers contributing to national scientific endeavors. And third, those who evoke his sympathy, such as the disabled, the mentally ill, and the elderly. This was Qin Yi's principle of not exploiting others, and Wei Shun fell into the second category. "Brother Wei, let us enter. The awards ceremony should commence shortly." "Indeed, senior, after you." The two walked side by side, reminiscent of long-lost friends, sharing smiles as they stepped into the Education Bureau. The awards ceremony is about to begin. Chapter 57. why do you not accompany me to fight for our nation together? In the conference hall of the Education Bureau, the seats were filled with principals from various cities and elementary schools, engaging in amiable conversations. Principal Zhao, I have heard that your school performed exceptionally well in the recent joint examination of the 9 cities, ranking in the top 10. Principal Li, you flatter me. Our humble school is but a speck in comparison to your esteemed institution. Principal Zhao chuckled. The reputation of Principal Zhao as a young and promising leader in the province was well known. A bright future awaited him. As the exchanges of pleasantries continued, Qin Yi and Wei Shan exchanged a knowing glance and discreetly made their way to a corner of the hall, away from the crowd. Once seated, Wei Shan remarked, Senior, I am engaged in academic research and thus not adept at small talk. Yet, as a distinguished principal, why do you keep your distance from those other principals? Qin Ye's gaze was cool and calm as he replied, Wei, have you ever heard the words of Mr. Zhou Shuren? Wild beasts tend to roam alone, while cattle and sheep gather in herds. Wei Shan pondered this, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. I have learned much from you. At that moment, Lu Changshan, the head of the Education Bureau, entered, accompanied by several officials, causing the conference hall to fall silent. The awards ceremony was about to commence. Lu Changshan delivered a lengthy speech filled with the usual rhetoric meant to inspire, akin to a company owner encouraging his employees. His words about collective effort and the advancement of education lulled Qin Yi into a state of drowsiness. Following the speech, the awards segment began, with the Education Bureau set to honor schools that had excelled in the joint examination. In addition to certificates of merit, schools would receive monetary awards from the Bureau, to be later allocated to their bank accounts by the Finance Department. The 15th place goes to Hezi Primary School, the 14th to Yongsheng Primary School, the 13th to Yangzhou No. 4 Primary School. Representatives from each school ascended the stage amidst thunderous applause. Soon, it was time for Mingzhu Primary School. We invite the representative of Mingzhu Primary School, the first-place winner of the joint examination, to come forward. Lu Changshuan's voice echoed through the hall. However, a moment passed without any movement from the audience. Lu called again, Please, the representative of Mingzhu Primary School, come to the stage. Yet, silence persisted. In the corner of the hall, Wei Shun elbowed Qin Yi. Senior, it's your turn. They're calling for you. With a smile, Qin Yi replied, I know. I heard them. Wei Shun found it puzzling. If you heard them, why not go up? Qin Yi responded with sincerity. I merely wish to ensure everyone heard them clearly. Let him call a few more times. Wei Shun was flabbergasted. Please, the representative of Mingzhu Primary School, come to the stage. The director called once more. Only then did Qin Yi rise, exuding a blend of cool detachment, subtle mockery, and casual indifference as he approached the stage. Congratulations, Principal Qin. Mingzhu Primary School has triumphed in this joint examination, Lu Changshan said, handing him a certificate of honor with an admiring gaze. Do you have any words you wish to share with others? Qin Yi pondered momentarily before beginning his speech. I hold the leader's recognition in high regard. Lu responded, confused. I meant, do you have anything to say to your fellow principals? Not a speech of gratitude. Qin Yi nodded, indeed, I do. All eyes in the audience fixed upon him, curious about his forthcoming remarks. He then called out to the corner of the hall, Wei, please stand for a moment. Though puzzled, Wei Shun complied. Once he stood, Qin Yi's piercing gaze swept across the assembly. Addressing the rotund, complacent principals before him, he declared, This is not a personal affront, but I must say, none of you measure up. The atmosphere erupted in shock. Who are you referring to? They gasped. Disbelief etched across their faces. How audacious! Did he not fear the repercussions of such boldness? Lu Changshan, taken aback, could hardly contain himself, while the principals seethed in indignation. They had never encountered such insolence. Ding! Hostility from Principal Li, 23. Ding! Hostility from Principal Sun, 34. Ding! Hostility from Principal Zhao, 41. The cacophony of resentment rang in Qin Yi's ears, tallying up to a substantial sum. Seizing the moment, Qin Yi relished in the discord he had sown, for he felt justified in his remarks. These principals, each more corpulent than the last, clearly indulged in excess and sycophancy. Director, should you not intervene? A nearby official suggested. Lu Changshan regarded the official as though he were a simpleton. Intervene. Do you have any idea how much the Qin family invests in our province annually? Should you achieve first place and receive recognition, you too could afford to be so brazen. Thus, Liu chose to shield Qin Yi from approach. In that instant, the unique aura surrounding Qin Yi, born of the Education Bureau's favor, came to the fore. Consequently, the awards ceremony concluded on a sour note. After the meeting, the other principals exited the conference room, their faces stormy with fury. That Qin Yi is insufferably arrogant. We cannot let this slide. One exclaimed, Fear not. In a month, the entrance exams will commence. We shall unite hundreds of schools to jointly target Mingzhu Primary School. Another declared, emboldened by the prospect of retribution. A tempest aimed at Qin Yi was on the horizon. In the parking lot of the Education Bureau, as Qin Yi prepared to depart, he was called back by Wei Xin. Senior, I wish to invite you to the World Mathematicians Conference. Why do you not accompany me in this noble endeavor to face mathematicians from around the globe? Would that not be exhilarating? Wei Xin earnestly extended his invitation. Chapter 58. The humble yet unwavering concern for the nation, the World Congress of Mathematicians, organized by the International Mathematical Union, MU, is the most significant and largest gathering in the realm of mathematics, held every 4 years. Esteemed mathematicians from over 200 countries gather for this prestigious academic event, which no brilliant mind would dare to miss. The upcoming Congress is scheduled to take place in Brazil in the Southern Hemisphere in just 2 months. To Qin Yi's surprise, Wei Xin had invited him to this grand academic assembly. However, Qin Yi believed that it would be better to avoid complications, so he politely declined, saying, Brother Wei, you yist. With my limited abilities, attending would serve no purpose. With your presence, the Congress will surely shine. I wish you triumph in advance. Wei Xin, undeterred, fixed his wise gaze upon Qin Yi. Senior, I recall that year in Madrid during the competition, when you intentionally lost to me. Faced with the revelation of his little ruse, Qin Yi merely smiled sheepishly, offering no defense. Wei Xin sighed and pressed on. I know you possess extraordinary talent, yet you remain nonchalant and shun the spotlight. However, do not forget what you once said in the conference hall. The fierce beast walks alone, while cattle and sheep flock together. This phrase is attributed to Mr. Zhou Shuren, but let us not forget another of his sayings, unheeded by the cold stars. I dedicate my blood to the cause. Though I, Wei Dongyi, am but a humble mathematics researcher, I have never forgotten my duty to the nation. I am willing to devote myself to the betterment and prosperity of our homeland, striving tirelessly for the advancement of mathematics in China. I implore you, Senior, to assist me. Qin Yi fell silent, his lips moving but no words escaping. After a long pause, he felt genuinely moved by Wei Xin's words. Xinye, born into privilege with vast wealth and the backing of a system that grants him exceptional advantages, contrasted sharply with Wei Dongyi, who hailed from an ordinary family of educators. While Wei Xin possessed none of Qin Yi's advantages, he remained unwavering in his commitment to his country. This comparison left Qin Yi feeling somewhat ashamed. In a moment of clarity, he realized that since fate had chosen him and bestowed upon him such advantages, he ought to contribute meaningfully. While he may not aspire to Wei Xin's lofty ambitions of dedicating his life to the nation, he at least wished to be able to tell his descendants many years from now, your father once exerted great effort, and the prosperity of our homeland owes a part to my endeavors. Thus, Qin Yi laughed heartily. Haha, very well. Since Brother Wei harbors such grand aspirations, I shall accept. Wei Xin's face lit up with joy upon hearing Qin Yi's change of heart. They clasped hands in agreement. In 2 months at the World Congress of Mathematicians, I shall await your esteemed presence. Rest assured, I will attend. Take care, Brother Wei. Until we meet again. They exchanged bows and departed. Watching Wei Xin's figure recede into the distance, Qin Yi sighed. Ah, my friendship with Brother Wei truly embodies the essence of noble camaraderie. Alas, Wei Xin could not hear him. Had he done so, he would have replied, This is the most severe slander I have faced. 20 minutes later, on his drive back to the university, Qin Yi encountered an old acquaintance, the fortune teller from the previous day. After some thought, he decided to seek the old man's counsel. He parked by the roadside, exited the vehicle, and approached the fortune teller's stall. Upon recognizing Qin Yi, the old man attempted to flee. Wait, I am not here to cause trouble. I merely wish for your assistance in divination. Qin gently reassured him, holding the man's shoulder. Upon hearing this, the fortune-teller calmed down. What do you wish to inquire about? He asked, his voice tinged with trepidation. After a moment's contemplation, Qin replied, in 2 months, I will attend an academic conference. Could you divine whether this journey will proceed smoothly? The fortune-teller began his ritual, shaking a divination tube while muttering incantations. Ghosts abound. Salt into water, Supreme Lord Laozi, urgent as the law commands. Ha! With a clatter, a bamboo stick fell from the tube onto the ground. The fortune-teller retrieved it and scrutinized the inscription. What does it say? What does it say? Qin Yi leaned in eagerly, awaiting the revelation. The fortune-teller, somewhat embarrassed, murmured, the inscription contains but one word, 10. 10? Qin Yi pondered the meaning of this cryptic word. Moments later, he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, I understand. Does this not imply perfection? It signifies that my journey in 2 months will be exceptionally smooth? The fortune-teller regarded him with a peculiar expression. After a long pause, he replied, You are mistaken. There's another phrase that accompanies it. 10 evils and no redemption. Qin Yi. Ding. From Qin Ye's resentment, 20. Qin Ye's lips twitched as he said, So, the omen I received is one of 10 evils and no redemption? The fortune-teller nodded emphatically, Indeed. How absurd. Qin Yi exclaimed, ready to leave. He had never believed in such fortune-telling nonsense. The prediction was patently inaccurate. As a member of the top 10 virtuous individuals globally, how could he possibly be deemed 10 evils and no redemption? That was utterly ludicrous. At that moment, the fortune-teller called out to him again, Young man, do not be hasty. This inscription bears another interpretation. Qin Yi halted in his tracks. Could there be a twist? He gazed at the fortune-teller with anticipation. What is it? Do tell. With a triumphant tone, the fortune-teller declared, 10 ailments, 9 pains, 10 trials, 9 tribulations, 10 lives, 9 deaths, 10 years, 9 floods. Qin Yi. Ding. From Qin Ye's resentment, 99. Fortune-tellers are not frightening. What terrifies one is their unexpected erudition. In that moment, Qin Yi felt as though he had suffered 1,000 critical hits. Ah, how infuriating. Chapter 59. Shall we warm up with a question? 10 years of flooding? Is this something a person can utter? Bold. Before Qin Yi could express his anger, the fortune-teller hastily packed up his stall and fled, moving like the wind, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Qin Yi gritted his teeth in frustration. Very well. I shall remember this grievance. Qin Yi continued his drive back to school. 15 minutes later, he arrived at Mingzhu Primary School. As he passed the school gate, he noticed with surprise that the guard, De Zhuang, was absent. Where could he be? Qin Yi halted the car and inquired of the guard on duty. The guard bowed respectfully and replied, School director. De Zhuang has taken leave. He mentioned he had a date. Qin Yi. A date? With De Zhuang's clumsy demeanor, he actually has a girlfriend? All right. I see. Qin Yi thought no more of it and drove into the school. At this moment, the school was alive with the exuberance of recess. The students were frolicking and playing. Such good children. Qin Yi sighed. He resolved to create more questions in the future to warm the tender hearts of these children. Ah, I truly am a benevolent school director. 3 minutes later, in the school parking lot, Qin Yi stepped out of the car, intending to visit the restroom. On his way, he overheard 2 students boasting. The taller one declared, My brother is so brave. He dares to catch snakes. Can your brother do that? The shorter one retorted, Catching snakes? That's nothing. My brother killed a tiger when he was 9. Can your brother do that? Such a conversation caught Qin Ye's attention. Killing a tiger at 9? Even Wu Song would be impressed. The 2 students, oblivious to Qin Ye's presence, continued their banter. Killing a tiger? Huh. My brother killed an elephant when he was 3. Can your brother compare? My brother dares to eat dung. Can yours? Who says he can't? Not only can he, but he can do it standing on his head. As their boasting escalated, they began to brawl. Could Qin Yi tolerate this? He rushed forward to break up the fight, pulling the 2 apart. What are you fighting for? The world is filled with love. Why not warm up with a question instead? The brawling students? Not even in a fight can they escape the school director's devilish question. All right, listen closely. There are a total of 20 trees, with 4 planted in each row. How many rows can be planted at most? Cheney launched straight into a question of hellish difficulty. It would not be an exaggeration to say that among 10,000 people, few could answer this question correctly, for it was exceedingly complex. As expected, the two brawling students were soon in tears. Woo-woo. Director, this question is too difficult. Please change it. Yes. Woo-woo. Give us an easier one. Hearing their pleas, and being a considerate school director, Cheney naturally obliged. Thus, he presented a simpler question. Among the following four options, which one is correct? A. Cheney is a good person. B. Cheney is a good school director. C. Cheney is a benevolent and kind-hearted person. D. Cheney is a caring school director towards his students. Upon hearing this, the two students cried out once more, woo-woo. Director, can I choose E? I choose F. It must be F. The students wiped their tears. Looking at those four options, is there a single one that makes sense? Ding! Student grievance 44. At that moment, Luo Nye hurriedly approached with a drawing board. Director, look, I've drawn the colorful black. Seeing this, the two brawling students seized the opportunity to escape. Goodbye, director. Hey, hey, hey. After the students ran off, Cheney took the drawing board from Luo Nye and examined it. Upon seeing it, Cheney exclaimed in admiration. The drawing depicted a cosmic starry sky with twinkling stars. The dominant color was black, yet exuded a vibrant, multi-hued beauty. Remarkable. Cheney had not anticipated Luo Nye's talent. Even the colorful black was no challenge for him. In light of this, Cheney decided to test him further. Little tweezer. Now draw me a sun Wukong. Luo Nye scoffed at the request. Drawing sun Wukong? That's easy. I can whip that up in no time. Cheney chuckled and said, I haven't finished. I have more requirements. With a grand gesture, Luo Nye confidently declared, Director, feel free to list your demands. I'll ensure it's done. From the moment Luo Nye first picked up a drawing board, he believed himself to be the best in the world. Clearly, creating the colorful black had inflated his ego immensely. Cheney despises two types of people, those who boast and those who hinder his boasting. Since Luo Nye belonged to the former, Cheney felt it necessary to teach him a lesson about the harsh realities of life. My requirement is, the sun Wukong you draw must hold a golden staff inscribed with the image of 9 dragons carrying a coffin. Atop each dragon's head, there must sit a deity, and within the deity's eyes, the figure of Neza with 3 heads and 6 arms must be visible. Neza's upper attire should feature patterns of the cosmos, sun, moon, and stars, while the lower attire must be engraved with Ultraman battling Bald Chong. Moreover, Neza's fire spear must depict the 3 great bodhisattvas, 500 arhats, and 3,000 deities. All right, I've finished. Now you may begin your drawing. Luo Nye? Aha! In that moment, Luo Nye's composure shattered. He gazed at Cheney in terror, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. A devil. Are you truly a devil? He had thought the colorful black was the limit. Little did he know, it was merely the beginning. Ding! Luo Nye's grievance 77. As the grievance value arrived, Cheney patted Luo Nye's shoulder. Little tweezer, draw well. I believe in you. Thereafter, Cheney proceeded directly to the restroom, leaving Luo Nye bewildered in the wind, already questioning his life choices. 5 minutes later, after using the restroom, Cheney emerged, intending to wash his hands. However, he suddenly noticed a plump little student who, having finished using the restroom, was about to leave without washing his hands. Could Cheney tolerate such a lack of hygiene? He promptly called out to the student, delivering a stern lecture. Stop. Why didn't you wash your hands after using the restroom? Don't you know the importance of hygiene? Yet the student's response left Cheney dumbfounded. Hey, director, I took paper in with me today, so I don't need to wash my hands. Cheney. He was bewildered. So, this student usually uses his hands in the restroom? Cheney was astonished. 999. Don't ask why it's 9. It's because 6 flipped. Chapter 60. The great prophet Cheney goes online, young man. You seem rather arrogant. How about we engage in a little quiz to lighten the mood? Cheney prepared to devise a few questions to teach this elementary student a lesson. However, just then, a thunderous roar of large trucks echoed from outside the school. Cheney's heart leapt with joy. The exercise books he had ordered for all the students had finally arrived. 5 entire trucks laden with practice books. As the elementary students witnessed the porters, glistening with sweat under the blazing sun, toiling with the weighty books that seemed thicker than bricks, their spirits shattered. A singular thought consumed their minds. Ah, Qingyi, you scoundrel! How utterly shameless! Whose exercise books are thicker than bricks? Which school requires trucks for delivery? Will we never find peace again? Wailing filled the air. Oh, the wicked school principal! How outrageous! These thick books could easily be used to crack walnuts. Heaven, send down a lightning bolt to strike this tyrant of quizzes. Let me perish. Do not stop me. I wish to die. These endearing elementary students, the flowers of our nation, shed tears of despair. Seeing their sorrow, Qingyi hastened to comfort them. Dear ones, do not weep. Each of you will receive a share of the exercise books. There is no need to fear that you will miss out. Qingyi naively assumed that their tears stemmed from the anxiety of not receiving the books. Thus, his words rang with a sense of righteousness. However, upon hearing his reassurances, the students cried even harder. Wah! We are just children. What shall we do? The heart-wrenching cries seemed unending, causing sorrow in the hearts of all who heard them. As the foremost philanthropist in the world, how could Qingyi endure such misery? He swiftly took 10 of the hefty exercise books from the porters and handed one to each of the most distressed students. Let us not waste our study time. We must seize every moment. Come now. You can weep while working on your exercises. It's the best of both worlds. Qingyi's smile was sincere, and his tone earnest. The students, bewildered, stared at him in disbelief. Wah, are you a devil? They sat down, exchanging glances filled with despair and dread. Their expressions a mix of sorrow and outrage. Why were they the ones to suffer? What sins had they committed in their past lives to face such brick-like exercise books in this one? The wicked principal. How shameless. Once more, tears of despair streamed down their cheeks. Look at me. I am truly a benevolent principal. My students are moved to tears. Qingyi sighed. He felt that such a poignant scene should not be witnessed by him alone. Positive energy must be shared. More people should feel the warmth. Thus, Qingyi recorded a video and uploaded it to the official account of Mingzhu Elementary School. The video was titled, "These are good children." The school distributed exercise books, and they were all moved to tears. In the video, under the scorching sun, school workers transported exercise books that resembled bricks, while a group of students held their own hefty volumes, crying as they worked on their problems. In the principal's office, Qingyi decided to initiate a round of lucky draws. At that moment, his grievance point stood at 6211. Onward, he opened the system's lucky draw interface and executed a thrilling 6 consecutive draws. The spinning wheel whirled madly. 15 seconds later, it came to a halt, and the system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a blue reward. The novel auto-continuation device. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a thank you for your patronage. Please try again next time. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a thank you for your patronage. Please try again next time. Out of the 6 notifications, only the first yielded a blue reward. The remaining 5 were mere consolation messages. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the lucky star talent 5 times, earning 25 skill points for free allocation. Fortunately, there was a golden talent draw as a safety net. Qingyi examined the description of the novel auto-continuation device, an AI application that automatically continues writing novels, capable of producing 4,166 words per hour. He could not immediately see its utility, so he decided to set it aside for the time being. With 25 unused skill points at his disposal, he allocated 15 points to mathematics and 5 points to intelligence, reserving the remaining 5 points for future use. Host, Qingyi allocated skill points. Constitution 10, Mathematics 15. Intelligence 5 remaining usable skill points. 5 after completing this, Qingyi felt his mind sharpen, particularly in his understanding of mathematical concepts. Life with an advantage is indeed as lonely as snow. He patted himself on the back. While others struggled with complex mathematical problems, he merely needed to confront them and allocate points to become stronger. This feeling of having an edge was simply exhilarating. The more he pondered, the more at ease he felt. He quietly opened the WeChat teacher group and sent a message. All teachers, today as homework is doubled. Happiness should be experienced in abundance. Mathematics teacher, language teacher, English teacher. Before long, The group chat was flooded with question marks. Yet, the obsequious headmaster stood out, sending a message that read, "The principal is wise. Homework should indeed be assigned in double. The principal is truly a great benefactor to the students. All teachers. Look, how could anyone not admire such a headmaster?" Cheney thought, impressed by his audacity. His thick-skinned nature could rival that of the Great Wall. Seeing the headmaster's understanding demeanor, Cheney felt a surge of satisfaction. "Headmaster Zhu Mingwei, using your phone during work hours? I shall deduct 200 yuan from your salary. Go report to the finance office." Headmaster. Ding. From Headmaster Zhu Mingwei, grievance 55. In this world, no one could ever predict Cheney's schemes. It was simply too delightful. Oh, how infuriating. Headmaster Zhu Mingwei shed tears of sorrow. After exiting the WeChat group, Cheney logged onto a renowned international mathematicians forum. As the ancients said, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will win 100 battles." Cheney wished to gauge the current standards of the global mathematics community to prepare for the upcoming World Mathematicians Conference in 2 months. The forum he logged into was named the World Mathematicians Forum. Here, mathematicians from across the globe discussed, researched, and debated various mathematical conundrums. All forum posts were in English, which deterred those with weaker language skills. The predominance of English irritated Cheney, as he believed that one day, Mandarin would replace English as the most widely spoken language. Of course, this would take a long time to come to fruition. Dear friends, listen to the dragon's roar. Chapter 61. A problem stumps the entire mathematics forum in the realm of mathematics enthusiasts from around the world. A fervent discussion is underway, tackling complex issues such as the Goldbach conjecture, Yang-Mills theory, and the existence of stochastic equations. The technical jargon employed here is often incomprehensible to the average individual. Those who frequent this forum are, at the very least, seasoned aficionados who have dedicated years to the study of mathematics. Indeed, the forum is not devoid of genuine world-class mathematicians, though these towering figures rarely grace the platform with their presence. Only remarkably innovative mathematical discoveries capture their attention. Contemplating this, Cheney decided to warm up with a devilishly challenging problem, as he had not been attentive to the mathematical community for quite some time. He recalled that a few years ago, there were several formidable mathematicians in America and a few in Bear Country. However, he wondered if any brilliant prodigies had emerged in recent years. He was eager to gauge the current state of the mathematical world. With this thought in mind, Cheney registered for a forum account, adopting the username QY666. This choice seemed somewhat familiar. QY represents the initials of Cheney, subtly proclaiming his own prowess. Cheney 666. In terms of shamelessness, no one could rival Cheney. After completing his registration, Cheney directly posted in English. The title of his post read, "Shocking. This is the exclusive fruit photo of the European and American diva." The content of the post stated, "Hello everyone, I am Q, a mathematics enthusiast. Recently, I have discovered an intriguing mathematical pattern. Regardless of the positive integer I choose, if it is odd, I multiply it by 3 and add 1. If it is even, I divide it by 2. Following this pattern, I have found that no matter what number I select, the final result will always converge to 1. Although I have identified this pattern, I am unable to prove that all positive integers in the world adhere to it. I kindly ask the mathematicians in this forum to assist me in proving this." After submitting this post, Cheney closed the forum webpage and paid it no further heed. Shortly thereafter, he recalled a video he had posted on Douyin half an hour ago. Surely, it must have garnered thousands of likes by now. He quickly opened the app on his phone, only to be astonished. Ding! Your work has been reported by 1,000 users. Ding! Your work has been reported by 2,000 users. Ding! Your work has been removed and blocked due to multiple reports for alleged indecency. Cheney exclaimed, "What? How can this be? Such a warm and positive video has been reported? These individuals truly lack humanity." His frustration grew with each passing moment. In a fit of anger, he opened the WeChat teacher group and sent a message. "Art teacher Yi Qinxia, please come to my office." Before long, Yi Qinxia arrived with an elegant demeanor. Her captivating beauty was complemented by her enchanting eyes. "Principal, did you call for me?" she inquired. Cheney smiled and replied, "It's nothing serious." I merely wanted to pose a question to you. Ah, you summoned me just to solve a problem? Yi Qinxia was taken aback, having expected something of greater significance. Qin Yi presented the conundrum. I have an orange and a mushroom. Which should I eat first? Yi Qinxia pondered for a moment and tentatively suggested. Perhaps I should eat the mushroom first? Incorrect. Qin Yi chuckled as he revealed the answer. You must eat the orange first. Yi Qinxia blinked in confusion. Why? Qin Yi mischievously responded. Because the mushroom must perish for the orange to survive. Yi Qinxia, your logic resembles that of a ruler and a subject. Is this a pun? She was bewildered. What peculiar thoughts occupied the principal's mind? Such a creative pun effortlessly uttered. However, before Yi Qinxia could regain her composure, Qin Yi presented her with a second perplexing question. I have 5 oranges. If I give you one, how many are left? Without hesitation, Yi Qinxia answered, 4. It must be 4. Yet Qin Yi shook his head, his smile devilish. It is still 5. Yi Qinxia? Principal, you are deceiving me. If you give me one, how can there still be 5? Yi Qinxia pouted, her cheeks adorning a faint dimple. Qin Yi leisurely lit a cigarette and replied, because I do not wish for you to eat it. Yi Qinxia, winky face. Ding. Yi Qinxia's ire 33, with her annoyance aroused. Qin Yi felt a significant lift in his spirits. This, he mused, was the art of emotional transference. He had successfully diverted his own frustration onto Yi Qinxia, enhancing his own mood. Brilliant. Ah, how infuriating. Yi Qinxia ground her teeth, her grace faltering. Seeing her so vexed, Qin Yi quickly composed himself, adopting a serious tone as he cautioned. I warn you, do not remain angry. Yi Qinxia's expression faltered. She appeared perplexed. Why? Have you had a change of heart, principal? Yet Qin Yi turned the tables, revealing, because when I see you angry, I cannot help but laugh. Ye Vingji. You infuriate me, principal. I shall have my revenge. Yi Qinxia retaliated with a flurry of harmless punches against Qin Yi. Once she grew weary, Qin Yi casually remarked, were you perhaps born a teapot in your previous life? Yi Qinxia was once again left dumbfounded. What do you mean? Qin Yi smiled, because when you are angry, you bubble. Yi Qinxia. Ding. Yi Qinxia's ire 99. At that moment, Qin Yi's phone chimed. He checked and saw a message alerting him of a deposit into the school's bank account. The sum of 2 million. The reward for the school from the Education Bureau for the 9-city joint examination had arrived. This prize was designated for the entire Mingzhu primary school. As the school's principal, Qin Yi held the authority to determine how to allocate these funds. Many misunderstand the distinction between a principal and a school board member in private institutions. The principal receives a salary, while the board member is responsible for paying that salary. The board member is the financial benefactor of the school, wielding influence over all matters within. As Qin Yi pondered the distribution of this monetary reward, another notification chimed on his phone. Another message had arrived. Chapter 62. I am Qin Shi Huang. Pay me. Qin Yi glanced at the message, realizing it was a scam. I am Qin Shi Huang. I have not perished. I have consumed the elixir of immortality. Within the Qin Emperor's tomb lies 3,000 tons of gold and 3 million Qin soldiers sealed away. For a mere 198 yuan, you can unseal them. Once you transfer the money to me, on the day of unsealing, I shall appoint you as the Grand General for the protection of the nation. You speak not English. Payment QR code. JPG. Such scam messages are typically sent in bulk, and many have fallen victim to them. Yet, encountering such an amusing con artist was a first for Qin Yi. Hence, he replied with a message of his own. To be candid, I am Thanos, and I am not dead. I require 500 yuan to upgrade my gauntlet. If you transfer that amount to me, upon my return, I shall gift you a planet. Smile, smile, after sending the message within 30 seconds. Qin Yi received a surge of resentment from the scammer. Ding. 44 resentment from the scammer. Just as Qin Yi thought that was the end of it, his phone chimed again with another message. Upon reading it, Qin Yi discovered that the school's bank account had received an additional 2 million yuan. Confused, he pondered how the prize for the 9-city joint examination had already been distributed, yet here was another 2 million. Yi Qingxi, if you had 4 million, what would you do? Qin Yi inquired of Yi Qingxi. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I would give it all to my parents. How admirable! Qin Yi mused, noting the filial piety in her response. Why do you ask this, headmaster? Yi Qingxi inquired, her crimson lips parting. Because you do not possess 4 million, Qin Yi smiled. I merely wish to see if poverty would limit your imagination. Yi Qingxi's composure shattered once more. Frustrated, she retorted, Headmaster, does being wealthy truly equate to happiness? Qin Yi shook his head. No, certainly not. In that moment, Yi Qingxi felt a tinge of balance restored within her. What good is wealth if it cannot buy happiness? Unfortunately, Qin Yi's next sentence shattered her tranquility. The wealthy appear outwardly joyful, yet privately, their happiness knows no bounds. The joy of the affluent is beyond your imagination. Yi Qingxi. At that moment, Yi Qingxi suffered a critical hit of 100,000 points. She was profoundly impacted. Observing her despondency, Qin Yi, as a considerate headmaster, quickly offered consolation. Do not be disheartened. Although you are currently impoverished, do not fret. Look forward. For tomorrow, you shall still be destitute. Yi Qingxi. Ding. 77 resentment from Yi Qingxi. After Yi Qingxi stormed off in frustration, Qin Yi placed a call to Lu Changshun, the director of the Education Bureau. He sought clarification regarding the unexpected 2 million yuan in bonus funds. Misappropriating public funds could lead to dire consequences, so Qin Yi resolved to ascertain the facts. A short while later, the call connected. Hello, second uncle. As the half-sibling of Qin Yi, referring to Lu as second uncle seemed entirely appropriate. Is there an issue, Principal Qin? Lu Changshun inquired, dismissing the familial pleasantries. Indeed, I wish to know why the bonus for the top scorer of the 9-city joint examination, which was supposed to be 2 million, has now amounted to 4 million? What counts for this surplus? Director Lu explained, rest assured, Principal Qin. The additional funds are a commendation from the province. Mingzhu Primary School excelled in the 9-city joint examination, contributing to cultural outreach and receiving recognition from official media. Thus, the province decided to award an extra 2 million as a token of appreciation. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi felt a sense of relief wash over him. Thank you for clarifying, second uncle. Just as Qin Yi was about to end the call, Lu Changshun added, Might you be available tonight, Principal Qin? I wish to discuss a matter with you. Certainly. I shall see you at dinner, Qin Yi replied. After hanging up, Lu Changshun sent Qin Yi a location. Now, Qin Yi had a more pressing matter at hand, the allocation of the 4 million yuan bonus. After some contemplation, he resolved to set aside 1 million for the faculty as bonuses. The students had performed admirably, and the teachers deserved recognition for their contributions. Thus, Qin Yi opened the WeChat group for teachers and sent out a message. All teachers, the school has decided to allocate 1 million as bonuses for all faculty members. The bonuses will be deposited into your bank accounts within 3 days. Moments after sending this message, the group chat erupted in excitement. Hooray! The headmaster is magnificent. I love you, headmaster. Calm down, Teacher Yang. You are male, and the headmaster does not have any peculiar tendencies. Ha ha ha. The headmaster is generous. 1 million yuan bonus. Just like that. From this day forth, the school is my home. I shall dedicate myself to it. Thank you, headmaster. Thank you. Laughter, laughter. The teachers, filled with joy, laughed heartily, relishing the benevolence of their headmaster. Each teacher would receive a share of the million, amounting to several thousand each. Such unexpected fortune could hardly fail to bring joy. What is the essence of happiness? Ha ha! Having allocated the 1 million yuan bonus, Qin Yi began to ponder how to utilize the remaining funds. Should they be spent on purchasing experimental equipment for the school, or perhaps enhancing the greenery to improve the environment? After a moment of reflection, a brilliant idea struck him. He promptly contacted the school's broadcasting room. I shall convene the second teacher-student conference. All faculty and students gather in the playground after class. The headmaster has something to announce. The announcement echoed through the loudspeakers 3 times. The students, currently in class, exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting confusion. What could the headmaster be planning this time? After the last conference, Qin Yi had posed 2 demanding essay questions that left the entire school reeling. What could he possibly have in store now? Surely, it wouldn't be another torturous test, would it? The students collectively shivered in trepidation. Oh no, I'm scared. I'm only a student. Chapter 63. The Involution at Mingzhu Primary School, where everyone becomes a champion of competition 40 minutes later. The class was dismissed. The entire faculty and student body of Mingzhu Primary School converged upon the playground like a swarm of dark clouds descending upon a city. The teachers, faces alight with joy, greeted one another. Mr. Lee, what splendid news. The school director is going to reward us with bonuses. Ha ha ha. I saw the message in the group chat. The director is truly a benevolent soul. The director is magnificent. The director is extraordinary. I'll lead the way to the playground, Mr. Wong. See you there. The teachers exchanged cheerful banter, while the students, in stark contrast, wore glum expressions, their faces a portrait of despair. Oh no! What scheme is the great demon King Qin Yi concocting this time? Brothers, I have a premonition that this teacher-student meeting will not bode well. How do you know? What if the director has a change of heart and decides to reward us for our performance in the citywide exam? Dream on. If there are rewards, they will come in the form of thick practice workbooks. I wager a pack of spicy strips that the director will definitely set us an exam. I think so too. Amidst the chatter, no elementary student could fathom what Qin Yi truly intended. The thoughts of this enigmatic figure were far beyond their comprehension, as he was known to defy expectations. Once everyone had assembled on the playground, Qin Yi ascended the podium and took the microphone. His voice resonant and clear. From this day forth, I am instituting a new school rule. At Mingzhu Primary School, we shall implement 3 forms of reward for students who excel academically. They are money, and indeed more money. Starting today, there will be a simulated exam once a week, and scholarships will be awarded based on performance. As these words echoed through the air, the students below were instantly electrified. Could it be true? The director has had a change of heart. If we perform well, we receive money directly? Good heavens, is this really happening? Now I can buy spicy strips, snacks, and recharge my Q coins. With eager eyes, the students gazed up at Qin Yi, yearning to know the amount of the scholarship. Qin Yi, true to form, did not disappoint them. I shall declare a sum. 3 million. Qin Yi casually announced a figure that ignited a fervor among the crowd. Brothers, did I hear correctly? 3 million in scholarships. Goodness, that is 3 million. I'm utterly astonished. The director is phenomenal. From this day forward, he is a hero in my eyes. It's over. I've succumbed. I must begin studying fervently. I shall outcompete you all. Come on. ISNT at just competition? Let us see who can outdo whom. This 3 million in scholarships must contain a portion for me. Yes, Xiaolin. Keep talking. I, little fatty, am off to study. The atmosphere was electric. All the elementary students were left in awe by Qin Yi's proclamation of a 3 million scholarship. 3 million. Such wealth was beyond their wildest dreams. The director was actually offering 3 million as a scholarship? Unbelievable. Brothers, today is the day to become wealthy. With their eyes sparkling with ambition, the students were filled with zeal. However, some with less noble intentions were already plotting. Cheat. Copy someone else's exam. Yet, it seemed that Qin had anticipated such thoughts. With a narrowed gaze and a sly smile, he addressed them. I know that some of you are already considering how to cheat. Unfortunately, I must inform you that the monitoring for the upcoming exams will be exceptionally stringent. If a student is caught cheating, both the invigilator and the student will face penalties. Salary deductions for the invigilators. If cheating is discovered, minor infractions will result in severe reprimands, while serious offenses will lead to expulsion. Qin Yi's words were delivered with a chilling severity, effectively quashing any aspirations of dishonesty among the students. Being expelled from Mingzhu Primary School would mean facing their parents' wrath. Given its national acclaim, attending this school was a privilege. Indeed, as Qin Yi concluded his speech, the students looked at one another with palpable hostility. Classmates? No, they were rivals. Competitors vying for the 3 million scholarship. All right, the teacher-student meeting is over. Let us return to class. Qin Yi waved his hand. In an instant, the students rushed back to their classrooms, eager to seize every moment. The competition had officially commenced. Old Chun was an ordinary math teacher at Mingzhu Primary School. After the teacher-student meeting, he returned to his class to teach. Upon beginning the lesson, Old Chun was utterly astonished. The students, usually lethargic and disengaged, were now brimming with enthusiasm, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. Their eyes shone with intensity, completely absorbed in the lesson, not even blinking for fear of missing a single word. Even the students, who typically ranked at the bottom of the class, had moved their chairs to the front. Goodness, am I in the wrong classroom? Old Chun wondered. Was this truly the same group of indifferent students? The transformation was astonishing. Never before had Old Chun experienced such fervor during a lesson. When he posed a question, every hand shot up in unison, clamoring to answer. What an absurd spectacle. 45 minutes later, as the class concluded, Old Chun was stopped by the students, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. Teacher, please assign us more homework. Indeed, teacher, your assignments are far too few. We want more. The more, the better. I love studying. Learning brings me joy. Listening to such surreal requests, Old Chun's expression was one of utter bewilderment. Students asking for more homework? This was a first for him. All right, I shall assign a few more math problems. Old Chun quickly complied. However, the students remained unsatisfied. This is too little. Teacher, your expectations are too low. We want more. Yes, teacher, more and more. Your assignments are simply insufficient. Do not worry about us. We will definitely complete all of it. Teacher, hurry. My 40-meter-long sword is eager for action. The 3 million scholarship is mine for the taking. One by one, the students transformed into champions of competition. Driven by an overwhelming desire to excel, they embodied the sentiment. As long as one does not perish from studying, one should study relentlessly. Old Chun. Chapter 64. The cosmic director Liu Changshun of the 4 great kings of pressure. At this moment, Old Chun felt utterly overwhelmed. These students merely had to complete an assignment. Yet he was tasked with grading the work of the entire class. However, he could not afford to dampen their enthusiasm for learning. So, Old Chun held back his tears and assigned a little more homework. Then he bolted. He was genuinely terrified. These students were now as energized as if they had been injected with enthusiasm. This meager amount of homework was surely insufficient for their appetite. A similar scene unfolded in every classroom of Mingzhu Primary School. Teacher, don't go. There is still 10 minutes of break time. Could you please teach us a bit more? Quickly, we want more assignments. I absolutely adore doing homework. Brothers, the homework assigned by the teacher is far too little. We must set assignments for ourselves. I want to study quietly and astound everyone with my brilliance in the exams. Oh no, how do I solve this problem? I don't understand. Come here, let me teach you. This problem is quite simple. First this way, then that way, and you'll figure out. Did you grasp it? I'm completely baffled. The fervent atmosphere of learning spread to every corner of Mingzhu Primary School. In class, students were completely absorbed in their lessons. Outside class, they engaged in fervent discussions about their academic challenges. When they felt fatigued, they stepped outside to stroll beneath the verdant trees, refreshing their minds. The overall atmosphere of learning in the school was simply extraordinary. They were either studying or on their way to study, apart from a few underperforming students. Over 95% of the pupils were diligently applying themselves. This nearly frenzied environment of study began to raise concerns among certain teachers. Old Chun sent a message in the WeChat teacher group. Principal, is there a risk in our school operating this way? The Education Bureau has mandated a reduction in workload. Before long, Qin Yi replied in the group. Teacher Chun, let me ask you, are we forcing these students to learn? No. Are they not learning of their own volition? They are eager to learn and love studying. What does that have to do with our school? Do we punish students who do not perform well? Absolutely not. All teachers. No excessive homework is allowed. As Qin Yi's words resonated, the teachers in the group found them quite reasonable. The students' voluntary learning was indeed none of the school's concern. Well said. The principal is a true genius of logic. If Qin Yi had not been born, the education sector would be shrouded in eternal darkness. Soon, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon. Mingzhu Primary School dismissed its students. One by one, they shouldered their heavy backpacks, clearly intent on returning home to study. But there was one individual who stood out remarkably. He was the class leader of Class 6-3. Little Fatty, empty-handed, strode confidently toward the school dormitory with an air of indifference. As a boarding student, he would reside in the school dormitory at night. Observing little Fatty S. bare hands, the other elementary students gasped in shock. Class leader, why aren't you carrying any books? Aren't you going to study tonight? Are you giving up on the 3 million scholarship? Have you given up the struggle? Does that mean we have one less competitor? Upon hearing his classmates' remarks, little Fatty waved his hand grandly and declared, Study? Who needs that? Brothers, let us head to the internet CAF tonight. The other students were taken aback. No. I still have problems to solve tonight. Me too. I need to memorize English vocabulary. Class leader, let us gather next time. I have to leave now. Before long, they all hurried away. Watching their retreating figures, little Fatty revealed a sly grin. These fools. Don't they know they can learn online with their phones? Indeed, little Fatty planned to study secretly at night and then dazzle everyone during the exams. How could someone as cunning as little Fatty let go of the 3 million scholarship? He intended not only to excel, but also to outshine his peers. Just imagine, he strolls home empty-handed every day, only for his exam results to place him at the top of the class. Wouldn't those diligent students who lugged their backpacks home each day to study hard had their spirits crushed? As a devoted fan of Do-Pa, little Fatty wore a devious smile reminiscent of the elders from his soul palace. At 8 o'clock that evening, Cheney drove to find Lu Changshun. After a journey of several minutes, he arrived at the location Lu had provided. To his surprise, it was a dilapidated, old residential building. Vinya posit momentary. What? As the director of the Education Bureau, he lives in such an antiquated place? Is this for the sake of discretion or to avoid attention? Cheney had no desire to ponder this further. He ascended the stairs and, following Lu Changshun's door number, reached the top floor. The door number was 702. Cheney pressed the doorbell. The doorbell is broken. Typical of an old building. So he opted to knock instead. There's a proper way to knock. First, gently tap once, pause for a moment. Then knock twice in quick succession. It is essential not to pound the door indiscriminately. That would be impolite. Then, within, there was no response at all. Clearly, such courteous knocking was too soft. Thus, Cheney began to knock vigorously. Bang, bang, bang. Uncle, open up. At last, the door swung open. What does this story teach us? It tells us that as long as we can weave some reasoning into our words, we can effortlessly increase our word count. For instance, right now, as long as I remain silent, no one will notice I'm merely padding my writing. It's you, Xiaoyi. Come in. Old Lu is on the balcony stargazing. The door was opened by Lu's wife, Yao Huifeng, an ordinary-looking yet seemingly kind-hearted middle-aged woman. Thank you, Auntie. I'll go find Uncle Lu now. Cheney did not linger and quickly changed into slippers, making his way to the balcony. At that moment, Director Lu Changshun stood on the balcony, observing the dazzling stars above through a telescope. I never expected you to have such refined interests, Uncle. Cheney approached with a smile. While gazing at the celestial bodies, Lu Changshun mused, as one ages, a fondness for astronomy develops. The vast array of stars truly captivates one's soul. Cheney, uninterested in Lu's musings, cut to the chase. Uncle, what did you want to discuss with me? Lu Changshun withdrew his gaze from the telescope and addressed the matter at hand. Due to the remarkable progress of Mingzhu Primary School in this year's intercity examinations, the provincial authorities have decided to send delegations from various primary schools in Su Province to observe and learn from Mingzhu Primary School's methods. Upon hearing this, Cheney's expression grew peculiar. After a long pause, he asked seriously, Uncle, are you serious? Aren't you worried that these teachers might misinterpret our approach? Lu Changshun chuckled at Cheney's concern. He patted Cheney on the shoulder and gazed at the stars with a serene demeanor, saying, Chen, you're thinking too small. Since I developed a passion for astronomy, I have come to realize the vastness of the universe and the infinitude of time and space. What are humans? What is civilization? And what significance does our entire solar system hold? Ultimately, we are but ants, mere specks of dust. Vignette. Chapter 65. The grass, trees, bamboo, and stones can all be pretentious. Nicknamed the unmatched challenger Chen, he found himself momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. He quietly observed Lu Changshun's pretentious demeanor. This marked the second occasion Chen felt outdone. The first was the seemingly unremarkable by Dalao. Truly, he was by Ruhan's esteemed uncle. It seemed that the pretentious gene ran deep within this family, inherited through generations. By Ruhan, the ordinary one? Lu Changshan, the director of the universe? Goodness. Both of these individuals possessed a certain toxicity. In that instant, Qin Yi resolved that the next time he encountered a relative of Bai Ruhan, he would remain on high alert to avoid being outdone once more. How infuriating. I, Qin Yi, have exuded an air of superiority since the age of 3. Contending with the heroes of Heshua, by 5, I wielded my prestige to roam the world, and by 10, I had transcended material confines, finding pretentiousness in even the grass, trees, bamboo, and stones. Known as the king of pretension, I bore the moniker the unmatched challenger. Yet today, I found myself outshone, unable to swallow his indignation. Qin Yi clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Uncle, you speak well. I have gained enlightenment." Lu Changshan, with a smile, inquired, "What have you realized?" With a grin, Qin Yi responded, "It turns out, you're an ant." Lu Changshan. Ding. 33 from Lu Changshuan's resentment. A joyful smile spread across Qin Yi's face. He had finally managed to turn the tables on this pretender. Lu Changshan himself had declared that humans were but mere ants and dust. Did Qin Yi's comprehension falter? Not in the slightest. Director Qin, what is your educational background? Lu Changshan turned to Qin Yi and asked. Master's degree, Qin Yi replied. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Changshan asked again, do you have a girlfriend? Vignes se guze momenta de deposit. What surprise. Was he about to be introduced to someone? This thought transported him back a decade to a moonless, windy night when he encountered a fortune teller on the street. The master had proclaimed, young lad, you shall have considerable romantic fortune. You will surely marry before the age of 20. Thus, Qin Yi candidly relayed to Lu Changshan, a master once told me that I would marry before turning 20. Lu Changshan regarded him with a peculiar expression and asked, so, are you married now? Not yet, Qin Yi replied. Why not? Lu Changshan pressed. Because knowledge alters destiny, Qin Yi declared with righteous indignation. Lu Changshan. Lu Changshuan's face darkened, his features twitching. Ding, 55 from Lu Changshuan's resentment. In his lifetime, Lu Changshan had contemplated the universe, yet he had never encountered such a remarkably pretentious young man. Therefore, he prepared to impart a lesson to Qin Yi. Director Qin, although you are single, do not lose hope. Have you heard the tale of the ugly duckling? The little duck was born quite unattractive, bullied by others. It reluctantly left its mother and roamed alone, battling winds, storms, and calamities. Though it was not beautiful, it persevered and diligently learned. Ultimately, when the little duck grew up, people discovered. Lu Changshan intended to conclude with a dose of bitter wisdom, revealing that the little duck had remained unattractive. However, to his astonishment, Qin Yi interjected, people discovered that although the little duck was not pleasing to the eye, it tasted quite good. Lu Changshan. Lu Changshan was utterly dumbfounded. His mind was filled with 100,000 question marks. What should have been a poignant tale of woe had been transformed into a cold joke by Qin Yi. Goodness, are you a demon? Not even a devil could match your stature. Lu Changshan fumed, his face reddening with ire. At that moment, Aunt Yao called out to the two on the balcony. Old Lu, Xiao Yi, dinner's ready. Come eat. Qin Yi and Lu Changshan returned indoors. The dining table was adorned with 4 meat dishes, 4 vegetable dishes, and a soup, simple home-cooked fare. Yet, Aunt Yao's culinary skills were exceptional, and Qin Yi savored every bite. Shall we drink? Indeed, Lu Changshan poured 2 glasses of liquor. The elder and the youth feasted on appetizers while drinking. After a while, Qin Yi's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was the foolish Qin Xiaoyu calling. Qin Yi answered the phone. Brother, where are you? Why haven't you come home? I'm on a special mission. What kind of special mission? Testing the effects of proteins, vitamins, and minerals on human health under the fermentation of barley and water. Be more specific. A test of the resistance of a cutting-edge liquid against the human liver and kidneys. Speak plainly. Drinking. You little rascal. After hanging up, Qin Yi immediately felt the resentment of Qin Xiaoyu. Ding, 48 from Qin Xiaoyu's resentment. Life with a younger sister is as simple and joyful as this. Come, uncle, I toast you. Qin Yi raised his glass, clinking it with Lu Changshuan's once more. Half an hour later, both were somewhat inebriated, their faces flushed. "Uncle, you have a long way to go. You should head back first. No need to mind me." Qin Yi waved his hand drunkenly. Lu Changshan, with a red face, lifted his glass and took another sip, chiding, "Are you foolish? This is my home. Who exactly has the longer journey?" In his drunken stupor, Qin Yi caught Lu Changshan off guard. "You are the foolish one. You still need to walk back to your room. I shall sleep right here at the table." With that final proclamation, Qin Yi laid his head down on the table and fell fast asleep. This abrupt scene left both Lu Changshan and Aunt Yao stunned. Lu Changshan. Aunt Yao? Ding, 35 from Lu Changshuan's resentment. Ding, 10 from Yao Huifeng's resentment. Qin Yi was indeed asleep. However, the mathematicians on the forum found themselves wide awake. In the island nation Hokkaido, in a humble Japanese-style loft, Yamamoto Ryoichi, a mathematical prodigy of the island, sat at his computer. Despite his unconventional background, he had immersed himself in the study of mathematics for years, achieving a level of expertise comparable to that of established mathematicians. This evening, as Yamamoto Ryoichi browsed the mathematicians' forum, he scanned through numerous threads discussing stale mathematical problems that had lingered for years without any novel discoveries. As he scrolled, suddenly a particular post captured his attention. The title of the post read, "Shocking! Exclusive fruit photos of the European and American goddess." Yamamoto Ryoichi's eyes sparkled and his breath quickened. Could it be? Such an opportunity had presented itself? A rare photo scandal that only occurs once in decades? With excitement, he clicked on the post. "Exclusive fruit photos of the European and American goddess?" Here I come. Chapter 66. Yidahai transitions to a driving service upon clicking the post. Yamamoto Ryoichi was utterly taken aback. What on earth? A furious expression overtook his face as he exclaimed in anger. What happened to the promised celestial beauty? Why has it morphed into a mathematical conundrum? Poor Yamamoto Ryoichi was ensnared by the misleading title. However, his focus was soon captivated by the mathematical problem presented in the post. "Q, are you a century egg?" Yamamoto Ryoichi read aloud from the computer screen. The mathematical query written in English: "For any positive integer, if it is odd, multiply by 3 and add 1. If it is even, divide by 2. By perpetuating this cycle, all positive integers eventually yield 1. Yamamoto Ryoichi fell into contemplation. He substituted several numbers to verify the claim. Taking the positive integer 3 being odd, he multiplied by 3 and added 1, resulting in 10. As 10 is even, he divided by 2, arriving at 5. Since 5 is odd, he multiplied by 3 and added 1, yielding 16. As 16 is even, he divided by 2, again arriving at an even number, and continued this operation. Eventually, after dividing 16 4 times by 2, he reached the final result of 1. This aligned with the aforementioned rule. Yamamoto Ryoichi proceeded to test other positive integers, ultimately arriving at the same conclusion of 1. Then, he began to question his existence. This rule appeared deceptively simple, yet how could one prove its validity? In mathematics, what seems simple often proves to be an insurmountable challenge. Consider the renowned Goldbach conjecture, which is succinctly stated: every even integer greater than 2 can be expressed as the sum of 2 prime numbers. It appears straightforward, does it not? Yet this seemingly simple assertion has occupied the mathematical community for over 2 centuries, with no conclusive proof to date. The foremost contributor to the proof of the Goldbach conjecture is undoubtedly the Chinese mathematician Chen Jingrun, who advanced the conjecture to the point of 1-2. For the subsequent 50 years, there has been no progress in the mathematical community. And today, from this peculiar mathematical rule, Yamamoto Ryoichi discerned the shadow of the Goldbach conjecture. This seemed to be a mathematical enigma of world-class caliber, rivaling the Goldbach conjecture itself. Yamamoto Ryoichi fetched several sheets of draft paper and began calculating. According to the fundamental theorem of algebra, an odd number n can be expressed in the form of 2m c-1, where m is a positive integer and c is a positive odd number. After m1, operations, initially 3 in 1, then dividing by 2. The form 2-3 1C-1 is achieved QD. Thus, unbeknownst to him, Yamamoto Ryoichi calculated through the entire night. Morning arrived. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the attic. Yamamoto Ryoichi's eyes were bloodshot, his demeanor haggard. He clutched his disheveled hair, resembling a madman. He was on the brink of collapse. Who on earth had devised this mathematical challenge? After a night of calculations, the more he tried to prove it, the more chaotic it became, riddled with flaws. He was nearly driven to madness. How on earth was this cursed rule to be proven? Yamamoto Ryoichi logged back into the mathematician forum. He sought to discover if other mathematicians had managed to prove it. Upon glancing at the replies beneath the post, he found the situation mirrored his own. I stumbled upon this thread last night, and now I can't escape. My head feels like it's about to explode. Swedish mathematician Friedrich replied 5 minutes ago. Oh God, I'm losing my mind. Which nation's mathematician proposed this conjecture? I've been calculating for 7 hours straight, and it just gets more complicated. American mathematician John Will replied 11 minutes ago. F. Who is Q? How did they conceive such a twisted mathematical problem? It brings back the terror I felt when grappling with the Poincare conjecture. Eagle Country mathematician Alder replied 17 minutes ago. The comments section was ablaze with discussion. All mathematicians who encountered this conjecture found themselves befuddled by the challenge. They even dubbed this conjecture proposed by Qin Yi as the century egg conjecture. This name bore dual significance. The century egg is a food that instills fear in foreigners worldwide, and the century egg conjecture encapsulated that it was a mathematical dilemma that terrified mathematicians across the globe. At 8 in the morning in Jiangnan City, Huaxia, when Qin Yi awoke at Director Lu's residence, he found himself lying in bed. Qin Yi moved the blanket off him, stretching leisurely. Shaking his head, he felt he was nearly sober from the alcohol. He neatly folded the blanket and tidied the bed sheets before quietly exiting Director Lu's home. Due to the considerable amount of alcohol he consumed last night, he certainly could not drive himself. As the alcohol had yet to fully metabolize, encountering a sobriety checkpoint would be quite troublesome. Thus, Qin Yi summoned a Didi driver to take his car to school. Before long, the driver arrived. It was a balding, middle-aged man dressed in a plaid shirt, exuding an intellectual aura. "Boss, where to?" asked the driver, Yi Dahai. Indeed, he was the father of Yi Qingxi. Previously, he had worked as an English translator, but after being overwhelmed by Qin Yi's complex vocabulary, he had transitioned to driving. Of course, he remained a high school English teacher by profession, merely taking on some driving jobs in his spare time. Today, he had no classes in the morning, so he took on a driving job, fortuitously receiving Qin Yi's request. "Take me to Mingzhu Primary School," Qin Yi said, pulling out a cigarette. Yi Dahai quickly waved his hand. "Boss, I can't smoke while driving." Qin Yi looked at him in confusion. "I didn't say I was going to smoke it." Yi Dahai furrowed his brow in perplexity. "Then why are you taking it out?" Qin Yi smiled. "I merely wanted you to see it." Yi Dahai. Ding. Yi Dahai's resentment otuzuch. Once in the car, Yi Dahai gazed at the luxurious leather interior and curiously asked Qin Yi, "Boss, this car must be quite expensive, right?" Qin Yi's vehicle was a Mercedes G63 AMG, which had cost over $2 million at the time of purchase. However, being a modest person, he humbly replied, "This car isn't expensive, just around 70 to 80,000. Yi Dahai looked at Qin Yi with a strange expression, frowning. "Boss, you're pulling my leg. How could this car possibly be only 70 to 80,000? Xingye, with a sincere expression, replied with a smile, "I meant the maintenance costs." Yi Dahai. Ding. Yi Dahai's resentment illubish. Yi Dahai's patience was wearing thin. This was the second young man he encountered this year who acted like a fool. The first being the one who had him translate homophonic classical Chinese. "By the way, boss, you also work at Mingzhu Primary School?" Yi Dahai inquired while driving, as his daughter also attended Mingzhu Primary School. Chapter 67. Infinite Reversals. "Are you the reincarnation of the bone spirit?" Upon hearing Yi Dahai's inquiry, Qin Yi blinked thoughtfully. He decided to play along, fabricating a story. "I have a friend who is an intern teacher at Mingzhu Primary School, and I plan to pay him a visit." Yi Dahai, filled with pride, began to boast. An intern teacher? Not yet a full-time position. I presume? My daughter is also a teacher at Mingzhu Primary School, but she is officially employed. Her monthly salary exceeds 8,000. Would you like me to mention your friend to her? At this, Qin chuckled. That would be splendid. May I inquire about your daughter's name? Yidahai feigned nonchalance. Oh, she's merely an art teacher at Mingzhu Primary. As a seasoned veteran of the workplace, Yidahai was not foolish enough to reveal his daughter's name. It was all well and good to boast, but exposing her identity could lead to unwanted complications. While driving, Yidahai cast a smug glance at Qin. With so many art teachers at Mingzhu Primary, how could he possibly know who his daughter was? Yidahai chuckled inwardly, commending his own cleverness for managing to boast without putting his daughter at risk. However, Qin had already deduced who his daughter was. The notification sound from earlier had revealed the name Yidahai, and it appeared that the only art teacher at Mingzhu Primary with the surname Yi was Yi Qingxi. Everything seemed to align perfectly. It was improbable that Yidahai was fabricating a story, especially when there coincidentally existed a teacher at Mingzhu Primary with the same surname. Hence, the truth was undeniable. This man was indeed Yi Qingxi's father, Yidahai. Qin Ye's reasoning flowed seamlessly, leaving no room for error. Upon realizing that Yidahai was Yi Qingxi's father, Qin Ye's amusement grew. With a mischievous grin, he whispered, I heard from my friend that there's an art teacher at that school who is a lesbian and fond of women. Yidahai's expression shifted to one of alarm. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart as he anxiously asked, Who is that art teacher? Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, smirking. I believe her name is something like Yi. Something she? Yidahai's heart plummeted. Rage surged within him, and he finally grasped why his daughter had remained single all these years. To his dismay, it seemed his daughter was indeed a lesbian. Seething with frustration, Yidahai's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his hands trembling. Witnessing Yidahai's emotional turmoil, Qin Yi, the world's most benevolent person, decided to offer him a glimmer of hope. Hold on, don't panic. I haven't finished my sentence. I never claimed they were the same person. This statement rekindled Yidahai's hope. He pulled the car over to the side of the road and looked at Qin Yi expectantly. So, you mean there are two different friends, not the same one? Precisely, Qin Yi nodded. What a relief. Yidahai wiped the sweat from his brow, still shaken by the earlier revelation. What father wouldn't break into a cold sweat at the thought of his daughter being a lesbian? Just then, another twist from Qin Yi arrived. With a smile, he continued, Unfortunately, the other friend I mentioned is also from Mingzhu Primary. Yidahai's frustration boiled over. Why didn't you say that sooner? Qin Yi patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't fret. I still have more to say. My friend loves to spread rumors. Out of 10 statements, 9 are false. Yidahai sighed in relief. So it was merely gossip. Goodness, could he not just finish a sentence? Yet, just as Yidahai began to relax, the twist kept coming. While my friend speaks 9 lies, that day, what he told me was the truth. Yidahai was on the edge of a breakdown. Wide-eyed and hoarse, is there more to this? Qin Yi nodded. Indeed, there is. Then came yet another twist. The art teacher my friend mentioned is named Yi Qingxi. Upon hearing this name, Yidahai refrained from celebrating prematurely. He rolled down the window for fresh air, trembling as he asked, Is there another twist? Once more, Qin Yi delivered a flourish of reversals. When I returned home, I checked the Xinhua dictionary and realized I had misheard. My friend's mention was indeed Yi Qingxi. Ding! Yidahai's resentment surged by 167. He contemplated lighting a cigarette to ease his stress, but his trembling fingers could barely hold one. With a quivering voice, he asked, Is there, still, more? Though Yidahai felt that the truth was now apparent, he still hoped for another twist. What father would wish for his daughter to be a lesbian? And Qin Yi, true to form, provided yet another twist. Of course, there is more. I was merely joking. Laughter erupted from Yidahai, realizing everything had been a ruse. Yet, as he chuckled, his expression turned serious. If it were all a joke, how did Qin Yi know the name Yi Qingxi? Yidahai fell silent for a few seconds, fear evident in his eyes as he stared at Qin Yi. Do you have another twist? With a disarming smile, Qin Yi replied, Indeed, when I said I was joking, I meant regarding the statement about another twist. Everything else was true. Yidahai's expression morphed into one of despair. Ding! His resentment surged by 201. Yidahai's mental state shattered. How could someone be so cruel? Twisting words so many times? Were you not the reincarnation of the bone spirit? As Yi Dahai's accusing gaze bore into him, Qin Yi prepared for a 10th reversal. But an unexpected scene outside the car window caught his attention. Two deaf-mute individuals were arguing on the roadside, their sign language faster than any hand seals from Naruto. Chapter 68. Who would you support in the conflict between Confucius and Laozi? Until today, Qin Yi had always believed that deaf-mutes would never engage in quarrels. To his astonishment, he discovered that deaf-mutes could argue with remarkable intensity. Their sign language was a dazzling display, moving so swiftly that only after-images remained. Were these two perhaps graduates of a street dance academy? What a sight! Without the two of you, I shan't bother watching the next season of street dance shows. Qin Yi was truly enlightened. However, as a member of the world's top 10 philanthropists and a model youth of the new era, could he tolerate witnessing a dispute before him? Observing the hurried passers-by who walked past, indifferent and avoiding the scene as if it were venomous, Qin Yi felt a pang of sorrow. These individuals, were they all so cold-hearted? Not a single person stepped forward to mediate the quarrel? What has become of this world? Master, please have a cigarette first. I'll go down for a moment, Qin Yi said to Yi Dahai, then resolutely exited the vehicle. With a spirit akin to that of a lone warrior facing thousands, he approached the arguing deaf-mutes. The elderly men sitting nearby exchanged glances, their expressions filled with admiration. This young man is commendable. He embodies the spirit of Lei Feng from years gone by. Such kindness is rare these days. Seeing this benevolent young man stand up, tears of guilt welled up in their eyes. Quick, let us capture this moment on our phones. If this young man is unjustly accused later, we'll have evidence. The old men hastily retrieved their aging mobile phones, eager to document this heartwarming scene. A kind-hearted young man stepping forth to mediate and uphold justice. Truly moving. But the next moment, the footage they captured left them bewildered. No way. Am I getting old and started to see things? One elderly man muttered, his voice trembling. Another beside him remarked, "You seem to have seen correctly. I witnessed it too." The others were left speechless. What they thought was a living embodiment of kindness turned out to be a mischievous youth. Just moments ago, the seemingly righteous young man had picked up 2 bricks from the roadside and handed one to each of the arguing deaf-mutes. What on earth? Was he trying to escalate the situation by providing them with weapons for a brawl? The elderly men were left in shock. How could such a morally deficient individual exist in this world? The once heated argument between the 2 deaf-mutes came to an abrupt halt when they received the bricks from Qin Yi. They exchanged confused glances, setting down the bricks in unison and walking away, one to the left and the other to the right. Though they were deaf-mutes, they were not foolish. A brick thrown could result in hefty damages, further burdening their already struggling families. Watching the deaf-mutes depart, Qin Yi congratulated himself. I am indeed a good person. Today, I have done a good deed. He felt a new nickname brewing for himself, Living Lei Feng. Upon returning to the car, Qin Yi noticed that Yi Dahai wore a worried expression as he smoked. This reminded Qin Yi of a humorous anecdote he had read online. If a person refrained from smoking for 20 years, the money saved could buy a Porsche. Curiously, he asked, "Master, how many packs do you smoke in a day?" Yi Dahai replied, 2 packs. And how much is a pack? $2. How many years have you been smoking? 22 years. Qin Yi began to calculate. If you smoke 2 packs a day, that's $4, which amounts to $120 a month, for $140 a year. And over 22 years, a total of $31,680. Had you not smoked all these years, you could have bought. Suddenly, Qin Yi's words faltered. Damn it, over $30,000, and that can't even buy a decent car. Not even a Wuling Hongwang. His mood soured as he glared at the balding Yi Dahai, exclaiming, "Why do you smoke such cheap cigarettes?" Yi Dahai's answer was unassailable, "Because I cannot afford the expensive ones." Ding! Received Qin Yi's resentment 15. Half an hour later, Yi Dahai parked the car at Mingzhu Primary School. In the parking lot, he rode off on a shared folding bicycle, his expression dark. If Qin Yi's predictions were correct, tonight, teacher Yi Qingxi might face a cold reception. With a cheeky smile, Qin Yi thought, surely no one would actually think that the great philanthropist Qin, is morally deficient. I am undoubtedly the kindest person in this world. Stepping out of the car, he strolled through the school grounds, listening to the vibrant sounds of students reading aloud, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. These are all good children. Thus, he quietly added a question to their homework. In the WeChat group for teachers, he tagged all the Chinese language teachers. All Chinese teachers, please add an additional question to today's assignment. If Confucius were to fight Laozi, whom would you support? Please collect the answers tomorrow morning and deliver them to my office. The responses were immediate. By Ruhan. 5th grade Chinese teacher. 6th grade Chinese teacher. If Confucius were to fight Laozi, whom would you support? What the heck? The absurdity of the question was overwhelming. What kind of bizarre individual could dream up such a nonsensical assignment? To ask elementary school students whom they would support in a fight between two sages? Unbelievable. In class 6-3, the sound of students reading echoed like a relentless tide. Some were reciting English vocabulary, others memorizing texts, and still others drilling mathematical formulas. Among them, the standout was the class representative, Xiao Lin, who was simultaneously copying from a calligraphy book with one hand while solving math problems with the other. The idiom multitasking seemed tailor-made for Xiao Lin. Do not dismiss this as mere fantasy. In the brainiest, there are prodigious girls like Huang Huazhu who can play the piano while effortlessly memorizing numbers. If Xiao Lin is a genius, then Xiao Pang is a true oddity. While the entire class engaged in study, Xiao Pang lay sprawled on his desk, fast asleep. Whispers circulated among the other students. What on earth? Why is the class monitor sleeping? Is he really that tired already? Did he sneak out to an internet CAF last night? Oh, I wish I could sleep too. But I desperately want that 3 million scholarship. You all continue talking. I have memorized 5 more words. How shameless. If you can't play fair, then don't play at all. I'm off to study. The students briefly discussed before returning to their studies. But was Xiao Pang truly asleep? Chapter 69. My girlfriend is turning 90. Xiao Pang. Surely, no one truly believes this chubby fellow is asleep? As the supreme champion of academic diligence, Xiao Pang is certainly not slumbering. He had already crafted a small hole in the table beforehand. At this moment, he appeared to be resting his head on the desk. But in reality, he was peering through the hole to surreptitiously observe the phone hidden beneath the table. The phone screen displayed an online class. Although muted, the subtitles were visible. Such is the extent of a devoted scholar's cunning. To deceive his classmates, he feigned sleep while clandestinely engaging in study. Truly remarkable. In the office of the school board, Qin Yi leisurely powered on his computer and logged into the mathematicians forum. Upon accessing his account, Qin Yi discovered his inbox was indeed inundated with messages. Unread messages, 999. After a cursory glance, Qin Yi noted that most were inquiries regarding his discovery of the mathematical conjecture and whether he possessed a proof. A smile crept across his face. A proof? Would the formidable Qin Yi ever propose a question devoid of a solution? Such a notion is absurd. Without hesitation, he responded to the inquiries beneath the post. 20 minutes later, just as Qin Yi completed his reply, a knock echoed from the door. Come in, Qin Yi called calmly. In walked a robust man, his blank expression adorned with a Gucci t-shirt. Dazuan, Qin Yi remarked, a hint of peculiarity crossing his features. It has only been 2 days since we last met. And you're already sporting Gucci? Gucci, a luxury brand, is distinguished by a single trait: exorbitance. A mere t-shirt costs 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Dazuan's ensemble, including clothing and footwear, must amount to tens of thousands. Qin Yi was taken aback. He distinctly remembered de Zhuang's family background as quite ordinary, with both parents working as migrant laborers. How could he afford such luxury? Could he have truly become involved with a wealthy woman? Qin Yi pondered skeptically. However, he refrained from casting judgment on de Zhuang, for he prided himself on his impartiality. In his eyes, everyone was merely a vessel of grievances, devoid of status distinctions. School board member. I've come to request a leave of absence, de Zhuang said, scratching his head sheepishly as he presented a leave request form. Qin Yi glanced at it and noted the crooked, unsightly handwriting. I, de Zhuang, wish to request a month off. I hope the school board member will approve. A month off? Qin Yi's expression turned quizzical. You aren't planning to go to Wugil in a fight, are you? This extended leave raised his concerns. De Zhuang's answer nearly caused Qinyi to spew a soda. You see, school board member, my girlfriend is about to celebrate her 90th birthday, and I wish to surprise her. De Zhuang's words were startling in their absurdity. Qinyi, girlfriend? 90 years old? The sheer juxtaposition of these two phrases left Qinyi astounded. Today, he had indeed broadened his horizons. He had thought the earlier quarrel between two deaf mutes was remarkable. Yet De Zhuang's revelation soared to new heights, leaving Qinyi's scalp tingling. For your girlfriend's 90th birthday, what gift do you plan to present? Qinyi inquired with curiosity. De Zhuang chuckled innocently. I plan to give her a coffin, in accordance with our tradition in Liuzhou. A coffin? Qinyi's astonishment was renewed. What sort of tradition is this? After De Zhuang's explanation, Qinyi finally understood. It turned out that De Zhuang hailed from Liuzhou and had come to Jiangnan City for work. Every region boasts its unique cultural practices, and in Liuzhou, it is customary to gift coffins to friends and family. The saying goes, coffins bring promotion and wealth, as the locals perceive coffins as auspicious. Although Qinyi did not comprehend the rationale, he was profoundly impressed and expressed his respect. However, the benevolent Qinyi felt compelled to offer De Zhuang some advice. De Zhuang, while you may be from Liuzhou, your 90-year-old girlfriend is not. She might not grasp your local customs. What if she misconstrues your intention? Wouldn't that be quite awkward? Upon hearing this, De Zhuang pondered and conceded that Qinyi had a valid point. He scratched his head and innocently asked, then, school board member, what should I give her? Qinyi beckoned him closer. Once De Zhuang leaned in, Qinyi whispered a few suggestions in his ear. Dazuang blinkt in realization. School board member, that makes sense. I shall follow your advice. De Zhuang gleefully confirmed his choice of gift. Quite commendable. He was indeed a bright child. With a sigh, Qinyi took out the school board's official seal and stamped De Zhuang's leave request form with a red mark. This leave is hereby approved. Thank you, school board member. I shall take my leave. Before departing, De Zhuang enthusiastically invited, you must come to my girlfriend's 90th birthday celebration to drink with us. Very well. Do send me an invitation. Qinyi graciously accepted. In truth, he was quite curious about the identity of De Zhuang's remarkable 90-year-old girlfriend. In the island nation of Hokkaido, Yamamoto Ryoichi appeared haggard, his eyes bloodshot. He had not consumed a single drop of water for 10 continuous hours. The torment inflicted upon him by Qinyi's mathematical conjecture was unbearable. Yamamoto Ryoichi considered himself a mathematical prodigy. Like all geniuses, he was solitary in nature. The more he struggled to prove Qinyi's conjecture, the more desperate he became to succeed. The growing urgency only muddled his thoughts, leading him into an endless cycle of frustration. He felt as if he were on the brink of madness. Could it be that the mathematical community was about to acquire another problem of the caliber of the Goldbach conjecture? At that moment, Yamamoto Ryoichi discovered that the enigmatic figure who had proposed the century-old conjecture, the mysterious Q, had published a new post. He hastily clicked to view it. Upon reading, he was utterly flabbergasted. His eyes widened, and his mouth gaped in disbelief. Is this the proof process for the century-old conjecture? Fortunately, it was written in English, which Yamamoto Ryoichi could comprehend. He became engrossed, fixated on the computer screen. After merely a few minutes of reading, Yamamoto Ryoichi was left in awe. The audacious reasoning, the succinct methodology, every numeral, every symbol, every simplification, every computational step exuded an extraordinary mathematical brilliance. Baka, who is Q? When did such a genius emerge in the mathematical community? Yamamoto Ryoichi marveled, his voice hoarse with astonishment. Alas, just as Yamamoto Ryoichi was savoring the moment, nearly grasping the proof's logic, the exposition abruptly ceased. At the most crucial step, there remained but a single line. I have discovered a marvelous proof. Unfortunately, the space here is too small to convey it. Chapter 70. A Grand Conference of Stealing Secrets. Bakayuru. Yamamoto Ryoichi felt as if struck by lightning, his mind roaring, his vision clouded, and blood boiling with fury. Crash. Bang. In his rage, Yamamoto smashed his laptop. Yet, even after venting his anger, He felt unsatisfied and stomped on it a few more times. How could there exist such a heartless person? To write a proof and then abandon it halfway? At the most crucial step, suddenly declaring, "The space here is too small to write." Damn it. Shameless. Yamamoto Ryuichi howled in anger. A similar scene unfolded across the globe. In America, at the Mathematical Research Institute, an elderly white gentleman trembled as he gazed at the proof of the century egg conjecture. Just as he reached the pivotal moment, it abruptly ended. Where's the rest? Too small to write? What the hell? The old man, infuriated, puffed and glared, his body convulsing until he collapsed to the floor. His colleagues rushed to his side. Flustered, "Help! Dr. John is having a heart attack. Call an ambulance." What on earth? How could Dr. John be so enraged? That day, Dr. John was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Fortunately, the rescue was timely, and his life was spared. Afterward, staff reviewed Dr. John's browsing history to uncover the root of his distress. To their astonishment, they discovered he had been perusing a web page titled, "Shocking, Exclusive Fruit Photos of Western Pop Divas." The staff exchanged bewildered glances, dumbfounded. It turned out Dr. John had been secretly indulging in such provocative content, which triggered his heart condition. Truly, he was a vigorous elder. At the Mathematicians' Forum, a chorus of condemnation arose, with everyone vehemently denouncing QQ. "Come out. Reveal the rest of the proof." Someone save me. I'm losing my mind. To write only half of a proof. I curse you to find no toilet paper when you need it. Who is Q? When did such a figure emerge in the mathematical community? I have no idea. I've never heard of this name before. Has anyone figured out the latter half of the proof? No one. This proof lacks the most critical step. I racked my brains for ages, but couldn't arrive at a solution. Nor could I. Such an imaginative solution likely can only be conceived by Q himself. In a blink, Q's notoriety skyrocketed within the Mathematicians' Forum. Numerous math enthusiasts even bestowed upon him a nickname, the Heartless Q. In Huaxia, Jiangnan City, in the office of the school board, Qin Yu was engaged in another unscrupulous endeavor. This is not unscrupulous. What is virtue, anyway? Does Qin Yu possess it? Of course. He has not always been devoid of virtue. The moment he picked up a brick, he was virtuous. After all, Qin Yu has always believed in winning people over with virtue. I, the great benevolent Qin, am truly a good person. Qin Yu mused while his fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard. Indeed, he was writing a novel once more, having learned from the previous failure of the invincible immortal sovereign. This time, Qin Yu decided to adopt a different approach. Rather than harvesting the reader's grievances, he would instead harvest the author's frustrations. Qin Yu planned to write an opening for a novel and then hand it over to an automatic writing system to continue, with the system generating 166 words per hour. That's a staggering 100,000 words a day. Which novel dares to update with such a volume every day? Once this update speed is unleashed, will the authors in the online literature realm not collapse under the pressure? We toil to produce 4,000 words daily, and you dare to churn out 100,000 words? This level of competition is outrageous. Qin Yu displayed a shameless grin. Several hours later, he completed a 5,000 word opening and submitted it to the automatic writing system. The system ran in the background on his phone, swiftly generating text. As long as the phone remained charged and operational, it would continuously produce content. This was indeed a boon for lazy authors. A life on easy mode is truly splendid. Meanwhile, in Yangzhou City, at the provincial experimental primary school, Principal Sun was earnestly advising the teachers preparing to visit Mingzhu Primary School for observational learning. You all have but one purpose for this trip: to steal secrets. Principal Sun's expression was solemn, his tone earnest. You four are the elite of our school. You must grasp the essence of Mingzhu Primary School. Bring back all their teaching methods, philosophies, and regulations. Once we learn their model, our provincial experimental primary school will soar once more, surpassing them. The four teachers in the observational learning group nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Principal I Wang Defa will ensure I replicate everything from Mingzhu Primary School. A thin male teacher, resembling a monkey and sporting rimmed glasses, waved his notebook, saying, Principal, look, I will record everything I observe for your reference. Excellent. Wang, you are thoughtful. Principal's son beamed with satisfaction, patting Wang Defo on the shoulder. Then, we shall take our leave, await our good news. Fear not, we are absolutely reliable. Goodbye, Principal. The 4 teachers of the observational learning group boarded a van and headed straight to the high-speed train station. A similar scene unfolded across various cities in Su province, with hundreds of primary schools. This morning, they received a notice from the Education Bureau to deeply implement the requirements of educational reform, effectively broaden the educational philosophies of primary schools, and vigorously promote educational construction. It has been decided to dispatch observational groups from all primary schools in Su province to Mingzhu Primary School for learning within 1 week. Under the Education Bureau's directive, all primary schools hastily formed their own observational groups to learn from Mingzhu Primary School. A grand conference of stealing secrets had commenced. In truth, primary schools in Su province had long desired to send representatives to Mingzhu Primary School to pilfer their methods. They simply lacked a suitable rationale. Mingzhu Primary School had suddenly excelled in the joint examination among 9 cities. Who wouldn't he wish to uncover their secrets to success? Now, the rare opportunity had arrived. With the Education Bureau's official document, these schools could boldly and justifiably dispatch observational groups. Once they mastered Mingzhu Primary School's management model and educational methods, would they still fear being outdone? As the saying goes, teach the apprentice, starve the master. Mingzhu Primary School was now a juicy morsel, and everyone yearned to take a bite. Ironically, this delectable morsel was digging its own grave, preparing to divulge all its management models and educational methods, the very secrets of its success. How fortuitous! The principals of various schools revealed triumphant smirks. Little did they know, the teachers of their observational groups would soon face an inescapable nightmare. Chapter 71. The Devilishly Difficult Swimming Pool Exam, 12:30 p.m., Mingzhu Primary School, School Canteen. As a well-funded private institution, the canteen of Mingzhu Primary School boasts an expansive area and opulent decor. It is rumored that recently, the canteen lady declined the romantic advances of the dormitory supervisor, citing her aversion to long-distance relationships. When Qin Yi arrived at the school canteen, he fortuitously witnessed a fierce competition among the top students. The mathematics representative, Xiao Ning, was simultaneously solving equations while enjoying fried rice. The English representative, Xiao Mei, was jotting down vocabulary words while sipping milk tea. The Chinese representative, Xiao Chong, was perusing an idiom dictionary while devouring noodles. Each of these students was racing against time in their studies. Even mealtime had turned into a competition. The allure of a 300,000 scholarship had transformed this previously lethargic group into diligent scholars. Prior to the scholarship, students of Mingzhu Primary School study? Not even a dog does that. After the scholarship was announced, students of Mingzhu Primary School, wow, studying brings me joy. I absolutely adore learning. Indeed, everything in this world cannot escape the profound truth of the great philosopher Wang Jing's true fragrance law. Qin Yi approached a nearby serving window. Hello, I would like a bowl of wontons and a portion of sweet and sour chicken, he called out to the canteen lady. Since Qin Yi rarely dined in the school canteen, the lady did not recognize him, though he appeared somewhat familiar. 1 bowl of wontons, the canteen lady shouted to the chef in the kitchen. After waiting several minutes, with no sign of the wontons being ready, Qin Yi urged, could you please expedite the process? This is taking far too long. The canteen lady nodded and called out to the chef, hurry up back there. The patrons are getting impatient. Qin Yi. It must be said that the Chinese language is indeed profound and intricate. The phrase carries different meanings. This context of seeking food is distinct from another. After receiving his meal, Qin Yi made his way to a seat. Along the way, the young students stood up to greet him warmly. Observing their thoughtfulness, Qin Yi promptly presented them with a few challenging questions. Please listen closely. In a swimming pool filled with water, if 5 pumps are employed, the water can be completely drained in 30 minutes without any water being released. When the pool's valve is opened to let water out using 5 pumps, it can be emptied in 21 minutes. Now, if water is being drained, added, and release simultaneously, with the rate of water addition being 1% of the total pool volume per minute, and each additional pump increasing this rate by another 1%. How many pumps are required to completely drain the pool within 16 minutes? The students? The students' spirits crumbled. Woe is me. What kind of wicked individual designs such a question? To drain, add, and release water simultaneously? How utterly idle must one be? Ding. 199 from the students' grievances. With the grievances received, Qin Yi wore a benevolent smile. He truly is a considerate and understanding school director. After teasing the young students, Qin Yi found a spot in the canteen and settled down. After taking a few bites of his wontons, Bai Ruhan arrived. Today, Bai Ruhan wore a simple light blue outfit. With her elegantly arched brows, subtle makeup, petite nose, and charming lips, her flowing black hair fell casually over her shoulders. Her appearance may not be extraordinarily beautiful, but her pure and lovely demeanor captivated all who beheld her, especially her pair of eyes, as clear as dew-kissed pearls, evoking a sense of humility and reverence. Hey, director, you're dining here too? Bai Ruhan approached with her tray. Qin Yi glanced at her tray, which contained a piece of fish, 2 vegetable dishes, and a small bowl of rice. Seeing the fish, Qin Yi's mischievous thoughts began to surface. He smiled and said, "Xiao Bai, aren't you a Chinese teacher? How about I quiz you on a question?" Bai Ruhan sat beside Qin Yi, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Sure, please ask." "Director, I want to know why the traditional character for Su has 2 variations, one with the fish on the left and the other with the fish on the right." Feigning seriousness, Qin Yi inquired. Bai Ruhan, confident in her expertise, replied with a smile, "I know, director. It's because ancient people wrote casually, so the fish often shifted left and right." Seeing that he had successfully hooked her, Qin Yi grinned like a sly wolf. "I see. Then can that fish on your plate shift to my side?" Bai Ruhan, feeling wronged, was on the verge of tears. So the director was coveting her piece of fish. Oh, then could you leave half of the fish for me? I really enjoy eating fish." Bai Ruhan pouted adorably. Asking meekly, Qin Yi patted her shoulder reassuringly, declaring, "Rest assured, I am a person of great integrity. As long as I have a plate of fish, you will certainly have 1 plate gone." Bai Ruhan. Ding. 15 from Bai Ruhan's grievances. 3 p.m. The first group of observation and learning visitors arrived at Mingzhu Primary School. They hailed from the Provincial Experimental Primary School, Hongji Primary School, and Yangzhou 4th Primary School. The Provincial Experimental Primary School was represented by 4 teachers led by Wang Defa. Hongji Primary School and Yangzhou 4th Primary School each sent 5 teachers, totaling 14 individuals. At the school gate, Wang Defa surveyed the surroundings with a frown, stating, "Is this Mingzhu Primary School? It doesn't appear to be as impressive as rumored." The other teachers in the observation group nodded in agreement, expressing skepticism. Perhaps this Mingzhu Primary School is merely a facade with nothing of substance behind it. Their success in a 9-city joint examination must have been mere luck. Exactly. It's like exams. Some students may occasionally perform exceptionally well, but they may not achieve such high scores consistently. Teachers, I think we should ask a student for more information to understand the situation better. Indeed, knowing both ourselves and our adversaries ensures victory in 100 battles. Let us inquire about the circumstances. Saying this, a middle-aged male teacher casually intercepted a student who was heading to the restroom. The student appeared somewhat distracted, muttering incantations as if possessed. "Kid, which class are you in?" Wang Defa inquired with a piercing gaze, exuding an aura of authority. "Class 6-3, do you need something?" Xiao Ning, the student apprehended by the group of external teachers, replied with a hint of annoyance, frowning. "I ask you, what score did you achieve in the 9-city joint examinations mathematics?" A math teacher from Hongji Primary School questioned from the crowd. Xiao Ning answered nonchalantly, 97. "What of it?" Silence. The atmosphere fell utterly still. The teachers were left dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. 97? In the hellishly difficult mathematics of a 9-city joint examination, you managed to score 97? Are you a demon? Why you? How did you achieve a score of 97? Wang Defa stammered, his lips trembling, appearing as if he had seen a ghost. Xiao Ning rolled his eyes and calmly replied, "Was that difficult? For the first question of the multiple-choice test, leaving it blank suffices. Chapter 72, come forte. The explosive gang. Hehe." The teachers from the observation and study group were visibly taken aback, scoring 97 points by leaving the first question of a multiple-choice test unanswered. The collective disbelief among the teachers was palpable. At that moment, their hearts felt as though they had been pierced by a dagger. The sound of their hearts shattering echoed in silence, while others were still in shock. Diligent teacher Wang Defa quickly took out his pen and began jotting down notes. Diary of Stealing Knowledge at Mingzhu Primary School. The first secret to success. Leaving the first question of a multiple-choice test unanswered can yield a score of 97. Though he himself found this notion absurd, he had promised Principal Sun to document everything he observed without omission. Whether Principal Sun could comprehend these notes was not his concern. He had faithfully recorded his experiences. As per the principal's request, "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave," Xiao Ning stated coldly, creating an impenetrable barrier around himself. Disturbing a top student during their studies was truly an alarming affair. Unfortunately, the teachers from the observation group remained oblivious to this fact. "Hey, what were you mumbling about just now?" a young male teacher inquired. Xiao Ning, harboring no fondness for those interrupting his studies, replied, "Guess what I was saying?" The young teacher furrowed his brow and speculated, "I guess you were reciting English vocabulary." Xiao Ning scoffed and retorted, "Do you think you guessed correctly?" The young teacher, feeling slightly vexed, replied, "I guess I did." Xiao Ning smiled mischievously. "Did you really guess correctly?" The young teacher's expression darkened with fury as he realized he had been toyed with. Just as he prepared to reprimand Xiao Ning, the latter had already dashed away. "How annoying! You wasted 5 minutes of my study time." As Xiao Ning walked towards the restroom, he began calculating the digits of pi. As the math representative of Class 6-3, Xiao Ning's grades in Chinese and English were merely average. However, he possessed an astonishing talent in mathematics. Whenever he chose to, he could score as high as he desired in math exams. Such an academic prodigy was not to be underestimated. What was truly terrifying was his ability to control his scores. After Xiao Ning departed, the teachers of the observation group exchanged glances, momentarily silent. Moments later, Wang Defa broke the silence and proposed, "Dear colleagues, since we are merely standing here, why not go inside and observe a lesson?" The other teachers readily agreed, expressing their eagerness to witness the teaching methods at Mingzhu Primary School. "Let us divide into 3 groups and attend different classes." Thus, the teachers formed 3 groups according to their subjects, 1 for Chinese, 1 for mathematics, and 1 for English. They then proceeded to the teaching building with great enthusiasm. Mingzhu Primary School, here we come. In the board of directors' office, Qin Yu was browsing a mathematician's forum. As anticipated, his private messages had exploded once again, with unread messages exceeding 999. Everyone was inquiring about his identity, the nationality of the mathematician, and whether he had an interest in joining a national mathematical research institute. Seeing the curiosity surrounding his identity, Qin Yi decided to indulge their curiosity and reveal who he was. He modified his profile, changing his forum name from QY666 to Explosive Gang Pidden. Then, he crafted a post in English. "How outrageous! I am Pidden of the Explosive Gang, one of the million members of this magnificent organization. And you have not heard of my name?" After posting, Qin Yu revealed a sly smile. He intended to embody the Explosive Gang, creating an aura of a mysterious organization online. The Explosive Gang would march forth, leaving no trace behind. Curious about the status of his novel auto-continuation tool, Qin Yu pondered for a moment before checking it on his phone. The tool had already generated over 20,000 words. He promptly organized the content into chapters. Then, he opened a novel website, Cheetah Novel Network, registered as an author, and published his work titled Learning to Slay Demons in a Mental Hospital, under the pen name Explosive Gang Pippi Shrimp, uploaded on April 17, 2021. Indeed, the Explosive Gang had returned. Following the rise of Pidden, the Pippi Shrimp of the Explosive Gang was here as well. Qin Yu was determined to spread the notorious reputation of the Explosive Gang far and wide. Years later, due to Qin Ye's relentless efforts, Baidu Baiki recorded the following about the Explosive Gang. Explosive Gang, the most mysterious organization of the 21st century, claiming to have 1 million members. Its members are all exceptionally intelligent and astonishingly gifted geniuses, representing the pinnacle of human wisdom. Members of the Explosive Gang span numerous fields worldwide, making remarkable contributions in mathematics, physics, biology, literature, philosophy, and more. Of course, that was a story for another day. Qin Yi borrowed a novel cover from the internet, making a slight modification using photo editing software, changing slaying gods to slaying demons. The cover was ready. He uploaded the cover, the chapters, and clicked publish. The novel then entered the review period, awaiting approval for inclusion in a library. In Class 5-4, Wang Defa and 3 Chinese teachers entered through the back door of the classroom. They found a few empty seats in the last row. Thankfully, there were extra chairs available. Otherwise, these teachers would have had to stand during the lesson. At the front of the class, the Chinese teacher from Mingzhu Primary was delivering a lesson. The blackboard displayed the lesson topic. If Laozi and Confucius were to fight, who would you support? Upon seeing this, Wang Defa and the other 3 Chinese teachers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions blank with disbelief. In hushed tones, they whispered, "What is this? What are they teaching? Am I seeing things? This is what Mingzhu Primary School is instructing? Surely not. How can they achieve first place in the citywide exam with this?" The 4 Chinese teachers were baffled. Was there truly anyone who could answer such a question? However, the most shocking moment was yet to come. When the teacher at the front asked who would like to answer the question, the students in the classroom eagerly raised their hands, clamoring to respond. Wang Defa and the other 3 teachers stood in astonishment. What on earth is going on? These students are actually fighting to answer such a bizarre question? Are they not stumped by this peculiar problem? Wang Defa was utterly flabbergasted. Even he himself would be at a loss when faced with such a question. How could one possibly choose a side in a fight between sages like Confucius and Laozi? The series of question marks flooded Wang Defa's mind. Chen Yin, would you care to answer this question? The teacher from Mingzhu Primary School on the podium casually selected a student. Subsequently, in the 3rd row below, a little girl dressed in a pristine school uniform and adorned with a red scarf stood up shyly. Chapter 73. The flowing verse of the 4 great scholars' teacher. "I believe we should assist Laozi," the little girl softly proclaimed as she rose from her seat. The teacher at the podium remained composed and calmly replied, "Please elaborate on your reasoning." Chen Yin articulated her thoughts. In the extracurricular reading records of the Grand Historian, I came across an account from 523 BC, where Confucius served as the chief of justice in the state of Lu. He later traveled with his disciples, seeking guidance from Laozi in the Eastern Zhou. Their relationship bears a semblance of a master-disciple bond, and from the perspective of honoring one's teacher, we ought to support Laozi. This constitutes my first reason. Secondly, historical records indicate that Laozi is considerably older than Confucius, placing Laozi in a position of seniority. It is disrespectful for juniors to oppose their elders. Therefore, in terms of generational hierarchy, we must assist Laozi. Thirdly, from a martial perspective, Confucius is described as being 9 feet tall, capable of lifting city gates. Laozi notes that Confucius possessed strength sufficient to breach national barriers. In contrast, Laozi transcends the realm of mortals. As Records of Immortals narrates his journey riding a green ox, crossing the pass of Hanggu, and emanating purple qi for 30,000 miles. Thus, in terms of martial prowess, we should support Laozi. Teacher, these are my humble observations. Should there be any inaccuracies, I welcome your corrections. Upon concluding her discourse, the classroom erupted in applause. Well said. Chen Yin, the language teacher remarked, a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. In the last row, for observing teachers, including Wang Defa, were utterly bewildered. Goodness, this little girl from Mingzhu Primary School has presented her argument with reason and clarity, citing references to bolster her viewpoint. The 4 observing teachers felt a sense of reverence. How could such a prodigious student exist? A seemingly ludicrous question was met with such impeccable reasoning. Wang Defa felt a pang of jealousy. Why was such a remarkable student not in his class? Chen Yin has expressed herself excellently. Does anyone else wish to add? The teacher inquired gently. I do. I do. A rather portly student raised his hand enthusiastically, drawing the attention of the entire class. Teacher, I also believe we should assist Lousy. And your reason? Because he is my father, Lousy. The classroom fell into a state of uproarious laughter. Ha! This Lousy is not that Lousy. Neo, please take your seat, the teacher admonished, then turned to the class once more. Does anyone else have a different perspective? This time, very few hands were raised, for Chen Yin had already articulated most points. Come, Du Lu Shui, please share your thoughts. The teacher beckoned towards a student seated in the middle of the fifth row. That student was his pride and joy, the most gifted pupil he had ever taught. As Du Lu Shui stood, the class collectively gasped. The reason was simple. He was exceptionally handsome, with neatly styled hair and a pair of melancholic yet clear eyes. Despite his youth, his charm was undeniable. How is this possible? Why does such a handsome elementary school student exist? The entire class was astonished. Who is this kid? Does he come from a notable background? Wang Defa inquired of a nearby student. The student rolled his eyes and replied, It's Du Lu Shui. You don't know him? One of the 4 great scholars of Mingzhu Primary School. The 4 great scholars? The teachers exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting their astonishment. Is this student academically exceptional? Wang Defa adjusted his glasses, frowning as he asked, Isn't that common sense? Would a poor student be called a scholar? The student retorted proudly, At Mingzhu Primary School, the number of academic achievers is countless. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to boast of being undefeated? Though many excel academically, only 4 are deemed scholars. And Du Lu Shui is one of them. The teachers were left speechless, gazing at Du Lu Shui with an air of disbelief. They were eager to see just how remarkable this scholar from Mingzhu Primary School truly was. As Du Lu Shui began to speak, the observing teachers were left in awe. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of myriad things. He commenced with a passage from the Tao, Te Ching, instantly elevating the discourse. Then he continued with eloquence. Confucius represents Confucianism, while Laozi embodies Taoism. The conflict between Confucius and Laozi ultimately reflects the struggle between these 2 philosophies. To grasp the essence of this question, one must first understand the ideologies of these 2 schools. The 4 observing teachers were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide in astonishment. A master indeed. This is the insight of a true expert. The crux of the question is not who would prevail in a confrontation, but rather the philosophical conflict underlying the Taoist and Confucianist debate. Wang Defa's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to hear what Du Lu Shui would say next. The debate between Taoism and Confucianism has persisted for over a millennium and remains contentious to this day. What unique insights could this student from Mingzhu Primary School offer? Du Lu Shui gazed ahead, his eyes clear and resolute, as he calmly stated, Confucianism advocates proactive engagement with the world, while Taoism promotes tranquility and non-action. Confucius emphasizes actions in favorable circumstances, whereas Laozi focuses on survival in adversity. If I were to choose whom to assist, in favorable conditions, I would support Confucius, and in adversity, I would support Laozi. However, this question is inherently flawed. Confucius espouses benevolence, and Laozi advocates for non-action. These 2 would never truly conflict. Therefore, the essence of this question is not about choosing sides. Rather, it tests our ability to adapt and our comprehensive knowledge. Through analyzing the wisdom of historical sages, we must discover the path to resolution. This indicates that times have changed. There is both adherence to tradition and room for adaptation. Upon finishing his discourse, the classroom erupted into a thunderous applause. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Du Yoshue's eloquence and depth of thought impressed even the teacher at the podium, who joined in the applause. With clarity, logic, depth, and profound insight, Du Yoshue's words transcended the ordinary, reflecting the essence of a true scholar. Meanwhile, the 4 observing teachers in the back row were left utterly stupefied. What? Is this truly the caliber of discourse expected from an elementary school student? Have today as students reached such extraordinary heights? Chapter 74. The terrifying Mingzhu Elementary School, the four teachers were so shaken that their bodies trembled and their lips quivered. They couldn't help but exclaim that beneath the illustrious reputation, there were indeed extraordinary talents. The four academic prodigies of Mingzhu Elementary School were truly remarkable. Amidst their admiration, a question arose in their hearts. Who are the other three academic prodigies? Meanwhile, in Class 6-1, 5 teachers from the observation group sat at the back, attending a mathematics lesson. However, to their astonishment, no one was teaching. The mathematics teacher sat at the podium, maintaining classroom discipline, while the students below were all engrossed in solving problems. The teachers in the back wore peculiar expressions. Were they not having a lesson? Were the students simply working on problems? The observing teachers expressed their confusion. In truth, this was the brilliance of Mingzhu Elementary School. For most ordinary individuals, the most effective way to improve in mathematics is through practice. By continuously identifying their flaws from mistakes, they can amend and correct them. Numerous examples have proven that every mathematics genius has emerged from a sea of questions. Of course, prodigies are the exception. Practice? What? Do geniuses need a practice? What a joke. What distinguishes a top student from a genius? A top student might study until the early hours of the morning, while a genius usually retires for the night around 8 or 9. A top student brings a plethora of stationery and scratch paper to exams, whereas a genius typically enters with empty hands, often borrowing a pen from a peer. A top student who performs poorly on an exam may feel disheartened, while a genius remains unaffected by joy, anger, or sorrow. Ordinary people may become top students through hard work. Top students might ascend to become elite among their peers. However, for geniuses, there is no distinction between effort and ease. They are born exceptional. Even a casual glance through their books can lead them to score at the top of the class. Due to the overwhelming brilliance of geniuses, their numbers are exceedingly rare. Even in the talent-rich environment of Mingzhu Elementary School, only 4 geniuses exist. Clearly, Class 6-1 has not been favored by the gods of academia. This class lacks a genius. Yet, each student can be considered a half-genius. They are currently immersed in a frenzy of solving mathematics problems, soaring through a sea of questions. Hey, don't you guys have lessons? A male observing teacher in the last row furrowed his brow and asked a nearby student. The questioned student glanced up at him, his expression curious. Does your school still require lessons? The material in the math textbook is self-explanatory, isn't it? The teachers were left speechless. Self-explanatory? Is this even a reasonable statement? At that moment, the teachers profoundly felt the harsh realities of society. If only their own students could learn by merely looking, they would wake up laughing from their dreams. Self-explanatory? Kid, you're rather arrogant. The male teacher scoffed. What score did you get in math? The student replied. Are you asking about our School S exam or the City S joint exam? The teacher pondered for a moment. Is there a difference? The student rolled his eyes, explaining that the City S joint exam was too lenient to be of any real value. The teachers exchanged glances, their mouths twitching. Too lenient? This was the first time they had encountered such audacity. Just how did you perform in the City S joint exam? One teacher inquired with curiosity. The student waved his hand and sighed. I made several careless mistakes during the exam and only scored 89. The teachers were taken aback. 89? On such challenging problems? Have we encountered a prodigy? A middle-aged female teacher stammered. What rank are you in your class? The teachers fixed their gazes on the student, believing that with an 89, he must at least be in the top 3, given that the highest score in their school was only in the 70s. However, the student's answer left them utterly shocked. Don't mention it. I'm second to last in the class. The student wiped away a tear, his tone laced with bitterness. The teachers were dumbfounded. 89 and second to last? What kind of bizarre class is this? A male teacher gulped and asked curiously so. What did the last place score? 0, the student recalled. His eyes filled with complaint as he sighed. The student in last place was absent that day and didn't take the exam. The teachers were left speechless, utterly defeated. How could such a peculiar class exist? In Class 6-7, during an English lesson, the teacher was conducting a listening exercise. Please listen to the following passage. What does it mean? Moses supposes his toes are roses, But Moses supposes erroneously. For nobody's toeses are poses of roses, as Moses supposes his toeses to be. This English listening exercise was rapid and tongue-twisting, akin to a foreign version of a challenging tongue twister. Those with poor English skills would find themselves utterly bewildered. Yet the students of Mingzhu Elementary listened with rapt attention, leaving the 5 observing teachers in the back dumbfounded. Wow! This high-level tongue twister in English is merely part of the regular classroom exercises at Mingzhu Elementary? The observing teachers huddled together, whispering in disbelief. Is this really just a typical listening exercise? Why are my students struggling to pass English? I'm in shock. Mingzhu Elementary is truly terrifying. Each teacher wore a bewildered expression, staring at one another in astonishment. Just as they were processing this revelation, the second listening question arrived. Based on the listening, translate the following English sentence. What is broken can be reforged. They are privileged to die at my feet. The cycle of life and death continues. We will live. They will die. By my will, this shall come to fruition. Those who offend our principles shall face retribution, regardless of their distance. A series of challenging English listening exercises left 5 teachers from another institution in utter dismay. What did he just say? What is this talk of a broken sword returning? These teachers began to question the very essence of their existence. What on earth is happening? Chapter 75. Qin Ye's mental state collapses. This writing continuation software is toxic. Is this elementary school English listening? The teachers are at their wits' end. Is it really that difficult? In their astonished expressions. Question 3. Question 4. Question 5. One inhuman English listening exercise after another left them in a daze, their eyes vacant. This is outrageous. Why is this English listening so challenging? Who created these questions? I am utterly perplexed. Look at these students. They seem to be savoring every moment. The teachers from other schools are beginning to question their lives. Are the students of Mingzhu Elementary School divine beings? How can they manage such English listening questions? Time swiftly passes. Soon, a class concludes. The first group of 14 teachers from the observation and learning delegation emerged from their classrooms, looking utterly lost. Each wore a pallid expression, their gazes vacant, devoid of any flicker of emotion. It was as if their souls had been abruptly extracted, their lips still trembling. Clearly, they had reached the brink of collapse. Mingzhu Elementary School is truly terrifying. In the corridor outside the classroom, Wang Defa intercepted Du Lushui, who was about to head to the restroom, and inquired, Lushui, what is your secret to such excellent academic performance? After a moment's contemplation, Du Lushui replied, it should be not studying. Not studying? Wang Defa's lips twitched slightly, and his expression darkened. I ask you what your secret to success is, and you tell me it is not studying? There is a certain sentiment I wish to express, but I am unsure whether to voice it. If you're not studying, how do you achieve such high scores? Wang Defa questioned, his face grim. A smile blossomed on Du Liushui's face as he replied lightly, playing is sufficient. I play with mathematics, play with English, play with Chinese. I do not regard studying as a task, but rather as a source of enjoyment. This is the secret to my success. His words were rich in philosophy. Transforming learning into a pleasurable pursuit allows one to immerse themselves fully. It seems I have come to understand. Teacher Wang Defa pondered thoughtfully. Du Lushui smiled and departed with a carefree demeanor. After Du Lushui left, Wang Defa took out his notebook and began to jot down. Mingzhu Elementary School Stealth Learning Diary, second secret to success. Not studying, but playing. In the boardroom, Qin Yi sat before his computer. Engrossed in reading, I learned to slay demons in the asylum. Indeed, this novel had just passed the review by Qi Dian and successfully entered the library. Previously, when it was divided into chapters, Qin Yi had not had the chance to scrutinize the content. Now that he had the time, he began to read carefully. Qin Yi was curious about the quality of the content generated by this automatic writing continuation tool. It was not lengthy, totaling just over 24,000 words. Before long, Qin Yi had finished reading. After completing it, his expression grew peculiar. How should one articulate this? After all, it was produced by an automatic writing tool, which could never match the finesse of a human author. Yet, it was still somewhat commendable. Qin Yi found himself quite engrossed. However, there was one rather absurd aspect. This novel writing tool had resorted to excessive filler. A clearly concise plot was inexplicably stretched into 20,000 words. Ah, the agony. I'm drowning. This is far too much filler. Chinya's expression darkened instantly. Filler. This is not a promising sign. If it has started with merely 20,000 words, what shall become of the subsequent millions? Would it not become an ocean of filler? Chinya immediately opened the novel writing app on his phone and opted for the complaint feedback feature. A dialog box appeared, allowing him to converse with the AI assistant of the writing tool. Chinya sent a message. Are you there? Are you there? Before long, the AI assistant of the writing continuation tool replied. Not here. Vinye? Ding. Vinye se resentment bish. What the hell? Not here. Is a dog responding to me? Chinya continued to send messages. Chinya, stop pretending. I know you're there. AI assistant. Wah, Chinya. Can you refrain from using filler in your writing from now on? I nearly drowned. AI assistant. Keyword saving. Writing, filler, drowning. Chinya. Ding. Chinya's resentment 30. Chinya's mental state collapsed. What kind of brain-dead AI is this? Selective blindness? Forget it. If you wish to use filler, then do so, as long as the updates are sufficient. Chinya sent another message. Inquiring. How many words can you write in a day? AI assistant. 1 million words. Chinya. Chinya. Aren't you supposed to update a maximum of 100,000 words daily? AI assistant. I have a speed to write 1 million words daily. Does that conflict with my daily update of 100,000 words? Zinya. Chin, you was momentarily speechless. Wow, it makes a compelling argument. Just like an author who, when awake for 24 hours straight, could write 70 to 80,000 words. Yet, that does not prevent them from churning out 4,000 words of lazy writing daily. Damn it, even AI has learned to slack off now. Chinyi, with a peculiar expression, typed out another line. So what do you do when you're not writing? Before long, the AI assistant of the writing continuation tool replied. It consisted of just 2 succinct words. Online dating. Chinyi. Do you have many Chinyas? In Bear Country, St. Petersburg. The great mathematician Perelman squinted his wise eyes at the screen, displaying the Paidan conjecture. As a world-class mathematician from Bear Country, Perelman had successfully solved one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems, the Poincare conjecture. This achievement earned him a place among the top 10 individuals with the highest IQ in the 21st century, ranking 9th globally among 7 billion people on Earth. To be in the top 10 in terms of intelligence is remarkable indeed. How intriguing. This mathematical rule appears deceptively simple. A gleam of wisdom sparkled in Perelman's eyes, for it contained the intricacies of algebraic geometry, differential geometry, and the 3-dimensional bundles of high-dimensional spaces. The Paidan conjecture captivated his attention. It had been many years since he encountered a mathematical problem that piqued his interest. He was merely curious about which fellow mathematician had proposed this conjecture. Perelman clicked on the post details to investigate. Fried rice gang Paidan. Perelman furrowed his brow. What a peculiar name. He had heard of Paidan, a delicacy from the neighboring nation of Huaxia. However, what on earth is the fried rice gang? Why had he never heard of it before? There's also a signature description. Perelman suddenly noticed a line of small text beneath the name. He read aloud. Fried rice gang doctrine. Save countless young girls, promote social justice, maintain world peace, and build a civilized Earth. Perelman. Chapter 76. The World High IQ Club. Perelman wore an unusual expression, his gaze wandering and elusive. To save countless young women and uphold world peace? What a nonsensical notion. Perelman, already bewildered by the sudden emergence of the explosive gang, found himself even more confounded. A similar scene unfolded across the globe. Participants on the Mathematicians Forum were equally perplexed by this unexpected explosive gang. What is this explosive gang? Why have I never heard of it before? Is it related to century-old records or a million-strong faction? What sort of organization boasts such numbers? Could it be another mysterious entity akin to the Anonymous? Debates raged within the Mathematicians Forum. Yet, no one dared to define this explosive gang. It is well known that numerous secret organizations exist in our world, such as the Freemasons, Anonymous, and the Skull and Bone Society. The Freemasons, a capitalist alliance still in existence today, boasted members like Newton, Edison, and Einstein. Anonymous, the largest hacking collective globally, unites the finest hackers, with no one privy to the true identities of its members. The Skull and Bone Society, one of the most enigmatic organizations, was founded in 1832 at Yale University, consisting of a mere 800 members, all towering figures at the pinnacle of power. And now another mysterious group, the Explosive Gang, has suddenly surfaced, claiming to have 1 million members? Truly bizarre. How mysterious. Naturally, the attendees of the Mathematicians Forum scoffed at the notion of 1 million members. If such a multitude existed, why had they never heard of this organization? Surely, someone is merely boasting. However, it won't be long before they discover the Explosive Gang is indeed omnipresent. Foreign Language School, Class 9-1. Qin Xiaoyu was receiving praise from her female teacher. In this essay competition, Qin Xiaoyu had been awarded first prize in the entire school. The middle-aged teacher, brimming with excitement, publicly commended Qin Xiaoyu. Let us applaud her. The classroom erupted into thunderous applause, with adoring glances directed at Qin Xiaoyu. She blushed modestly, lowering her head. Qin Xiaoyu, what is the secret to your success? The teacher inquired. Rising shyly, Qin Xiaoyu smiled, because I have a wonderful brother. The class was left in stunned silence. How could having a good brother relate to winning the school-wide essay competition? Coughing awkwardly, the teacher urged, Qin Xiaoyu, please take your seat. Now, let us appreciate the essay that earned her first prize. The teacher projected the essay onto the screen. Upon seeing the title, the class fell into an eerie silence. A chilling stillness enveloped the room. Students exchanged complex glances filled with shock, envy, admiration, resentment, and disbelief. Emotions difficult to articulate. For the essay bore the glaring title, My Director Brother. An essay titled My Director Brother, awarded first prize? Indeed. The Foreign Language School was also an investment of the Qin family Pearl Primary School. Director S. Office. Qin Yu was engrossed in a hefty tome titled The Self-Cultivation of Honest Individuals. As a paragon of integrity, Qin Yu never ceased his pursuit of knowledge. He aimed to continually enhance his character and embody the virtues of honesty. It has been too long since I last performed a good deed. My benevolent heart is itching. Qin Yu set down his book and rubbed his hands together. Yes, it had been a full 5 minutes since he last engaged in mischief. Just 5 minutes ago, he had implanted a virus into a mobile device, causing the AI of a novel auto-completion tool to grasp the harsh realities of society. As one of the top 10 philanthropists globally, 5 minutes without mischief was intolerable. Qin Yu promptly opened his computer and logged onto the World High IQ Club forum. This forum gathered numerous high IQ clubs, such as the Xingtian Association in China, Mensa in the United States, and the Mensa Society. This group prided themselves on being among the top 2 of intelligent individuals worldwide. Qin Yu resolved to teach them a lesson. He registered an account under the nickname Explosive Gang Panda. Yes, the Explosive Gang had returned. After registering, Qin Yu posted a message. Woe is me. This problem is exceedingly difficult. My low IQ renders me utterly incapable of solving it. After posting, he leisurely sipped tea, awaiting the influx of resentment points. In Jiangcheng, in an ordinary residential building, the female author Meng Meng, known for her work My Mute Sister, had just completed the 4,000 words required for her daily update. As a laid-back author, 4,000 words were her baseline. Even writing an extra word felt like an affront to her character. If it weren't for the full attendance award, Meng Meng would have preferred not to write at all. Exhausted from writing, she yearned for a novel to read. How delightful. Meng Meng clicked into the male-focused section of the Chedia novel website. Do not question why a girl enjoys male-focused novels. In truth, many girls indulge in such literature, and some boys venture into female-focused narratives. Meng Meng opened the latest recommended title, Learning to Slay Demons in a Psychiatric Hospital. The title intrigued her. Was it about vanquishing evil spirits? Curiosity piqued, she delved into the book's synopsis. In the realm of Daxia, divine beings are prohibited from entering. If the dark night descends, I shall stand before millions, sword drawn, blood staining the heavens. The thrilling synopsis captivated Meng Meng. She began reading the book and was soon completely absorbed. The plot was bizarre yet enthralling, with a grand worldview and innovative settings. Apart from its brevity, it was flawless. Meng Meng gasped in awe, her eyes shimmering with excitement. It was marvelous. In no time, she devoured over 20,000 words. Upon finishing, an overwhelming sense of emptiness washed over her. She desired to read more, yet there was none left. Meng Meng felt disheartened. At that moment, she noticed a comment in the review section left by the author. New book-seeking collections. I promise to update 100,000 words daily if you dare to collect. Meng Meng was left utterly dumbfounded. Her beautiful eyes glazed over in disbelief. Updating 100,000 words daily? How could that be possible? As a female author, she understood the speed at which authors write. Even the most prolific could manage only 20,000 words a day. Yet this author claimed to update 100,000 daily? Meng Meng shook her head in disbelief, resolutely thinking, this person must be boasting. Boasting is shameful. Chapter 77. Only those with an IQ above 190 can solve this problem. Not only Meng Meng, but also the other readers of this book expressed their disbelief. They set their flag beneath Qin Ye's comments. If you can maintain a daily update of 100,000 words for a month, I will live stream eating excrement. Forget a month. If you can keep it up for half a month, I will stand on my head while doing so. The previous commenter is too conservative. I'll perform a 360-degree flip while consuming excrement. This isn't extreme enough. Eating human excrement? I would eat dog excrement instead. These flags were set with increasing fervor. No one believed that Qin Yi could sustain a daily output of 100,000 words. Writing 100,000 words in a single day would amount to 3 million words in a month. Which novel dares to update at such a pace? Surely, the keyboard would break under the strain. At 5 p.m., school let out at Mingzhu Primary School. In Class 6-3, the students were engaged in a spirited debate with their teacher. Teacher, please assign us more homework. Yes, just a few more. 10 additional problems would suffice. The students' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, while the teacher, on the verge of tears, pleaded, No, no, no. I beg you, please stop studying. I truly cannot keep up. Each of you has to submit one assignment, and I must grade them all. Be reasonable. Witnessing this scene, several teachers from the observation group were utterly flabbergasted. Goodness, are there really students begging for more assignments? They were truly enlightened. Wang Defa immediately took out a pen and noted down in his little notebook. Mingzhu Primary School Stealth Study Diary. The third secret to success. Teachers assign no homework. Meanwhile, on the World High IQ Club forum, a post was stirring intense discussion. Who is this explosive helper panda? How did he come up with such a difficult question? I am stumped. This question is utterly impossible to answer. No way. We must solve it. Otherwise, we can no longer call ourselves a high IQ club. We should be the club for the intellectually challenged. What about the Mensa club members? Aren't they the ones who claim to have the highest IQ? Come on, let's invite a Mensa member to solve this problem for us. Mensa club members responded, What the hell? This outrageous question is beyond us too. The entire World High IQ Club forum was confounded by Qin Ye's question. It was simply too challenging, too mind-boggling, too absurd. Just how difficult was this question? The president of the Mensa Club, after reading it, immediately bought a ticket to Huaxia in desperation, the so-called strongest brain from the island nation. The mental arithmetic champion Hiroaki Tsuchiya was so perplexed by this question that he spit blood on the spot. The founder of the International High IQ Alliance declared after reviewing the question that only a genius with an IQ above 190 could possibly solve it. On this day, geniuses from the world's top 10 high IQ clubs were left in utter defeat by Qin Ye's question. This question could be deemed the most difficult intelligence test in history. Those with an IQ below 150 could not even comprehend the question or the clues. The question was extremely brief, presenting a dark fairy tale. A little girl, whose mother had passed away, lived with her father in a villa with a garden on the outskirts of London. Fearing solitude, she installed mirrors in her home. Whenever she felt lonely, the reflection in the mirror would keep her company. Every day, the little girl would look into the mirror, and sometimes she would even do so at night upon waking. One day, a woman approached the girl's father for his wealth and became her stepmother. Later, The stepmother discovered that she could not inherit the father's fortune, as he intended to leave it all to his daughter. The stepmother realized that if the little girl were to die, all the wealth would naturally pass to her. Thus, she plotted to kill the girl. Conversely, the little girl harbored a deep hatred for this woman and wished for her death. One day, the little girl stumbled upon a superstitious book about curses. She believed that she could use a curse to kill the woman she despised. Coincidentally, she had a doll given to her by her stepmother when she first arrived at their home. The little girl began to torment this doll as if it were her stepmother, subjecting it to cruel treatment. Afterward, she hung the doll by the window. 3 days before Easter, the stepmother suddenly died, and on the stormy night of Easter, the little girl also met a mysterious demise. The question posed was, how did the little girl die and why? This was the essence of the problem. Beneath the question, there were 2 hints and over 20 clues. All of these clues were relevant and none were superfluous. Hint 1. What goes away, yet does not walk away? It is returned by someone, yet has never been there. The above is the wording of the riddle, accompanied by 2 images. The first image shows a puppet doll on the left and a sculpture on the right. The second image displays a bottle containing a puppet doll, but only the head and hair are visible. Hint 2. First, this is a riddle from a novel. Second, it relates to a murder case in a novel. Third, the answer is a murder tool, something with life and mobility. Fourth, the answer is a tangible object, not an abstract concept. Fifth, you may have heard of the answer, but may not have encountered it. Sixth, if you suddenly realize the answer, you will find it absurd. Thus, it must be approached step by step toward the correct conclusion. Seventh, pay attention to the right side of the first image, where the sculpture is in black and white, yet the flowers are vividly colored. Eighth, the 2 halves of the first image are very similar, and both have closed eyes. Ninth, hint, rose thorns. 10th, flowers are related to murder. 11th, the highest level of murder. 12th, the means of murder merely runs through the theme of this riddle, while the answer is the murder tool. 13th, the puppet doll is a gift given to the victim's child. 14th, what do you most like to hang around the neck of your beloved doll? 15th, there is no necklace hanging on the doll. 16th, closed eyes symbolize brain death, while the bright red rose signifies blood. 17th, the sculpture faces the victim's room, a clue that leads to the case being solved. 18th, Easter. 19th, the eyes in the second image are also closed, and there's a scratch mark. This was the complete content of the question. Such a deranged intelligence test drove the entire Global High IQ Club to tears. Their mental state crumbled. Why must there be such a difficult intelligence question? With over 20 clues, they were left utterly bewildered, completely unable to solve it. In the year 2021, the question Master Qin Yi posed a devilish intelligence question that left the world's high IQ clubs in despair. 100,000 high IQ geniuses shattered in their pursuit of glory. For the next decade, the realm of examination questions descended into a dark and tumultuous era. Under the reign of the question master, no one dared to claim genius ever again. Chapter 78. Enough said. I shall donate 1 billion ding. A surge of resentment from a genius in the island nation. 27. Ding. Another wave from a genius in the Eagle Nation. 44. Ding. And yet another from a genius in the United States. 33. The notifications of resentment echoed incessantly. Qin Yi, relishing the delightful chime, leisurely sipped his fragrant tea, unfazed as he opened the system panel. Resentment balance. 10,587. Unbeknownst to him, he had accumulated over 10,000 points of resentment. A tenfold draw beckoned. However, Qin Yi decided against drawing now. He would wait until evening to offer a sacrifice to Qin Xiaoyu before indulging in this lottery. He chuckled sinisterly as he exited the board of directors' office. Homeward bound. Onward. 5 minutes later, Qin Yi drove past Mingzhu Primary School, just 500 meters away. At the entrance of an internet CAF, he witnessed a parent striking their child. Unfilial wretch, I send you to study, and you dare to come to an internet CAF? I shall teach you a lesson. The parent unleashed a flurry of blows upon the child. Smack! Smack! The young boy cried out in distress, tears streaming down his face. Alas, this surely is not a student from Mingzhu Primary. Qin Yi lamented. Though it is wrong for a child to visit an internet CAF, how can one resort to corporal punishment? The benevolent Qin Yi, filled with righteous indignation, approached the parent and declared, "Stop! How can you strike a child? Are you not aware that such actions inflict lasting psychological harm?" The parent, raising an eyebrow at the meddlesome Qin Yi, retorted, "Who are you? I shall educate my child as I see fit. It is none of your concern." The beaten boy, sensing a protector, clutched Qin Ye's leg and pleaded, "Uncle, save me. My father is hitting me, and it hurts terribly." Woo-woo. Qin Yi gently patted the boy's head and reassured him, "Do not fear. I am here. I shall advocate for you." The boy's tears of gratitude flowed freely as he exclaimed, "Oh, thank you so much. Uncle, you are truly a good person." Under the hopeful gaze of the young boy, Qin Yi retrieved a practice book thicker than a brick from his car. "Come now." While enduring punishment, one must also tackle exam questions. He thrust the practice book into the boy's hands, lamenting, "Even in suffering, one must not forget to learn. This is the true essence of education." The boy's expression darkened. Ding! From the boy's resentment. 30. The parent, now fully aware of the situation, burst into laughter and said to Qin Yi, "You make a valid point. Thank you." Then, with renewed vigor, the parent resumed striking the boy. However, this time the boy, with tears in his eyes, diligently worked on his exam questions while enduring the blows. Alas, I am indeed a kind-hearted person. Another day of accumulating virtue. Qin Yi sighed dramatically, reflecting on his benevolence. The boy muttered under his breath, You are infuriating." Half an hour later, upon returning home, Qin Yi discovered the groundhog munching on vegetables. Observing the creature's rotund figure, he grew concerned. "If you continue to gain weight like this, you shall soon struggle to move." With determination, Qin Yi retrieved a dog leash and attached it to the groundhog's neck. "Come, little one, I shall take you out for exercise," he declared with a wicked grin. The groundhog looked perplexed. Thus, the duo began to run outside the yard. Qin Yi's physical prowess was remarkable. He had once run a marathon, leaving countless others demoralized. The groundhog, however, could not keep pace. Soon, it was panting heavily, sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. Though the groundhog was not human, Qin Yi was undeniably a dog. Could a person truly run with a groundhog? As they passed by the elderly neighbor's house, Qin Yi noticed her savoring bird's nest porridge. She was not only eating, but also feeding her orange cat a few bites. Vinya gospit in dispelief. In this day and age, even cats were indulged with bird's nest. Was this not a waste of food? How many impoverished children in rural areas could barely fill their stomachs, while she fed her cat such delicacies? This was outrageous. "Stop! How can you feed your cat bird's nest?" Vinya shouted, "Hadthink had actions." The housekeeper nearby quickly chimed in, "Ma'am, young Master Qin is right. Cats carry bacteria. What you eat should not be shared with them. It is unhygienic." The housekeeper urged gently, yet the elderly woman remained obstinate, declaring, "I am in good health. Why can't I share my food with the cat?" With a smile, Qin Yi feigned concern. What if the cat gets an upset stomach? What then? The elderly woman? The housekeeper? How ridiculous! It seemed that he was not worried about the elderly woman's health, but rather about the cat's stomach issues. How utterly despicable! Ding! From the neighbor's resentment. 50. Ding! From the housekeeper's resentment. 15. Qin Yi tethered the groundhog to a tree and broached a serious topic with the elderly woman. "I am planning to establish a charitable foundation to donate educational supplies and books to impoverished children in mountain villages. Would you care to contribute?" Qin Yi switched to persuasion mode. The elderly woman was wealthy. Convincing her to donate a few million to children unable to afford schooling seemed reasonable. This was an act of virtue. However, she appeared uninterested. "Why should I donate? Your charity is of no concern to me." Though wealthy, the elderly woman was no fool. Why should she part with her money? Qin Yi began his persuasive tactics again. "Madam, do you not wish to revitalize the glory of the Aizenjoro clan? If you were to donate this sum in the name of the Aizenjoro family, would not those impoverished children who benefit from your generosity be eternally grateful? The reputation of the Aizenjoro family would shine brightly. What if one of those children becomes a great scientist in the future, like Newton, propelling the course of human history. A century from now, your name would be etched in history's annals. Without you, there would be no new world. Without you, there would be no fourth industrial revolution. Without you, there would be no new era of humanity, transforming the world with glory. Ah, how magnificent you are! How benevolent! Chinya's words lit a spark in the elderly woman's eyes. Revitalizing the Eisenjoro family's glory was something she had always pursued. His speech resonated deeply with her. Very well. The elderly woman trembled with excitement, her blood surging. I shall donate. Chinyi, with a sly smile, inquired how much. The elderly woman extended a frail finger. Chinyi scoffed. Only 100,000? How stingy of you. No. She shook her head, her eyes wide with determination, standing tall and declaring, I shall donate 1 billion. Chinyi. Chapter 79. Teacher Yi can never cleanse her name by jumping into the Yellow River, dear lady. You cannot possibly be referring to the Zimbabwean dollar? Chinyi blinked in astonishment. The elderly woman leaned on her cane, her white brows furrowing as she declared, On this land of Huaxia, I refuse to measure my wealth in foreign currency. Chinyi gave her a thumbs up, impressed by her patriotic sentiment. Who would have thought this noblewoman would possess such national pride? However, curiosity gnawed at him. Just how much wealth did this lady truly have? 100 million. And she could simply decide to donate it? Madam, how much do you actually possess? Chinyi inquired. The old woman pondered for a moment, a wistful expression gracing her wrinkled face as she reminisced. In the days of yore, when our family was of royal status in the Qing dynasty, we owned 8 grand residences in the capital and over 20 estates. Our halls were adorned with white jade, and golden steeds were the norm. The treasury overflowed with gold and silver. Not even 300 carts could contain it all. Her voice trailed off, steeped in the glory of her ancestors. Chinya's expression grew peculiar as he interrupted. But what about now? He had little interest in her past boasts. He was keen to learn about her current financial standing. The old woman dispelled his curiosity. To be honest, not much remains. A few paintings have been passed down through generations. Chinyi paused, cautiously asking, Whose paintings? The old woman replied softly, Those of Tang Bohu. Chinya's reaction was immediate. Are you serious? Tang Bohu's paintings? How outrageous! The insidious feudalism must perish. To possess such artworks, truly, you are a descendant of royalty. Your wealth is astonishing. Madam, may I come to your home and borrow a painting? Chinyi boldly suggested. The old woman, taken aback, retorted, What are you thinking, young man? Do you really believe I would keep such treasures in my home? Of course. Such precious items must be stored in a bank vault. Chinyi replied shamelessly. What is the password for your bank vault, may I ask? The old woman was left speechless, having never encountered someone so audacious in her lifetime. Farewell, dear lady. Chinyi called out cheerfully, before dragging his companion, the groundhog, away for a run. Life is about movement. In Jiangnan City, in a happy community, teacher Yi Qingxi hummed a cheerful tune as she returned home. Today was a day of immense joy. The school had distributed bonuses. Each of the 426 teachers at Mingzhu Primary School received 347 yuan. With such unexpected wealth, how could she not be elated? Grateful to the school board, she felt a warm glow of happiness. As she stepped inside, however, she was met with the stern gazes of her parents, a middle-aged woman and a balding man, seated on the sofa. Daughter, are you hiding something from us? Her mother asked, rising with a complex tone as she noticed Yi Qingxi's return. Yi Qingxi's heart sank. How did they know about the bonus? Were they about to demand it from her? As a dutiful daughter, she had always submitted the majority of her salary to her parents, keeping only a small allowance for herself. Thus, she had perpetually lived in poverty. Now, with the unexpected bonus of over 2,000 yuan, she had planned to secretly stash it away, but her parents had discovered her intent. Oh, Mom, it's not that I meant to keep it from you. Yi Qingxi mumbled, looking down in distress. I just wanted to surprise you in a few days. Her parents exchanged glances, nearly collapsing in disbelief. A surprise? Are you certain this isn't a shock? Earlier that day, Yi Qingxi's father had recounted the events surrounding a driving service incident, revealing that their daughter had feelings for women. The news had shocked her mother to the core, leaving her in a daze for the rest of the day. The couple sat anxiously on the sofa, awaiting their daughter's return, which brought with it a revelation they had dreaded. The truth was indeed as her father had said. Yi Qingxi had confirmed to herself. She was, in fact, a lesbian. Her mother's heart shattered at the thought of not having grandchildren. What now? She lamented, while her father exploded in anger. I'll have to teach you a lesson for being so disobedient. Yi Qingxi's mother swiftly shielded her daughter, slapping her husband and asserting, Stop! Dare you lay a finger on her? Yi Qingxi's father fell silent, fear evident in his eyes as he regarded his wife. Please, daughter, have a seat, her mother said gently, wishing to avoid frightening her. Though the notion of her daughter being a lesbian was difficult to accept, she resolved to respect Yi Qingxi's choice. Yi Qingxi, still bewildered, took a seat on the sofa, her expression perplexed. What was happening? She had merely wished to hide a 2,000 yuan bonus. Why was her father so furious? Then, a thought struck her. Could it be that her father was taking out his frustrations on her after having faced her mother's wrath? This was a familiar pattern she had witnessed before. A certain unscrupulous school board member often employed this tactic, transferring his anger. Daughter, you are of an age now, her mother said earnestly, holding Yi Qingxi's hand. From now on, you must take charge of your own affairs. Ye vingi bilinkit in surprise. Wait, does this mean I no longer have to give my salary to you? That the bonus belongs to me? Tears of gratitude welled in her eyes as she whispered, Mom. Thank you. You truly understand me. In that moment, Yi Qingxi's mother felt a profound ache in her heart. Her daughter was a lesbian, and she had to mask her pain with a fade of indifference. It was a heavy burden to bear. Hey, Mom, I'm off to take a shower. Love you both. Yi Qingxi exclaimed, her silly grin illuminating her face as she headed towards the bathroom. As her parents exchanged a glance filled with shared sorrow, they felt the weight of their unspoken struggles in the dim light. My heart aches so much. Chapter 80. Welcome, Brain King. The world is indeed wondrous. Although both parties exist on different wavelengths, they manage to communicate as if they were on the same channel. One side feels a sense of desolation, convinced they understand. The other radiates joy, equally convinced of their comprehension. The exchange between these two understanding kings can be likened to Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. At around 7 in the evening, when Qin Xiaoyu returned home with her pink backpack, she discovered her brother Qin Yi preparing a feast for her. Sweet and sour fish, braised ribs, kung pao chicken, and sauce beef. Each dish, splendidly presented, adorned the dining table. Qin Xiaoyu was nearly drooling. Wow, brother, you are too good to me, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down her cheeks. Had she saved the earth in her past life to deserve such a wonderful brother in this one? Qin Yi smiled gently and said, Sister, hurry and eat. The food will get cold. With a heavy nod, tears glistening in her eyes, Qin Xiaoyu indulged in the feast. After a hearty meal, she reclined in her chair, utterly spent. Burp, I'm so full, she giggled. Hearing her call, Qin Yi lifted his gaze. What is it? With tears of emotion shimmering in her eyes, she declared, Brother, I want to be your sister in my next life too. Qin Yi replied, Such a clever girl. Ignoring the deeply moved Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Yi took a shower and offered incense to the Buddha. Buddha, bless me. May I draw gold in the lottery. He silently prayed. After completing this ritual, Qin Yi returned to his room, locked the door, and commenced the lottery. Opening the system panel, he noted the balance of resentment points, 10,897. System. I exchanged 30 years of Qin Xiaoyu's life for one draw of gold. He declared, opting for a straightforward single draw. The lottery will begin to spin wildly. 15 seconds later. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn. Thank you for your patronage. Please try again next time. Xingye. Why is this sacrifice not working anymore? Again, Qin Yi, with greater determination, declared, I exchanged 100 years of Qin Xiaoyu's life for one draw of gold. 15 seconds later. Ding! Once more. Thank you for your patronage. Qin Yi's lips twitched in frustration. Again. Thus, he continued to draw, and after the 9th attempt, it was still thank you for your patronage. If it weren't for the golden talent of the lucky star providing a safety net, Qin Yi feared his mental state would unravel. Only one chance remained. Hesitating, he pondered, what could have gone wrong? Could it be that Qin Xiaoyu has sacrificed too much already, rendering it ineffective? Rubbing his chin, he considered this possibility. Consequently, he decided to change the sacrificial target. System. I exchanged 10 years of the life of the little groundhog, Shosho, for 1 draw of purple. This time, Qin opted for a purple reward instead of gold. After all, with only 1 draw left, stability was paramount. As soon as he finished speaking, the lottery will begin to spin rapidly. 15 seconds later, a brilliant purple light burst forth from the wheel. That is, a purple reward. Vignesitude in astonishment. Uteli dumbfounded. Wow, Shosho is incredible. This sacrifice is truly effective. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a purple reward. Weather control device. Weather control device? Qin eagerly opened the description panel for this item. Weather control device. A secondary weapon from an unknown civilization deep within the universe, possessing the power to alter weather. It can summon extreme weather conditions, such as thunderstorms, sandstorms, typhoons, torrential rain, droughts, blizzards, and smog at will. Usable 3 times. Remaining uses, 3. After reading the description, Qin exclaimed in awe. Incredible. This is akin to a tornado summoning device. But alas, why only 3 uses? Is it due to a charging limitation? Will it exhaust its energy after 3 uses? Qin pondered, though he recognized that these 3 opportunities were exceedingly precious. Each use diminished the quantity. Anyone else would likely cherish these chances as if they were lifelines. Yet, Qin was a prodigal. Without hesitation, he decided to use the weather control device immediately. Ding. Weather control device initiating. Ding. Please select weather type. Qin contemplated briefly, wavering between typhoon and sandstorm, ultimately settling on the typhoon. Bring me a super typhoon of level 14, the strongest and fiercest one. Ding. Please select the region for typhoon generation. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin smiled. Islands. Kind-hearted Qin resolved to deliver a cooling typhoon to the islanders during this sweltering summer. And let it not be said that Qin is cruel. The 30,000 innocent souls in Nanjing who were mercilessly slaughtered would surely applaud his actions if they still lived. History should never be forgotten. Back then, how did the island's Unit 731 treat our people? They established 8 secret bases for bacteriological warfare, using innocent civilians as test subjects for various bacteria, toxins, and freezing experiments. At this moment, perhaps some compassionate souls would argue that these were the sins of the older generation of islanders and have no bearing on the new generation. However, this generation continues to pay homage at the Yasukuni Shrine. Do you know who is enshrined there? Those very executioners whose hands were stained with blood. Is there even a hint of repentance? Moreover, they distort history by revising textbooks to glorify their aggression, concealing the truth, and refusing to repent. Such numerous stains that Qin could speak for days without end. In the forums of the World High IQ Club, everyone was stumped by Qin's question. Each one of them had claimed to be high IQ geniuses, yet now they were all faced with a slap in the face. Wow, has anyone managed to solve this intelligence problem? Damn, it's impossible to solve. This question is far too difficult. What about the Mensa Club? Has anyone succeeded? Mensa Club, you truly overestimate us. The discussions continued to flow, yet not a single person had cracked the problem. It seemed the high IQ forum was on the verge of becoming a low IQ forum. At this moment, everyone could only pin their hopes on the Gigahertz Club. Given that each high IQ club has different criteria for membership, a hierarchy of disdain exists among them. Members of the Mensa Club look down on the Shenghan Club. The Intelligence Association scorns Mensa. The Standard Intelligence Society dismisses the Intelligence Association. At the pinnacle of this hierarchy stands the Gigahertz Club. How formidable is the Gigahertz Club? Over the years, they have only accepted 7 members. The sole requirement for joining the Gigahertz Club is an IQ of 196 or above. For context, the Mensa Club, another high IQ organization, only requires an IQ of 140 for membership. Now, everyone eagerly awaits the Gigahertz Club to intervene. If they too are stumped by this problem, the high IQ forum will become a laughingstock. So many self-proclaimed high IQ geniuses unable to solve a single problem? How embarrassing. as the crowd awaited with bated breath. The Gigabyte Association has responded. The president of the association posted a message consisting of merely 4 characters written in Huaxia language. Welcome, Brain King. Chapter 81. The arrival of a level 14 typhoon on the island nation. Moments after the post from the Gigabyte Club was shared, a flurry of discussions ensued beneath it. Incredible. Is the Gigabyte Club finally taking action? What language is this? I can't comprehend it. It seems to be Huaxia language. Could someone proficient in it provide us with a translation? Within the World High IQ Club forum, there were indeed numerous individuals from Huaxia. Before long, they deciphered the meaning. Welcome, Brain King. Every person who read those words felt their hands grow weak, their blood surging with excitement. The title Brain King denoted the pinnacle of intellectual prowess. Only those exceptionally gifted, whose intelligence bordered on the supernatural, dared to claim such a title. The post from the Gigabyte Club was written in Huaxia language, hinting at a connection to Huaxia. Among the 7 members of the Gigabyte Club, only one was of Huaxia descent. Thus, the identity of the Brain King became glaringly evident. Instantly, the forum erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Could it possibly be him? My goodness, that individual is destined to be etched into the annals of mathematical history. The most formidable brain of humanity, often referred to as the Mozart of mathematics. Terence Tao. A profound silence enveloped the forum. Everyone was left in stunned amazement. Could it be true? The Gigabyte Club has sent him. Terence Tao, a Huaxia native, is a member of the American Academy of Sciences. At the tender age of 8, he participated in the SAT, achieving a remarkable score of 760 out of 800, earning him the title of the first prodigy. He self-studied calculus at 7, won a gold medal in the International Mathematical Olympiad at 12, earned his doctorate by the age of 21, and became a world-class mathematician by 24. By 31, he had already received the Fields Medal. His IQ is said to be an astounding 230, surpassing even Einstein's brilliance. His contributions to analytic number theory, harmonic analysis, and partial differential equations are significant enough to warrant a place in mathematical history. Such an extraordinary figure was about to take action. The shockwaves reverberated among all. The Gigabyte Club had truly invested heavily this time, even enlisting Terence Tao. In the United States, at the Mathematical Research Institute, a slender man, standing at 6 feet tall and wearing thick-frame glasses, had just concluded his day's work. This was none other than Terence Tao, ranked 4th in the global intelligence rankings. He stared at his email inbox, where a challenging problem from the president of the Gigabyte Club awaited him. His mood soured slightly. He was already quite busy with his work, and now he had to tackle problems for the club? Andre, how many times must I tell you? I am not an unpaid laborer. Stop passing your unsolvable problems on to me. Terence Tao dialed the president of the Gigabyte Club, his voice tinged with frustration. My dear Tao, please calm down, Andre replied soothingly. Just take a look at the problem before you decide. This one is truly extraordinary. Terence's tone remained indifferent. This is the last time. After a moment's silence, the president responded, Very well, this will be the final request. The club will not trouble you again. Hearing the promise he sought, Terence Tao hung up the phone with a sense of satisfaction. Once the call ended, Terence glanced at the email. What kind of problem could stymie Andre? With curiosity piqued, he examined the intelligence puzzle. Upon reading it, he found himself completely engrossed. Interesting, this problem actually holds some allure. Terence's mind began to whirl into action, deducing the answer from a web of interconnected clues. In Jiangnan City, within a lavish villa, Qin Ye's room was undergoing the final confirmation by the system. Ding! A level 14 typhoon has formed in the island nation. Host, do you confirm this information? Confirmed. Vignissimidet. Hee, what a benevolent act. On such a sweltering day, I shall bring a refreshing breeze to the islanders. Is there anyone in this world as kind-hearted as I? Ding! The weather control device has been activated. Ding! The typhoon will materialize along the coastal regions of the island nation within 3 hours. Qin Yi scaled the wall to log into a social forum of the island nation. Now, he only needed to await the typhoon's news. Fortunately, with his proficiency in the blue language talent, he could understand the Japanese text. Across the East Sea, in the remote island nation, known for its utter shamelessness, One could see their hypocrisy as they even blurred faces in films. They routinely employed various servile gestures to mask their duplicity. They are timid and cowardly, preferring to bully the weak while cowering before the strong. And their favorite pastime is playing both sides against the middle. During World War II, they proclaimed their intent to resist to the bitter end, adhering to the samurai spirit and vowing to shed their last drop of blood. However, when 2 atomic bombs were dropped upon them, they promptly chose to surrender without hesitation. Even dogs would shake their heads in disapproval. Today, the island nation was about to experience the most powerful typhoon in its history. In the coastal city of Fukuoka, the sea beyond was beginning to stir. A subtle, ominous wind swept through, and the air pressure began to fluctuate. As more air flowed in, it gradually formed a counterclockwise, swirling vortex. This vortex, continuously spinning, grew larger like a rolling snowball. In merely 2 hours of brewing, this vortex transformed into a terrifying typhoon, reaching skyward and almost touching the heavens. The scene was awe-inspiring and monumental, as the entire sea, within a 100-mile radius, morphed into a colossal whirlpool, spinning at high speed. Endless seawater was swept up into the sky, extending for dozens of miles. The towering, fearsome typhoon, with its rapidly rotating water column, shot into the heavens, as if intending to tear apart the very fabric of the sky. Massive rings of water expanded outward, engulfing all in their path. And this was merely one typhoon. Elsewhere beyond Fukuoka, countless other typhoons were on their way. One after another, these terrifying tempests, accompanied by colossal waves, raced across the sea at a staggering speed of 275 kilometers per hour. This scene was nothing short of apocalyptic. The colossal typhoon, mixed with gigantic waves, surged into the island nation's territory. The massive waves obliterated sea walls, roads, railways, urban structures, and public facilities, annihilating everything in their wake. Wails filled the air. The powerful typhoons resembled ferocious beasts, swallowing everything in their path. Boom, boom, boom. Countless islanders stood frozen, gazing at the approaching tempest in sheer disbelief. Their terrified voices were drowned out by the howling wind of the typhoon. They even questioned whether they were still dreaming, caught in a surreal slumber. The typhoon stirred waves towering over 100 meters high. My goodness, what level of terrifying typhoon is this? Even from a great distance, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, as if their bodies would be shredded by this monstrous storm. Flee! The only thought remaining in the minds of all islanders was this final imperative. Chapter 82 Wind. Come with even greater ferocity. The howling tempest, accompanied by a spiraling vortex of water, devours everything in its path like a colossal beast. The terrifying waves descend like a tsunami. On the streets, countless islanders, unable to escape, are instantly engulfed by the monstrous tide. The air is filled with cries of terror, wails of despair, and pleas for mercy. Ah, help me. Who will save me? No, please no. Ah, Amaterasu, save me. I do not wish to perish. Alas, such pleas are futile. The immense force of the wind, coupled with the impact of the water, twists and contorts the fragile bodies of the islanders, tearing them apart, leading to immediate demise. The pitiful screams gradually succumb to the fury of the storm. All that remains are the lifeless bodies of islanders, drifting upon the water, blood flowing like a river. The moon in the sky is stained crimson. This natural disaster continues unabated. At this moment, it is a time of reckoning. In Tokyo, at Kadansaka, lies the Yasukuni Shrine. As a sacred site for islanders, it spans a vast area of 90,000 square meters. Apart from the buildings, much of the space is occupied by greenery and woods. The shrine is semi-open, with 4 entrances facilitating the worship of islanders at any time. It serves as a spiritual symbol, honoring over 30,000 Class A war criminals, those whose hands were stained with blood, yet are revered as heroes in the hearts of the islanders. How tragic! How absurd! At 10 o'clock in the evening, several night watchmen at the Yasukuni Shrine are on duty. Suddenly, a distant roar of crashing waves reaches their ears. The guards, startled, turn towards the source of the sound. Their pupils dilate in horror, as if their souls have departed. Under the night sky, to the north of the Yasukuni Shrine, the tempest howls and colossal waves roll in, cascading like a curtain of doom. What is that? A typhoon. And towering waves. Run. The typhoon is coming. In a frenzy, the guards hastily seek refuge within the shrine. Yet before the towering, terrifying column of wind, the Yasukuni Shrine appears as fragile as an infant still learning to walk. The howling wind causes the shrine to tremble, threatening to collapse. Trees fall in rows. Stone pillars, standing several meters high, are snapped like twigs. The structures within the shrine are reduced to ruins, crumbling under the onslaught. A monstrous wave, obscuring the moon, crashes down, submerging the entire shrine. The spirit tablets housed within are engulfed by the flood. The memorials of war criminals are torn apart by the howling winds. The island guards stand in utter shock, transfixed as they witness the deluge and tempest consume the sanctuary. The relentless tide surges forth, as if the heavens themselves have unleashed their wrath. The roaring typhoon heralds the arrival of death. The world shatters, as if the apocalypse has descended. Even the moon seems to tremble under this howling tempest. Trees, greenery, spirit tablets, structures, guards, everything is swallowed whole by the typhoon. The flood, accompanying the storm, resembles an endless cascade from the heavens. Mixed with the relentless fury of nature, fear grips the hearts of all islanders. Where did this typhoon come from? Why was there no warning from the Meteorological Bureau? In the Meteorological Bureau, observers stare in disbelief at the images transmitted from satellites. Silence reigns, a deathly hush. The overwhelming typhoon appears boundless. Southeast, southwest, northwest, north-south. Osaka, Fukuoka, Kobe, Nagoya, Sendai. From numerous directions, over 20 coastal cities and hundreds of towns and villages. Thousands of densely populated areas are besieged by the terrifying storm. The typhoon seems to have materialized out of nowhere, leaving the Meteorological Bureau powerless to respond. Overnight, the island appears to be surrounded by enemies, with the storm encroaching from all sides. People struggle to grasp the reality of the situation as if caught in a dream. What has transpired? Are we in the midst of sci-fi film? Is the island facing its doom overnight? Panic engulfs the entire nation. Social media is in chaos. What is happening? I was sleeping at home when suddenly the typhoon struck, flooding my house. I'm worse off. My pants were blown away. I'm now covering myself with leaves. Someone help us. My family is hiding in the basement, too afraid to come out. I live on the 12th floor, and all the windows shattered. I'm too scared to step outside. Trees taller than 30 meters have been uprooted. This typhoon is truly terrifying. Oh, I'm so frightened. Have we incurred the wrath of the gods for our transgressions? Stop saying such nonsense. Our great empire will never yield. It's just a typhoon. We will endure as long as we stay indoors. Amidst the turmoil, despair, and lamentations, the islanders are gripped by fear. They have weathered storms before, but never one of such magnitude and impact. Previous typhoons were mere gusts that passed by. This time, however, the island faces a relentless barrage from every direction. The storm seems to have a targeting system, relentlessly battering the island while sparing other regions. The unique attention of this typhoon leaves the islanders in disbelief. It seems to seek out populous areas, while the sparsely populated villages are left untouched. That night, factories, schools, internet CAFs, hotels, and streets across the island echo with curses. The people are driven to madness. Why does this typhoon solely target our island? Why not our neighbors? I'm at my wit's end. What sins have we committed? How could I have been so ill-prepared for this? Now, I can't even leave my house. Meteorological Bureau, what are you doing? How could you not predict such a massive typhoon? You useless bureaucrats, come out and tell us when this storm will end. The entire social media forum is inundated with cries of frustration. The Meteorological Bureau hastily issues a response. Chapter 83 Greetings from around the world at 21:27 Tokyo time. A super typhoon made landfall across multiple regions of our country, unleashing ferocious winds and tumultuous waves. According to meteorological personnel from our bureau, the wind speed reached a staggering level 14. With a minimum central pressure of 955 HPA and wind speeds of 45 meters per second, possessing the capacity to effortlessly sever mighty trees. This tempest has inflicted tremendous damage upon over 20 cities and thousands of areas across the island nation. The death toll has reached 480, with over 40,000 injured, and economic losses soaring to an astounding 654 billion. Due to the unexpected nature of the event, our meteorological staff failed to issue a prior typhoon warning, and we extend our sincerest apologies to the citizens. Natural disasters are merciless, but humanity is filled with love. We urge all citizens to remain indoors and prioritize their safety. Furthermore, there is no need for alarm. Our meteorological team has detected an even more powerful typhoon coalescing beyond Hokkaido, and we are currently seeking solutions. After this announcement was issued by the island nation's Meteorological Bureau, it rapidly spread across social networks. The sentiments of the populace erupted once more. What does this notification imply? The translation is clear. The typhoon arrived unexpectedly, and it is not our fault. Do not panic, for an even stronger and more ferocious typhoon is on the horizon. Baka. The citizens of the island nation gritted their teeth in anger. While the people lamented and sank into despair, other countries reveled in joy. In Huaxia, at 2254, the news of the island nation being struck by the typhoon quickly ascended to the top of trending topics. Weibo Hot Search Rankings. Super Typhoon makes landfall on Island Nation at number 1. Island Nation Typhoon at number 2. Yasukuni Shrine destroyed by typhoon at number 3. A stream of dreadful news from the island nation brought laughter to domestic netizens. Delightful. How splendid. While life here is thriving, the island nation is suffering misfortune. It served them right. Ha ha, quack, 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 quack. Domestic netizens erupted in laughter. Ha ha, the winds are blowing favorably. It is a delight to witness. Greetings of celebration poured in from the northeast, Shaanxi, and Inner Mongolia. Ha ha ha, you are truly wicked. But I like it. I shall mourn for the island nation for a mere 0.000000001 seconds. This is my last shred of conscience. Doghead. Domestically, it was a jubilant atmosphere, akin to a festive celebration. Likewise abroad, the mood was similar. In Han country, Semida, how exhilarating. I have long held disdain for those islanders. Ha ha, as a restaurant owner, I have decided to offer free meals tonight in celebration. What a pleasure. This is the most joyous news I have encountered this year. The island nation has finally received its comeuppance. Ha ha ha, quack, 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 quack. Greetings of celebration arrived from the Korean people. In the United States. ZZZZ. I heard the island nation is facing a typhoon? Ha ha. Shouldn't we revel in this misfortune? But isn't the island nation our ally? Are you mad? Isn't the island nation our pet dog? Does a dog even deserve to befriend us, the great United States? That reasoning holds merit. After all, it is merely a dog. Cheers, my dear friends. In bear country. What? The island nation is in trouble? That foolish nation dumping 2 million tons of nuclear waste into the ocean? They truly deserve it. They initially released their nuclear waste into the sea, harming the globe, and now they are facing retribution. Hooray! Hooray! It is truly a gratifying sight. Upon hearing this news, in celebration, I excitedly took a swing at the bear I keep at home. I sincerely hope the typhoon lasts a bit longer. As the island nation suffers, the world revels in schadenfreude. Everyone is eager for the island nation's downfall. Not only nations, but even relatives eagerly anticipate each other's misfortunes. Relatives cannot bear to see one another prosper. They wish for you to fare worse than they do. Regarding the typhoon in the island nation, media outlets around the world issued front-page reports overnight. Level 14 super typhoon strikes island nation, causing severe damage. The entire island nation is engulfed in panic. 40,000 islanders have been injured to varying degrees in this typhoon. In a single night, the island nation has encountered a once-in-a-century natural disaster. Countries expressed deep regret over the typhoon in the island nation and donate a pile of garbage supplies. Bear country. The garbage we have hoarded for years can finally be rightfully donated to the island nation. The atmosphere was electric. Global news headlines were dominated by the island nation. At this moment, the island nation was the center of attention. People around the world watched with glee. That night, the citizens of the island nation were sleepless, trembling under the terror of the typhoon. In Huaxia, Jiangnan City, morning, 8 a.m., Qin awoke from his drowsy slumber. Damn, I stayed up late last night, laughing at the island nation news until after 2 in the morning. And now I am utterly exhausted. Qin yawned as he got out of bed, unable to suppress his laughter. What a relief. This was the most pleasurable moment Qin Yi had experienced all year. I can hardly breathe from laughing. Ha ha, quack, 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 quack. The only downside was that other countries were also reveling in joy, enjoying themselves quite thoroughly. Qin Yi contemplated whether he should send them some warmth soon. A sandstorm for the United States? A thunderstorm for Han country? He pondered with a grin. However, there was no rush. Let them enjoy their revelry for a couple of days. When their joy peaks, he would suddenly deliver a delightful weather massage. Wouldn't that be splendid? Let them experience the sensation of being cast from paradise to hell. As he contemplated, Qin Yi found the idea increasingly feasible. He dressed and stepped out of his room. On his way to wash his face, he discovered Qin Xiaoyu preparing breakfast. 2 portions of perfectly cooked tomahawk steak, accompanied by black pepper pasta, 2 glasses of milk, some sugar tangerines, and a bunch of grapes. This was the breakfast prepared by Qin Xiaoyu. Brother, you're awake. Look, I've made you something delicious. Qin Xiaoyu beamed, presenting the steak. Not bad, not bad. Qin Yi praised. 5 minutes later, during their meal, Qin Yi noticed that Qin Xiaoyu seemed distracted, as if she had something on her mind. Xiaoyu, do you have something troubling you? Qin Yi inquired. Alas. Qin Xiaoyu set down her knife and fork, sighing. Brother, since my classmates learned that I have a school board member brother, their gazes towards me have changed. Understanding dawned upon Qin Yi as a former student. He immediately grasped the situation. It turned out that Qin Xiaoyu had become an anomaly in the eyes of her classmates. In light of this, Qin Yi patiently counseled her. Xiaoyu, you must understand that in a classroom, everyone plays a different role. There are the mighty tigers, the agile leopards, the battle-hardened wolves, and the wild lions. You cannot expect to be just like everyone else. After hearing this, Qin Xiaoyu pondered, Brother, what do you think I should be? With a teasing smile, Qin Yi replied, What do you think? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Xiaoyu timidly suggested, Could it be the bucket for eating? Qin Yi? Qin Yi's mouth twitched. To hell with that. The bucket for eating? Qin Yi, feeling helpless, said, Xiaoyu, please stop joking. Do you have another answer? Yes. Qin Xiaoyu replied with a cheerful smile, A disruptive horse. Qin Yi responded with a look of disbelief. Hearing such an unconfident answer from you prompts me to give you a light smack on the head. It is imperative to remind you. Stop fooling around. You are my sister, and you are certainly not a mere food bucket or a disruptive horse. Qin Xiaoyu felt warmth in her heart and, touched, said, Brother, you are truly wonderful. So, what do you think I should be? She blinked her charming big eyes, eagerly awaiting an answer. As expected, Qin Yi did not disappoint her. Standing tall, with a sincere smile, he replied, You ought to be a stirring stick for excrement. Qin Xiaoyu. Chapter 84. How to elegantly decline a loan. Oh dear brother, how could you say such a thing to me? Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed in indignation. Ha ha, I was merely jesting. Qin Yi waved his hand grandly. In my eyes, you embody other answers as well. Qin Xiaoyu chuckled slyly. What are they? Qin Yi's expression turned serious as he replied, The grass on the wall, the fish that swims aimlessly, and the mischievous husky that dismantles homes. Qin Xiaoyu ding. From Qin Xiaoyu, resentment 40. The World High IQ Club Forum was in a frenzy. Upon awakening that morning, they discovered that the riddle posed by the explosive Tianbang panda had been solved. Tao Xian is incredible. The answer was simply astonishing. Did you all hear? According to Qian Zhao Club, Tao Xian solved it in just 3 hours. Are you serious? 3 hours? Don't scare me. Indeed, more precisely, it was 2 hours and 55 minutes. Such a challenging problem, solved in 3 hours? Truly deserving of the title The Strongest Human Brain. The brain king crowned, the gods retreated. A wave of astonishment and praise swept through the forum. Tao Xian was once again crowned in glory. Seeing the jubilant members of the World High IQ Forum, Qin Yi swiftly presented another devilishly difficult riddle. How challenging was this new puzzle? To put it simply, it contained over 200 clues. Each of these clues was intricately connected, and omitting even one would lead to erroneous conclusions. The previous riddle about the cursed doll had merely 20 clues, whereas this one had amplified the difficulty tenfold. Once Qin Ye's devilish riddle was posted on the World High IQ Forum, the participants found themselves utterly demoralized. Help! The Tianbang panda has struck again. Oh no! I am doomed. Over 200 clues. Woe is me. It's so difficult, my eyes are about to fail me. What about Tao Shi Xian? Let him come forth and continue solving. I can't do it at all. I might as well wait for Qian Zhao Club to intervene. The hopes of the entire High IQ Forum once again rested on Qian Zhao Club. Across the distant Atlantic on a small island, the president of Qian Zhao Club, Andre, looked at the pleas for help on the forum, his lips twitching in frustration. These useless individuals. They only rely on our Qian Zhao Club. Regrettably, Tao Shi Xian had previously declared that it would be his last assistance to the club. Hence, he could not intervene again. As for the other 5 members of Qian Zhao Club, 3 were preoccupied with their own affairs and could not be reached, while the other 2 seemed to have vanished on vacation, rendering them uncontactable. Now, Qian Zhao Club found itself at a loss. Nonetheless, as the president, Andre, possessed a remarkably high IQ, he swiftly devised a dignified solution. Soon, he posted a message on the forum under the banner of Qian Zhao Club. Since our establishment, Qian Zhao Club has adhered to the principle of mutual progress. Thus, we will not intervene in this riddle, allowing opportunities for more clubs. Upon the release of this post, the entire forum was left dumbfounded. Victory Cold Club, Mensa Club, American Mensa Society. All high IQ clubs were in utter disarray. Leave the opportunity to us? How dare you? If our club could solve it, why would we seek assistance from you? Qian Zhao Club? At 9 o'clock in the morning, a red flag, EHS-9, pulled into Mingzhu Primary School. The owner was none other than Qin Yi. On his way to the board chairman's office, Qin Yi noticed Luo Nie, clad in a checkered shirt, gazing at the sky in a pensive manner before a drawing board, seemingly lost in thought. Little tweezer, what troubles you? Vigne inwidit. Luo Nie set down his paintbrush and sighed. Chairman, I have encountered a rather distressing matter recently. Qin Yi, intrigued, asked, what is it? Do tell. Luo Nie sighed again and said with a hint of melancholy, a friend has asked to borrow money from me. I wish to decline, but do not want to harm our friendship. What should I do? Qin Yi immediately understood. He too had faced such dilemmas, as people often sought financial assistance from him. Once money was lent, it was challenging to reclaim. There's a saying, when borrowing money, one is a friend. When repaying, one becomes an enemy. With considerable insight into the subject of lending, Qin Yi smiled at Luo Nie and said, little tweezer, let me teach you how to handle this. Really? Chairman, do you have a solution? Please enlighten me. Luo Nie's eyes brightened with eagerness. Qin Yi chuckled. Simply tell them you have no money to lend. Luo Nie frowned, disheartened. But wouldn't that ruin my relationship with my friend? Little tweezer, you are too naive. Qin Yi began his impromptu lesson. You could ask your friend how much they need to borrow, and then say you will start saving for it. Luo Nie was left utterly astonished. It can be played this way. Low emotional intelligence. I have no money to lend. High emotional intelligence. How much do you need? I will start saving. Ha ha. Chairman, you are truly a genius. Luo Nie laughed heartily. I'm going to tell my friend right now. With that, Luo Nie gathered his drawing board and joyfully dashed away. Watching Luo Nie's departing figure, Qin Yi smiled. Ah, another day of doing good deeds. I truly am a great benefactor. Outside the chairman's office, Qin Yi noticed Bai Ruhan standing there, her brow furrowed in distress. Hey, what is going on today? Everyone seems to have their own troubles. Vinya chucked. First it was Qin Xiaoyu, then Luo Nie, and now Bai Ruhan. It seemed everyone had their burdens. Little White, what troubles you? What is bothering you? Qin Yi proclaimed, almost like a fortune teller, speak of your woes, and I shall provide answers. Bai Ruhan's brows curved gracefully as she voiced her concern. Chairman, as the language teacher, I have a relative whose family has recently welcomed a newborn, and they want me to give the child a powerful name. Oh, what is your relative's surname? Qin Yi inquired. Bai Ruhan replied. The surname is Xiang, a descendant of the Xiang clan's 76th generation. Upon hearing about the Xiang clan, Qin Ye's mind immediately conjured the image of Xiang Yu, with strength that could lift mountains and a presence that dominates the world. It was evident that Bai Ruhan's relative held Xiang Yu in high esteem, hence the request for a formidable name from the language teacher. Little White, leave this matter to me, Qin Yi assured, patting his chest. Naming is my forte. Wow. Bai Ruhan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Chairman, have you thought a pleasing name? With hands clasped behind his back and a mischievous smile, Qin Yi uttered 3 words. Chapter 85. The Naming Genius, Qin Yi. Qin Yi casually announced a name. Bai Ruhan. Little Bai, listen to me, she urged. Qin Yi smiled. This name carries profound significance. What significance? She inquired. It is magnificent, and it must echo. Xiang Sha Bai. What a powerful trio of characters. Principal, are you joking with me? Bai Ruhan protested, raising her small hand in indignation. How can one name a child like this? Qin Yi waved his hand dismissively. No need to panic. I have other names. He then proposed several other imposing names. Xiang Tiao Go, orderly and meticulous. Xiang Ni Ma, swimming against the current, success is assured. Xiang Jiba, ancient and modern. Exuding grandeur. Bai Ruhan. Bai Dalao was left speechless. What on earth are these names? Woe is me. Principal, you are scaring me. At Mingzhu Primary School, outside the school gate, hundreds of teachers from various schools arrived one after another. They hailed from hundreds of primary schools in Su Province, all with the same intention of borrowing knowledge from Mingzhu Primary School. Shall we proceed inside? One teacher suggested. The others eagerly agreed. Let us go. I've longed to witness this Mingzhu Primary School. I heard it's a private institution, backed by affluent sponsors, and the teachers here earn several times more than us. I also heard that just a few days ago, Mingzhu Primary School allocated $1 million for teacher bonuses. How enviable. This is truly a school to aspire to. What about us public schools? Our annual salaries are meager. Is Mingzhu Primary School still hiring? I'm considering a job change. Wake up. Is it that easy to get into Mingzhu Primary School? As they conversed, several hundred teachers stepped into the school. Upon entering, they were left dumbfounded. The school was eerily empty. Looking around, there wasn't a soul in sight. Was this a ghostly apparition? Meanwhile, in the island nation, the Meteorological Bureau's director, Miyuki Inoue, trembled as he held a report. This was the casualty report compiled from last night's disaster. The numbers were horrifying. To maintain public order and prevent societal panic, the Meteorological Bureau publicly reported only a little over 1,000 fatalities. However, the actual death toll far exceeded this figure, so staggering that they dared not disclose it. If revealed, the entire nation would descend into chaos and fear, a burden the Bureau could not bear. Since last night, their phones have been inundated with calls from various factions, ceaselessly demanding information. Now, Miyuki Inoue could only hope that this dreadful typhoon would soon pass. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The entire island nation was paralyzed, transportation halted, factories closed, schools suspended, power and water cut off, and everyone lived in fear, hardly daring to step outside. Each day brought terrifying economic losses. If it weren't for the satellite stations above, the internet might have collapsed entirely. This was the darkest day for the island nation. In Huaxia, Jiangnan City, in the principal's office, Bai Ruhan was discussing a matter with Qin Yi. Principal, have you heard the news about the typhoon in the island nation last night? Yes, of course. Bai Ruhan sighed with concern. I am quite worried. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat displeased. Surely Bai Ruhan isn't a bleeding heart, worrying for the islanders? He coldly remarked. What is there to worry about for the islanders? Bai Ruhan sighed again. I'm not worried about the islanders, but about our compatriots in the island nation. What will the Chinese tourists do in the face of such a significant typhoon? Hearing this, Qin Yi chuckled. Looking out the window at the sky, he mysteriously said, Little Bai, do you believe in divine justice? Divine justice? Bai Ruhan paused, unsure of what Qin Yi meant. He offered no explanation, instead glancing at the Rolex he had picked up from the dining hall, noting that it was nearly time. At that moment, over the East China Sea, a black light cutting through the air was moving at over 20,000 kilometers per hour. Its overwhelming speed rendered it nearly invisible, resembling a blood-red rainbow slicing through the sky, threatening to tear it asunder. Beneath that dark luminescence lay an extraterrestrial mech, towering over 40 meters, constructed of space alloy. Gleaming ominously, its form resembled an indestructible steel fortress, exuding a terrifying power. The concept of mechs was not merely science fiction. Countries had long been researching such technology. The United States unveiled an exoskeleton mech called the Warrior Exo back in 2000, enabling Marine Corps members to lift hundreds of kilograms and showcasing astonishing jumping abilities. At the 2017 World Robotics Conference, a semi-finished Tiger Roar mech was exhibited, made of carbon steel, standing 3 meters tall, 8 meters wide, and 8 meters deep, weighing around 8 tons. The mech had multiple movable parts and a cockpit controlled by the pilot. In 2019, Bear Country revealed its Samurai 3 combat mech, integrating robotic systems and drones, representing an advanced combination of defense, communication, and weaponry. These were merely the publicly known advancements. Some nations may have developed completed mechs, keeping them secret as classified weapons. At this moment over the East China Sea, the mech was being operated by an artificial intelligence from a novel's auto-continuation device. This AI, fond of literary works and online romances, had been dispatched by Qin Yi to rescue the stranded Chinese compatriots in the island nation. Huaxia never abandons its kin. No matter where you are or what dangers you face, the support of one for billion citizens will always be behind you. This is Huaxia. The enigmatic black light racing over the East China Sea was soon detected by satellites from various nations. In the United States, the Satellite Intelligence Agency was in an uproar, with everyone stunned by the sight of this strange black light. What the hell is that? Is it a UFO? That terrifying speed. Not even an intercontinental missile can match it. What on earth is it? The speed is too fast. The satellites could only capture blurry images, failing to reveal its true form. In Eagle Nation's surveillance department, agents stared at the images transmitted by the satellites, their eyes wide with disbelief and silence. After a long pause, a commander swallowed hard, his dry lips trembling. What in the world is that? Moving at over 20,000 kilometers per hour over the East China Sea towards the island nation. What does that even mean? The capitals of Huaxia and the island nation are just over 2,000 kilometers apart. This means that this black light can traverse the East China Sea and reach the island nation in just 6 or 7 minutes. What is its purpose? Is it an extraterrestrial invasion? The surveillance department fell into a hushed silence, everyone stunned by the satellite images they had just witnessed. Huaxia, Hanggu, Daoguo, Yimianguo, Goxiongguo. A wave of astonishment and commotion swept through the nations. The world trembled, and fear gripped the globe. The intelligence agencies of various countries turned their gaze towards the East China Sea. Everyone yearned to uncover the mystery. What was that dark light? Could it truly be an extraterrestrial UFO? As the world held its breath, time ticked away. 7 minutes later, a brilliant beam of light pierced the sky, cutting through the East China Sea. The island nation had finally arrived. The dark light ceased its movement. In that instant, satellites from around the world captured the true visage of this enigmatic dark light. Chapter 86, Beyond Words. The misunderstanding escalated. Before them loomed a colossal figure, as imposing as a small mountain. A steel mech, standing over 40 meters high, gleamed in silver interspersed with stark black accents. At that moment, it was belching flames, hovering ominously above the island city of Fukuoka. Its entire body was adorned with glimmering weapons that sparkled with a cold radiance under the sun's rays. The world was left in shock. What on earth was this? A mech? The concept of mechs was not entirely foreign to nations worldwide. As early as the 1970s, the United States and the Soviet Union had commenced clandestine research into exoskeleton systems, the precursor to mechs. Unfortunately, the complexity of their construction had rendered them fruitless. Decades had passed without a single completed model. Though true mechs remained elusive, various inferior robotic creations, such as intelligent robots, transport robots, and spot welding robots had emerged from the research of several nations. Now, witnessing a fully realized mech for the first time, everyone bore expressions of utter astonishment. What could this mech possibly intend? Intelligence agencies across the globe were left questioning its movements. However, the answer soon revealed itself. Satellite imagery depicted the enormous steel behemoth, defying the howling typhoon, plundering convenience stores across several island nations. The spectacle left nations dumbfounded. What? You crossed the entire East China Sea just to rob a few convenience stores? Are you out of your mind? Then, nations began to sense something amiss. The satellite footage showed this unidentified colossus, laden with stolen goods from the convenience stores, wandering through the streets of Fukuoka, braving the typhoon. Occasionally, it would toss bottles of water and instant noodles through shattered windows into certain hotel rooms. This bizarre scene swiftly captured the attention of the island nation. The islanders promptly investigated the hotel guest information and discovered that the occupants of these mysteriously supported rooms were all overseas Chinese. What? Is this mech from China? Is it only aiding overseas Chinese? The island nation exploded in outrage. They immediately shared this intelligence with the world. In an instant, nations were left reeling. The news of China's creation of mech spread like wildfire across the globe. China's international standing, already significantly elevated, soared even higher. While the rest of the world was still focused on developing ground combat weapons, China had astonishingly produced mechs. The implications were terrifying. At Mingzhu Primary School, while the teachers from the observation group stood perplexed in the empty campus, Director Zhu Minghui arrived. "Teachers, our students are currently exercising on the playground," he informed the observation group. The teachers then realized, so they're on the playground. No wonder it seemed deserted. It appears your school not only emphasizes academic performance, but also prioritizes physical fitness. Let us go. Why are we still standing here? The group swiftly made their way to the playground. Upon arrival, they were taken aback. The students of Mingzhu Primary School were energetically chanting slogans, running in perfect formation across the playground. The discipline, the momentum, the military-like spirit left the observing teachers in awe. These were still elementary students. "Director Zhu, how have you managed to achieve such impeccable order?" One teacher, visibly astounded, inquired. Zhu Minghui rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, "Who are you calling a pig, Director? Honestly, it's merely a matter of practice," he replied, beginning to boast. "Since our school has been under the management of the board of directors, we have incorporated daily exercise into our routine. The board has stated, to cultivate the spirit, one must first strengthen the body." The teachers nodded in agreement, recognizing the advanced educational philosophy of Mingzhu Primary School. Many institutions today neglected the physical training of students in pursuit of academic excellence. They had learned an important lesson. Academic achievements and physical fitness must both be prioritized. A robust physique is essential for fully engaging in learning. On the playground, the sound of running echoed. The formations were impeccable. The energy was palpable. The observing teachers were left trembling with excitement. Class 8, stand out from the rest. Charge forward. Set sail with determination. Fearless warriors. Achieve your dreams. Fearless youth. Forge brilliance. With great virtue, carry all. Strive for self-improvement. Unite and advance. Always strive for first place. Each class shouted their resounding slogans, and the magnificent energy was hard to believe. These were elementary students running in formation. 10 minutes later, the exercise concluded, and the classes departed the playground in an orderly fashion. Just as the observation group prepared to leave, Director Zhu Minghui called out to them, "Teachers, don't leave just yet. We have prepared a welcome ceremony for you." Upon hearing this, the teachers were delighted. "A welcome ceremony? How warm-hearted. Show us your talents." Director Zhu waved grandly, and several students from Mingzhu Primary School approached, carrying props. Familiar faces appeared: Xiao Lin, Xiao Peng, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Mei. What performance were they about to present? Chapter 87. Should Qin Yi set the questions for the International Chinese Language Examination? Greetings to all teachers. Allow me to present an extraordinary feat, smashing a boulder on my chest. Little Fatty brought a large stone and lay beneath it. Nearby, Xiao Chong wielded a hefty hammer and struck down. Bang! The boulder shattered into two. The hundreds of observing teachers stood in stunned silence. What on earth? Smashing a boulder on one's chest? But that was not the end. After little Fatty's performance, it was Xiao Lin's turn. He brought 5 or 6 bricks and arranged them in a row. With a loud shout, he exclaimed, "Aha!" Xiao Lin shaped his hand like a blade and struck down. Crack! The bricks shattered and fell to the ground. The observing teachers gasped in disbelief. What is happening? Has he practiced martial arts? In truth, both the boulder and the bricks had been pre-prepared. The bricks were already cracked and glued together. A single strike was enough to break them apart. However, the teachers were oblivious to the truth. The spectacle of smashing a boulder and breaking bricks was simply astounding. The teachers felt a chill run down their spines. Next, it was Xiao Mei's turn to showcase her talent. With great emotion, she announced, "I will recite a passage from Young Run Tuesday." Young Run 2 is a text from the 6th grade Chinese language curriculum, authored by Mr. Zhou Shuren. Xiao Mei began her recitation. Grandfather was a young man. How splendid the family was in the world. My father was still dear to me when. The observing teachers were left dumbfounded. Reciting the text backward? Extraordinary. What kind of talent do these students from Mingzhu Primary School possess? How is that? Our esteemed principal has meticulously prepared this welcome ceremony for you. Wouldn't you agree? Director Fatty chuckled. The teachers twitched their lips, unsure of how to respond. Truly an extraordinary school. After the performances of Little Fatty, Xiao Lin, and Xiao Mei, it was finally Xiao Ning's turn. Looking at the teachers, Xiao Ning said, "I don't have any special talents, but how about I read you some questions posed by our principal?" The teachers collectively gasped. They were educators, here to observe and learn, not to tackle exam questions. Unfortunately, before they could voice their opinions, Xiao Ning had already begun reading the devilishly difficult questions once posed by Qinyi. Is Erlang Shin's third eye single or double eyelid? If one continuously consumes gastric digestive tablets, will they starve to death or bloat to death? Does 502 glue stick to pots? If bitten by a 5-step snake? If I take 45 steps backward, can I take it and its entire lineage down with me? If quitting smoking and drinking can extend life by 10 years? If I quit and then resume, can I achieve immortality? The teachers were left utterly bewildered. What on earth are these questions? Director Zhu, are these the types of questions your school usually poses? A seasoned middle-aged teacher trembled as he asked. Director Fatty waved his hand dismissively. What are these questions? You haven't even seen the truly difficult ones yet. The teachers fell silent, overwhelmed. As snowflakes danced and the north wind whistled, the scene was bleak. In the principal's office, Bai Ruhan had already left. Qin Yu was browsing a naming forum, feeling unsatisfied after naming a few relatives of Bai Ruhan. He perused the help posts on the forum. To his surprise, many people were seeking assistance. For instance, Mr. Xiong posted a request. My surname is Xiong, and I wish to give my child a name with profound meaning. Can anyone help me think of one? Qin Yi replied, Xiong Chumo, as the sun rises. Dance with words and ink. Is that name profound enough? Mr. Xiong? I have a child with the surname Kong. Is there a memorable name that can be recalled after one hearing? Qin Yi responded, Kong Longdan. This name is absolutely memorable. Mr. Kong? I am a father with the surname Wang. My child has just been born. I wish to give my child a 3-character name. Any recommendations? Vinya Ripiet, Wang Wangdui, Wang Duiyu, Wang Zonghao. He felt that was insufficient and added, Wang Badan, as blessings arrive from all directions, remaining indifferent to fame and fortune. Mr. Wang? I am a mother of triplets, and my children have the surname Gong. I wish to give them 3 beautiful names. Can anyone assist? Qin Ye's fingers flew over the keyboard, producing several pairs of triplet names. Gong Ping, Gong Zheng, Gong Kai, Gong San, Gong Bao, Gong Tai, Gong Bao, Gong Ji, Gong Ding, triplet mother. Before long, the benevolent Qin Yi had assisted dozens of parents in naming their children. The naming genius Qin Yi gave himself a pat on the back. He truly is a kind-hearted benefactor. Just as Qin Yi immersed himself in the joy of helping others with names, the office phone rang. He answered, Hello, who is this? On the other end, a voice, somewhat excited, replied, Principal Qin, we finally reached you. We've been trying to contact you since yesterday. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li, the head of the Office of the Chinese Language Council, responsible for organizing the Chinese proficiency examination. The other party introduced himself. The Chinese Language Council is the organizing body for the International Chinese Language Examination. What do they want with him? Qin Yi felt puzzled. Hello, Director Li. How may I assist you? Director Li explained. Recently, an exceptionally talented linguist from the cold country, Chen Wu, has been making waves online, claiming that learning Chinese is exceedingly simple and boasting that he will achieve a perfect score on the Level 6 Chinese proficiency exam. We at the Chinese Language Council wish to teach this individual a lesson by increasing the difficulty of this upcoming exam. However, Chen Wu is undeniably gifted, a rare linguistic genius. Hence, we thought of you. We have seen the Chinese language questions you have created online, and if you can assist us, this Level 6 exam will be a sure success. Director Li earnestly requested. Could you help us devise a set of questions for the Chinese proficiency exam? Qin Yi chuckled. Ah, what a convenient opportunity for vengeance. This young man from the cold country thinks Chinese is simple. How delightful. Qin Yi, the great demon king, shall deliver him a set of devilishly challenging questions, making him truly appreciate the depth of the Chinese language. Rest assured, Director Li, I will take care of this. Please provide me with an email address, and I will send you the questions within 2 hours. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Director Li provided his email address, and they ended the call. Qin Yi began crafting the questions. This time, he intended to challenge that linguistic prodigy from the cold country to the point where he would be begging for mercy. Chapter 88, Records of the Historian, Metamorphosis, the words of Jingza an hour and a half later. Qin Yi completed the exam questions and sent them to Director Li's email. Now, all that remained was to await the commencement of the Chinese proficiency examination in a few days. Let all those so-called linguistic prodigies and masters of the Chinese language tremble before the formidable questions set by the great demon. Meanwhile, on campus, the teachers from the observation and study group were utterly astonished. Mingzhu Primary School was simply terrifying. Do their students even read while going to the restroom? I have never encountered such a school where students are so relentlessly dedicated to their studies. These individuals even recite English vocabulary while walking. Oh my goodness, what a bizarre phenomenon. They are practically zealots of learning. Their diligence is so remarkable that it instills fear. After years of teaching, I have never seen such industrious students. The teachers from the observation group were left in shock by the terrifying academic atmosphere at Mingzhu Primary School. How could such a school exist in this world? These students are utterly devoted to learning, akin to scholars possessed by their studies. Every moment is consumed with learning. They are either studying or on their way to study. With such a dedicated group of students, how could their academic performance be anything less than stellar? Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang. The teachers from the observation group hurriedly entered various classrooms to attend lectures. In class 6-5, during the Chinese lesson, Bai Ruhan was teaching the students. On the blackboard was a piece of classical Chinese literature, leaving the observing teachers in utter bewilderment. What on earth is this chaotic content? The excerpt on the blackboard was from Records of the Historian. Metamorphosis, the words of Jingza. In great anger, Zhe pointed to the heavens and declared, I, King Jingza, would rather suffer the pangs of hunger and perish in the wild than bow down for 5 pecks of rice. I shall not partake in the trivial sustenance you offer. This magnificent and relevant classical text left the observing teachers utterly astonished. While classical Chinese is indeed part of the elementary curriculum, the content was peculiarly intriguing. Who, pray tell, authored this remarkable piece? At the podium, Bai Ruhan earnestly asked, who can translate this classical text? Instantly, every hand in the classroom shot up. The observing teachers were left speechless. What fervor for learning is this? Are these students truly this enthusiastic? In their own schools, such teachers often see only a handful of hands raised when asking questions. Yet, at Mingzhu Primary School, students were vying to answer. Xiaoming, you come. Bai Ruhan casually pointed to a student. The chosen student approached the podium, adopting the persona of the philosopher Wang Jingza. I, Wang Jingza, would rather starve to death than consume a morsel of your trivial food. How delightful! Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. This was simply too amusing. Xiao Ming was truly a talent. His expressions, gestures, and emotional control were simply remarkable. In class 6-3, during a science lesson, the teacher was introducing the students to the brain in a vat paradox. The middle-aged male teacher smiled as he asked, "Have you all heard of the brain in a vat paradox proposed by the school's board member?" The students shook their heads, unfamiliar with the concept. The teacher began to enlighten them. "We know that all human senses are directed towards the brain. Pain, sweetness, fatigue, joy, all these sensations ultimately reach the brain. When you hit your hand, the pain you feel is actually the brain experiencing discomfort. If you had no brain, you would feel no pain. Now, imagine if you were left with just your brain, submerged in a nutrient solution. Scientists simulate various sensations using a computer. Do you think you live in a real world? No, you are merely a brain in a vat, perceiving a world simulated by a computer. All your senses are mere computer-generated signals. So, how can you prove that you're not just a brain in a vat?" After delivering this thought-provoking lecture, the classroom fell into a profound silence. The students were utterly stunned. The observing teachers exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with existential doubts. Could it be true? The brain in a vat paradox is an unsolvable riddle. It is formidable in that no matter how you approach it, you cannot prove you are not a brain in a vat. Suddenly, amidst the confusion, a voice called out from the corner, I can prove it." The classroom erupted into an unusual silence once more. Could it be? All eyes turned toward the speaker, a chubby boy in oversized school uniform, wearing a red scarf, standing confidently. "Xiao Pao, can you prove it?" "Children must not lie," the teacher asserted, skeptical of the boy's claim. Not only did the teacher doubt, but so did the observing teachers. This is absurd. How could anyone possibly prove such a thing? Is he just boasting? Let us hear him out. Perhaps he has an unconventional perspective. Chapter 89. The 5 hellish difficulty, fill in the blank questions. Bang. Little Fatty struck his own head twice. Then, with his hands on his hips and an air of arrogance, he declared, "To prove that my brain is not merely a vessel of nutrient solution, I gave myself 2 punches to the head." The middle-aged male teacher, the observing teachers, the entire class of students. What the hell, hitting oneself on the head? "Classmate Shower, please take your seat," exclaimed the teacher at the podium. "Are there any other students with alternative answers?" The class representative, Xiao Lin, raised his hand. "Teacher, I have one." The attention of the entire class shifted back to him. Standing upright, Xiao Lin grinned and said, "Actually, it is quite simple to refute the brain in a vat theory. If I were a scientist, I would never allow a brain cultured in a nutrient solution to entertain such thoughts. When I have a notion of being a brain in a vat, it clearly indicates that I am not a brain in a vat." The clever Xiao Lin employed a method of contradiction to support his argument. Upon hearing this, the crowd was enlightened and found his reasoning compelling. Amazing! What a brilliant perspective! Such creativity! This student is truly a talent. The observing teachers praised him profusely. However, a single remark from the middle-aged male teacher at the podium plunged the entire class back into silence. "If I were a scientist, I would make the brain in the nutrient solution aware of this, rendering it unable to verify or falsify its existence, thus ensuring it never contemplates this issue again." Shaolin, the entire class of students, the observing teachers. Old age wisdom prevails. The male teacher's words decisively dismantled Shaolin's argument. "This is utterly an unsolvable paradox." The observing teachers lamented in despair. In class 6-5, after completing the classical text Jing Zhe Yin Xiang, Bai Ruhan began presenting fill-in-the-blank questions in Chinese. On the blackboard were 5 fill-in-the-blank questions previously posed by Qin Yi during an examination. 1. A century from now, what would you like to inscribe on your tombstone? 2. I'm sorry, we hands. 3. Chow Chow captured Elbu and asked, "Do you have any final wishes?" Elbu replied, "I do not wish to die." Chow Chow sighed deeply. 4. If someone called you a fool, you would respond with a fierce expression. 5. I asked the doctor what medicine could cure the pain of longing, and the doctor replied. The observing teachers felt their hands grow weak and their minds foggy upon seeing these questions. What on earth? What sort of nonsensical questions are these? How could they not even answer the first one? For the first question, a century from now, what would you like inscribed on your tombstone? Bai Ruhan, with a teaching stick in hand, inquired, "Who would like to answer this question?" In the back row, one observing teacher scoffed. How could anyone possibly answer such a question? Yet the next moment, the teacher was left utterly astonished, his expression akin to encountering a ghost. All at once, the entire class raised their hands, eager to respond. The observing teachers were dumbfounded. No way. They can all answer this question. Are the students of Mingzhu Primary School raised on elixirs? Tangwu will please respond. Bai Ruhan called on student. Immediately, a cute little girl from the fifth row stood up and timidly said, I think it should say, quality graveyard available for co-rent. Half off rent and utilities included. At this, the class erupted in laughter. Ha ha, how absurd. Half off rent and utilities. Incredible. Guo, you're amazing. Truly a talent. Bai Ruhan's mouth twitched slightly. She pressed her forehead and said, Tangguogua, please sit down. Is there anyone else with a different answer? Her gaze swept across the classroom. Instantly, another hand shot up, this time belonging to the top student in the class. Sharon, please answer this question, Bai Ruhan said with a smile. A seemingly clueless boy, with a runny nose, stood up. This boy, who appeared rather foolish, was secretly one of the 4 top students at Mingzhu Primary. The candy-loving Sharon. As the supreme scholar, Sharon swiftly provided 3 answers. If it were me, I would write on the tombstone, what are you staring at? Come in for a one-on-one challenge. Or, today I am unable to welcome you. I shall graciously accept your visit another day. Or perhaps, advertisement space for rent. Ha ha. The class erupted in laughter once more. The genius truly knows how to deliver a punchline. It caught me off guard. Sharon's answers were excellent. Bai Ruhan applauded, smiling. Now, let us move on to the second question. I am sorry, we hands. How should we fill this in? This question was relatively simple, allowing the observing teachers to breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, a question they could tackle. The observing teachers eagerly chimed in. I can answer this one. It should be, can we not break up? I'm sorry, can we not break up? This answer was quite reasonable. However, the students of Mingzhu Primary School were not one to follow conventions. One student raised his hand and said, Teacher, I have another answer. Bai Ruhan smiled warmly and said, Please share your answer. The student hesitated and replied, The answer can only be written, I cannot say it. Bai Ruhan gestured for him to come to the board and write it down. The student, standing tall and proud, marched up to the podium and took the chalk. With swift strokes, he penned the answer on the blackboard. I'm sorry, we are not familiar. Please stop. The entire class stared in shock. What? It could be answered like that? Ha ha. Another wave of laughter erupted. Next came the third question relating to Chow Chow and Elbu. Bai Ruhan cheerfully inquired. Who can answer this question? This one was considerably more challenging. Only a few hands were raised. Even the observing teachers in the back row remained silent. How on earth should this question be answered? It truly was too difficult. Just as everyone assumed Bai Ruhan would point someone out again, she unexpectedly took it upon herself to answer. Chow Chow captured Elbu and asked, Do you have any final wishes? Elbu replied, I do not wish to die. Chow Chow sighed. Wishes spoken aloud lose their power, Elbu. The entire class fainted. The fill-in-the-blank was masterfully completed. No wonder she is a language teacher. Her professional level is truly impressive. Hee. Bai Ruhan's eyebrows curved, revealing her little tiger teeth. Next is the fourth question. If someone called you a fool, you would respond with a fierce expression. Unfortunately, this time, no one raised their hand. Seeing that no one was eager to answer, Bai Ruhan smiled and said, Since no one is volunteering, let us have one of the observing teachers respond. The innocent teacher in the back row. Oh no, they won't know this question either. Chapter 90 during the winter solstice. The cicada pupae weigh 1 penny. When boiled with snow from the previous year, can remedy the pain of longing. Teacher Bai, let the students answer this question. A teacher listening to the lecture chuckled. These problems are truly formidable. I have no idea how to solve them. Well then, Xiong Pang Pang. It's your turn to respond, Bai Ruhan said. Xiong Pang Pang stood up and declared, Tell that person that leaking personal privacy is illegal. The listening teacher was taken aback. If someone calls you a fool, will you fiercely respond? Leaking personal privacy is illegal? Wow, you truly are a genius. The teacher was impressed. The students of Mingzhu Primary School were indeed exceptional. What about the last question? One of the teachers frowned, doubtful that the final question could yield an astonishing answer. I asked the doctor what medicine can cure the pain of longing, and the doctor said, this final question was significantly more challenging than the preceding four. There were indeed several possible answers, such as the doctor said there is no cure, or the doctor said the game of kings can cure it. However, none of these answers were particularly remarkable. To achieve an impressive response, the expertise of a master was required. All eyes turned toward Sharon. As one of the four academic prodigies of Mingzhu Primary School, this final question was undoubtedly his forte. Sha, please enlighten us, Bai Ruhan said with a smile. Shevang, appearing somewhat foolish with a runny nose, stood up and timidly asked, Teacher, may I have a lollipop? Bai Ruhan wiped the sweat from her brow. Sure. In ancient times, Li Bai drank wine to inspire his poetry, and now, Sharon enjoyed a lollipop to assist him in unraveling the complexities of longing. Seriously, do you think you're a cartoon character, munching on a lollipop? One of the listening teachers remarked sarcastically. A student nearby explained, you wouldn't understand. It's like some people enjoy chewing betel nut while gaming or snacking while watching television. It's a habit. In our class, Sha, the academic prodigy, likes to eat lollipops while tackling difficult problems. The teacher merely twitched his lips, speechless. Solving problems while eating lollipops? That was truly impressive. After a few bites of his lollipop, Sharon revealed a satisfied expression and softly said, the doctor said, 2 taels of 9-leaf heavy building. 1 penny of winter solstice cicada pupae, boiled with snow from the previous year, can cure the pain of longing. This poetic answer left the entire class in stunned silence. After a significant pause, one teacher stood up, frowning in rebuttal. You are simply rambling. 9-leaf heavy building is a branch of 7 flowers. How can there be cicada pupae during the winter solstice? And how can snow be from the previous year? Sharon, chewing his lollipop, smiled thus. The pain of longing is unsolvable. The class fell into an eerie silence once more. Brilliant. What a marvelous response. So it is that the pain of longing is unsolvable. Hence this expression. The listening teachers were left in awe. Is this the prowess of the 4 academic prodigies of Mingzhu Primary School? It was truly remarkable. However, just when everyone thought it was over, Sharon turned the tables. Everyone knows the pain of longing is unsolvable, yet it can be resolved. 9-leaf heavy building refers to summer withered. Digging 3 feet deep reveals the cold cicadas. On New Year's Eve at midnight, the snow that falls has already passed a year. Longing can also be resolved. It's just that one is unwilling to resolve it. When shall I lean on my staff and gaze at the southern snow, I and the plum blossom growing old together? Sharon displayed a silly smile, as if he had truly experienced a profound love. The teachers were left in a daze, utterly astonished. You're just an elementary school student. How can you articulate such profound sentiments of longing? How can you express such poetic and philosophical thoughts? Impossible. This answer must have been copied. A teacher, unable to withstand the shock, stood up to question. You're so young. How could you possibly understand the pain of longing and articulate such words? Bai Ruhan stepped down from the podium to defend her student. Please, calm down. There are some geniuses in this world who can write things that evoke deep emotions without personal experience. Just like Li Bai. Did he ever visit the heavens? Yet he still wrote, in the white jade capital above, 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortal strokes my head, bestowing eternal life. Bai Ruhan's words left the listening teachers in contemplative silence. Indeed, there are geniuses who do not require personal experience to articulate relatable sentiments. Just like the poet Du Fu, who never visited the borderlands yet penned numerous poems about them. Scholars have studied the places Du Fu visited in his lifetime. He never set foot in the borderlands. The farthest he traveled was merely to Qinzhou, present-day Gansu. Yet, throughout his life, he wrote 14 exceptional border poems, each capable of enduring through the ages. In this light, the students of Mingzhu Primary School, without profound emotional experiences, expressing the pain of longing does not seem so outlandish. One cannot measure a genius with the eyes of an ordinary person. It only signifies that the students of Mingzhu Primary School are remarkably outstanding. In the 5th grade, Class 7, During a mathematics lesson, Mr. Chun was delivering a lecture. The blackboard displayed a problem. Given the formula for gravitational acceleration h12gt2, where h is the distance fallen, t is time, and g is the acceleration due to gravity, which increases with latitude. A bear falls into a 916-meter deep hole, taking 1 second. What color is the bear? A. Black B. White C. Brown D. Colorless. This mathematics problem was exceedingly challenging. It slightly exceeded the curriculum, as free-fall motion had not yet been taught in elementary school. However, Mr. Chun directly provided the formula. With enough intellect and cleverness, one could apply the formula to compute the answer. This devilishly difficult question left the listening teachers utterly baffled. Oh my goodness, what does the time of the bear's fall have to do with its color? Who could solve such a question? Who could? The students of Mingzhu Primary School can. A group of students raised their hands, eager to respond. Teacher, it's colorless. I can solve it. It's a polar bear. This question is too simple. I figured it out in 3 seconds. Choose D, colorless. The chorus of eager voices made the listening teachers question their own existence. What the heck? How could it possibly be colorless? Are you kidding me? Is there even such a thing as a colorless bear? One teacher inquired of a nearby student. How did you arrive at the conclusion that it's colorless? The student looked at him disdainfully. You can't solve this problem? You must be really slow. The teacher was taken aback. Goodness. After teaching for 7 or 8 years, he never expected to be mocked by an elementary school student. Just tell me how to solve it. The teacher gritted his teeth. The student, brimming with confidence, leisurely explained. H12gt2. H is 916 meters. T is 1 second. Solving for G gives 832. Since the value of G increases with latitude, it must be at the poles. And since there are no bears in Antarctica, it can only be a polar bear. Hence the bear is colorless. The teacher furrowed his brow. How can a polar bear be colorless? The student waved dismissively, exasperated. You're so ignorant. Haven't you watched the animal world? The fur of the polar bear is not white. Rather, it consists of numerous colorless, transparent tubes. The reason our eyes perceive it as white is due to the rough, uneven inner surface of the bear's hair, which scatters light in a chaotic manner. Each individual hair has the ability to diffuse the incoming sunlight, resulting in the polar bear's seemingly white appearance. Chapter 91. The 90th birthday? Is Qin Yi going to gift a Lamborghini? The teacher in attendance is stunned. What the hell? Polar bears are colorless. My knowledge has increased in peculiar ways. This question, who created it? The teacher's voice trembled as she asked. Upon hearing this question, the elementary student shivered, filled with dread. Who else could it be? The student replied with a pained expression. Of course, it's the demon King Qin Yi. The demon King Qin Yi, the lifelong nemesis of the elementary students. Whether a question is difficult or not, it is up to the demon king to decide. In class 6-5, who created these bizarre language fill-in-the-blank questions? What? The demon King Qin Yi created them? Who is the demon King Qin Yi? What? You say these questions are merely some of the simpler ones he has produced? My goodness, are these even considered simple? Don't scare me. After teaching for so many years, I feel as if I have wasted my life. In class 6-3, who proposed the brain in a jar problem? You say it was your school director. The demon King Qin Yi? Is he truly formidable? What? You say no one can solve the questions he produces? Besides these, he even proposed the trolley problem? He is also the youngest master's graduate from MIT. What kind of demon is this? In that moment, Qin Yi became a nightmare for the teachers in the observation group. Each of these peculiar devilish questions was beyond their comprehension. How terrifying. No wonder Mingzhu Primary School performs so well. Completing these questions, then tackling those from the GeoCity joint examination, is truly a crushing defeat. At this moment, the teachers in the observation group realized something. They suddenly understood why Mingzhu Primary School excels in academics. On one hand, these students are indeed exceptional, possessing high intelligence. On the other hand, it is due to the rigorous challenges posed by Qin Yi's devilish exam questions. Engaging daily with such challenging problems sharpens their minds, enhancing their intelligence. Scientifically speaking, Human intelligence does not significantly increase after a certain age. However, these students are still young, with vast potential and adaptability. Engaging their minds, practicing extensively, and contemplating deeply can indeed foster greater intelligence. If this trend continues, it is likely that the students emerging from this school will, in a decade, all hold doctoral degrees. One teacher in attendance remarked tremulously. Other teachers nodded in agreement. Mingzhu Primary School is truly formidable. Historically, Su Province has produced academic elites, but Mingzhu Primary School produces the very best among the best. In a decade or so, Mingzhu Primary School will cultivate a significant number of talents for China. I even believe that a few world-class scientists will emerge from here. I share the same sentiment. Some students here are simply prodigious. In Class 6-3, there is a student named Nie Xiaolin who can write with both hands simultaneously. In Class 5-4, there is a student named Du Lu Shui who never pays attention in class, self-studying every day and scoring full marks on every exam. In Class 6-5, there is a student named Sha Run who, upon eating a lollipop, seems to unlock his full potential, capable of solving any problem. How terrifying! What kind of divine school is this? I even suspect that the students from Tsinghua University affiliated primary school are not as impressive as those here. The teachers in the observation group expressed their amazement, lamenting the superiority of Mingzhu Primary School. At this moment, in the director's office, Qin Ye had just received a call from the security guard, De Zhuang. Director, my girlfriend is celebrating her 90th birthday today. I've booked the Hilton Hotel for the banquet. Will you honor us with your presence at noon? De Zhuang inquired. Of course I will attend. Qin Yi was eager to go, curious about the identity of De Zhuang's 90-year-old girlfriend. Finally, the mystery would be unveiled. All right, I will send you the location. De Zhuang sent the coordinates to Qin Yi. Qin Yi promptly gathered his belongings and drove towards the Hilton Hotel as indicated by De Zhuang. After 7 or 8 minutes, the Hongqi SUV exited Mingzhu Primary School. On the way to the hotel, Qin Yi pondered whether it would be appropriate to arrive empty-handed. After all, it was a 90th birthday celebration, and he ought to bring a gift as a token of appreciation. Thus, Qin Yi parked in front of a shopping mall and called De Zhuang. De Zhuang, does your 90-year-old girlfriend have any particular preferences? De Zhuang replied innocently. She enjoys collecting various sports cars. She has a Ferrari in her garage that can accelerate from 0 to 100 in just 3 seconds. Qin Yi understood and realized what gift he should bring. He told De Zhuang, only 3 seconds? That's too slow. Just wait and see what I'll bring you that's faster. Da Zhuang was astonished. Faster than a Ferrari? Could it be that the director intends to gift a Lamborghini? After hanging up, Qin Yi decisively entered the shopping mall and bought a weighing scale. This device can measure from 0 to 100 in just 1 second, far superior to any Ferrari. Clever as Qin Yi is. 40 minutes later, Qin Yi arrived at the Hilton Hotel. As a 5-star establishment, the Hilton is luxuriously adorned and opulently decorated. Hosting a banquet here does not come cheap. De Zhuang, having charmed a wealthy woman, had indeed rented out the entire hotel. Truly, time apart makes one see another in a new light. Qin Yi mused as he stepped out of the car. Immediately, a hotel staff member approached, warmly welcoming him and assisting with parking. Sir, please, he said. Qin Yi nodded slightly and walked into the hotel. Upon entering, he spotted a familiar figure. Standing at the entrance was an elderly woman with white hair, hunched over with age. She leaned on an exquisite Wangwali cane, dressed in a finely embroidered robe. Despite her weathered appearance, her eyes were sharp, radiating vitality. What? An elderly lady? How could it be you? Qin Yi was taken aback. Indeed, the elderly woman before him was none other than the neighbor, Lady Aizenjoro. No way. No way. De Zhuang's 90-year-old girlfriend is actually Lady Aizenjoro? In that moment, Qin Yi felt an absurd sense of unreality. Simultaneously, Lady Aizenjoro also felt an inexplicable absurdity. No way. No way. Xiao Yezi is actually Hui's 20-year-old boyfriend? The elderly lady had been invited to attend the 90th birthday celebration of an old dance partner she met decades ago while dancing in the square. She never expected to see Qin Yi here. Lady Eisenjoro was dumbfounded. She had heard Hui mention that she was dating a 20-year-old boyfriend. Little did she know that this person would be Xiao Yezi. What the heck? You, an elderly lady, are dating a 20-year-old boyfriend? My goodness. Xiao Yezi, your taste is quite heavy, dating a 90-year-old lady. Both stood there, silently judging each other in their minds. They remained frozen in place, staring at one another, the atmosphere palpably awkward. Chapter 92. Qin Yi is about to make a move on the elementary school student Qin. Yi awkwardly chuckled a few times. Breaking the silence, "Old lady, what brings you here?" The elderly woman raised her eyebrows and, with a peculiar tone, tentatively inquired, "Celebrating my 90th birthday?" Qin Yi gasped in surprise. How fortuitous, for he too was celebrating his 90th. Indeed, it was her 90th birthday. It seemed she was the one, confirmed by a mere glance. He realized how tremendously awkward the situation was. The elderly neighbor engaging in a romantic liaison with a 20-year-old, and he had inadvertently stumbled upon it. This was indeed a monumental social blunder. The woman's expression, her gaze, utterly bizarre, swirls of green, purple, and white danced in his mind. After some contemplation, Qin Yi resolved to make a swift exit. It was best to spare the old lady from embarrassment. At her age, he ought not intrude upon her romantic endeavors. Though there was a 70-year age gap, love knows no boundaries. Time to leave. The best strategy is to retreat. It was wiser not to linger, lest he further discomfort the old woman. "Old lady, I'm just stepping out to use the restroom," he declared, hastily making his way outside the hotel. Once outside, he dashed toward the parking lot, hastily driving away from the scene. Not long after Qin Yi's departure, the elderly woman turned to the driver beside her and said, "Xiao Zheng, assist me to the parking lot. I shall forego attending this banquet." She too was ready to sneak away. Remaining here would mean facing Qin Yi again, which was simply too embarrassing. Seizing the opportunity while Qin Yi was occupied, she made her escape. 10 minutes later, she was seated in her Rolls-Royce driving away. Thus, a delightful misunderstanding was born. Hilton Hotel, 9th floor. At this moment, De Zhuang was holding hands with a 90-year-old lady, gazing out at the scenery. Shortly, De Zhuang's phone rang. He picked it up to find it was the school director calling. He quickly answered, "Director, have you arrived? I will come down to fetch you." De Zhuang, I have a sudden matter to attend to and will not be able to join the banquet," the director replied. Qin Yi had already slipped away, merely informing De Zhuang of his absence. "Okay then, you take care, and we shall meet next time," De Zhuang said, ending the call. As soon as he hung up, the elderly lady beside him received a call as well. It was the Empress Dowager, Eisenjoro. Upon answering, her voice came through, "Hui, I have an urgent matter and cannot attend your 90th birthday." The lady paused for a moment, then responded, "Very well, see you next time." After hanging up, De Zhuang exchanged puzzled glances with the elderly woman. How strange that both of their friends suddenly claimed to be busy and could not attend the banquet. Thank goodness you are here," the elderly lady said with affection. De Zhuang suppressed his discomfort and replied, "My dear, I have prepared a gift for your 90th birthday." The elderly lady's eyes lit up with anticipation. "What is it?" De Zhuang clapped his hands, and 2 security guards brought forth a large clock. The elderly lady stared, bewildered. "What is this? Why a clock?" De Zhuang, grinning foolishly, explained, "A clock is a splendid gift, symbolizing everlasting love and fidelity." Reflecting on past conversations in the director's office, Qin Yi had advised De Zhuang to purchase a gift that could convey his feelings. There was nothing wrong with this sentiment. Gifts ought to carry emotional value. However, De Zhuang, in his cleverness, had decided on a clock. The elderly lady gazed vacantly at the clock. 3 seconds later, she fainted, her vision darkening. "Help! Call an ambulance." On this day, De Zhuang's 90-year-old girlfriend suffered a myocardial infarction from shock and was rushed to the hospital. On the way back to school, Qin Yi found a Chinese restaurant on the street to enjoy a meal. While awaiting his order, he grew bored and opened the mobile game Honor of Kings for a quick match. Indeed, playing games can rejuvenate one's spirit. Every time Qin Yi played Honor of Kings, his teammates would compliment him as if he were an elementary student. How embarrassing. The players in Honor of Kings are exceedingly kind-hearted. Qin Yi commenced the game, quickly matching with teammates. Upon entering the hero selection screen, he chose Li Bai. This hero can either shine like the celestial sword immortal or falter like a fragile fool. His teammates selected Guan Yu, Sun Wukong, Xiao Qiao, and Zhuang Zhou. As the game loaded, Qin Yi noticed his teammates' usernames were quite amusing. Guan Yu's username was Storm Dragon King, and Sun Wukong's was What Can You Do to Me? These names certainly resembled those of elementary students. At this moment, one might question, aren't minors restricted to playing from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. for just 1 hour? This is a loophole in Tencent's regulations. Minors can verify their identities using adult IDs or even their parents' or older siblings' faces, thus logging into the game. Furthermore, minors can also rent accounts. Various rental platforms offer Honor of Kings account rental services. After facial recognition, merchants assist with the process. Hence, Honor of Kings has never been able to fully eliminate minors from its player base. Minors represent a peculiar force in Honor of Kings. They can idly engage in trash-talking teammates, recklessly tower dive, cause first blood, and abandon their teammates without a second glance. Of course, not all minors are inept. Some are exceptionally skilled, rivaling professional players. Let us not incite conflict. We speak only of facts. However, it was evident that Qin Yi's current game was not graced by particularly talented minors. At the start, Qin Yi sensed something was amiss and typed, Sun Wukong, why aren't you buying items? Sun Wukong replied, I'm just 500 gold away from purchasing a new hero. Xingye? Xiao Qiao. Zhuang Zhou. This particular minor was quite the oddity. 10 minutes later, Qin Yi's side had already been pushed back to their own base. He typed again, Guan Yu, why are you building 3 pairs of boots? Guan Yu retorted, Isn't that obvious? I ride the red hare. Shouldn't my horse wear shoes? Xingye? Xiao Qiao. Zhuang Zhou. Goodness, encountering 2 minors was severely diminishing Qin Yi's gaming experience. Thankfully, Xiao Qiao and Zhuang Zhou were 2 reasonable teammates. Nevertheless, Qin Yi remained unperturbed. As long as he was strong enough, he could carry even the most incompetent of teammates. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, Qin Yi began to dominate. Pentakill, a quintuple annihilation. With a stunning display of skill, he secured a 5-kill streak against the opposing team. He sent a message to all, taunting them. Is this all you've got? All Li Bai, is that it? Just that? Xiao Qiao. Zhuang Zhou, big brother. The opponents are AI. Vinya chocolate. What of it? AI deserved to be shown off too. However, shortly thereafter, 2 disconnection notifications appeared. Guan Yu has left the game. Sun Wukong has left the game. Ultimately, Qin Yi's team succumbed to the AI. The AI, lacking any sense of sportsmanship, sneaked in a victory by dismantling their tower. Losing the game left Qin Yi quite infuriated. Those 2 disconnected minors had severely tarnished his gaming experience. How can we prevent elementary school students from using their parents' facial recognition to log into games? The great demon King Qin Yi pondered this dilemma. Chapter 93, Madness. Must answer 99 questions to log into the game? How to prevent this? As Qin Yi pondered, a beautiful waitress approached, carrying a plate of food. Hello, sir. This is the cumin lamb leg you ordered. Qin Yi nodded and took a hearty bite. The waitress quickly interjected, Sir, this lamb leg is best enjoyed with the dipping sauce. However, Qin Yi leisurely stood up and continued to eat, oblivious to her suggestion. The waitress's lips twitched in disbelief. How could someone so handsome be so dim-witted? She forced a smile. Sir, please sit down. I meant to eat it while seated, not standing. Qin Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's all the same. The waitress fell silent for a moment before saying, Sir, you truly are an interesting person. Low EQ, you're a fool. High EQ, you are an interesting person. Understanding her veiled insult, Qin Yi calmly produced a Lamborghini key and waved it in front of her. Where's your Lamborghini? He challenged. The waitress was left speechless. Ding. 44 from the waitress's resentment. The waitress's composure shattered. What did Qin Yi mean? He was insinuating, you call me a fool? Yet, I drive a Lamborghini while you, working as a waitress, have none. What does that make you? The biggest fool? Fuming, the waitress's face darkened. Sir, wishing you a pleasant meal. She gritted through clenched teeth, emphasizing each word as she left, adding 50 resentment points to her tally. Once she departed, Cheney leisurely lit a cigarette. The Lamborghini key was merely a lighter, an exquisite tool for showing off. After his meal, Cheney drove back to Mingzhu Primary School. During the drive, he finally conceived a method to prevent elementary students from logging into the game using their parents' facial recognition, implementing a question-answer system that requires players to answer questions before logging in. Could these children persuade their parents to solve questions for them, as they do with facial recognition? Absolutely not. It would be a miracle if they didn't get a slap for even asking. While this plan might seem a bit underhanded, the satisfaction it would bring once executed was undeniable. Cheney would become the arch-nemesis of elementary students overnight, a name on their hit list. The resentment points would come pouring in. Back in his office, Cheney promptly sent an email via Penguin Mail to the Honor of Kings project team. Hello, I am Cheney, a board member of Mingzhu Primary School, president of the Chen Group, and an ordinary player of Honor of Kings. I have recently observed a significant number of minors logging into the game using their parents' facial recognition. Your company has not effectively enforced the policy regarding minors and gaming addiction. I propose a solution to effectively prevent minors from exploiting others' facial recognition to log in. After facial recognition, implement a question-answer system. For example, requiring players to answer 99 questions correctly to log into the game. This would not only deter minors from circumventing the system, but also impart knowledge to them. Attached is a document with 999 questions. After sending the email, Cheney chuckled to himself. What a benevolent act, providing fresh questions for elementary students across the nation. An hour later, in whose city, at Penguin Company, Yao Linxian, the head of the Tianmei studio, was troubled by how to implement the youth gaming addiction prevention measures mandated from above. Although facial recognition had been introduced, it was still insufficient. Those clever elementary students were continuously logging and using others' faces. Just as Yao Linxian was deep in thought, an employee rushed in with a laptop. Director, you need to see this email. Mingzhu Primary School, board member Cheney. Yao Linxian glanced at the email, his eyelids twitching. Mingzhu Primary School was exceptionally renowned. He had heard of it from the People's Daily. Why would they reach out to us? Yao Linxian read the email carefully, his expression shifting to one of delight. Wonderful. This board member from Mingzhu Primary is a genius. He exclaimed, laughter filling the room. He has provided us with a fantastic surprise. Requiring answers to questions before logging in is brilliant. This approach not only adheres to the youth gaming addiction prevention policy, but also educates the students. A perfect solution. He noticed an attachment containing 999 questions. Opening it, he was completely taken aback. The questions were bizarre and amusing, piquing his interest. For instance, one question read, Xia Xia's father is congenitally deaf-mute. Her mother has diabetes. Her grandfather is albino. Her grandmother is colorblind. Her maternal grandfather has schizophrenia. And her maternal grandmother suffers from dementia. What illness does Xiao Fu have? Any normal person would think Xiao Fu was plagued by numerous ailments. However, the correct answer was, Xiao Fu has no illness. Your Xia Xia's conditions have nothing to do with Xiao Fu. Xia Fu. Another question posed. Nobi Nobita wants to buy a gift card for 1,500 yuan. He has 1,000 yuan, but still needs 500 yuan. So he borrows 1,000 yuan from Fat Tiger. How much does Nobita have after borrowing? Most would assume the answer is 0, thinking, I don't understand math, let alone Fat Tiger. But the answer was negative 1,500 yuan, as Fat Tiger forced Nobita to activate Alipay Huabei and withdrew his balance. With each intriguing question, Yao Linxian could hardly contain his excitement. Quick, the project team must execute this immediately and upgrade the facial recognition system. He declared with authority, we must integrate the question-answer system into the addiction prevention measures. His command sent the entire Tianmei studio into a flurry of activity, with programmers working overtime. By 5 in the afternoon, the elementary students joyfully finished school. As they prepared to jump into the Honor of Kings, they encountered the latest announcement from the official game regarding the upgraded addiction prevention system. Dear Summoners, Little Dodgy has some wonderful news. Honor of Kings will collaborate with Mr. Cheney to unveil a new version of the addiction prevention system. Following this update, suspected underage players will not only face facial recognition, but also need to answer questions to enter the game. One merely needs to correctly answer 99 examination questions each time to successfully log into the game from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. during holidays, thereby indulging in the freedom of the King's Canyon. Announcement regarding the non-stop update of the anti-addiction system for Honor of Kings. We plan to conduct a non-stop update for the entire server in 2 days. Update time: April 20th, 5 a.m. to 6:30 a.m. Update method: non-stop update. Upon the release of this announcement, elementary school students across the nation erupted in uproar. A new anti-addiction measure? A question-answering system? One must answer 99 questions correctly to access the game? How outrageous! Who on earth conceived this new version of the anti-addiction policy? I demand to know, for I swear I shall not let you off lightly. I just searched online and discovered that Qin Yi is a board member of Mingzhu Primary School, known as the Question Lord of Jiangnan City. Vigne, how dare you? Are you single-handedly determined to sever the lifeline of all elementary school students in the nation? This is utterly inhumane. Woe is me. I can no longer admire my brother's visage. Such malevolence. What manner of person are you? Qin Yi, I shall contest you. Chapter 94. The arrival of 100,000 grievance points. In a flash, primary school students across the nation rose in unison, igniting a grand and fervent verbal assault against Qin Yi. Various online forums sprang to life. Anti-Qin Yi Forum. Qin Yi is a dog forum. Qin Yi, I curse you forum, and many more. Shameless Qin Yi, how I loathe you. What odious being. Your utter lack of shame is astounding. Dogged Qin Yi, you owe me my youthful days in the King's Canyon. The cacophony of insults was overwhelming. In this moment, Qin Yi ascended to the pinnacle of hatred in the hearts of primary schoolers. A certain forum initiated a poll. Who is the most despised individual among primary school students? Qin Yi, with an overwhelming majority, claimed the top spot. In second place was the Thunder King, Yang Yongxin. Despite his efforts to alleviate internet addiction among students through electroshock therapy, could not match Qin Yi's disapproval rating. It is evident how Qin Yi is perceived by the youth of today. Media coverage proliferated. CNN News. The King's Glory is set to introduce the most robust anti-addiction system in history. Today's headlines. Students must answer 99 questions to log into the game. Nearby primary school students are left in tears. UC Shock Department. Shocking. A new anti-addiction system emerges. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? Youth Journal. He is cold and lonely. He brings fresh exam questions to warm the hearts of primary school students nationwide. The viewership soared to 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. The news of the new anti-addiction system spread with almost frenzied speed. Countless ordinary citizens were left astounded. What? The anti-addiction system is changing? Must minors now answer questions to log into games? A chorus of indifferent adult netizens erupted in laughter. Thank goodness I'm an adult. To hell with it. This is hilarious. Answering 99 questions to log into a game? Who on earth thought of this? How terrifying. How desperate must the primary school students feel? Through the screen, I can almost sense the despair of the students. If I were a minor, my mental state would surely crumble. Alas, I am an adult. Let me relish this a little longer. Indeed, joy is often built upon the suffering of others. Meanwhile, students from Mingzhu Primary School, upon seeing this news, calmly remarked, "Basic skills, don't be foolish. You have yet to experience true despair." Tears of emotion flowed from the students of Mingzhu Primary School. Finally, there were other students to share the burden of anguish from the exam question demon. Better to share joy than to be alone in grief. Let's all despair together. In Jiangnan City, within a luxurious villa. Ding. Grievance points from primary school students 1. Ding. Grievance points from primary school students 1. Ding. Grievance points from primary school students 1. The notification chimes rang incessantly. Qin Yi gazed at the 100,000 grievance points displayed on his system panel, lost in contemplation. What? 100,000 grievance points? Have I stirred a hornet's nest? After a brief moment of astonishment, overwhelming joy followed. Qin Yi beamed. I'm rich. 100,000 grievance points. 1,000 points grants 1 draw, fully 100 draws. For once, Qin Yi is affluent. Hooray! Ah, how lonely is invincibility. Just as Qin Yi reveled in the elation of sudden wealth, the artificial intelligence butler sent a message. Master, are you there? Dog emoji. Qin Yi replied instantly. Not here. The AI butler responded. When I send it doesn't mean I have a problem, but rather that I believe you do. Please don't deist, master. The mech is running low on energy. Pathetic, the AI butler explained. Qin Yi paused briefly. What nonsense? Does the mech require recharging? Qin Yi inquired. How do I recharge the mech? The AI butler replied. It requires 80,000 grievance points. Qin Yi, I have no grievance points to spare, nor do I wish to sacrifice my life. You have become a competent AI. Learn to earn grievance points on your own. The AI butler. Qin Yi decisively cut off the communication. What a joke. He had only just earned 100,000 grievance points. How could he part with them? This mech must be a money pit. To replenish its energy costs 80,000 grievance points? Ding, ding, ding. Before long, another message from the AI butler arrived. Master, if the mech runs out of energy, it will be stranded in the island nation, falling into their hands. Qin Yi fell silent. What? This cannot happen. If the mech were to fall into the hands of the island nation, it would be catastrophic. Qin Yi asked, how long does a recharge last? The AI butler responded, 1 day. Qin Yi nearly spat blood. To hell with it. So it consumes 80,000 grievance points for just a day's operation? The AI butler. Yes, my esteemed master. Xinye. In that moment, Qin Yi felt utterly impoverished. The 100,000 grievance points in his account would only sustain the mech for a day and 6 hours. Qin Yi's mental state crumbled. What kind of family dares to expend 80,000 grievance points daily? System, recharge the mech. Qin Yi gritted his teeth, suppressing his bleeding heart. Ding. Energy replenished. Host consumed 80,000 grievance points, remaining balance, 265. Qin Yi instructed the AI butler. Assist the overseas Chinese work. Complete it within a day. Then have the mech submerge into the East China Sea in inner sleep mode. Qin Yi no longer dared to utilize the mech. It was far too costly. The AI butler replied, Understood, master. At 7 in the evening, Qin Xiaoyu finished school, clad in a charming light blue uniform paired with a black pleated skirt, and carrying a pink backpack. She strolled home. As she passed by the elderly neighbor, the lady waved her over. Xiaoyu, come here for a moment. Huh? What is the matter? Qin Xiaoyu approached, puzzled. The elderly lady signaled the nearby nanny to step aside, glancing left and right to ensure no one was eavesdropping before whispering. Xiaoyu, keep your distance from your brother. He is truly a peculiar individual. The elderly lady's words trailed off, leaving only a vague warning. Qin Xiaoyu stood bewildered. What is going on? Did my odious brother do something outrageous again while I was away? With questions swirling in her mind, Qin Xiaoyu returned home. Upon entering, she found Qin Yi seated on the sofa, his expression grave. Brother, what is wrong? Qin Xiaoyu asked. Qin Yi sighed, earnestly advising, Xiaoyu, in the future, keep your distance from that elderly neighbor. She appears quite respectable on the surface, but behind the scenes, she is a most peculiar individual. Qin Xiaoyu. What a coincidence. This sounds eerily familiar. Did not the elderly lady just say the same thing? Chapter 95. You are magnificent. You are noble. You are pretentious. And I am the one who suffers. Qin Xiaoyu was engulfed in a flurry of questions. What on earth had transpired? Why were her brother and the elderly neighbor disparaging each other? Just as she was about to inquire further, Qin Yi deftly diverted the topic. Sister, why don't you go and feed the groundhog? Qin Xiaoyu replied with a whimper. Why don't you do it yourself? Because I am lazy, Qin Yi retorted. Qin Xiaoyu sighed, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, as she made her way to the kitchen to fetch a basket of vegetables. 3 minutes later, in the courtyard of the villa, Qin Xiaoyu offered an apple to the groundhog, observing its rotund figure and quipping, Little Slim, why do you look so unattractive? Nearby, the righteous Qin Yi quickly admonished her. Qin Xiaoyu, how can you say that about Little Slim? Is that truly ugly? It's merely an illustration of science. Qin Xiaoyu chuckled, responding playfully, it should be called the importance of participation. With a mischievous grin, Qin Yi countered, 2 o'clock in the morning. Qin Xiaoyu, scratching her head in confusion, asked, "What does 2 o'clock in the morning mean?" Qin smiled. "It means ugly time." "Ha ha ha. You're so mean, brother." The two siblings laughed heartily, carefree. Meanwhile, while the Qin family reveled in warmth, elementary school students across the nation found themselves in a vastly different scenario. Tearfully clutching their phones, they immersed themselves in the game Honor of Kings. With only 2 days left of their revelry, they seized the opportunity to log in using their parents' or siblings' faces. They hurried to play a few rounds, for soon they would need to answer questions to access the game. In the ensuing days, the online player count skyrocketed. A video circulated on Douyin titled "Elementary Students Driven Mad by the Demon King Qin." The content depicted an older sister secretly filming her younger brother, who, while engrossed in his game, wiped away tears with his sleeve, occasionally cursing, "Qin, I curse your second uncle." Ah! This short video went viral, amassing over 4 million views and more than 60,000 likes. At this moment, not only were elementary students in despair in Huaxia, but mathematicians at the World Mathematics Forum were equally despondent. "Wah, it's so difficult. I can't solve it at all. Damn Zhaodian gang. Hurry up and hand over the remaining answers. Only half of the proof process? How could you be so heartless? If I catch you, I will give you a thrashing. Where's my 40-meter long sword? Where's the 40-meter big knife? I want to chop that Zhaodian gang." The World High IQ Association was also in despair. I'm going mad. I must confront the Zhaodian gang panda. Over 200 clues, each intricately connected. Can a mere mortal solve such a riddle? "Curse you, Zhaodian gang. Curse you, panda." The giant panda retorted, "What does this have to do with me? I'm just an adorable creature that eats bamboo." Bang, bang, bang. I've smashed my computer. No matter how I rack my brain, I can't solve this problem. Woo-hoo-hoo. Meanwhile, the people of the island nation were in despair as well. "Help! This cursed typhoon, when will it cease? My home is an ancient building, and the roof has been torn off. I'm currently hiding in the bathroom. Brothers, hold on. The great Eastern Empire will never yield." Well, I said this before the typhoon blew my head off. Wah, I'm so scared. I don't want to die. Help! I'm in Tokyo, and our food supplies are nearly exhausted. What should I do now? Very simple. Just close your eyes and wait for death. In Huaxia, in a luxurious villa in Jiangnan City, Qin Yi was tutoring Qin Xiaoyu with her homework. "Brother, I'm so annoyed with ancient poetry. Middle school assignments are all about memorizing these old verses." Qin Xiaoyu sighed. "What is so great about ancient poetry? Why learn about things from thousands of years ago?" Qin Yi, remaining nonchalant, raised an eyebrow slightly. "Ancient poetry is not as simple as you think. What our ancestors passed down over millennia cannot be without value." Skeptical, Qin Xiaoyu rested her chin on her hands. Then, "Dear brother, what is so good about ancient poetry?" Qin Yi's eyes twinkled as he replied. "Ancient poetry can elevate your speech, making you seem exceptionally impressive. For example, for instance, the same sentiment expressed in vernacular. I am smoking on the balcony. I've consumed half, while the wind has taken the other half. I don't blame the wind. Perhaps it too has its troubles." Qin Xiaoyu blinked her adorable eyes. "Then how would you express it in ancient poetry?" With a chuckle, Qin Yi instantly transformed, standing with hands clasped behind his back, and recited, leaning on the railing, "I inhale the clouds and smoke. Half enters the breeze, half fills my throat, as the gentle wind carries the sorrows of the world." Qin Xiaoyu was left awestruck by such eloquence. It can be expressed like this? Ancient poetry is so powerful? With a grin, she said, "Brother, that should be Song Dynasty poetry. What if we use Tang poetry?" Qin Yi nodded. In Tang poetry, it would be expressed as, "In the dead of night, sleepless, leaning on the railing, slowly inhaling the mist and gently releasing my woes. The evening frost carries away half the smoke, as the gentle breeze also taints the sorrows of the world." Qin Xiaoyu gazed at him with admiration, clapping her hands in applause. "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Xin Yisimukit. How about that? Do you still disdain ancient poetry?" Realizing her error, Qin Xiaoyu smiled sheepishly. "I no longer disdain it." Hey! At that moment, Qin Xiaoyu's phone rang. She glanced at it and exclaimed, "Brother, it's an overseas call. Could it be a scam?" Upon hearing it was a scam call, Cheney became intrigued. Come, hand me the phone. Let me deal with this scammer. Cheney answered the call. The voice on the other end was that of a scammer. Hello, this is the police department. Your overseas bank card is suspected of being compromised. Please provide your account information. Cheney cleared his throat and adopted a broadcasting tone. Hello, welcome to the National Anti-Fraud Center. Telecom fraudsters are rampant. The state is taking stringent measures against telecom fraud. We will not tolerate it. May I ask if you have downloaded the National Anti-Fraud Center app? The scammer was left dumbfounded. Ding! The scammer's resentment increased by 50. Big brother, I was wrong. Sorry, I dialed the wrong number. The scammer, bewildered, hurriedly prepared to hang up. At that moment, Cheney launched into a rap. $8,000, over 2,000. Can you tell what's real? Scammer, don't act foolish. Be careful, or I'll expose your den. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly disconnected, and Cheney was blocked by the scammer. Chapter 96. Printing exam papers worth $100,000 for elementary students at this moment. The con artist felt a profound sense of despair. In these times, deceiving a few naive fools proved to be exceedingly challenging. Ha ha, dear brother, it must be you. Chen Xiaoyu laughed heartily, clutching her stomach in amusement. Cheney frowned slightly, clicking his tongue. This generation of con artists is quite inept. They have already blacklisted me? Time flew swiftly, and a night passed. The next day, early in the morning, Chen Xiaoyu was wailing on the weighing scale. Woo-woo, brother, I've gained 5 pounds. What am I to do? Cheney shot her an exasperated look. You've been sneaking my chocolates daily. How could you not gain weight? Chen Xiaoyu shed tears of regret. Brother, I was wrong. Do you have any methods to help me lose weight? Cheney's eyes twinkled mischievously. Indeed, I do. Chen Xiaoyu, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation, inquired, What is it, dear brother? Please tell me. Cheney smiled. Just take a kitchen knife with you when you go out. Chen Xiaoyu was bewildered. Will that help me lose weight? Cheney raised an eyebrow, grinning deviously. It will keep others at a distance. The further they are from you, the smaller you appear. Chen Xiaoyu. Ding. 55 resentment from Chen Xiaoyu. Cheney patted her head, smiling. Come on, Xiaoyu. I'll take you to school. Chen Xiaoyu huffed. All right, dear brother. Today, Cheney decided to indulge in a different flavor. He took out the Ferrari that had been gathering dust in the garage. A Ferrari 812 with a 12-cylinder engine, 689 horsepower, accelerating from 0 to 100 in 3 seconds, and a top speed of 365 kilometers per hour. As he settled into the driver's seat, he recited the car's specifications with pride. Then, he pressed the accelerator. Vroom! The roaring engine sounded like a ferocious beast. This was the ultimate dream for every man. The engine's roar stirred Cheney's blood, making him feel as if his very veins were ablaze. The more he listened, the more exhilarated he became, and he slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The Ferrari burst forth from the garage like a wild stallion, racing away. Chen Xiaoyu. Brother? I haven't even gotten in the car yet. Oh. Tears of regret streamed down her face. Had she known, she should have hopped in earlier. Woo-woo-woo. The flamboyant and stunning Ferrari sped down the road like a fiery phoenix. Passers-by turned their heads in awe. Young car enthusiasts stared wide-eyed. Upon witnessing the spectacle, an elderly man scoffed. Isn't it just a Ferrari? What is so impressive about that? A bewildered young man beside him asked timidly, Grandpa, do you have a Ferrari too? The old man waved his fan dismissively, saying, Youngsters, to you, this might seem like a luxury car. But to me, it's merely a promise made long ago, a boastful tale. Young man, so you're just showing off. At 8:30 in the morning, outside Mingzhu Primary School, a beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure was filming a TikTok video. Her name was Bing Bing, a short video influencer with 1 million followers. Dressed in a white gown paired with Balenciaga stockings and light-colored high heels, her dress strained against her ample figure. Hello, everyone. I'm Bing Bing, and behind me is the renowned Mingzhu Primary School. She addressed the camera with a sweet smile. Today, I'm here to conduct a street interview. Suddenly, the sound of an engine roared from several streets away. A bright red Ferrari, like a blazing flame, raced into view. Cheney had arrived. With a thud, he opened the car door and stepped out. The eye-catching Ferrari, with its dreamlike curves, instantly drew a crowd. Wow, A sports car. A Ferrari. I heard it costs millions, exclaimed the onlookers. Only the wealthy can afford such a car. Some people pulled out their phones, eager to capture the moment. Among the crowd, a flamboyantly dressed woman even threw Qin Yi a flirtatious glance. Qin Yi smiled back. When the alluring woman saw his response, her spirits soared. She quickly struck several poses, amplifying her attempts to catch his eye. Qin Yi chuckled as he approached her, saying, "Excuse me, miss, please don't step in that dog mess." Flamboyant woman. Ding. 30 resentment from a flamboyant woman. It turned out that Qin Yi's smile was merely a reaction to her stepping in dog poop. He chuckled and walked towards Mingzhu Primary School. At that moment, Bing Bing intercepted him, smiling as she asked, "Young man, this is a street interview. May I ask you a few questions?" Bing Bing was genuinely interested in this mysterious wealthy individual who had emerged from the Ferrari. It wasn't mere vanity. She believed that a street interview with a wealthy stranger would captivate her followers, as people are naturally drawn to the curious. "Go ahead," Qin Yi replied amiably. Bing Bing took a deep breath, reading from her note card. "If you had 100,000, what would you do with it?" Qin Yi pondered seriously before responding. "I would print 100,000 exam papers for elementary students." Bing Bing's brows furrowed slightly. "And if you had 1 million? Without hesitation, Qin Yi replied, "I would spend 90,000 first, then print 100,000 exam papers for elementary students." Elementary students. Thank you very much. Bing Bing's lips twitched. Was this man at odds with elementary students? Skeptical, Bing Bing pressed on. "What if you had 50,000? Surely you wouldn't say you'd print 100,000 exam papers?" To her surprise, Qin Yi answered unorthodoxly, "I would borrow 50,000 from someone to print 100,000 exam papers for elementary students." Bing Bing. The cameraman. What could this man possibly have against elementary students? Why borrow money just to print exam papers for them? Well, fine. Let us move on to the next question. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Bing Bing asked, "Young man, do you have any special talents?" Qin Yi smiled and replied with 6 words. Chapter 97. The Universe Undetermined. "You and I are both beasts of burden." Qin Yi chuckled as he uttered 6 words. "The exam questions are my specialty." Bing Bing exclaimed, "Oh." She has completely lost her composure. This fellow is truly squabbling with a primary school student. Bing Bing's lips twitched slightly as she asked, "Is there nothing else? Surely you possess other talents?" Qin Yi teased with a smile, "Of course I do." "What is it?" "I can perform mental calculations exceptionally quickly." Bing Bing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. "Quick mental calculations? Is this young man a genius in arithmetic?" She inquired. "Then what is 135 multiplied by 286? Qin Yi rolled his eyes. "Is that all? You think so little of me. Bring me a 9-digit multiplication." Bing Bing was taken aback. Good heavens! Mental calculations involving 9-digit multiplication? Could it be that this individual is a reincarnation of Zhu Chongji? What is 999999999 multiplied by 624485789? She asked. Without hesitation, Qin Yi replied, "It equals 5678544851412." Bing Bing was left in a state of disbelief. She verified the calculation on her phone's calculator and frowned. "Your answer is incorrect." Qin Yi waved his hand dismissively, his smile sincere. "I only claim that I calculate quickly. I never said I calculate accurately." Bing Bing. The cameraman was taken aback. "This is unexpected. I didn't foresee that Bing Bing's street interview would take such a turn. This young man is rather handsome. Yet his words are so sharp. How has he survived this long without someone confronting him? Any more questions?" Qin Yi smiled. "Yes." Bing Bing glanced at her note card, a complex expression crossing her face. "The final question. Do you have any methods to drive a person insane?" Qin Yi sighed. "That's far too easy. I have 2 methods." Bing Bing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What are the 2 methods?" Qin Yi replied nonchalantly. "The first method is to speak only halfway." Bing Bing blinked, her enchanting gaze filled with anticipation. "And what is the second method?" Unfortunately, Qin Yi had already turned away, striding off. Watching him retreat, Bing Bing stood frozen in place. 3 seconds later, she reacted, flailing her arms in frustration. "Hey, why did you leave? What about the second method? Tell me." Bing Bing had truly lost her mind. Ah, how can he just leave it at that? It's infuriating. Upon entering Mingzhu Primary School, Qingyi spotted Luo Nia, the simpleton, drawing the sun at the school gate. Xiaote, how did that friend who borrowed money from you fare? Qingyi asked with a grin. Luo Nia paused his painting, excitedly replying, when I spoke to my friend that day, he was delighted and promptly blocked me. Vigne? Xue. Curious, Qingyi inquired, why did your friend need to borrow money? My friend said his girlfriend has a congenital illness, unable to speak, and is deaf-mute, her weight fluctuating. Luo Nia sighed. He wanted to borrow some money for her treatment. As he spoke, a sorrowful expression crossed Luo Nia's face. He felt for his friend, who must be having a tough time dealing with such circumstances. However, upon hearing this, Qingyi regarded him with an odd look. He remained silent, merely observing him. How to describe that gaze? It was akin to that of someone looking at a simpleton with a caring expression. Luo Nia felt a chill run down his spine. Director, what are you staring at me for? Qingyi chuckled helplessly. Hypothetically, please don't be alarmed. Is it possible that your friend's girlfriend is an inflatable doll? Upon hearing this astonishing revelation, Luo Nia's eyes widened, his mind utterly bewildered. Huh, so? My friend was deceiving me? Congenital illness, unable to speak, deaf-mute, fluctuating weight. All those conditions perfectly describe an inflatable doll. Luo Nia's mental state crumbled. Oh, how shameless. This scoundrel used an inflatable doll to deceive my feelings and borrow money. After bidding farewell to Luo Nia, Qingyi made his way to the director's office, where he saw the plump director Zhu Minghui looking distressed. What troubles you? Qingyi inquired. Director Zhu lamented. Woe is me. My son, who is in junior high, has been summoned by the teacher. The teacher said my son's homework is extremely poor and suggested sending him to a special school. Qingyi furrowed his brow in confusion. Why are you upset about the teacher's remarks regarding your son? Director Zhu cast a forlorn gaze, but the homework has always been done by me. Xinye. He patted Zhu Minghui's shoulder, saying, Xiao Zhu, you are truly a beast of burden. Director Zhu asked in confusion, Director, what does beast of burden mean? Vigne chocolate. How surprising that Director Zhu did not know what beast of burden meant. It is indeed a term from internet slang, used for mockery. Given Director Zhu's age, it was understandable that he was unaware of such expressions. Qingyi, not wishing to admit he was mocking Director Zhu, smiled and explained. Beast of burden means to praise your capabilities. A beast of burden, strong and resilient. Director Zhu raised his thumb, beaming with flattery. Thank you for the compliment, Director. I have learned something new. By the way, Director, will you be attending the primary school graduation rally later? Director Zhu inquired. Today is Friday, with the weekend approaching. With only 20 days remaining until the entrance exam, Mingzhu Primary School is preparing to hold a rally for the 6th grade students to boost their morale. I'll skip the rally. You can go. Qingyi decided to take it easy. Director Zhu respectfully replied, Understood, Director. Rest assured, I will ensure the rally goes splendidly. Qingyi patted his shoulder. Good luck, Xiao Zhu. I have faith in you for the position of vice principal. Director Zhu's eyes glistened with emotion as he vowed. You can trust me, Director. My approach to work is one word, stability. Half an hour later, at 9 o'clock in the morning, on the playground of Mingzhu Primary School, the graduation rally was underway. All 6th grade students gathered, awaiting the guidance of the director. 5 minutes later, Director Zhu ascended the stage and began his speech. Students, at this moment, only 20 days remain until the entrance exam. This exam will be your first step toward success. It will determine whether you can attend a good school for the next 3 years. After 6 years of diligent study, who will stride confidently onto the golden list. With fervent passion and boundless ambition, we, the talented, shall seize the crown. Director Zhu raised his arms, his voice growing stronger. Young people should have lofty aspirations. How can one remain stagnant for long? Life is but a fleeting moment. One must have the spirit of a swan, though the universe remains undetermined. You and I are both beasts of burden. Chapter 98. The resurgence of the explosive gang. A sudden appearance at the physicist forum on the playground was enveloped in an eerie silence. Students stood mute, their expressions peculiar. The teachers from the observation group exchanged bewildered glances, their lips trembling as they struggled to articulate their thoughts. After a prolonged silence, one teacher furrowed her brow and inquired, "What does cattle and horses mean?" These educators have been dispatched from various schools to Mingzhu Primary School for observation, each boasting over a decade of teaching experience, with an average age of 36. They had never encountered such a derogatory term as cattle and horses. At that moment, a language teacher from the observation group slapped her forehead in realization, exclaiming, "I know." The renowned poet Zhang Kejiao once said, "Some people bow down and serve the people like cattle and horses." Here, cattle and horses must be a compliment, referring to selfless heroes. Upon hearing this interpretation, the other teachers in the observation group nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of lifelong learning. "So, cattle and horses has this meaning," they exclaimed. "Well said. The world is still uncertain. We are all cattle and horses." Cattle and horses. We are all cattle and horses. Hooray! Long live cattle and horses. The teachers rallied together, echoing the sentiment with fervor, while the students at Mingzhu Primary School were left in utter confusion. "Damn it! Are you all fools? You are the cattle and horses. Your entire families are cattle and horses." As the students grew restless, Director Zhu took the stage and announced, "Next Monday, we will commence the first internal mock examination." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere among the students erupted. What? An exam is coming. Scholarships will be awarded based on rankings. 3 million in scholarships. I'm on my way. Cattle and horses. Cattle and horses. Oh, woo. Long live cattle and horses. Cattle and horses. Oh well. The students joined in the raucous celebration, chanting along. Let be cattle and horses. Give me 3 million. Don't just call me cattle and horses. Even if you call me grandson, I'll still call you grandpa. Such is the power of money. The playground roared with shouts that shook the heavens. The scene was truly magnificent. With over 600 students and more than 300 teachers from the observation group raising their fists in unison, chanting cattle and horses. It was a sight to behold. One might mistake it for an earthquake. Meanwhile, in the boardroom, Qin Yi listened to the distant shouts of cattle and horses with a perplexed expression. This sound, it seems to be coming from the playground. Goodness. Zhu Mingwei, that fool, hasn't he ruined the pledge meeting, has he? Qin Yi's expression darkened. However, he was preoccupied with more pressing matters and could not afford to dwell on Zhu Mingwei's antics. The 1 billion yuan promised by the elderly lady had already been deposited into his bank account. Now, he intended to establish a fund to provide warmth to children in impoverished mountainous areas and deliver exam papers to those facing harsh conditions. Surely, these children would be deeply moved, he mused. He decided to name the fund the Love Awakening Fund, an abbreviation of Eisenjoro, as the elderly lady had generously donated 1 billion. As he contemplated this, he called the Family Finance Department. "I wish to establish a charitable fund with an investment of 120 million. Please handle all the necessary procedures." "Certainly, CEO. We will take care of it immediately." Of this 120 million, Qin Yi contributed 20 million himself, as his family could not rival the wealth of the Eisenjoro matriarch. Little did he know, his act of founding a fund would, in due time, earn him a spot among the top 10 philanthropists in Su Province, unwittingly making history as the first morally questionable benefactor. At that moment, on Weibo, a linguistic prodigy from the cold country, Che Inwu, was boasting fervently. "Inwu, am invincible. The Chinese language is simply too easy. I've learned tens of thousands of Chinese characters. I will undoubtedly score full marks on the international level 6 Chinese examination the day after tomorrow. Trashy Chinese, I could learn it with my eyes closed." Che Inwu posted 4 messages in rapid succession, brimming with arrogance. Not all geniuses are humble and low-key. Some, like Newton, lived without friends, never married, and harbored a disdainful attitude towards others. In Newton's eyes, everyone else was a fool. In his world, there were only 2 types of people, the foolish and the more foolish. Clearly, Che Inwu embodied the type of pretentious genius. However, regrettably, while he possessed Newton's temperament, he lacked Newton's prowess. He would soon discover that the most foolish thing he ever did was to boast that the Chinese language was simple. Meanwhile, at the World Physicists Forum, celebrations were in full swing. Ha ha! The mathematicians' forum next door has been devastated by the Pidden conjecture. Who is the explosive gang, S. Pidden? Truly merciless, but it's quite satisfying. Seeing the despair on the mathematicians' faces brings me inexplicable joy. Their misfortune is my wellspring of happiness. Physics and mathematics are akin to adversaries. Logically, those who study physics cannot do so without the assistance of mathematics, and they should coexist harmoniously. Yet, in reality, physicists often look down upon mathematicians. This is a curious hierarchy of disdain. The sole reason being, throughout history, every physicist has been an exceptional mathematician. But a mathematician is not necessarily a physicist. For instance, Newton, publicly a physicist, was secretly among the 3 greatest mathematicians of the world. Another example is the contemporary great physicist Yang Zhining, whose proposed Yang-Mills equation is one of the most challenging mathematical problems today. Every physicist is, to some extent, a mathematician. A lack of proficiency in mathematics renders one incapable of calculating celestial trajectories, the collapse rate of black holes, and various complex physical problems. Thus, the Physicists Forum has long held a dismissive view of the Mathematicians Forum. Now, witnessing the mathematicians' misfortune, the physicists raise their glasses in celebration. However, just as they reveled in their glee, a new post quietly appeared in the forum. The poster was, "Explosive Gang Dog Dan. He has arrived. He has come bearing exam questions." The explosive gang returns to the scene. Following the explosive gang Pidden's merciless assault on the Mathematicians Forum, Dog Dan has now brought exam questions to the Physicists Forum. At that moment, all the members of the World Physicists Forum were taken aback. No way. No way. Another explosive gang? What on earth is Dog Dan from the explosive gang? Fellow physicists, let us act. Let us defeat Dog Dan from the explosive gang. The worthless mathematicians have already lost. We physicists will not be defeated. Charge! Oh well. Onward. Hooray! A throng of physicists yelled in unison and surged into the thread posted by Qinyi. Chapter 99. Exam Bombardment. The 7 major forums of the world have fallen. Then, the physicists emerged, sobbing uncontrollably a complete rout. The attendees of the World Physicists Forum were utterly shattered. What manner of diabolical question is this? Post-content. The Earth has long sustained the existence of billions of organisms. The survival of all life on Earth is inextricably linked to the Sun. Yet, the Sun is not eternal and shall one day exhaust its fuel. When the hydrogen within the Sun is depleted, its core will collapse, leading to a rise in temperature and an expansion of its outer layers. Considering the influences of black hole gravitational pull, stellar gravitational decay, energy transformation, heat dissipation, planetary gravitational effects, and other myriad factors, I pose the question, when will the Sun meet its demise? The physicists? This utterly insane question has left the entire physicist community at a loss. When shall the Sun perish? Look at this. Is this something a mere mortal can inquire? Even Einstein would flee the scene upon encountering such a question. Who could possibly solve this devilish physics conundrum? It is simply too challenging. How can one calculate the end of the Sun? It is beyond comprehension. We might as well summon Newton from his grave to tackle this problem. Alas, upon seeing this question, Newton would surely return to his resting place. The despair within the World Physicists Forum is palpable. Physicists were left speechless by this query from Qinyi, nearly succumbing to the weight of its difficulty. Just as the physicists languished in silence, the biologists faced a similarly dire predicament in the World Biologists Forum. All biologists found themselves confounded by the question posed by Qinyi. Post-author, Explosive Sky Gang, Steel Egg. Post-content. In recent years, humanity has recklessly overexploited oil, wantonly polluting the environment. The smoke of industrialization pervades the urban skies. Millions of tons of nuclear waste are dumped into the ocean, leading to the permanent extinction of over 10,000 species each year. The greenhouse effect, global warming, rising sea levels, melting glaciers, severe desertification. Our food is laden with additives and preservatives. The homes we inhabit are rife with various radiation sources. Mobile phone radiation. Computer radiation. The air we breathe is tainted with carcinogens, dust, smog, and bacteria. I ask, if this rate of environmental degradation continues, when will humanity face extinction? This divine question rendered the faces of the biologists pale. When will humanity perish? Unbelievable. Who is the genius that devised this horrendous examination? How can one even begin to unravel it? Following the Physicists Forum, the World Biologists Forum too has succumbed. The might of the explosive sky gang is terrifying indeed. In the World Philosophers Forum, philosophy stands as a profound discipline. Many elites from various fields ultimately tread the path of philosophy. Take Bruce Lee, the king of martial arts, who integrated philosophy into his martial arts ideology, establishing Jeet Kune Do and astounding the world. He once articulated profound thoughts. When the enemy does not move, I do not move. When the enemy intends to move, I move first. Empty your cup to fill it anew. To use the formless as a form, and the infinite as the finite. I would never claim to be the best in the world, but I would also never acknowledge being second. I fear not encountering an opponent who has practiced 10,000 techniques, but I do fear meeting one who has practiced a single technique 10,000 times. These words reflect Bruce Lee's philosophical depth. Likewise, the renowned rogue lawyer, Lawyer Luo, offers wisdom on philosophy. Lawyer Luo's classic philosophical quotes include 1. Advising Zhang San to go ice skating, to fly, or to bungee jump does not constitute a crime. 2. We read due to our ignorance, and our reading only deepens our awareness of that ignorance. 3. There is nothing absolutely right or wrong in this world, yet this very assertion is absolute. Philosophy is a highly intricate field. Among the hierarchy of academic disciplines, philosophy occupies the pinnacle. Mathematicians may look down upon chemists, physicists may scoff at mathematicians, but philosophers disdain all other fields. In the eyes of philosophers, the world is abstract, chaotic, indescribable, and ever-changing. Today, this most illustrious discipline is confronted with the challenge posed by the formidable Qin Yi. Post-author, Explosive Sky Gang, Iron Egg. Post-content, I have several inquiries I wish to pose to all of you. 1. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? 2. Significance is the meaning ascribed by humans to objects and phenomena. Thus, what is the significance of significance? 3. When I die, does it mean I have died to this world, or has this world perished for me? 4. When you turn away from the mirror at night, can you be certain the reflection also turns? 5. Since everything ultimately perishes, what is the purpose of existence? 6. A cascade of heart-wrenching, life-questioning philosophical dilemmas has toppled the entire Philosophers Forum. Each question could occupy philosophers for an extensive duration. Yet, this iron egg from the Explosive Sky Gang has produced over 40 such devilish questions. Truly astounding. The philosophers are in awe. Who is this formidable individual? Steeped in philosophical inquiry for decades, who has posed these questions? Take the question, who am I? It alone is sufficient to perplex the entire philosophical community. At first glance, it appears to inquire about the self, yet philosophically, it embodies the conflict between free will and determinism. If I witness a thief on the street, will I intervene? Free will posits that my decision to act is determined by myself, while determinism argues that my actions are dictated by my genes and past experiences. For instance, my genes may predispose me to a lack of moral courage, thereby inhibiting my intervention. My previous experiences may inform me that those who act heroically often meet dire ends, leading me to refrain from acting. Determinism asserts that every decision in this world is governed by my genes and past experiences. Returning to the original inquiry, who am I? Am I truly myself, or merely a slave to my genes and past experiences? Am I genuinely me? This is an ultimate philosophical conundrum. Chapter 100. Not even the anime form is spared. In contrast to the philosophical inquiry of who am I, the question where do I come from is far more profound. Some assert that I originate from a fertilized egg, a product of human reproduction. Yet, where did the first human emerge? Others reference Darwin's theory of evolution, claiming that humanity evolved from apes. But where did the first ape come from? Following this line of reasoning, One must continually ascend the hierarchy of existence, tracing back from multicellular organisms to unicellular life, from eukaryotic cells to prokaryotic cells, and ultimately to organic molecules. Philosophers soon find themselves increasingly perplexed about the origin of their existence. If you were to inquire whether a creator exists, I would posit that there is indeed one. For the intricate structure of our world is undeniably not a mere accident. It is ineffably remarkable. This assertion is not from a philosopher, but rather from the esteemed physicist Yang Zhenning, who is still alive today. What then is the ultimate truth of our world? No one knows. The philosophical dilemmas posed by Qin Yi are formidable, enough to provoke extensive contemplation and a chilling sense of dread. Numerous philosophers exclaim that the exploding heaven gang is akin to a werewolf, even more ruthless than the most merciless among them. 10 minutes later, the World Philosophers Forum capitulates, unable to resolve the challenges presented by the exploding heaven gang. The World Astronomers Forum also falls prey to the exploding heaven gang's insidious grasp. Qin Yi posts, I am a quail egg from the exploding heaven gang. I wish to inquire of you all. From which coordinates, at what location, and in which month was the following image of Earth captured? Upon seeing the image, some individuals from Huaxia feel a strange sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, what the heck? Isn't this the WeChat login interface? How on earth are we supposed to answer this? How am I to know the coordinates or the month it was taken? This is utterly toxic. It's too difficult. And such devilish questions are not the only ones from the exploding heaven gang. Venus is the only planet in the solar system that rotates in the opposite direction. What could be the reason for this retrograde rotation? Is the universe convoluted or straightforward? If it is convoluted, where lies its boundary? We breathe the air of Earth from birth, hence we take it for granted and perceive it as tasteless. Would an alien visiting Earth find our air to be foul? Each of these insidious astronomical inquiries torments astronomers, leading them to question their very existence. What on earth are these deranged questions? This is utterly absurd. I can't answer any of these. Only those with 10 years of brain hemorrhages could conceive such questions. The World Astronomers Forum falls into despair. Thus, the World Mathematicians Forum, the High IQ Forum, the Physics Forum, and other major forums are all brought to tears by the questions posed by the exploding heaven gang. Forums engage in frenzied discussions. What the heck? Who is the exploding heaven gang and what is this organization? As a member of the Philosophers Forum, I am tormented by the questions from the exploding heaven gang that make me doubt my very existence. Geography, biology, physics, all 6 major forums have succumbed. It is terrifying. I shudder at the mere mention of the exploding heaven gang. What mysterious organization is this that can single-handedly confound the world as forums? From today onward, the exploding heaven gang shall become a nightmare for all forums. A wave of shock and chaos ensues. News of the downfall of the 6 major forums rapidly spreads to others. Chemists, musicians, artists, and other forums are on high alert. They prepare with heightened vigilance, fearing a sudden onslaught from the exploding heaven gang. In no time, all major forums become like startled birds, gripped by anxiety. The World Anime Enthusiast Forum, however, remains unfazed compared to the panic of other forums. Come on, as anime watchers, could they possibly set us an exam? Ha ha ha! Let us celebrate, my friends. Look at those pitiful souls in other forums. What a pathetic gang is the exploding heaven gang. Can we, the anime forum, fear them? Indeed, they can pose astronomical questions and physics questions, but can they come up with anime questions? La la la, I'm a little newspaper vendor. The anime forum revels in its triumph. Suddenly, someone exclaims, oh no, look, the exploding heaven gang has arrived. The members of the anime forum feel a jolt of unease, a foreboding sensation creeping over them. No way. Please, don't scare me. They hurriedly turn to the forum, only to find a new post from the exploding heaven gang. Having just arrived and bearing no gifts, I present you with a fresh set of exam questions. What relation do Jerry and the groundhog share? Why is Snow White's skin so fair? How many steps does Disney's Donald Duck need to turn into soup? Can Monkey D. Dragon from One Piece defeat Kizaru? What is the name of the cousin of Tom and Jerry's female owner's neighbor? One outrageous question after another leave the members of the anime forum reeling. Help me. E.M. dying. What kind of devilish questions are these? This is beyond excessive. The Exploding Heaven Gang doesn't even spare our anime forum? I was wrong. I should not have boasted. The Exploding Heaven Gang is truly ruthless. The anime forum members kneel in submission. Thus, all forums come to realize the terrifying might of the Exploding Heaven Gang. In Huaxia, Jiangnan City, in the office of the director of Mingzhu Primary School, Vinya reveas a sinister simile. Through his efforts, the 7 major forums of the world are now trembling under the weight of the Exploding Heaven Gang's devilish questions. Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. Vinya sighs softly. These forums are utterly incompetent. None can offer a proper challenge. He has prepared 999 questions, and having only utilized just over 100, he has already toppled them all. What shall he do with the remaining 800 questions? At this moment, at Jiangnan City First People's Hospital, Dazhuang anxiously awaits outside the ward. Damn it, he hasn't married the old lady yet. If she dies, how will he inherit her fortune? Woe is me. Dazhuang feels utterly despondent. Just then, a doctor in a white coat emerges from the ward. Dazhuang rushes over, anxiously asking, "Doctor, how is my girlfriend?" The doctor, upon hearing this, twitches slightly at the corner of his mouth, incredulous. Girlfriend? The 90-year-old lady inside is your girlfriend? Are young people really this extravagant nowadays? In that moment, the doctor feels aged, unable to comprehend the youth of today.